Wait, female hero, do you know who I am? I know, the favored minister beside the Empress, the beloved of the rebel leader, the young master of a renowned family in the martial world. Treading on 3 boats, I shall strike you down. Chapter 1. A person, a sword, and a bird. In the Great Wei Dynasty, within the city of Yunnan, the early summer rain fell like a thief stealthily entering a secluded chamber, arriving with fierce winds and torrential downpours, departing in a hurried manner, leaving behind ly muddy puddles in the ravines and a pear tree adorned with rain-kissed blossoms. As the wind ceased and the rain subsided, the streets of the capital gradually came to life, with citizens stepping out of their homes and merchants vocally peddling their wares. Steamed buns, coal for sale. Amidst the cacophony, a caravan slowly approached from the street corner near Tianshui Bridge. Behind it trailed horse-drawn carriages, while ahead were 13 armored guards, clad in raincoats and conical hats, swords strapped to their waists, appearing weary from their travels that I in such a significant area of the capital. A group with such a palpable aura of the martial world was indeed a rarity, drawing curious glances from many passers-by. Leading the caravan was a youthful man. Beneath his raincoat, he wore a black robe, a large white bird perched upon his shoulder. He was tall and fair-skinned, with deep black eyes shimmering with brilliance, and his sword-like brows added an edge of handsomeness to his striking features. Wow, look! That young man is incredibly handsome. Shoo, don't shout so recklessly, how embarrassing. That bird is quite plump. Chirp! Hey, it can understand human speech. Amidst the praises from young women on the street, the young man in black seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed ahead as he led his group to the entrance of the Jianghu escort agency at the end of the street. The entire Tianlang Bridge is adorned with the family crest of the Pei clan, and the same holds true for the Jianghu escort agency. Clearly, a family capable of purchasing an entire street in the precious real estate of the capital is not one of modest, means they exude an air of grandeur. Outside the escort agency, under the imposing eaves of its yellow wooden tiles, 2 escort guards frequently stand sentinel. Upon noticing an unfamiliar cavalcade approaching the entrance, one of the guards stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect customary among martial artists. May I inquire your esteemed name? Ye Jingtang. The escort guard appeared perplexed, casting a discerning glance at the array of formidable warriors. I am afraid I have not heard of your illustrious name. Do you come to transport goods? Or to challenge? At this declaration, a hush fell over the street. The previously aimless passers-by quickly gathered. Even the vendor selling wontons paused, wiping his hands on his apron, standing on tiptoe to observe. A challenge. Such a spectacle is indeed rare in the capital. The 2 escort guards outside, perceiving the ill intent of the young man clad in black, wore expressions of concern. In the presence of 13 armed riders, each wielding a blade and exuding an intimidating presence, it would have been typical for a brash youth to be rebuffed. However, the guard maintained a semblance of decorum, bowing slightly and stating, "This is a place of great significance. Private duels are strictly prohibited. Our employer is a respectable businessman, abiding by the law. We cannot entertain challenges. Should you have a grievance with our employer, I suggest you beat the drum of injustice and seek redress at the magistrate's office." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd immediately erupted in jeers. Even skilled fighters have arrived at their doorstep, and you suggest going to report to the authorities? Is that reasonable? Indeed. The young man clad in black unfastened the sword from his waist and tossed it to a companion behind him, declaring with bare hands, "Let your escort leader come out, and I shall depart after a single duel." As the onlookers gathered, the escort's expression soured. One individual hastily darted towards the street, seemingly intent on summoning the authorities. However, he was swiftly intercepted by the swordsman behind the young man in black. "Hey you!" At this moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals burst forth from the gates of the escort agency, brandishing blades and firearms, their faces contorted with rage. From within the agency, a robust voice resonated. "Youngster, while youthful exuberance is commendable, one ought to keep their eyes wide open." The crowd turned in unison to behold a figure emerging from the main building of the escort agency, clad in a splendid robe, with a towering stature and a right hand calloused from toil, deftly twirling 2 iron walnuts. Crack, crack. Seeing this, the escort outside promptly called out, "Master Chun, this brat is causing a ruckus." The onlookers, intrigued, began to murmur amongst themselves. Chun Biao has emerged. Will this handsome lad be beaten to death? Who would dare take a life in the capital? It would only lead to a spitting of blood. Such a striking figure. Even a mere spitting of blood would be disheartening. Swish, before the crowd could utter another word, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air. The numerous escorts and pedestrians beheld a fleeting blur the young man in black. With an inexplicable burst of energy, soared into the sky, leaping over the agency's entrance, W. Hitch stood a good 10 feet high, crashing down into the courtyard of the escort agency. Upon emerging from his dwelling, Chun Biao was taken aback by the scene before him, instinctively hurling 2 iron walnuts, only to have them effortlessly swept aside by the young. And clad in black, in an instant, like a hawk seizing its prey, the assailant's claw latched onto Chun Biao's throat. With a resounding thud, the imposing Chun Biao found himself pinned against the doorpost, dislodging several dark tiles from the eaves above. As the tiles shattered upon impact with the ground, the sudden noise startled the 10 or so guards within the courtyard, their expressions transforming into one of shock and terror. Pale and stricken with fear, Chun Biao had no inclination to resist and cried out urgently, "Young warrior, please hold. I am but a mere escort leader. If you seek revenge, go after my employer, not me." The mere fact that he could speak indicated the restraint of his assailant. The young man in black, maintaining his grip on Chun Biao's throat, tilted his head towards an aged swordsman waiting outside, stating, "His name is Yang Chao. From now on, he shall be the escort leader, and you will be his second. Do you understand?" Chun Biao, perplexed, dared not respond defiantly, instead raising his hands in surrender, saying, "Young sir, we are conducting legitimate business, paying our commercial taxes ONT. IME, this is not the realm of the underworld. If my employer disapproves, even if you were to kill me, I would have no authority in the matter. My father, Pei Yuan Feng, your employer's blood brother, has entrusted me with delivering the family assets to you. Henceforth, they shall be members of the genuine escort agency, and should there be any grievances, you shall be held accountable," the young man declared. Chun Biao paused, scrutinizing the young man in black with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, exclaiming, "You are the son of second master? Why do you bear the surname Ye?" Outside, the neighbors stood in stunned silence, whispering among themselves in hushed tones, "Such remarkable skill. Is this the young master of the Pei family?" It seems that the Pei family once had a second son, an affair from 2 or 3 decades ago. The 12 accompanying bodyguards bore expressions of complexity. The leader, Yang, handed a blade to Ye Jingtang, who was stepping out the door, and advised, "Young master, why you take such a path? The late master often spoke inebriated truths. You need not take them to heart. With your departure, where else could you possibly go?" The jianghu, though his demeanor appeared carefree, a fleeting glimmer of confusion danced within his clear eyes, revealing the sentiment of the world is vast, yet there is no place for me tof. In solis. Having arrived in this era, known as Da Wei 18 years prior, Ye Jingtang's memories began to awaken around the age of 2 or 3. He was raised within a bodyguard agency in a small town on the borders of Da Wei, an abandoned child discovered by the master, Pei Yuan Feng, during a journey. Due to the loudness of his cries, he was named Ye Jingtang and adopted as a son. Just last month, Pei Yuan Feng succumbed to his habitual intoxication, perishing at the table after a bout of heavy drinking. After attending to the final rites, Ye Jingtang discovered a letter among Pei Yuan Feng's belongings. The letter had been penned in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances and contained only 3 points. First, Pei Yuan Feng was not an ordinary person. He had once been a renowned martial artist in the jianghu. He had intended to wait until Ye Jingtang came of age to discern his character before teaching him the unrivaled swordsmanship. However, the fact that Ye Jingtang was able to read the letter indicated that he lacked the fortune for such instruction. As father and son, it was incumbent upon him to find his own way to practice swordsmanship and seek vengeance against those who had harmed Pei Yuan Feng in his past. With Pei Yuan Feng now deceased, the question of whether he was truly a master had become irrelevant. It is only natural for a son to avenge his father, a sentiment Ye Jingtang did not contest. Perhaps fearing that he would lack a place to learn profound martial arts, Pei Yuan Feng divulged to him a secret. During the downfall of the previous dynasty, Pei Yuanfeng's master. Amidst the chaos, stealthily entered the palace and absconded with a fragment of the Minglong diagram. It is rumored that the Minglong diagram is an unparalleled tome, chronicling 9 arcane techniques, mastering even one grants the practitioner superiority over the ordinary, while the complete mastery promises eternal life and ascension to immortality. However, the carnage was so brutal that it could not be retrieved from the palace and was buried beneath a ginkgo tree in the harem. Pei Yuanfeng urged him that, should the opportunity arise, he must venture into the palace to reclaim it. At this juncture, Ye Jingtang found himself at a loss for words. From a description, the Minglong diagram seemed to be the coveted external aid, a golden finger he had yearned for over the past 18 years. Naturally, he desired such a unique treasure of the mortal realm, yet the fact that it was buried in the royal harem posed a dilemma. How could a own man infiltrate the palace without resorting to becoming a eunuch? Must one undergo self-castration to cultivate this skill? This matter was virtually moot. The most impactful revelation for Ye Jingtang was the final piece of information. Pei Yuanfeng had left home at a young age, never to return, feeling indebted to his parents that he instructed that the assets of the escort agency be liquidated and sent to the Pei family in the capital, without leaving him a single coin. Were it not for the letter, Ye Jingtang would remain oblivious to the plight of his solitary adoptive father and his brothers. After all, they shared a father-son bond. He had failed to fulfill his filial duties, toiling for many years, only to be stripped of his inheritance and see the family fortune bestow. What upon relatives? This truly felt as though he was not regarded as a son. In the case of an ordinary person, such a letter would likely be disregarded, for no outsider was privy to this information. Knight Jingtang ultimately adhered to the last wishes and sold the escort agency in the border town, exchanging it for 1,000 taels of silver. Accompanied by 12 willing escorts and their families, he embarked on a long journey to the capital of the Great Wei. As a man of 7 feet, Knight Jingtang could not rely on others for shelter. Having settled the elderly under the care of his adoptive father and entrusted his family's assets taut, he paid family. He bid farewell to his past, becoming a wandering soul without ties, drifting through the rivers and lakes. With no knowledge of the path ahead and uncertain of the way back, he was left with only himself, a bird, and a blade. Although he spoke of the rivers and lakes, standing at the street corner, he found himself lost and bewildered, questioning where this rivers and lakes truly lay. Leading a black horse, Knight Jingtang navigated through the bustling crowd, aimlessly wandering along the street, somewhat dazed. However, after taking only a few steps, he was suddenly startled by 2 sharp sounds beside him. Clang, clanged out a support rod that had held open a window fell from the 2nd floor, rolling to his feet. Lifting his gaze to the 2nd floor window, he caught sight of a stunningly graceful figure that captivated his attention. Chapter 2. The Red Flower Pavilion. As chaos erupted at the entrance of the Zhan Yuan escort agency, a beautiful woman on the 2nd floor of a nearby cloth shop sensed the disturbance. Rising from her desk, she approached the window to observe the commotion. Dressed in a waist-length skirt, she wore a dark red cross-collar blouse that accentuated her ample bosom, cinched perfectly at the waist, embellished with a jade pendant that softly hung. Her skirt was a delicate, pale white pleated design. Her eyes sparkled like apricots, and her lips were adorned with a touch of crimson rouge, exuding an air of intelligence and maturity that rendered her both enchanting and composed. Upon noticing Knight Jingtang, who had come to instigate trouble, the woman did not display anger. Instead, her alluring apricot eyes brightened with intrigue. With a frame both formidable and elegant, a demeanor that is both wild and chivalrous, yet also refined. Such a striking visage. The maid behind her rose onto her toes to gaze from afar. Indeed, he is truly handsome, yet he appears somewhat dim-witted, oblivious to the intricacies of the arena. Should we not offer a word of caution, lest Chen Biao's actions become excessively forceful? Bang. A soft sound resonated as Chen Biao was subdued, plunging the street into silence and leaving the 2 women momentarily speechless. My father is Pei Yuanfeng, the clear voice echoed, and the beautiful woman's gaze shifted from the handsome stranger's frivolity to earnest attention, her expression transforming into one of fervent longing, as if she had encountered a long-awaited oasis in a parched desert. However, this reaction did not stem from any untoward feelings towards Ye Jingtang. The woman, known as Pei Sanyang, whose given name is Pei Xiangjuan, outwardly appears to be the typical matron of a merchant family. Yet beneath this lovely and gentle facade lies another layer of identity. She is the current leader of the prestigious Jianghu faction, the Red Flower Pavilion. The Great Wei Dynasty has only recently been established for a mere 60 years, and now a female emperor reigns. To the north looms a formidable adversary, while within, various princes harbor ulterior motives. This tumultuous backdrop has given rise to an unprecedentedly vibrant jianghu. Those who can dominate a region within jianghu may be deemed masters, with the pinnacle of mastery being the one immortal, 2 saints, and 8 great leaders, comprising the 11 strongest individuals in the realm, whom even the court must treat with caution. Pei Tsong, the leader of the Red Flower Pavilion, holds the title of gun leader among the 8 great leaders, ranking 7th in the world, thus illustrating the esteemed position of the Red Flower Pavilion within jianghu. The gun leader Pei Tsong is not only Pei Xiangjian's mentor, but also the father of Pei Yuanfeng, making him, in essence, the godfather of Ye Jingtang. The outcome is self-evident. Pei Yuanfeng remained obscure until his death, not imparting the true skills of the Night Fright Hall out of unwillingness, but rather to prevent it from repeating past mistakes. After Pei Yuanfeng's demise, the directive for Night Fright Hall to leave everything behind and enter the capital was not a test of its character, but rather a gesture to uphold the family's reputation. The irrational individual would hardly be loyal and trustworthy enough to heed the words of a deceased man, forsaking their heritage to become a homeless wanderer. However, Pei Yuanfeng understood that Night Fright Hall would comply. His actions were merely intended to demonstrate this to his family, facilitating Night Fright Hall's entry into the Red Flower House to become the next leader and gun sovereign, which constituted the true legacy Pei Yuanfeng bequeathed to his son. Yet, Pei Yuanfeng likely did not anticipate that the Pei family was faring little better than he had. Pei Tsong had passed away years ago. His eldest son inherited the position but fell to an adversary, leading to the title of gun sovereign being transferred to the young apprentice, Pei Xiangjuan, who now presided over the Red Flower House. Pei Xiangjuan, though adept in martial arts, was a woman, and the disparity between her and the 8 sovereigns was vast, rendering her incapable of shouldering the weight of the prestigious jianghu families, resulting in a significant decline in the Red Flower House's reputation. Consequently, upon recognizing Night Fright Hall's impressive skills and learning of his identity, Pei Xiangjuan revealed an expression of desperate longing. As Night Fright Hall prepared to leave without a word, passing by the window, Pei Xiangjuan pushed open the street-side window, her delicate hand deftly lowering the support. Clang, clang, clang. Night Fright Hall, leading his horse down the street, lifted his gaze, the reflection of the enchanting maiden framed by the window shimmering within his eyes, yet he did not display. Why the astonishment typical of an ordinary man? My lady, why are you so careless? Pei Xiangjuan possessed an exquisite beauty, and it was rare for any man to remain unmoved in her presence. Observing this, he could not help but nod discreetly, feigning displeasure as he remarked, "The disciple of my adoptive father." His aunt? Ye Jingtang, having gleaned from his adoptive father's correspondence that their family resided in the capital, was otherwise ignorant of the details. His adoptive father had instructed him to bequeath all their assets to the Pei family, which, for a strapping young man of 7 feet, meant he would no longer live as a dependent, subsisting on the goodwill of others. Yet, the prospect of such delectable soft living was undeniably tempting. That was a temptation he dared not entertain. Upon grasping Pei Xiangjian's identity, Ye Jingtang raised his hand in a gesture of respect, stating, "I pay my respects, esteemed aunt. My adoptive father has sent me to deliver these items. Once the task is complete, I must proceed to the yamen to collect my token. Once I have settled in the capital, I shall pay a visit to your residence." His words were evidently a polite refusal, signaling his disinterest in an immediate visit. However, perched upon Ye Jingtang's shoulder was a large white bird, which was far less courteous. Upon hearing that she was a relative, the bird, with an air of familiarity, soared to the second-floor window, landing on Pei Xiangjian's generous bosom and opening its beak to chirp. Chirp! This snow-white creature, aptly named Lord White, was a hunting bird belonging to Ye Jingtang. Despite its designation, it had grown round and plump, resembling a ball more than a bird. Ye Jingtang was uncertain of its breed, having captured it during his youth while it scavenged for food during grain drying at home, and he had kept it ever since. Initially thought to be a rare beast of the mountains and marshes, after years of care, it had revealed itself to be nothing more than a hefty fowl capable of eating, sleeping, and charming others, often displaying moments of foolishness. Chirp! The implication was likely one of delight, expressing how soft it was. This display caused Pei Xiangjan's cheeks to flush, and she hastily scooped the mischievous bird into her arms. "Ah, this bird is quite clingy." Ye Jingtang's expression was awkward as he reprimanded. "Chirp!" Only then did the bird obediently descend from the second floor, perching upon Ye Jingtang's shoulder. Pei Xiangjun adjusted her collar and continued. Ye Jingtang had sold the escort agency in the remote border town, acquiring over 1,000 taels of silver. While this sum may appear modest, when adjusted for purchasing power, it equates to over 1 million in his past life, a substantial amount for an ordinary person. Conversely, an escort agency situated in the capital would command at least 10 times that price. A true man does not partake in unsolicited gifts thus. Ye Jingtang graciously declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, third madam, but I shall not contravene my adoptive father's will. His friends are my friends, and should you require assistance in the future, please feel free to inform head escort Yang. The several escorts are elderly members of my household, and I hope you will treat them kindly. I shall take my leave now." Seeing Ye Jingtang uphold his principles and refuse to accept unearned wealth, Pei Xiangjun's admiration grew deeper. She did not insist on his staying any longer, exchanging a few polite words before watching him depart. Soon, the man, horse, and bird merged into the throng of the street, vanishing at the corner. It was not until Ye Jingtang disappeared from her sight that Pei Xiangjun's smile gradually faded, transforming into contemplation. Her maid, Xiao He, peeked out from behind her, timidly speaking up. Pei Xiangjun narrowed her eyes slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure, but quickly nodded. "I truly did not expect that my second brother would take such a handsome adopted son. It has left me quite enchanted. Not to mention his martial prowess and character, with just his looks, he could thrive in the capital." Xiao chuckled softly. "What is young Master Ye's talent like? Has the master discerned his true nature?" A hint of seriousness flickered in Zayu's gaze. "So what should we do now? Should we find an opportunity to discuss the affairs of the building with young Master Yi, imparting our marksmanship skills to groom him as the young master? But young Master Yi appears to possess a rather rigid character, unwilling to depend on the Pei family. How shall we observe him? Youngsters entering the martial world often exhibit such fortitude. If I visit him tonight, he may soften." "Master?" "Yes. That sentiment sounds rather peculiar." Chapter 3. A Stunning Blade. As dusk fell, Ye Jingtang led his horse through the bustling and intricate streets of Yunnan City. Having resided in this realm for 18 years, Ye Jingtang had gained an understanding of his surroundings. The Great Wei is divided into 12 provinces, its territory slightly smaller than that of the prosperous Tang dynasty. The emperor is a female sovereign, yet the geographical landscape remains entirely unfamiliar, with mountains and rivers sharing names that evoke memories, yet are wholly distinct from the 5 lakes and 4 seas of his past life. Regarding the state of the nation, Ye Jingtang perceives a certain instability. The unruly individuals of the martial world are abundant, with the southern regions harboring numerous enclaves that rely on natural fortifications to assert their dominance. Outside Liangzhou, the northern Liang looms with watchful eyes, and even the central plains are rumored to conceal insidious forces with dubious intentions. Previously, Ye Jingtang resided in a small, impoverished border town, isolated from the world. Upon hearing whispers of the turbulent currents shaping the realm, he naturally concluded that the Great Wei could not be considered a flourishing era. However, upon arriving in the capital, he realized he had underestimated the complexities of this world. The capital city is quite vast, featuring an expansive grid of 8 horizontal and 6 vertical main streets, which branch out into countless alleys. Its resident population likely exceeds 1 million, and the infrastructure, including drainage and greenery, is remarkably well developed. Along the main streets, there are even paved paths of blue bricks for the citizens' ease of passage, rendering it a large metropolis devoid of neon lights. As the light rain subsided, the weather turned pleasantly cool, and many citizens strolled leisurely along the streets. On either side, one could find elegantly dressed young ladies and gentlemen, as well as young mothers with children in hand. Occasionally, enticing aromas wafted from the roadside stalls, accompanied by the vendors' spirited calls. Authentic kiln-roasted chicken, a family recipe, rich yet not greasy. This was the first time the fluffy bird found itself in such a bustling thoroughfare. Feeling somewhat timid, it perched obediently on its companion's shoulder, fixated on the gold. Ne, roasted chicken, Ganti nud ging Ye Jingtang's chick. Chirp, chirp. Ye Jingtang paused, retrieving 2 taels of silver from his sleeve, contemplating this meager sum, which constituted his entire fortune, the leftover pocket money from his days as a young master at the escort agency. He had left his family wealth behind entirely for the Pei family. 2 taels of silver would scarcely suffice for renting a residence in the thriving capital, let alone covering the expenses of food and lodging in an inexpensive inn for long. In the morning, he was a wealthy scion worth millions, and by dusk, he found himself a penniless wanderer. Such dramatic fluctuations inevitably stirred one's emotions. However, despite the hardships, he could not let his little companion suffer. Standing tall as a man of 7 feet, he resolved to contemplate how to earn money rather than merely evade. Gently stroking the bird, Ye Jingtang approached a chicken stall at the street's edge, ordered a roasted chicken, and casually inquired, "Good sir, where do newcomers to the capital typically seek their livelihoods?" "Oh dear, young hero, you possess such striking elegance, it is evident that you hail from exceptional origins. To inquire about me seems like an unwarranted elevation of my humble self. In the capital, many newcomers arrive seeking a place to settle. Generally, they gravitate towards the Mingyu Tower in the east of the city, where affluent families seek to hire stewards, guards, and legal advisors. Should the young hero find it suitable, securing a position would be rather straightforward. Thank you. The young hero is too kind. Please take your leave and travel safely. Ye Jingtang, clutching a roasted chicken, arrived at a quaint tavern where he ordered a selection of food and drink. After indulging alongside Niao Niao, he set off towards the Mingyu Tower in the west of the city, just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. Yunnan City is a place that never sleeps. The twilight sky remains aglow, with streets bustling with even more pedestrians than during the day. Dismounting near the Mingyu Tower, Ye Jingtang leisurely strolled along the street, only to encounter a grand edifice, its walls painted a somber black, devoid of a sign. Initially mistaking it for an obscure governmental office, a bit of inquiry revealed that this establishment was the notorious Black Yamen, comparable in authority to the Six Door. Housing 6 chief captains known as the 6 Fiends of the Black Yamen, instilling fear in the hearts of those in the martial world. Bodyguards are quintessential figures of the pugilistic realm, undeterred by the mountain bandits, but wary of the government officials masquerading as tigers, setting up checkpoints. Out of professional instinct, Ye Jingtang, upon reaching the entrance of the Yama's hall, instinctively veered away, making his way towards the marketplace bustling with recruit. In the Great Wei, where weapons are seldom drawn, it is common to see individuals traversing the streets armed with swords and spears. However, it is mandated that swords be sheathed and bows unstrung. Those who recklessly brandish their weapons face a 15-day detention and a fine of 5,000 won. Ye Jingtang understood the rules. The blade passed down from his adoptive father was sheathed at his side, concealed beneath his outer robe to avoid disturbing those around him. However, while he took care not to disrupt others, he could not prevent the thoughtless from encroaching upon him. As Ye Jingtang leisurely led his horse through the streets, he was suddenly startled by a voice from behind. He felt a movement at his waist, as someone reached from behind to grasp the hilt of his sword. A blade is a weapon vital for a courier, essential for survival. Losing it is akin to losing one's life. To cultivate instinct in a warrior, his adoptive father had often stolen his knife during his childhood, resulting in countless beatings. At the instant he sensed the disturbance at his waist, Ye Jingtang's left hand was already raised. Clang! In the street, brightly illuminated as if it were day, a cold gleam flashed. Onlookers, who had been casually observing, were taken aback as a silver dragon suddenly emerged, casting G, a crescent of cold light amidst the darkness. The street fell instantly silent. In the crowded thoroughfare, a young swordsman in black stood with an old blade held in reverse grip. The sword measured 3 feet 3 inches in length and 2.5 fingers in width. Its blade straight and its hilt wrapped in black cord, with the guard and pommel crafted Fr. Empress, both adorned with carvings of dragon motifs. The blade was not smooth as a mirror. The front half was riddled with minute scratches, revealing to the discerning eye the trials and tribulations this old weapon had endured throughout its storied existence. At this moment, the edge remained perfectly still, poised against the right side of the neck of the man behind him. The individual behind was slightly hunched, his left hand resting on the scabbard, the blade barely an inch unsheathed, his body rigid, face ashen, with beads of sweat rolling down. His forehead, drip, though the droplet was small, its sound resonated throughout the street. Upon witnessing this scene, the passers-by were taken aback, astonished not only by the remarkable skills of Ye Jingtang, but also by his audacity. This fellow, impressive skills, yet his gaze falters. Just as Ye Jingtang perceived a blade approaching from behind, his brows furrowed in alarm. However, upon recognizing the figure behind him, his expression shifted to one of restrained anger. He swiftly sheathed his weapon and raised his hands in a gesture of respect. "My lord, this is a misunderstanding, I beg your pardon." His prompt apology was not merely due to the prowess of the individual behind him, but rather because the figure donned a dark blue robe, a gauzy hat, and the distinctive insignia. The iron-feathered constable. Unlike ordinary constables, those of the Black Guard dealt exclusively with the underworld, possessing the authority to apprehend individuals without inquiry and, when necessary, could execute first and report later, instilling fear in the hearts of those from the streets. The constable behind him appeared to be in his 30s, slightly stout with a beard. "Remarkable skills indeed, I must admit. I overlooked you. I am Wang Chi-hu, the chief of the Black Guard. Young brother, your blade is quite impressive. It seems you have taken many lives, and your skills certainly befit such a weapon. I am Ye Jingtang, hailing from Liangzhou, engaged in the family escort business. This blade was bequeathed by my father. It has endured its share of wear and tear on my travels." As he spoke, he produced the token issued by his hometown's authority, clearly inscribed with his place of origin, occupation, and age, accompanied by the official seal. Wang Chi-hu took the token to inspect it, confirming its authenticity, and his expression softened by 3 degrees. "I never would have imagined that even in the remote and impoverished Liangzhou, one such as you could emerge. No wonder it is often said that the deep mountains nurture exceptional birds." Chirp! The bird perched upon Ye Jingtang's shoulder brightened at these words. At this moment, Wang Chi-hu noticed a bird perched on Ye Jingtang's shoulder, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, this bird is rather clever. It is common to see those who traverse the world with eagles, dogs, and parrots. But what on earth is this creature? A bird from the frontier. I suppose it's an eagle. A fathead owl. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was a plump chicken without a neck. It doesn't seem capable of flying very high." Chirp! Ye Jingtang pressed down the ruffled bird as he and Wang Chi-hu strolled toward the tea house by the street. "My lord, do you have business with me? Brother Ye, are you here as a head of a convoy, or are you seeking a livelihood?" "I am seeking a livelihood." "Are you, my lord, perhaps considering recruiting me into the Black Yamen?" Wang Chi-hu shook his head. "Being a constable is a lowly profession. It may appear glamorous, but once you shed this skin, you will be vilified by all. You are still young and possess considerable skill. To have you work in the Black Yamen would only hinder your future. I have invited you here to point you towards a path of wealth and honor." "Oh!" Ye Jingtang, finding Wang Chi-hu quite candid, felt a wave of goodwill and smiled. "I would love to hear more." Wang Chi-hu raised his hand in a gesture of respect, indicating the imperial city at the horizon. "The current emperor has intentions of selecting a son-in-law for the Jingwang. I see that you possess a rather commendable appearance." Ye Jingtang's smile faltered. He had some understanding of court matters. It was said that the current empress had a strong and harsh temperament. Initially, she was merely the regent, but after propping up a crumbling dynasty, she simply deposed her elder brother and ascended the throne herself. Not only did she become the emperor, but she also made an exception to grant her biological sister the title of princess. When it comes to the empress and the king, The first thought that crosses Ye Jingtang's mind is male courtesan. He possesses a certain confidence in this vocation, yet feels no inclination towards it. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Wang, but I am already married, and I would not abandon my loyal wife. Prince Jing values martial prowess. Surely he would not mind an additional pair of chopsticks at home. Your steadfastness towards your spouse may even earn you greater admiration from Prince Jing. Ye Jingtang understands that being a male courtesan may involve being rotated among the Empress, the King, and even the Empress Dowager. However, he has never before encountered the notion of bringing one's wife along in such a role. From your words, it seems I am not unknown to Prince Jing. A glimmer of pride flashed in Wang Qihu's eyes as he gestured towards the distant black-clad officials. Prince Jing is indeed the Emperor's right-hand man. The black-clad officials are not part of the 6 ministries. They're under the direct command of Prince Jing, with their monthly salaries allocated from his estate. Naturally, I am acquainted with him. Setting aside Prince Jing's status, let us speak of martial skills. The prince's master is none other than the imperial master Sun Zhenren. You appear to be a promising candidate for martial arts. Should you capture Prince Jing's favor, I could facilitate an introduction. A single leap into the world of martial arts could be yours. Are you truly not inclined to try and seize your destiny? Ye Jingtang has long admired the Sun Zhenren, an esteemed figure from Yushu Mountain and a disciple of El Taiching, one of the 2 saints. She ranks as the 6th strongest in the realm, a woman of unparalleled might. Although Ye Jingtang yearns for encounters with extraordinary individuals and aspires to enter the palace to uncover the Minglong too, he has not yet fallen to the depths of Selen. Ji is charmed to achieve his goals. I am but a wanderer of the jianghu, a mere commoner. How could I possess such fortune? I believe you possess great potential, which is why I confide in you about this matter. With a stroke of good fortune, you could avoid traversing 60 years of detours. In a tea house, Ye Jingtang and the constables engaged in leisurely conversation, while from a distance, the peak of Mingyu Tower provided a vantage point of their gathering. Established during the founding of the Black Yamen, it served as the personal guard of the emperor. Following the ascent of the Empress, it was reassigned to Prince Jing due to repeated assassination attempts by the Green Bandits. Consequently, the Yamen was relocated outside the prince's residence. Mingyu Tower, built within the garden of Prince Jing's estate, stood 5 stories tall, surpassing the palace walls, a clear display of audacity. The local populace thus referred to this district as Mingyu Tower. As dusk settled, the tower radiated with light. In the study atop the building, a figure clad in a silver python robe and adorned with a jade crown stood on the terrace. Before him lay a painter's desk, and with a golden brush, he meticulously sketched the brows of an attractive young man. Have Wang Qi, who inquired about his background, I did not anticipate his skills to be so commendable. That strike just now bore a resemblance to the initial move of the 8 steps of the Wild Blade. Could it be that he is a disciple of Zheng Feng? Behind this figure stood an ethereal old woman with hair cascading to the ground, resembling a shadow lingering at his back. In my time, I encountered Zheng Feng. His strikes were never this subtle. This young man appears to possess commendable talent, yet he seems formless and forciate. Is likely he mere Ly stumbled upon the technique by chance. It is said that Zheng Feng's master, the Wild Tooth, once pilfered the Ming Long scroll from the palace. If this youth has mastered the 8 steps of the Wild Blade, it must surely be connected to that incident. The white-haired crone inquired, shall I send someone to test this young man? The Eastern wanderer pondered briefly before shaking his head. It is unnecessary to make a fuss over the rumors from the martial world prior to the founding of the nation. Let us first investigate the background if this individual is of unblemished character. Once the portrait is complete, we shall present it to His Majesty for his perusal. Such striking beauty may well capture the Emperor's favor. Understood. Chapter 4. The uninvited guest. As night fell, Dai Workshop Street and Shuangguo Alley came alive in their own somber way. Ye Jingtang led the old horse through the dimly lit alley, casting wary glances to either side. The little bird, having spent the day flitting about, was in high spirits, reclining on the horse's pack, gazing at the stars with its tiny claws pointed skyward, and humming a cheerful tune. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dai Workshop Street, as its name suggests, is a poverty-stricken area brimming with handcrafted workshops, now fallen into decline, with only a handful of small workshops remaining. Once night descends, it becomes nearly impossible to spot a soul. Shuangguo Alley is even more desolate, long neglected and overrun with fallen leaves that rustle softly underfoot. Earlier, Ye Jingtang had wandered through the talent market, where numerous job opportunities abounded, yet positions offering a monthly salary of 3 taels were fiercely competitive. It is often said, the poor excel in literature while the rich excel in martial prowess. As a practitioner of martial arts, Ye Jingtang found that merely purchasing the necessary training equipment required a substantial sum, not to mention the exaggerated appetites of martial artists, rendering such work unattainable. Though he had not secured a job, he had found a place to stay. Initially, Ye Jingtang believed that 2 taels of silver would be insufficient to find accommodation in the capital. However, after some inquiries, he stumbled upon this hidden gem in Shuangguo Alley. The entire alley housed a dozen courtyards, all owned by a single landlady, who charged a mere 2 taels of silver per year, allowing him the freedom to choose whichever building he preferred. Having paid 6 months' rent, Ye Jingtang was not even given a key by the landlady. Upon inspection, the dilapidated state of the courtyards met his expectations. Scarcely a wall remained uncracked, and only 2 or 3 doors were intact. It seemed that without payment, few would be inclined to reside there. Yet, with just himself and the little bird, both well-fed and content, he paid little heed to these surroundings. He chose a courtyard that appeared somewhat presentable and pushed the door open to enter. The courtyard was strewn with fallen leaves, and the doors and windows stood ajar, revealing an emptiness that contained only a bed frame, devoid of tables and chairs. Knight Jingtang paid no heed to Niao Niao, tethering the horse in a corner of the yard, offering it a modest portion of fodder, and then retrieving the bedding from the horse's back. The sound of striking flints sparked tiny flames, illuminating the dim, flickering candlelight that filled the bare abode. Curiously, Knight Jingtang examined a strand of long hair, noting its fine quality, which suggested that the recent occupant could not have departed long ago. Yet, in this era, both men and women sport long hair, rendering it impossible to discern the gender of the owner. Could it be that this was left behind by the previous tenant? Knight Jingtang pondered briefly but dismissed the thought, casting the hair aside and preparing the bed with sheets and blankets. Meanwhile, Niao Niao, ever mischievous, pecked at a small package, eager to retrieve the purchased jerky. Still eating, despite residing in such a dilapidated place? If we can't procure any silver, I shall have no choice but to sell you for coin next month. Niao Niao hopped playfully, indicating its feigned plumpness, suggesting that it was not worth much at all. Just as Knight Jingtang smoothed the bedding, a faint sound outside caught his attention. A gentle gust of wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the fallen leaves. Furrowing his brow, he grasped the hilt of his knife and peered through the merely decorative window. A shadow now occupied the yard. In the darkness, with the silver moon casting its frosty glow, only half of the courtyard was illuminated. The figure stood poised between light and shadow, cloaked in a mantle and wearing a conical hat, rendering their form indistinguishable. They held a long spear wrapped in black cloth, remaining utterly still and silent, clearly harboring malevolent intentions. In the dimly lit courtyard, Ye Jingtang discreetly gestured for Niao Niao to quietly seek out his subordinate, while positioning his knife at his waist. Approaching the entrance, he inquired, "Who might you be? Is this perchance your residence?" The figure in the conical hat was, after all, a late-night visitor seeking the company of the young man's elder sister. However, Pei Xiangjuan remained silent, her long spear slipping from her grasp as she firmly held the end with one hand, elevating it to draw a semicircle in the air, directing it towards Ye Jingtang. With the conical hat raised, a ghastly mask adorned her face. Holding the spear with one hand, she effortlessly lifted the formidable 9-foot weapon, an act unattainable without solid skill. Observing this, Ye Jingtang remained impassive, stepping back a half-step while gripping the hilt of his knife, bracing himself for what was to come. Yet, rather than launching a direct assault, his opponent merely raised her wrist, causing a sharp crack to echo through the moonlit alley. In an instant, the black cloth enveloping the spear shattered into fragments, revealing the gleaming black shaft beneath. The silver tip of the spear glimmered ominously under the moonlight, and as the cloth tore apart, the blade emitted a resonant hum reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Ye Jingtang's eyes widened in surprise, though he could easily wield the spear. Shattering the protective fabric was far beyond his capabilities. Realizing he was outmatched, a flicker of joy crossed his face as he raised his gaze towards the entrance. Wang Daxiao? Pei Xiangjuan swiftly turned her head to investigate. With a resounding thud, Ye Jingtang propelled himself off the ground, soaring onto the rooftop and sprinting towards the bustling street. Alas, while this maneuver might prove effective against ordinary martial artists, his current adversary was anything but ordinary. As he leapt onto the rooftop, he detected no sounds of pursuit behind him, yet a fierce gust of wind surged from above. In the stillness of the night, the blade of Ye Jingtang unsheathed with a sharp sound, and in his peripheral vision, he was astonished to witness the seemingly immobile figure of the hat-wearing stranger springing forth. Ascending to a height of 3 jianghu, he wielded his spear with the force of a mountain crashing down, aiming directly at Ye Jingtang's head. The humble abode barely reached a height of 1 jianghu, and this leap was akin to that of a 3-story building. Never in his life had Ye Jingtang encountered someone capable of such an extraordinary jump, leaving him in utter shock. Confronted with the oppressive force akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon him, Ye Jingtang swiftly raised his sword overhead, his right hand bracing against the blade's spine. With a resounding clash of metal, the dilapidated roof caved in instantaneously. The spear crashed into the interior, its ferocious power overwhelming. And upon impact with the ground, it reverberated painfully through his soles. "Wait, noble hero." Ye Jingtang attempted to parley. Yet the sudden onslaught of the spear-wielding assailant offered no respite. Bursting through the roof's breach, the spear lunged directly at his face. With a swift horizontal slash, Ye Jingtang responded, the sound of metal ringing out as sparks erupted from within, extinguishing the flickering candlelight that precariously stood on the verge of collapse. The spear, resembling a colossal iron pillar, was deflected sideways, granting Ye Jingtang a fleeting opportunity. He leapt into the air, dual blades in hand, aiming to sever the fingers of the hat-wearing stranger for a counterattack. However, the assailant's spear, after grazing the ground, soared backwards through the roof, landing gracefully atop it. The spearhead now angled towards the courtyard, refraining from further aggression. Observing this, Ye Jingtang halted abruptly, positioning his blades defensively before him, ready for any potential strike. The courtyard, bathed in moonlight, succumbed to an eerie silence, with the palpable sound of a heart on the verge of bursting echoing in the stillness. Beads of sweat adorned Ye Jingtang's forehead as he stood immobile, fixated on the silhouette above. After a moment of confrontation, the figure on the roof slightly lifted his hat, producing a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Gravelly yet commanding. "Are you not acquainted with the 8 steps of the wild blade?" Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow, having trained under his adoptive father since childhood. He had only learned conventional swordsmanship and had never heard of such a technique. As for any related manuals, he had never encountered them. The literature available in the small border town, which depicted the martial world, consisted of various tales such as Tears of the Heroic Woman, Chronicles of the Martial Arts, and Legends of the Daring Heroes. He had perused many of these, but while he had not mastered their techniques, he had certainly adopted a plethora of postures. "I am merely a bodyguard and have not heard of the 8 steps of the wild blade. I possess only a few rudimentary skills. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." The 8 steps of the wild blade was created by the renowned blade master of the former dynasty, passed down by the martial arts master, Zheng Feng. Your initial stance displayed at Mingyu Building bears a striking resemblance to it, and the court may soon come seeking you. However, you indeed lack proficiency. There is no need for concern. At most, I shall administer another beating to gauge your abilities. Another beating? Ye Jingtang could surmise that Zheng Feng was the pseudonym used by his adoptive father, Pei Yuan Feng, in the martial world. He had not expected his father to be a genuine master. Why was such a formidable technique not imparted to me? And why teach me the initial stance at all? What if someone recognizes it? It seems I shall not be able to burn offerings for you this year. I have not heard of these matters. May I inquire as to your identity? The Red God of Wealth. Although he had heard rumors in the martial world that the gun master had seemingly changed, the old adage that a withered camel is larger than a horse rang true, no wonder he was so formidable. "Ah, it is the esteemed leader of the Red Flower Building. I have long admired your reputation. Might I ask the purpose of your visit, as you offer guidance to a junior like myself? Seeing your potential and talent, I wonder if you wish to learn the art of marksmanship?" Ye Jingtang was taken aback, contemplating if the elder intended to take him as a disciple. Pei Xiangjun, holding a long spear and pointing it toward the ground, exuded an aura of mastery as he declared, "The Bawang spear is passed down to but one individual per generation, who must also assume the role of the leader of the Red Flower Pavilion. Our meeting is fortuitous, yet we are strangers. It is premature to speak of mentorship. First, demonstrate your capabilities and character, and should you prove worthy, I may consider imparting my skills and revealing the secrets of the Red Flower Pavilion to you." Unlike the Green Bandits and the Ping Tian sect, the Red Flower Pavilion is a discrete force within the martial world, diligently tending to its own affairs and remaining unlisted in the government's purges. Originating from the Ye Jingtang escort agency, he was already a wanderer of the realm. Gaining entry into such a righteous and esteemed establishment and being cultivated as an heir by a formidable figure in the martial community would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Though Ye Jingtang did not harbor thoughts of apprenticeship, the current lack of safety left him with little room to refuse such an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It would be an honor to learn the art of marksmanship from you. May I ask how you perceive my potential?" The Red Flower Pavilion is a business entity where martial skills are indeed significant, yet the nuances of human relations and social graces hold even greater importance. You visited the Pei family today, seemingly with some connection to them. Having previously lent your assistance to the Pei family, I shall discreetly observe your capabilities and character. Knight Jingtang blinked, sensing something amiss, and scrutinized the figure of the hat-wearing guest, yet found nothing amiss. "My father instructed me to transfer the estate to the Pei family, severing all ties between us." Pei Xianjuan spoke sternly. "I asked you to assist. To conduct business for remuneration, this does not entail becoming a wealthy heir. You need not feel embarrassed. If necessary, forego your wages and simply assist a relative." "Are you unwilling?" Her voice, hoarse yet authoritative, belied the demeanor of a true martial hero, sounding almost like a woman seeking affection. Knight Jingtang felt a twinge of suspicion within, but refrained from voicing it. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Very well, I shall heed your seniority's wishes. However, I am a man of straightforward temperament. To me, martial arts are akin to shoes. The quality of the shoes matters not, but rather the worthiness of the one who wears them. Should I find you unsuitable in the future, I trust you will understand. It is the nature of our world to be thus. My uninvited visit may have delayed you, and whether I succeed or fail thereafter, I shall not leave you with empty hopes." With that, Pei Xianjuan's figure vanished from the rooftop, melding into the nocturnal shadows. Chapter 5. The ginkgo tree once assured that the figure had departed, Knight Jingtang sheathed his blade, his expression turning grave. Regardless of whether the red god of wealth was friend or foe, their recent encounter had undeniably placed a weight upon him. In the border town, he had been regarded as the foremost master, considering his martial prowess to be among the elite within the realm. Only after witnessing the marksmanship of the red god of wealth did he come to realize the vast chasm that separated him from the renowned figures of the martial world. It felt akin to playing chess. He wished to shatter the board with every move, yet even if he succeeded in breaking it, it would not alter the fact that his game was profoundly flawed, devoid of any true skill. To put it simply, it seemed he had mistakenly channeled his strength into the blade handle, veering off course. Ye Jingtang was not surprised by this. He had learned martial arts from his adoptive father, who had never imparted genuine techniques to him. This indicated that he had merely acquired false forms, and if he were to learn correctly, that would indeed be problematic. The visitor this time was a friend, but next time, it could be a foe. Without profound martial prowess to rely upon, it was certainly not a sustainable strategy. Reflecting on this, Ye Jingtang lifted his gaze towards the imperial city. The red god of wealth had promised to teach him marksmanship, yet until he had truly mastered it, he could not place his hopes in it. Even if the red god of wealth genuinely wished to take him under his wing, he must retain some contingency to avoid being at another's mercy. Presently, the only contingency or trump card that seemed viable was the Ming Long Tu that his adoptive father spoke of. Setting aside the legends of immortality and ascension, the tales circulating in the martial world claimed that possessing any one of the 9 Ming Long Tu would grant extraordinary powers, elevating one far beyond the ordinary. Although the Ming Long Tu was buried beneath a ginkgo tree in the harem, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. However, when the sovereign is a woman, it is improbable for her consorts to reside in the inner palace, resulting in a sparsely populated harem. Even if a consort were to live within its confines, amidst a plethora of handsome men, his appearance resembling that of a motherly figure serving food would hardly hinder his attempts to navigate the situation. Trespassing into the imperial palace is evidently not a decision made on a whim. Without a thorough understanding of the circumstances, one could easily find oneself in a precarious position, akin to the night concubine. Not long after organizing, the sound of hooves echoed from the alley, accompanied by the voices of the seasoned escort Yang Chao and Niao Niao. Young master? Young master? I'm fine, Knight Jingtang reassured, clapping his hands as he exited the courtyard to greet the arriving escorts. A wandering swordsman just passed through. We exchanged a few words, and he has since departed, merely a false alarm. The 12 escorts surveyed the dilapidated alley, all wearing frowns. Yang Chao advised. Knight Jingtang remained uncertain whether the red god of wealth was connected to the Pei family. After some contemplation, he shook his head, prompting the escorts to exhale in relief as they dismounted to assist Knight Jingtang with the cleanup. Under the same night sky, within the imperial palace, dusk descended, and the first lights flickered to life. The palace lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves, their glow filtering through the lush leaves of ancient trees, casting fan-like shadows upon the white stone tiles. Several maidens clad in colorful attire stood silently with lanterns in hand, poised in the corridors. Beneath the millennial-old ginkgo tree, a swing hung gracefully, swaying softly in the evening breeze. In the tranquil embrace of the night, adorned with an ethereal beauty, silence reigns, rendering the enchanting scene a poignant solitude akin to the depths of an isolated courtyard. The expansive and elegant garden resembles an intricately woven birdcage. Amidst this stillness, a solitary young woman sways gently on a swing, reminiscent of a caged canary yearning to leap beyond the crimson walls and golden rooftops to glimpse the world outside. Greetings, Prince Jing. As the swing beneath the ginkgo tree gradually comes to a halt, the woman in the phoenix gown turns, revealing a visage of exquisite grace. With ruby lips and almond eyes, her features are painted with a hint of melancholy born from prolonged seclusion, not rising to greet Prince Jing as he approaches. She continues to sway softly, her voice a gentle inquiry. Why do you come here today, my lord? I am here to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Dressed in a silver-threaded python robe, Dongfang Liren appears as a strikingly handsome prince. He approaches the swing, tenderly resting his hand on the Empress Dowager's shoulder, gently pushing her. Whether within the palace or beyond, one remains alone. What difference does it make? The emperor is likewise solitary. Not so, she replies. You and the emperor have matters of significance to attend to. Wherever you desire, the world is yours to traverse, and you may select your companions as you wish. The Empress Dowager tilts her head to regard Dongfang Liren. What can I do? I have lingered in the palace for a decade, with no consorts for me to oversee in the harem. My sole hope is to count the days until I am laid to rest in the royal tomb. Once one enters the depths of the palace, spring becomes an elusive memory. The Eastern stranger gently pushed the swing, softly comforting. In the imperial household, it has always been thus. Though your existence may seem desolate, at least you are cherished by His Majesty. The Empress Dowager appeared somewhat displeased, retorting, I would rather not be favored by the emperor. The other consorts of the late emperor were able to accompany their sons to their fiefs, and those without sons could leave the palace after 3 years of mourning. It is I who suffer the most, trapped here without a son to take me away, and unable to remarry. The Eastern stranger's gaze reflected helplessness. But you are the Empress Dowager. Dowager implies a wife, while consorts are but concubines. Since ancient times, aside from the fall of a dynasty, when has there been a case of a dowager remarrying? The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment. There may be no historical examples of a dowager remarrying, yet those who abandon their marital duties to keep favorites abound. The Eastern stranger perceived this statement as an audacious suggestion for her to seek a paramour, and with a playful tap on the Empress Dowager's shoulder, she exclaimed, Your Highness, what kind of talk is this? The Empress Dowager huffed lightly. Am I not allowed to vent my frustrations in this suffocating palace? I never claimed to desire a paramour. Fortunately, I am not your biological mother, merely a decorative piece within the palace. Were I the emperor's legitimate mother, neglecting propriety to keep a favorite, you would have no choice but to turn a blind eye. The Eastern stranger sighed. Very well, I shall pretend I did not hear that. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager inquired, Have you and His Majesty taken any interest in potential companions lately? Do you have any portraits to show? Allow me to take a look. The Eastern stranger had indeed just completed a painting of a handsome man, yet given the Empress Dowager's evident longings, it seemed inappropriate to present it for appraisal. The sovereign, preoccupied with state affairs, leaves me in a state of distress over the matters of the Green Bandits, leaving little room in my mind to contemplate the subject of marriage. You are not young anymore. You should consider it sooner rather than later when the opportunity arises. After a brief chat, a few cool raindrops fell from the gaps in the ginkgo tree, creating a soft patter. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze, observing the lush canopy of the ginkgo tree, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. It is said that this tree possesses a spirit. I visit it daily. Yet after a decade in the palace, I have not encountered a single stroke of good fortune, as if my fate were not already cruel enough. Now even my attempts to relax on a swing are thwarted by the rain. In a few days, I shall have you cut down. The heavens do not seem favorable today. The tree provides shelter from the storm for the Empress Dowager. Should she decide to fell it? Would she not find herself more exposed to the elements? Indeed. Chapter 6. The young master. The gentle rain pattered softly into the silent courtyard. The room was bare and desolate, and the situation was far from optimistic. Ye Jingtang opened an oil paper umbrella to cover the leaking roof. Lying down with a knife in hand, he turned his head to glance at the fluffy little bird by his side, its claws in the air, lying on the pillow with an utterly ungraceful posture. Though this little creature often displayed mischief and unreliability, it had been trained from a young age to keep watch and scout. When it came to performing its duties, it never faltered. In the past, while escorting goods, it had always been the bird on lookout, never once failing in its task. However, with only one person and one bird now, subjecting the little creature to both day and night shifts seemed rather inhumane. Thus, after a restless night, Ye Jingtang rose at dawn to relieve the bird from its duties, allowing it to rest. In this age devoid of entertainment devices, lying alone in bed amidst the silence of the night, shrouded in darkness, one cannot help but feel a pang of loneliness. Ye Jingtang, at the tender age of 18 or 19, having dedicated years to martial arts training, finds it more than natural to yearn for companionship at this hour. Thus, after merely a brief moment of repose, his mind unwittingly conjures images of Pei Xiang Jun peering through the window and the heavy curve of her attire. In retrospect, it truly seems quite substantial. As he drifts between wakefulness and slumber, faint whispers drift through the curtain of rain. Is someone living here? How impoverished they must be. Perhaps a scholar bound for the capital, lacking the means for an inn, seeks shelter from the rain. The voices appear to belong to two women, one youthful, not exceeding 18, and the other possessing a mellifluous tone, graceful yet difficult to gauge in age, suggesting a maternal bond. Ye Jingtang silently grips the knife nestled in his embrace, awaiting as the sounds swiftly wane. The patter of rain upon his bamboo hat gradually receding. It seems they are wanderers seeking refuge. A sudden realization washes over Ye Jingtang as he comes to understand the origin of the hair he discovered while tidying his bedding. Shuanghui Alley is exceedingly secluded, often overlooked, an ideal hiding place. It is not uncommon for wanderers to seek such locales for respite. With the departure of these two, the likelihood of encountering another group of wanderers is slim, and thus he contemplates remaining where he is. This diversion has rendered his previous daydreams impossible to revive. Shaking off the distractions, Ye Jingtang wipes his face, dispelling the clutter of thoughts, feeling an excess of energy. He rises, seizing a broom, and begins to ponder the marksmanship of the red god of wealth within the confines of his dwelling. After engaging in this solitary endeavor for half an hour, the dawn gradually breaks. Ye Jingtang prepared his attire, donning a raincoat and a conical hat. He gently cradled the still sleeping Niao Niao beneath the cloak and led his horse out of the alley. The dawn was shrouded in a dim light, accompanied by a light drizzle, and the streets were nearly deserted. After savoring some steamed meat buns, Ye Jingtang strolled along the street for merely a couple of miles before arriving at Tianshui Bridge. The bridge was wholly owned by the Pei family, boasting a variety of shops, rice merchants, cloth stores, escort agencies, and taverns, all of which had opened their doors. Approaching the Jianghu escort agency, he intended to greet the busy escort masters. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure in the alley nearby. A maid holding an oiled paper umbrella, none other than the maid from yesterday, Sanyang's attendant. "Young Master Yi, you are here quite early." Ye Jingtang, slightly taken aback, led his horse closer. "What brings you here? I heard from head escort Yang last night that you would be looking for some tasks at home. Sanyang is waiting for you there. Come, I shall take you," replied the maid, Xiaohe, as she took the reins from him and attempted to embrace Niao Niao. Yet, the drowsy Niao Niao merely cast a disinterested glance at Xiaohe's attire. Ye Jingtang handed the little bird to Xiaohe and ventured deeper into the Qinshi alley. There, he beheld an entire alleyway enclosed by the walls of a single household, its internal structures unevenly arranged, a typical grand family residence. However, merchant families often maintained a low profile. The entrance was unpretentious, featuring a high wall and a modest gate adorned with a lantern bearing the character Pei. Following Xiaohe into the estate, he had barely turned past the shadow wall when he encountered a cluster of maids at the corner of a corridor, their curious gazes and chattering voices filling the air. "So this is young Master Yi?" Indeed, young Master Yi is not only handsome but also skilled in martial arts. Yesterday, as I wandered along the street. I witnessed a remarkable scene where young Master Yu effortlessly brought down the renowned bodyguard, Chen. In comparison to the elder young master, it was as if one resided in the heavens while the other lingered in the depths below. No, that is not quite right. According to Sister Xiuhua, young Master Yi is the elder of the two. Henceforth, the elder young master shall be referred to as the second young master. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang inquired further with Xiuhua and learned that his uncle, Pei Yuanming, had unfortunately met with an accident while conducting business and had passed away, leaving behind a solitary son. Pei Luo, who was the sole heir of the Pei family and currently studying at the academy, with no other male members remaining in the household, engaging in casual conversation. They soon arrived at the parlor of the Pei residence. Pei Xiangjuan was already waiting in the parlor, not alone. For seated across from her were two gentlemen in their 50s, both bearing furrowed brows as if embroiled in discussions of troubling matters. Such scoundrels should not be entertained. Indeed, a mere taste of sweetness would surely embolden them further. Observing this scene, Ye Jingtang paused in the corridor, patiently awaiting Pei Xiangjuan to conclude her conversation. However, upon his arrival, the family had already been informed, and as soon as he appeared, the two gentlemen rose to their feet and greeted him with a respectful gesture. Young Master Jingtang. The two gentlemen were overly courteous. Sister San, who are these gentlemen? He inquired. They are the head stewards, esteemed elders of the household. Pei Xiangjuan replied, her furrowed brow relaxing slightly. The two stewards promptly took their leave. At that moment, Big Bird, upon spotting the elder sister, instantly shook off its lethargy and fluttered its small wings to perch upon Pei Xiangjuan's lap, gazing up with its bright, shiny eyes in a playful manner. However, its view was obstructed by her clothing. The little bird tilted its head in curiosity, hopping slightly and gently nudging with its head. The fabric of her garment swayed gracefully, revealing a captivating scene. Pei Xiangjuan hurriedly restrained Niao Niao, cradling her in her arms while feeding her sunflower seeds. Why are you so mischievous? Knight Jingtang chose to overlook the scene and took a seat at the tea pavilion, inquiring. San Yang and the two shopkeepers appear rather displeased. Is there some trivial matter troubling the shop? Sighing, the once indomitable San Yang, who had the vigor to uproot the willow, now resembled the melancholic Lin Daiyu, sighing softly with a hint of grievance. In business, how can one expect things to go smoothly? With no man to take charge at home, those local ruffians see the Pei family as an easy target, frequently seeking trouble. Oh, Knight Jingtang, sitting across the tea table, furrowed his brow and asked, what sort of trouble? The rascals at the Jianghu dock are demanding tribute at Tianshui Bridge. My Pei family conducts legitimate business under the emperor's gaze and cannot comply. Consequently, these individuals come looking for trouble every few days. Today they claim the vegetables were spoiled and made them ill. Tomorrow they allege the fabric shop sold inferior goods, causing a ruckus that lasts all day, preventing us from conducting business. Knight Jingtang comprehended the situation. Having worked in a security company, he was well acquainted with such matters. Does the Pei family's business in the capital have no connections with the authorities? Or do the troublemakers have backing? The instigators are the Qinglian gang from Jianghu dock, which indeed has ties to the government. As merchants, our relationships with the officials have been forged through genuine investments. It is not worth engaging them over such trivialities. We should resolve it ourselves. As you observed, if Chun, the head of security, cannot settle it, we can only let it be for now. Pei Xiangjuan rested her forehead on her hand, casting a melancholic gaze at Ye Jingtang. Alas, their disturbances may disrupt our business, but they would not dare to act recklessly in the capital. My master has merely faced some grievances. If we endure, it shall pass. You need not worry. Her eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, spoke volumes. Naturally, Ye Jingtang understood her implications and rose to say, I shall go take a look. Indeed, as a newcomer in the capital, it is challenging to navigate these waters. Once matters are settled, I shall work as a bodyguard for the Pei family. And you can determine my wages, Sen Yang. Pei Xiangjuan had already discussed this with Ye Jingtang the previous night, so she refrained from further chatter. She approached him and adjusted his attire. As a man, you wish to be self-sufficient. I shall not insist on providing you with silver. However, when you venture out on errands, you must present yourself as the eldest son of the Pei family. You are, after all, the adopted son of my second brother. If I treat you merely as a hired bodyguard, others will undoubtedly gossip. Pei Xiangjuan drew closer, the fragrance of her presence intoxicating. Her beauty was accentuated by the crimson rouge upon her lips, which, when parted, revealed her pearly teeth, complemented by her gentle and alluring demeanor. She resembled a deadly blade poised to strike at youthful hearts. Ye Jingtang possessed considerable composure, yet even he had his limits. Unable to withstand San Yang's subtle charm, he stepped back, adjusting his garments. Understood. I shall attend to my duties first. Change your clothes. Your attire hardly befits a young master from a prominent family. Xiuhe, have someone assist the young master in changing his outfit and inform Chun Biao and the others to follow shortly. Very well. Moments later, outside the grand gates of the Pei residence, the seasoned escort Yang Chao stood beside a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by 2 skilled bodyguards, awaiting their next move. Chun Biao approached with his own 2 companions, engaging Yang Chao in casual conversation. The leader of the Qinglian gang, a relative of yours by the name of Yang Guan, boasts a formidable master. Have you heard of the 3 absolute immortal elder? Ah, you refer to Guang Hanlin, the self-proclaimed master of the martial world who claims to have received a single piece of guidance from Fengguan City? Indeed, that is he. The younger bodyguard, Xiao Liuzi, who stood behind Yang Chao, expressed his curiosity. Is it truly so that one can boast of such a trivial piece of advice? Is the title of martial arts master so easily attained? What do you know? Yang Chao stroked his beard, elucidating. Fengguan City is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of the realm, unmatched and unrivaled. To merely receive a word of counsel from such a venerable figure is a feat in itself. Those fortunate enough to meet him are regarded as martial heroes. As they conversed, the chattering of a servant girl emerged from within the gates. Oh, young master, do not walk so swiftly. Several bodyguards turned their gaze to witness a figure being hurried along, holding an umbrella as she emerged from behind a shadowy wall. The figure was clad in a flowing black robe, both the inner and outer garments fashioned from exquisite silk brocade worth a fortune. As she moved, the fabric rippled like waves, its sheen revealing subtle hints of dark gold in the shifting light. Her long hair was meticulously arranged and secured with a jade hairpin, presenting a pristine and cultured demeanor, though the dagger she held in her hand slightly tarnished the elegance of her appearance. The 6 escort masters failed to recognize him. And even the seasoned leader, Yang Chao, was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the young master. Your appearance is indeed extraordinary. One might even believe you are a prince traveling incognito. Ye Jingtang hastily exited and leapt onto the carriage. Let us be off. Let us be off. This gaggle of women. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of maidservants rushed out, peering from behind the screen wall, evidently on the verge of inquiring whether they should accompany him. Qin Biao found it somewhat amusing as he climbed onto the carriage, taking the reins while seated outside, and cautioned, Young master, perhaps you should speak more genteelly. It would be quite the eyesore should the madam or young ladies overhear. Indeed, clad in such attire, it would be better not to mention blades at all, but rather to wield a fan. Amidst their banner, 6 horses trailed the carriage, traversing the cobbled lanes. Chapter 7. Clean and efficient by noon, the riverside was shrouded in a persistent drizzle. A few empty boats lay anchored at the port, and the market at the dock was nearly deserted, with the occasional shout echoing from the taverns, "Come and drink." The structures of the market were predominantly antiquated. Yet adjacent to the riverbank stood a charming villa nestled among the trees, its flying eaves and green tiles barely visible from the dock. This estate was known as Qinglian Villa, a private residence of the capital's elite, frequented only during the sweltering summer months, while the day-to-day management was entrusted to the guardians who also oversaw the dock's business. The name Qinglian Gang was derived from this. Despite its title, the Qinglian Gang bore no relation to the underworld factions. Amongst its ranks, only the leader, Yang Guan, could be considered a man of the streets, while the others were merely a collection of ruffians, numbering around 100. Yang Guan, having trained in the renowned Sanju Valley of Wuzhou since his youth, possesses considerable skills. After establishing himself in the capital, he swiftly subdued the local ruffians at the docks within mere months, monopolizing the Jianghu wharf. Recently, he has even extended his ambitions into the inner workings of the capital, seeking to expand his enterprises. Families engaged in commerce within the capital often have affluent connections, either wealthy or noble. The streets without such backgrounds have long been dominated by local bullies. After a prolonged search, Yang Guan discovered that the Tianshui Bridge area was remarkably untainted. The Pei family, leading several merchants, possessed wealth but lacked official representation, and there were no other local ruffians encroaching on their territory. With such a plump target so conveniently placed, akin to a gift of land, Yang Guan naturally felt no hesitation. Throughout this month, he has been communicating with the merchants, attempting to establish a foothold at Tianshui Bridge. Undoubtedly, Yang Guan harbors grand aspirations, yet the consequences of his actions are immediate. At midday, within the Qinglian mountain villa, Yang Guan, dressed in a gentleman's robe, eloquently expressed in the drawing room, the third daughter of the Pei family at Tianshui Bridge truly shows no respect. I have sent her invitations twice, yet she has not deigned to grace me with her presence, merely to share a cup of tea and engage in conversation, not out of any infatuation with her beauty. Alas, the third daughter possesses a hard temperament and has some connections with the authorities. The nearby merchants all heed her sentiments. I, Yang, wish to dispatch some personnel to help drive away the unruly ruffians, which is indeed a noble endeavor. However, the esteemed Pei family does not consent, and we few merchants find ourselves unable to make a decision. The prominent merchants in the vicinity of Tianshui Bridge, all of considerable standing, dare not offend someone like Yang Guan, a local bully. They merely offer polite evasions, shifting the responsibility onto the absent Pei family. If the Pei family cannot withstand the pressure, then this hard-earned money must indeed be compensated. Yang Guan was perplexed by the audacity of the women of the Pei family, who seemed to wield authority with such firmness. They even attempted to balance kindness with severity, instructing several local merchants to relay messages. Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside. "Help, master! Help, master!" The gentlemen gathered in the parlor fell silent and turned their attention towards the entrance. Dressed in a gentleman's robe, Yang Guan slammed his teacup onto the table, exclaiming, "How many times must I say it? Address me as master." A man wielding a saber rushed in, panting heavily. "Master, we have a visitor. Qin Biao from Tianshui Bridge has arrived, claiming to be the eldest son of the Pei family." Upon hearing this, the gentlemen were momentarily taken aback. The name of Pei Luo, the eldest son of the Pei family, was well known. As the sole heir, he had been indulged by his family since childhood, leading a life of extravagance and debauchery, earning a reputation as a notorious wastrel in the vicinity. Yang Guan, clearly aware of Pei's infamous reputation, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is Pei Sanyang sending such a scoundrel to placate me? Let him in." The gentleman, sensing the unfolding situation, began to rise. "We shall take our leave then. Master Yang, do enjoy your conversation with young Master Pei. Just have someone inform us once your discussion concludes." Yang Guan served tea and escorted them out, then settled down in the central hall to await the visitor. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard. As a servant gestured for entry, a young man clad in black robes strode in with purpose. He was tall, with a stern countenance and an imposing presence. Qin Biao, who held some renown at Tianshui Bridge, jogged ahead, holding an umbrella with a fawning demeanor. Following him were 5 bodyguards, the leading elder carrying a long black-sheathed sword. Yang Guan raised his eyebrows, discerning that the newcomer was not a mere idle wastrel, and set his teacup down. Several affluent merchants, having just stepped outside, were somewhat aware of the events concerning the Jinyuan escort agency from the previous day. They surmised that this unfamiliar young man was the formidable character who had arrived the day before. Consequently, they halted in their tracks and greeted him with cupped hands, inquiring, "You seem unfamiliar. Are you the eldest son of the Pei family?" With a resounding thud, the gate was slammed shut by Yang Chao, leaving the bewildered crowd outside. Qin Biao nearly collided with the door and was about to question the young master's intentions when suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a blade being drawn echoed from within, the sharp clash of steel. Inside, Yang Guan, seated at the head of the table, sensed the shift in momentum and instinctively reached for the broad-bladed sword positioned in the center of the hall. At that very moment, Ye Jingtang surged forward, his long blade unsheathed midair, executing a powerful downward strike aimed directly at Yang Guan's head. In the living room, a flash of steel illuminated the space. Yang Guan, no slouch himself, swiftly raised his sword to defend, but the disparity in their explosive power was overwhelming. Just as he lifted his weapon, a heavy blow struck the back of his sword, forcing it down onto his chest and utterly shattering the Grandmaster chair beneath him. With a crash, Yang Guan fell to the ground, intending to voice his fury, only to realize that the audacious young man before him was intent on murder. In the blink of an eye, another strike aimed at his heart followed. A chill ran down Yang Guan's spine. The skills he had honed since childhood were now pushed to their limits. He braced himself, planting his feet firmly on the floor, and managed to create distance from the blade's edge while preparing to counterattack. As the blades clashed once more, Yang Guan was sent tumbling into the rain-soaked courtyard. Expelling a muffled cough, he had the time to assess his surroundings before rolling to the side with all his might. True to his expectations, A blade struck the ground where he had just landed, embedding itself deeply into the stone beneath. Yang Guan, filled with rage, stumbled to his feet, brandishing his knife and ready to speak. However, he was met by the expressionless young man who unsheathed his long blade and approached with a deliberate calmness. Even twisting his neck slightly, his eyes devoid of malice, revealing a dispassionate demeanor. A chill of terror gripped Yang Guan. He could discern that this youth had undoubtedly taken lives before. Clutching his knife tightly, he let out a furious shout, seemingly poised to charge, yet his feet betrayed him. Retreating towards the back of the courtyard. After a few steps, he dashed towards the rear, calling out, "Someone!" Everyone is dead, but just as the words left his lips, a bone-chilling gust swept from behind him. Yang Guan, no stranger to combat, swiftly countered with a backward slash, successfully parrying the incoming strike. Yet the sheer force of the blow sent him sprawling forward, his knife slipping from his grasp. In a frantic bid, Yang Guan attempted to rise and flee to the back room, but this time, the opportunity eluded him. As he barely regained his footing, a heavy boot pressed down on the back of his head, forcing it against the damp, stone floor, while a cold glimmer descended before him. "Stop, young hero! Spare me! Spare me!" A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the elegantly drizzled courtyard. Standing in the rain, Ye Jingtang pressed his foot against Yang Guan's left cheek. The blade poised ominously before him. Lowering his gaze, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. "Did you send word to the Pei family, summoning them for a discussion? What is it you wish to discuss? Speak." Yang Guan's expression twisted in despair, yet not a trace of anger surfaced. He fixated on the blade before him, uttering, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My mind was clouded. I had no inkling that you were also of the Pei family. Here in the capital, the loss of life is a matter difficult to justify. Young hero, do not act impulsively. I have heard that you are the disciple of the three absolute immortal, yet your skills seem lacking." Yang Guan, taken aback that this youth knew of his master, hesitated to boast, and quickly clarified, "I am but a named disciple. My family shares some connections with my master, and I have only studied for a few years, lacking true transmission of skills. I beg your pardon for any embarrassment caused." However, before Yang Guan could finish his sentence, a piercing scream escaped his lips. The blade was drawn and fell swiftly, embedding itself into his right arm, as if driven into solid stone. Yang Guan's countenance contorted in agony as he gazed at Ye Jingtang, his eyes filled with terror, utterly lost for words. "This strike was meant to assure you of my resolve. I may not have the power to vanquish your master, but eliminating you is no challenge at all. Farewell." With a swift motion, Ye Jingtang withdrew his bloodied blade, wiped it against Yang Guan's garment, sheathed it, and turned to stride towards the parlor. Yang Guan gritted his teeth, pressing down on his gushing wound, and forced himself to rise, refraining from uttering a sound of pain as he watched Ye Jingtang depart. The parlor door creaked open. Outside, a throng of ruffians armed with iron implements had gathered. Yang Zhao and Chun Biao, along with several bodyguards, stood resolutely at the entrance, ready for confrontation. A few wealthy merchants, their expressions a mixture of concern and suspicion, lingered by the gate. Ye Jingtang shut the door behind him, tossed his blade to Yang Zhao, and raised an umbrella over his head. "Our discussion has concluded. Let us depart." "Such decisiveness," Chun Biao muttered quietly, refraining from inquiring further about their course of action. After all, the commotion and cries from within were indisputable, and even a fool could discern the nature of the conversation that had transpired. A group of thugs in the courtyard, noticing that their leader had not made an appearance, dared not obstruct the passage and promptly parted ways in the rain. Several wealthy merchants, uncertain whether the young heir of the Pei family had directly slain Yang Guan, refrained from speaking. The sprawling estate was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of a solitary black umbrella leisurely drifting through the alleyway between the white walls and azure tiles. Only after the carriage departed from the main gate did the courtyard come alive once more. "Leader, are you unharmed? These audacious ruffians, how dare they? Hurry. Inform the authorities. Get lost, a bunch of useless fools, and report to the officials." Chapter 8. Returning at dusk after listening to melodies in the brothel, the wheels of the carriage rumbled over the green bricks and came to a halt outside the Pei residence. Pei Xiangjuan, cradling a fluffy little bird, resembled a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return, standing beneath the lantern and gazing into the distance. Upon seeing Ye Jingtang descend from the carriage, Pei Xiangjuan's face brightened. "Jingtang, how did the negotiations go? Yang Guan did not give you any trouble, did he? Third sister, why are you waiting at the door?" Ye Jingtang stepped down from the platform, raising his hand to gently stroke the bird, which seemed to revel in his attention. He did not pose any difficulty. It took considerable effort to clarify matters with Yang Yuanwei. Cough. You have uttered a total of 5 sentences. Is that what you call considerable effort? Yang Guan did not trouble you, and you must surely understand why. The loyal followers, Yang Zhao and Lu Zi among them, reacted with indifference. After all, from their perspective, the young master indeed exerted himself today. In a lawless border town, encountering such ruffians, the young master would have deemed even a single word excessive, dispatching them with a swift stroke before turning to depart. Knight Jingtang disregarded the glances of those present and continued to gently elucidate the situation, ensuring that Mrs. Pei, a mere woman, would not be unduly frightened. Pei Xiaojuan followed closely behind, observing intently. Naturally, she remained unperturbed. She resembled a dutiful wife, and upon hearing Knight Jingtang's words, she gently bit her lip. Her eyes reflecting admiration. How impressive. Having a man at home truly makes a difference. The stunning beauty's gaze, filled with veneration for strength, possessed considerable impact. Knight Jingtang prided himself on being indifferent to fame and fortune, yet under the influence of the admiring glances from Sanyang, he felt a slight elevation in spirit. With a masculine gesture, he dismissed the praise. It is merely a trifling effort. Earlier, I had conferred with your aunt, and we have agreed to appoint you as the young master of the Pei family, with a monthly salary of 100 taels of silver. Surely, you do not find this amount inadequate? The title of young master ostensibly equates to that of a vice director in the Pei conglomerate. With sufficient authority to access the treasury, a monthly salary of 100 taels of silver translates to an income exceeding 10,000. This remuneration appeared somewhat extravagant. If Knight Jingtang were to accept it, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. He shook his head. Sanyang has stated that a man should earn his keep. Turning around to offer me this compensation would surely provoke discontent among the shopkeepers on the street. Let us settle for the salary of the escort agency's head. Hearing this, Qin Biao quickly interjected. Young Master Yi, you truly are being too modest. Today, by pacifying Yang Guan, the savings you have generated far exceed this sum. Moreover, the head of the escort agency earns 12 taels a month. What could that possibly accomplish in your hands? Young Master Pei could easily spend more than that on an evening out. Pei Xiaojuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, being a young master is hardly glamorous. There are countless social engagements to attend. If you were to drink and listen to music with the sons of officials from Wen to Chao, you might find yourself unable to afford a proper gratuity for the courtesans, thereby tarnishing the Pei family's reputation. This silver is merely for pocket money. I truly feel a bit embarrassed. Just focus on assisting the family with its affairs. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang no longer insisted. Then I shall heed Sanyang's arrangements. Having concluded matters concerning Qing Lianzhuang, are there any other tasks at home that require my attention? There are numerous issues regarding Pei Xiangjun. My elder brother perished in the jianghu, his title of Gun Kuei usurped, and this vendetta remains unavenged. Various factions in the jianghu are encroaching on our financial routes, yet no one has stepped forward to mediate. The leaders of Honghua Lu are restless, incessantly pressuring her to relinquish her position. However, these are matters of jianghu, and it is still too early for Ye Jingtang to engage. He smiled and remarked, with a multitude of managers at hand. How could the master address every issue personally? It is raining today, and there are no social obligations. You should take a rest. Let Qin Biao show you around the capital. As he spoke, Pei Xiangjun leaned in slightly, producing a banknote and discreetly slipping it into Ye Jingtang's pocket. From now on, they are all your subordinates. It is only fitting that you occasionally take them out for a meal or a drink. Upon hearing the mention of dining out, Niao Niao suddenly felt that Pei Xiangjun's embrace had become less comfortable. It leapt onto Ye Jingtang's shoulder, flapping its wings at Pei Xiangjun, chirping as if to say farewell to the big sister. However, just as they were about to depart, Pei Xiangjun noticed Qin Biao's mischievous smile and cautioned, Qin Biao, do not take him to inappropriate places. Jingtang has just arrived from the outside and is unfamiliar with the capital's indulgences. If you lead him astray like Pei Luo. Qin Biao promptly retracted his impish grin, feigning maturity. Master, do you perceive me as that kind of person? Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. Half an hour later, atop the second floor of Chunxianggu, the musician cradling the pipa serenaded a melodious tune upon the stage. A group of 7 or 8 robust bodyguards, their eyes wide with intrigue, peered from the window at the young lady below, swallowing their saliva. reluctant to even take a bite of their meal. Inside the private box, Ye Jingtang engaged in a convivial atmosphere, toasting and exchanging cups, while Niao Niao beside him swayed rhythmically, appearing to have partaken even more than Ye Jingtang himself. Qin Biao held up his wine cup in a gesture of respect towards Ye Jingtang, declaring, "Young master, you truly possess a sense of propriety." As Ye Jingtang was tasked with leading his subordinates for a team-building outing, it was only fitting that the affair should not be overly modest. After all, they were merely here to enjoy some music, not to visit a brothel. To be frank, the young ladies from the border regions paled in comparison to those from the capital, likely sturdier than I am. Were it not for my martial skills, I might have been taken away to wed at the tender age of 14. Chun Biao winked and leaned closer, inquiring, "Young master, you wouldn't still be." Nearby, the inebriated Yang Zhao interjected, "Look at your perceptiveness. With young master S looks, if he were to seek a lady, they would practically pay him for the privilege. Would you undertake such a losing venture?" Indeed, in my eyes, the only match worthy of young master would be the daughter of the one to bridge. I would be the first to oppose any common courtesan seeking to vie for the likes of them. Amidst the revelry of music and merriment, a sudden commotion erupted outside, the sound of marching footsteps resonating through the air. The group furrowed their brows and rose to the window for a better view, only to see numerous imperial guards and constables hastening through the rain toward the vicinity of Mingyu Tower. Such a ruckus suggested that something had gone awry at the Prince Jing's residence. In the Black Yamen, numerous rogues from the underworld were detained, while it was rumored that Mingyu Tower harbored an extensive collection of martial arts manuals. Audacious brigands often committed transgressions in that vicinity, yet the disturbances typically subsided after a brief period. Indifferent to the affairs that did not concern him, Ye Jingtang continued to indulge in his drink. Martial artists were known for their considerable drinking capacity, and the fine quality of the wine, fragrant yet not overly potent, ensured that no one succumbed to inebriation throughout the day. Before long, afternoon had quietly arrived. After a hearty meal, a lascivious escort master insinuated a visit to a red-light district for their next escapade. However, Chun Biao understood the gravity of the situation. Merely enjoying music and admiring the maidens was harmless, yet daring to lead the young master into such a den would undoubtedly prompt Sen Yang to expel them all. Ultimately, he refrained from broaching the subject with Ye Jingtang, and the group decided to disperse. The silver note given by San Yang today served as an advance on a month's wages, 100 taels, sufficient for renting a modest courtyard, and perhaps even acquiring a maid to warm his bed for the night, if fortune favored him. While Ye Jingtang was not particular about his accommodations, he was not one to willingly endure hardship. After a day of rain, the large gaping hole in the roof rendered his current dwelling uninhabitable. The old courtyard door, lacking a lock, creaked open, revealing an interior that remained unchanged. Ye Jingtang tethered his horse beneath the eaves of the kitchen and, after stowing his umbrella, entered the main house, still conversing with Tuan Tuan. "Be more prudent from now on. Do not go prying into women's embraces for no reason." Tiao Tiao, feigning indifference, perched on his shoulder, chirping softly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Yet in the next moment, both man and bird fell silent. The room, sparsely furnished, had little to begin with, and any alterations were immediately apparent, particularly the roof's gaping hole now concealed beneath a tattered raincoat. Yet, Ye Jingtang and Niao Niao remained oblivious to these peculiarities, staring vacantly at the bed. Beneath the double bed, draped in deep gray sheets, lay a pair of azure embroidered shoes adorned with bamboo leaves. A stranger, a young woman, sat cross-legged upon the bed, her hair styled in a traditional chignon, with a jade hairpin tilted at an angle, suggesting she was a youthful matron. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, her enchanting peach blossom eyes framed by brows that resembled the willowy leaves of early spring. Her cherry-red lips, untouched by rouge, were naturally plump and vibrant, rendering any description of her beauty as merely ordinary. She appeared more like a fox spirit come to repay a debt of gratitude to a humble abode, or a celestial maiden wed to a cowherd, exuding an ethereal charm that transcended the mundane world. The young woman was draped in a pale blue cloak, revealing only her delicate hands resting on her abdomen, fingers forming a meditative gesture, as if she were engaged in the practice of an esoteric technique. A fine sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, and wisps of vapor rose from her hair, reminiscent of someone on the verge of a fever. Niao Niao stood at Ye Jingtang's feet, tilting her head toward the bed's edge, seemingly searching for a steamer below. Ye Jingtang, in utter bewilderment, hardly noticed the otherworldly beauty of the young woman, questioning whether he had stumbled into the wrong room. However, with such a large hole in the ceiling, it was unlikely one could find another similar dwelling in the capital. The valiant maiden? Meanwhile, Niao Niao, with her head hunched, peered cautiously from behind the door. Embodying a portrait of trepidation. Chapter 9. A strange encounter at home. With but 2 careful steps, Ye Jingtang found himself at the edge of the bed. He scrutinized the woman, who remained utterly still, her breathing imperceptible, akin to a meticulously crafted jade artifact, yet emanating a subtle warmth and an elusive fragrance. In a room devoid of all possessions, the sudden appearance of a flawless and peculiar young woman evokes associations with legends such as the fox spirit, snail maiden, and 7 fairies. Ye Jingtang hesitated for a moment, extending his hand to the exquisite woman's nose, sensing her barely perceptible breath, rhythmic yet fervent, undeniably alive. Bird, emboldened by curiosity, leapt onto the woman's shoulder, tilting its head to observe her, and playfully pecked at her cheek, inadvertently rousing her from slumber. As her eyelids fluttered open, she revealed enchanting peach blossom eyes, reminiscent of a cold pond, imbued with a hint of frost as they fixed upon the man and the bird before her. Chirp. Bird was startled into a tremor, quickly retreating behind Ye Jingtang. He felt the weight of her gaze, laden with an unspoken pressure, prompting him to retract his hand and step back. My lady, you. The woman, silent, closed her eyes once more. Ye Jingtang, slightly bewildered, pondered whether she was in deep meditation or had been immobilized with a pressure point. The term dragon knight inexplicably surfaced in his mind as he scrutinized the woman. Her demeanor suggested a desire for solitude, rendering any further inquiry inappropriate. Just as he hesitated, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the street outside. Thud, thud, thud. Let us investigate. The commotion indicated the approach of officials, with 2 figures advancing towards the alley. Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow, intending to peer outside. But before he could turn, a voice emerged nearby. Close the door. The voice was light and agile, characterized by a refined timbre, imbued with a touch of chill, yet inherently charming. Moreover, the voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to an elder among the group of women from the rivers and lakes encountered that morning. Ye Jingtang suddenly realized, instinctively halting his steps. But as the realization dawned, his brow furrowed. Are you a fugitive? The young woman with alluring peach blossom eyes narrowed them slightly, her gaze remarkably tranquil. I am in the midst of expelling toxins. It is not that I cannot move, but rather that I wish to avoid unnecessary harm. If you could divert the officers, I assure you there will be a generous reward afterward. Ye Jingtang inquired. What crime have you committed that has drawn the pursuit of the court? The sound of footsteps grew ever closer in the alley. The woman hesitated briefly before replying. I am a person of righteousness, here in the capital solely to rescue someone. Assist me in distracting them, and I shall teach you martial arts in return. Ye Jingtang pondered the implications. Clearly, her actions had attracted the attention of the authorities, and harboring a criminal was no trivial matter. Yet, the moment he began to move, the young woman revealed her pale right hand from under her cloak, deftly flicking her fingers, sending 2 copper coins flying. With a swift whoosh, a sense of foreboding settled in Ye Jingtang's heart. Her skill was so precise, her martial prowess unfathomable. If she could deftly flick coins, she could certainly wield hidden weapons with lethal intent. If he provoked her further, the 2 approaching officers might very well meet a grim fate, and his own escape would be uncertain. As he hesitated, the footsteps in the alley fell silent, indicating that the constables had become adept, quietly halting their advance as they approached the courtyard. The young woman regarded Ye Jingtang, her tone still calm. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang was reminded that she had an accomplice, which complicated matters. In the blink of an eye, a soft sound echoed from the courtyard's buildings, suggesting that the officers were not intending to knock. Thus, the opportunity to conceal and divert the officials was lost. The young woman, sensing imminent exposure, furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly contemplating a confrontation. The 2 constables entering the scene were likely to meet a grim fate, and Ye Jingtang would also suffer collateral damage. After weighing her options, she spoke. Do not act rashly. I will assist you in diverting the soldiers, and in return, you shall teach me your martial arts. How does that sound? The woman's gaze flickered, and after but a fleeting moment of consideration, she nodded. Teach me one move, you. As the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback to discover that the strikingly handsome young man before her had torn off his outer robe and was charging towards her. He pinned her down onto the bed, hastily pulling the bedding over them. The beautiful woman's cheeks flushed with a mix of indignation and anger. She understood Knight Jingtang's intentions to shield her, but had no intention of cooperating. In a hurried tone, she exclaimed, "Young hero, wait." However, before she could finish her sentence, Knight Jingtang forcefully yanked away the cloak enveloping her, revealing a delicate, sky-blue fitted gown. The woman had not anticipated his swift actions. Before she could react, the weight of his robust physique pressed down upon her, rendering her breathless, while the gray blanket descended upon them both. "You rogue." Her complexion turned a deep crimson in an instant. Knight Jingtang, merely playing a part, suddenly realized that this woman was extraordinary. Though separated by fabric, he could distinctly sense the exquisite contours of her figure, her skin smooth as fine jade, imbued with a hint of coolness, resembling a fragile, flawless artifact. Knight Jingtang had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He endeavored to maintain his composure, avoiding any contact with the young woman to spare her the embarrassment. He covered both of them with a quilt and began to shake the bed, casting her a knowing glance. However, to Knight Jingtang's astonishment, the young woman, fully aware of his intentions, remained obstinately uncooperative in the face of impending trouble. She fixed him with a fierce glare, embodying the demeanor of a wronged heroine, and even attempted to push him away. "Are you out of your mind? I have not taken any liberties with you." Her skin was soft and delicate, and he found it difficult to maintain a grip with just one hand. The young woman, caught off guard, suddenly shuddered, her initial indignation transforming into bewilderment. She let out a panicked gasp. Meanwhile, the footsteps approaching from outside halted abruptly. Knight Jingtang breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at the mortified woman, urging her to make a sound. He then asked, "Is your husband formidable?" But to his despair, a flush crept across her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she fixated on him. She weakly attempted to pry his fingers away while biting her lip in stubborn silence. "Is that not enough force? Shall I give you something more intense?" The old bed creaked ominously under the strain of his movements. While speaking, he continued to signal her to cooperate, but the young woman was remarkably obstinate, resolutely biting her teeth and struggling against his grasp, refusing to speak, even as tears rolled down her cheeks. Despite the young woman's utter lack of cooperation, Ye Jingtang's acting prowess was undeniably exceptional. After a series of deft maneuvers, he managed to deceive the officials outside, whose hushed whispers filled the air. To engage in such activities in broad daylight is truly audacious. The bed creaks as if it might collapse, and the vigor is quite remarkable. The woman can certainly hold her silence. She hasn't uttered a sound. Who would dare to scream in the light of day? What should we do now? Undoubtedly, it is a ruse to mislead us. Let us enter and investigate. Quickly, quickly. As they spoke, their pace quickened. Inside, the two were left in a state of bewilderment. Ye Jingtang had initially breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing the last remarks, he nearly choked on his own astonishment. It was difficult to discern whether to commend the officials for their cunning or to criticize them for their shamelessness. Did they truly intend to barge in and scrutinize the situation? Nevertheless, Ye Jingtang adeptly maintained the pretense. Having already discarded his outer robe to reveal his strong shoulders and back, swiftly embracing the woman beneath him. The moment he held her, it felt akin to cradling a delicate jade figurine, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. It was then that Ye Jingtang truly comprehended the meaning of soft jade in one's arms. The young woman, tightly held, exhibited a reduction in resistance upon seeing the officials entering, yet still struggled to comply fully, anxiously attempting to fold her hands before her. With no option to free herself, she could only brace herself against Ye Jingtang, unsure of how to encircle his neck. Previously, he had regarded her as ungrateful, yet now he perceived that she genuinely lacked the understanding of how to cooperate. She was far from being an experienced woman, displaying a naivety surpassing that of a mere novice. Ye Jingtang had no opportunity to delve deeper into this realization. He covered both of them with a quilt, exposing only his shoulders and arms, using his face to obscure the woman's features, and continued to rock the bed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding thud. Two constables, wielding official sabers, stormed into the room, their expressions resolute as they fixed their gaze upon the bed. To their astonishment, the young woman, displaying unexpected cunning, screamed dramatically near Ye Jingtang's ear, nearly rendering him deaf. "You foolish woman! Why such a loud outcry at this moment?" Ye Jingtang winced from the pain in his eardrum, a surge of ire swelling within him. Yet, his demeanor perfectly suited the current situation as he securely embraced the young woman, turning his head to glare at the doorway. "Who goes there?" To his surprise, the two officers responded, "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" The constables scrutinized the scene, noting the young woman was thoroughly covered, with only her hair visible, which left them visibly disappointed. However, their expressions remained stern. This afternoon, a thief brazenly infiltrated the Black Office during a routine inspection. "Why are you two hiding here? Did you observe any suspicious figures?" The mention of a breach at the Black Office startled Ye Jingtang. He had not anticipated the woman's influence. Yet, he lacked the luxury of contemplation at that moment. Cautiously, he pulled his outer robe closer and rummaged through the sleeve. Retrieving the rental agreement written by the landlord and tossing it to the constables, feigning indignation, "My lords, I only moved in yesterday. Do I appear to be someone who could witness a thief?" The constables assessed him, finding his demeanor unconvincing. One of them took the rental agreement, examined it, and confirmed that he was a legitimate resident before attempting to press further. "It is still daylight, and you engage in such activities at home." The other constable raised his hand and interjected, "Enough. It is pouring rain, and your home is barren. What mischief can we impose upon the lady? Let us depart." With that, he tossed their belongings onto the bed and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Ye Jingtang intended to rise, only to notice that the two individuals took a few steps before coming to a halt, remaining utterly still. It appeared that these two constables were not mere simpletons. Beneath their lecherous facade lay a degree of caution. The young woman also discerned this and, raising her gaze to Ye Jingtang, revealed a complex expression on her icy visage. Though she did not articulate it explicitly, her eyes unmistakably conveyed a message urging him to continue his advances. Upon catching sight of those alluring eyes that seemed to implore him to put in more effort, Ye Jingtang felt a peculiar sensation stir within him, and he remarked with feigned annoyance, "What a buzzkill. My dear wife, I hope I haven't frightened you?" "No, my husband. You." The young woman was about to cooperate when she suddenly felt a warmth at her collar, an indescribable sensation that jolted her senses. Her eyes widened in a mix of shame and indignation. Fearing that outsiders might overhear their unspeakable sounds, she suppressed her words and shot a glare at Ye Jingtang. "Why don't you yell? What are you staring at?" Ye Jingtang was taken aback, shaking the small watermelon in his hand and mouthing, "Are you trying to get us killed? Can't you act? Just make some noise." The woman, trembling with a blend of embarrassment and anger, grasped Ye Jingtang's hand, and with her mouth, formed the words, "Lecher, remove your hand first." Ye Jingtang, however, was unconvinced that she could perform without revealing any flaws. Reluctantly, he began to shake the bed, continuing to utter shamelessly suggestive remarks. "Are you still unsatisfied? Just say what you want. There's no need to be shy, truly. So repressed." Chapter 10. The shameless little thief. The creaking of old wood echoed through the secluded courtyard, burdened by the weight of the moment. Ye Jingtang nearly disassembled the bed with his vigorous shaking, racking his brain to utter lines he himself found disgraceful. The cold and enchanting heroine continued to bite her lower lip, her tear-filled eyes locked onto Ye Jingtang, unwilling to allow outsiders to hear her unbearable whimpers. However, under the dual torment of vile language and unwelcome advances, her expression underwent a palpable transformation. Her face flushed with heat, her breath became erratic, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Outside the room, the only sounds were the creaking of the old bed and Ye Jingtang's incessant banter. Fortunately, Ye Jingtang's acting was commendable, and the guards outside eventually lowered their guard, murmuring among themselves, "He looks decent enough, but his tongue is quite flowery. What does backdoor no stick mean? A sophisticated gun technique to take the back route. I shall let you witness it someday. Nothing worth hearing. Let us move on." With the faint sounds of footsteps scaling the wall, the courtyard fell into complete silence. Inside the sealed room, Ye Jingtang let out a silent sigh of relief, turning his head towards the window, straining to listen intently. The woman's originally frigid countenance had transformed. Her complexion was now a rosy, fair hue, glistening with a sheen of moisture. Sweat beads adorned her forehead, and her beautiful, peach blossom-like eyes sparkled with clarity. Her cheeks bore a flush of color, rendering her breathtakingly lovely, akin to a celestial maiden graced by the brilliance of the heavens. As she gazed at the striking profile mere inches away, she found herself at a loss for words, perhaps due to having endured her indignation for too long. Instead, she felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her, despite the fact that the chilling poison within her had receded significantly. Yet, she felt even weaker than before, her breath shallow, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of exhaustion. Just as she was about to question him after the officers had departed, she noticed the thief's hand stirring slightly. What transpired moments ago was merely a forced charade. Yet this time it is indeed genuine. Moreover, with no one eavesdropping outside, the woman's psychological defenses crumbled, and she uttered a sound, akin to a lament. She never imagined she could produce such a shameful tone, hastily covering her mouth as a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, fixating on the man above. Ye Jingtang turned his head, perplexed, and inquired, "Cannot let go? Shall I grasp it anew?" The woman was no fragile damsel. Her soft sword unsheathed suddenly from her waist, radiating a glint of cold light. Ye Jingtang reacted swiftly. Leaping into the room and seizing the hilt of the sword, "What are your intentions? To kill the mule after the grind? To dismantle the bridge after crossing?" The woman pointed her soft sword at Ye Jingtang, her eyes filled with indignation. "Shameless thief. Heroine, are you truly unaware of who the real thief is?" Ye Jingtang observed her tear-streaked face, which bore an unusual beauty even in anger. "If not for this pretense, how can you ensure that the officials do not come to inspect your injuries, knowing full well the peril that looms, yet stubbornly refusing to speak? Do you wish to drive me to despair?" The woman's gaze was icy, yet she could not suppress the confusion and helplessness lurking deep within her eyes. "I understand you are merely playing a role, but you have taken it too far. You exploit the vulnerable." Ye Jingtang retorted, "If I am to engage in this farce, and you do not cooperate, how could you possibly expect the performance to unfold? Do you not have a daughter? Are you unaware of how this play is to be enacted? Or in the past, did you merely turn your head away, close your eyes, and not utter a single sound?" Confronted with such filthy words, her eyes flared with greater shame and anger. "You are utterly shameless." Ye Jingtang's face revealed dissatisfaction. "You asked me to provide cover, risking my safety to assist you, and yet when the officials departed, you scold me for being shameless? Had you maintained your composure and collaborated with me, would I have dared to approach you?" The woman glared at Ye Jingtang, yet she recognized the truth in his words. After gritting her silver teeth for a considerable time, she slowly lowered her soft sword. "In light of your chivalrous aid, I shall spare you this once." Only then did Ye Jingtang feel satisfied as he approached the bed. "You promised to teach me martial arts. Let us begin." The woman lifted her gaze. Filled with ire, "You treat me so lightly, and though I do not take offense, you still, lightly? Do you presume it is my pleasure? I have yet to accuse you of taking advantage of me." Upon noticing her intention to evade the matter, Ye Jingtang grew displeased. He picked up a small mirror from the bedside, reflecting both their faces. "Look for yourself. Who among us is more attractive? Am I truly inclined to risk my life and fortune for you?" The woman, perhaps never before belittled in her beauty, found his words utterly ludicrous. However, upon glancing at the reflection in the mirror, she had just endured torment, her hair disheveled, tear stains upon her face, and her anger palpable. Despite having an excellent foundation, she now appeared far from her usual stunning self. In contrast, the young rogue beside her, with his starry brows and striking eyes, exuded an impeccable charm. From his features to his demeanor. From beneath the bed, the little bird, having concealed itself for a lengthy duration, emerged to act as arbiter. After scrutinizing the two for a while, it pointed its wing toward the young woman. Chirp. The implication was clear. The little watermelon sister was indeed the more beautiful. Ye Jingtang, realizing that the dim-witted bird was undermining him, was rendered speechless. The woman comprehended the meaning behind the bird's call, a flicker of subtle pride illuminating her gaze. However, with this diversion, the assertion that this handsome rogue was merely coveting her beauty felt somewhat unconvincing. She coldly declared, "As for this matter, let us consider it as if it never occurred, and you are to keep it to yourself. Otherwise, not even the heavens can save you." Seeing the lady's unreasonable vexation, Ye Jingtang cast aside the mirror and adjusted his robe. The woman averted her gaze, wrapping herself in a thin blanket, quietly rearranging her disheveled attire, only to suddenly realize that her thighs seemed to be soaked. It appeared not to be sweat. Ye Jingtang observed the flush on the lady's face, her eyes flickering between anger and deep embarrassment, and he naturally grasped the situation. Inwardly, he mused, even a pretense could lead to such a predicament, a construction of mere water. Such words, once uttered, would surely lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Thus, he refrained from further remarks, fastening his robe and inquiring, "Now that the tumult has subsided, perhaps you might clarify the situation? Who are you? What transgression have you committed?" The lady, her thoughts somewhat disarrayed, quietly adjusted her garments, and coldly replied, I am Luo Ning. As for the rest, it is of no benefit for you to know. I have come to the capital solely to rescue a friend from the martial world. Earlier today, while investigating at the Black Yamen, I inadvertently triggered a trap and fell victim to poisonous smoke. To evade the pursuit of Bai Wuchang, I took refuge here. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang was slightly taken aback. The Black Yamen's constables typically operated in pairs, and the most formidable 6 captains, known in the martial realm as the 6 fiends, were named after the ghostly emissaries: Iron-armed Wuchang, Ghostly Shadow Wuchang, Diamond Bullhead, Silver Hook Horseface, White-haired Titing, and 8-armed Dizong. Before her stood a woman named Luo Ning, a married lady who, despite being pursued by the White Wuchang, managed to escape, demonstrating that her martial skills were not to be underestimated. After hearing the account of the events, Ye Jingtang glanced around and inquired, Where is your girl? This is my home. He gestured to the bed linens, stating, These blankets were just purchased yesterday. They are my entire possessions. You barged in unannounced and brought trouble upon me, yet I have not made things difficult for you. Do you expect me to leave? Are you attempting to evade your debts and refuse to impart martial arts? Having suffered a significant setback, Luo Ning was indeed reluctant to teach him. However, as a person of the jianghu, her word held great weight, and she did not wish to owe this little thief a favor. Thus, she rose, her footsteps measured. Raising her palms, I have stated that I will teach only one move, and this shall be the sole occasion. Whether you can remember and master it is your own ability. If you cannot, it is merely your misfortune, and I shall not be deemed untrustworthy. Ye Jingtang nodded slightly, his expression focused as he observed Luo Ning's movements. Have you grasped it? He inquired. Yet, Ye Jingtang appeared utterly bewildered. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Is this what you call martial arts? Luo Ning's face darkened with anger. I have already taught you the technique. What have you taught? He retorted, perplexed. The little bird, equally confused, flapped its wings, indicating the hand movements. Who cannot perform this? Luo Ning and Ye Jingtang exchanged glances. Seeing his expression devoid of deceit, her anger gradually dissipated, and she asked in confusion, Have you never learned martial arts before? Ye Jingtang had intended to claim that he had studied martial arts, but upon reflection, he realized that all his adoptive father's teachings were mere pretenses. Was that not tantamount to having never learned at all? The expression on Ye Jingtang's face softened slightly as he earnestly inquired, I have indeed never studied true martial arts. Were you genuinely teaching me techniques, just now? Luo Ning cast a few peculiar glances at Ye Jingtang and remarked, I observe that your innate potential is quite remarkable, and you possess internal energy as well. I assumed you had received some form of instruction. How did you attain such proficiency without guidance? By running 30 miles with weights daily, lifting a stone lock 300 times, and performing 500 sit-ups. Luo Ning subtly raised a finger, indicating that he need not elaborate further. What you have described suggests that someone has been advising you, laying a foundation. A serious martial artist would not practice in this manner. Am I to be considered an unserious martial artist then? Ye Jingtang asked. Indeed, Luo Ning nodded affirmatively, clearly in agreement with this assessment. Ye Jingtang opened his mouth, refraining from sparring with the female warrior, and asked, How does a conventional martial artist train? Martial arts, as it is understood, comprises techniques and internal energy, both of which are interdependent. Without techniques, one is merely similar in form. Conversely, possessing internal energy without techniques is akin to commanding a vast army yet relying solely on brute force to besiege a city, devoid of any strategic insight. Ye Jingtang grasped the meaning. So, I am akin to a mindless general, charging forward recklessly? How should one practice techniques? Luo Ning replied earnestly. Techniques are the gateway to cultivation rather than mere combat routines. Once you achieve a harmonious integration of spirit and form, you will instinctively comprehend how to apply these techniques in real combat. Even a seemingly simple straight punch can shake the very walls of a city. While you may struggle to break through a mere door, the distinction lies in the underlying mastery. In the dimly lit room, Ye Jingtang appeared to grasp the essence of the movements, slowly raising his hands and guiding them with deliberate grace. The implication was clear. This methodical practice was the key to harnessing fortune. When the time came for a true confrontation, only the final push would matter. It seemed that he had indeed comprehended the lesson. Luo Ning nodded in affirmation, explaining, This technique is the first form of Zhan Yun Shi Si Shou, which emphasizes gentle strength. Mastering it to the point where one can strike the chest and abdomen, shattering organs yet leaving the skin unscathed, signifies a rudimentary understanding. Ordinary practitioners would require at least three. Your memory is quite impressive, Luo Ning remarked, somewhat surprised, as she continued to guide him. Reflect deeply on why there are so many movements, grasp the nuances of each gesture, the force applied, and the flow of vital energy. Earnestly contemplate the concealed principles of fortune within. Her words trailed off, leaving an air of contemplation. In the enclosed space, a subtle breeze caressed the young woman's hair, her expression shifting from astonishment to sheer amazement. Chapter 11. The Leader's Wife. The previously pent-up restlessness within her seemed to coalesce into a palpable chi, guided by the movements. Although the actions appeared similar to ordinary gestures, the manner of exertion was distinct. Yet, the sensation was akin to someone who had never walked before suddenly mastering the art of walking, stepping into an entirely new realm. To put it simply, while prior training focused on form, the current practice delved into spirit. After the third repetition, Ye Jingtang intuitively grasped the purpose behind the movements without further contemplation. And feeling the surge of energy, he thrust his palm directly towards the adjacent wall. A dull thud resonated within the room, a sound so faint yet profoundly heavy, akin to a colossal iron hammer wrapped in cotton striking the wall, silent but filled with force. The old house trembled slightly, shedding a few more aged tiles from the gaping hole, yet beyond that, nothing changed. Ye Jingtang withdrew his hand from the earthen wall, observing its pristine condition. The surface remained intact, not a flake of plaster had fallen. However, a mere poke of his finger revealed a yielding softness akin to loose sand. The grains cascaded down, and a distinct imprint of a palm emerged on the wall, plunging over 2 inches deep. What remarkable skill! Ye Jingtang gazed at his palm, astonished. Never had he realized his martial prowess was so formidable. If a technique taught by Luo Ning could yield such results, just imagine the potential of uncovering the supreme secret manual, the Minglong diagram, buried within the imperial harem. Would he not soar to unprecedented heights? At this thought, he instinctively cast a glance towards the direction of the imperial city, a flicker of eagerness igniting in his eyes. Why do you possess the Zhan Yunshi show? He queried, perplexed. Did you not just teach it to me? You still remember that I just taught it? Luo Ning replied incredulously. You think you can master it so quickly? Ye Jingtang raised his hand and shook it dismissively. Such a simple technique, and yet you cannot grasp it? Are you truly that dim-witted? Simple, dim-witted. Luo Ning stared, clearly taken aback by his words. The Zhan Yunshi show typically required 3 years for an ordinary individual to even begin mastering it. Although this young man possessed a solid foundation and a formidable internal force, to fully comprehend and utilize all the intricacies within just a few attempts was utterly astonishing. She boldly declared, those who cannot learn are fools. By that logic, aside from the 1 immortal, 2 saints, and 8 great leaders, everyone else must be dim-witted. Luo Ningtan's mouth slightly parted, contemplating a challenge to Ye Jingtang, yet the techniques she had just imparted were never previously shared. How could this lad have mastered them in advance? Could it be that his talent is astonishingly extraordinary? Ye Jingtang noticed the astonishment on the young woman's face and, realizing he had indeed grasped the concepts rather swiftly, he chuckled and said, I learn quickly, or perhaps it is because Miss Luo teaches so well, with great attention to detail. Well, why not have Miss Luo demonstrate again? I find it hard to believe that I could comprehend such profound techniques with just one viewing. Luo Ningtan was equally skeptical. She raised her hand as if to demonstrate, but quickly realized that this lad was trying to take advantage of her. Swiftly retracting her hand, she placed one behind her back, adopting the poised demeanor of an ice-cold beauty. If you wish to learn the arts, you should be aware of the rules. First, you must pay your respects and serve for 3 years. Only if your sincerity, character, and comprehension are deemed worthy will the master consider teaching you true skills. Do you have a mentor? Ye Jingtang understood the young woman's intention to take him as her disciple but remained silent, his gaze drifting toward the impressive contours of Luo Ningtan's form. It then dawned on her that having been previously pressed against him, it might be somewhat inappropriate to take him as a pupil. Clearing her throat, she continued, I possess certain connections within the martial world. Aside from the 3 ancient sages on the mountain, I have acquaintances with many others. Your talent is commendable, should you be earnest. I could facilitate an introduction to a master for you. The premise is that you must genuinely follow me, treating me as. It seems that nothing fits. Ye Jingtang discerned the gravity of Luo Ning's words and expressed his surprise. You know the 8 greats? Indeed. They owe me a modicum of respect. Ye Jingtang's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Then why, in the capital, were you reduced to a state of panic? Seeking my assistance for cover? Luo Ning sensed Ye Jingtang's disdain and narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you think just anyone dares to provoke the Black Yamen in the capital? I merely refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, with just 2 little constables, we could have dispatched them quietly without drawing attention from the streets. If you refuse to follow me, then we must part ways amicably with no debts between us. Seeing this, Ye Jingtang did not press the matter further. Leaping up to mend the leaky roof and casually inquired, Heroine Luo, have you truly married? Luo Ning was taken aback. Casting a cold glance at Ye Jingtang, what do you mean? Your earlier reaction seemed rather inexperienced. It appeared you were uncertain even in matters of affection, which does not seem befitting a married woman. Luo Ning, instantly flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, reached for her sword. Just then, however, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Tap, tap. Both were startled, fearing the officials had returned, and in a remarkable synchronicity, the captivating heroine reclined gracefully. Adopting the demeanor expected of a wife, Ye Jingtang lunged forward, striking a pose. Yet before he could utter a word, a woman's voice called out softly from outside. Shermu? Thunderstruck. Just as Ye Jingtang was poised to flirt, his words nearly lodged in his throat. Luo Ning had been prepared to cooperate, but was startled by the sudden voice, causing her to instinctively kick Ye Jingtang, sending the agitated man tumbling off the bed. A dull thud echoed through the room. At that very moment, the door was flung open. A figure, clad in a conical hat and a raincoat, rushed into the sparsely furnished room. This figure was not tall, likely reaching only to Ye Jingtang's shoulder, and beneath the raincoat hung a red-tasseled knife. The face beneath the hat was strikingly delicate, revealing a young girl of merely 18 years. The hat-wearing girl was remarkably agile as she burst into the room. She spotted the towering Ye Jingtang rising from the floor after a roll. Meanwhile, Luo Ning, pale and trembling in fear, leaned against the wall. Her eyes filled with panic, unaware of the indignity she had suffered. Thief! The girl in the conical hat, witnessing the scene, was filled with righteous fury. She unsheathed her waist knife and lunged at Ye Jingtang, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your end." Ye Jingtang, momentarily bewildered, instinctively drew his own blade to defend himself, only to find that this girl was surprisingly fierce, her strike causing him to stagger. As she charged again, even though he was capable of defending himself, he could not truly retaliate. Noticing that Luo Ning was too frightened to intervene, he urgently called out, "Heroine, hold on. We are on the same side." The girl paused, glancing at her master. "Yunli, stop. This little thief, no. This young hero is a good person." The girl in the conical hat, still somewhat skeptical, fixed a cold gaze on Ye Jingtang. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Ye Jingtang initially intended to explain, but felt it was inappropriate. He slightly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Miss Yun, this is my home. What reason do you think I have to be here?" Zhe Yunli was taken aback. "I bear the surname Zhe, not Yun. I discovered this place first and have resided here for half a month. How can it be yours? You arrived yesterday and usurped my space. I have yet to settle the score with you." Ye Jingtang produced the rental contract pinned by the landlady from his sleeve. "Have you made the payment? Show me the lease." Naturally, Zhe Yunli had not, and feeling at a disadvantage, she changed the subject, scrutinizing Ye Jingtang's attire. "Are you not a scholar?" "Who claims I am a scholar?" "The mistress said so." "Very well." Zhe Yunli finally realized that they were the intruders, and she sheathed her metaphorical sword, rushing to the bedside. "Mistress, are you unscathed?" As she spoke, she removed her hat, revealing long hair styled in a masculine fashion. Her delicate face was quite exquisite, with willow-like brows and crimson lips that carried a hint of chivalrous spirit. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to the figure before her, though still youthful and lacking the intoxicating allure of matured charm. Upon hearing Zhe Yunli address Luo Ning as mistress, Ye Jingtang, puzzled as to why they bore no maternal resemblance, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Luo Ning, clearly feeling guilty, nestled beneath the covers. Feigning weakness, "I am fine, do not worry." "Mistress, why does your face fluctuate between red and pale?" "It was a result of the poison I forced out." The mistress possesses formidable skills, and there is no lasting harm, merely a bit of discomfort. "Oh, why is there a white chicken here?" Zhe Yunli glanced at the observing bird, then turned to Ye Jingtang. "Is it yours?" "Chirp." The little bird appeared displeased. Clearly, it belonged to him. "I shall prepare some chicken soup for the mistress," the girl in the hat declared as she moved to catch the chicken. As the night unfolded, Ye Jingtang remained motionless, prompting Luo Ning to hastily shield the avian companion that had just aided her with words behind her. This bird is not to be trifled with. Yet, every creature possesses a spirit, and I hold a fondness for this bird. Observing this, Ji Yunli relinquished her pursuit of the bird and intended to examine Luo Ning's condition. However, upon pulling the bedding aside, she turned her gaze back to Ye Jingtang. The latter regarded the two, one large, one small, who were not permitted to depart, and after a moment of contemplation, summoned the bird before turning to exit the room. The night had fully enveloped the sky. The main house stood with its doors and windows tightly sealed. Yet the gentle breeze slipped through the crevices. The tattered raincoat draped over the hole occasionally released a crystalline droplet, producing a delicate drip sound. An oil lamp rested upon the bedside, casting the shadows of two figures upon the wall. Luo Ning, cradling a pillow, lay prostrate on the bed, her tea-green skirt trailing to her hips, her back, as white as mutton fat, illuminated by the candlelight, resembling an exquisite jade that was a rarity to behold. Ji Yunli, with both hands massaging her back to invigorate her energy and blood flow, sighed softly, lamenting, "It is all my master's fault. Our Pingtian sect boasts numerous skilled practitioners, yet none have come to my aid. If even one of the four great guardians had casually appeared, we would not be in this predicament, fleeing for our lives." Luo Ning, somewhat distracted, replied gently, "Your master is not devoid of compassion. The capital teems with hidden talents, and with 100,000 elite troops outside, there are still many experts concealed within the palace. Your master cannot guarantee a rescue. How could he allow his disciples to venture into danger? We owe a debt of gratitude to Hero Chio, and to come here privately already disregards the greater picture. The Pingtian sect stands as one of the preeminent forces in the contemporary martial world, with its leader ranked atop the 8 great leaders list, recognized as the most formidable rebel chief in the realm of the Great Wei. However, when compared to the rulers of the world, the disparity between the Pingtian sect and the sovereigns is still too vast. Ji Yunli understood that her master's wife spoke the truth. Yet she remained despondent. Hero Chio was captured by the authorities to protect me and may face execution at any moment. How can I possibly stand idly by? It is frustrating that she does not come to rescue him, nor does she impart her true skills to me, nor to my master. Martial arts depend on innate talent. Your master is a prodigy rarely seen in a century. It is said in Fengguan City that if he were to depart from this world, he might be bestowed with the title of martial immortal. Such an extraordinary individual possesses abilities that, even if taught, we could scarcely master. In the past, when my master wished to learn, your master taught me the opening screen sword, claiming it was merely a commonplace technique. Yet, despite studying for half a month, I made no progress. You cannot imagine the disdain in your master's gaze. Alas, Luo Ning said as she turned her head towards the night rain outside the window, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps recalling the incredulous look on Ye Jingtang's face today, as if he could hardly believe that there were fools who could not learn. Master, why do you occasionally glance out the window? I worry that little thief might be watching. The room was drafty, and with her master disrobed, caution was warranted. Ji Yunli smiled sweetly. Do not worry, master. That scoundrel's skills are mediocre. With just one strike, I send him staggering. He lacks the audacity to spy. Although Luo Ning had been touched for a quarter of an hour, she did not truly believe the little thief lacked courage, but dared not voice such thoughts. Instead, she chuckled softly. Do not underestimate that little thief. I tested him today, and his talent is indeed remarkable. He is likely to achieve great things in the future. Ji Yunli was taken aback and inquired, Is that so? How does he compare to me? The disparity is considerable. Hee, that is only natural. My master has always said that as long as I diligently practice, I could become a master by the age of 25. Luo Ning opened her mouth, hesitating to discourage the little cotton-padded jacket, and chose to remain silent. Ji Yunli applied the medicine carefully and examined Shenyang's body for any other injuries. However, as she lifted the quilt and touched Luo Ning's leg, she suddenly froze. Shenyang. Ji Yunli's expression turned peculiar as she felt Luo Ning's leg. Why are your pants damp? Luo Ning's face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly pulled up the quilt. I just expelled the poison and broke into a sweat. How could I be dry? I thought you had wet the bed. Ouch. Before Ji Yunli could finish laughing, she received a light tap on her head. Chapter 12. 8 Steps of the Wild Blade. On a moonless night with howling winds and heavy rain, the streets of the dying workshop were devoid of any citizens. The few remaining shops had already shuttered their doors, leaving only patrolling guards and constables who occasionally passed by with lanterns in hand, braving the downpour. Ye Jingtang, sheltered by an oiled paper umbrella, walked slowly along the darkened road, while Niao Niao perched on her shoulder, incessantly chattering away, likely lamenting how much better it was with Sister Little Watermelon, as the fried egg did not seem to please her. Martial arts, though diverse in form, remain fundamentally unchanged. While it may not be said that mastering one method guarantees mastery of all, the underlying logic remains consistent. In the past, Ye Jingtang practiced martial arts at the escort agency, focusing primarily on the pursuit of form, with great strength and force, emphasizing the techniques of breaking and dismantling moves, without contemplating the aspect of spiritual intent. As for luck, his adoptive father never taught him about it, leaving him oblivious to its existence in the world. However, to say that his adoptive father deliberately concealed it from him seems inaccurate. His adoptive father had shown immense care for him since childhood, rigorously training him 3 times a day, which could not possibly be viewed as intentional cruelty. Given that his adoptive father had laid such a solid foundation for him, it was undoubtedly with the intention of nurturing his potential. Yet, he had never imparted any knife techniques, suggesting that his adoptive father had some underlying reason for withholding this knowledge. Why the reluctance to teach? Was it out of fear that he might attract misfortune? Or had he already been taught, but had failed to perceive the intricacies before? Merely replicating techniques would not suffice. Upon his recent encounter with luck, he discerned that it pertained to muscle coordination, breathing, posture, and nearly every aspect of the body. The potential variations in each step expanded geometrically, making it impossible for anyone to explore every possible path. Instead, one could only navigate according to the guidance of the techniques, unraveling the inherent threads of luck within each move. The challenge of conjuring a technique from thin air is monumental. Yet, as Ye Jingtang stood still in the rain, he soon realized that the drawing of the sword, as taught by his adoptive father, seemed to serve as the genesis of these techniques. The term technique is merely an introduction, followed by an expansive blankness. To refine this strike, one must embark on a journey of exploration and chance to add bricks and tiles to this blade. After a moment of contemplation in the rain, Ye Jingtang closed his eyes, drawing upon the foundational principles imparted by his adoptive father, envisioning the conclusion of the strike and, relying on intuition, extrapolating the intermediate process. He imagined how to elevate the lethality of his swordplay to its zenith, beginning with this initial stance. The rain, reminiscent of large soybeans, pattered against the surface of the umbrella, cascading down the ribs. A small bird perched upon his shoulder initially appeared bewildered, but after a brief interval, its expression gradually morphed into one of palpable terror, as if it had suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged meditation, Ye Jingtang's right hand began to swell with vitality, droplets of rain landing upon his skin, only to evaporate swiftly into wisps of mist. This phenomenon started at the back of his hand, then spread to his left arm, ultimately enveloping his entire being, with veins on his forehead protruding, releasing a delicate vapor. In the midst of the rain curtain, an inexplicable warmth began to materialize. The raindrops falling from outside the umbrella exhibited a noticeable deviation, seemingly swaying with the wind, the epicenter of which was Ye Jingtang beneath the canopy. After an indeterminate silence, the long blade within its sheath emitted a low, dragon-like hum, akin to a dragon trapped in a deep pool, gazing longingly towards the surface. The latent dragon swiftly amassed its momentum to the utmost, and before the frigid waters could contain it, it sprang forth, soaring skyward like a celestial dragon emerging from the depths. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed down the desolate street. The pervasive rain curtain appeared to be disturbed by an unseen force, parting slightly. The cold gleam vanished in an instant, and the street returned to its serene stillness. Ye Jingtang stood silently in the rain, holding an umbrella, with his left hand grasping the hilt of a sword, the blade sheathed as if it had never been drawn. Nearby, an aged locust tree, as thick as a waist, emitted faint cracking sounds amidst the tempest. Soon, unable to withstand the onslaught of wind and rain, the old tree snapped in two and collapsed sideways. With a thunderous rumble, it fell to the ground. Raindrops cascaded onto the fresh fissure at the tree's roots, gliding off as if they were falling onto a mirror, not a single drop remaining. The birds around were left in astonishment. Ye Jingtang, beneath his umbrella, opened his eyes and turned his head to glance at the fallen locust tree, his gaze filled with admiration. The 8 steps mad blade is indeed formidable. It seems my adoptive father has not withheld his knowledge. Yet, why not simply teach me directly, instead of compelling me to ponder and deduce? Is this not a redundant endeavor? Approaching the locust tree, he scrutinized it for a moment before, with a hint of perplexity, he shattered the fissure and departed from Dyeing Workshop Street, making his way to a nearby market. The courtyard was eerily silent, yet illuminated by flickering lights. Ye Jingtang pushed open the courtyard door with his shoulder, and before he could close it, he noticed a figure standing behind the door. Little Dolian, gripping the hilt of a knife, stared intently at him. Why have you been out for so long? Ye Jingtang tossed an oiled paper bag to Zhiyunli, who opened it to reveal several roasted sweet potatoes, nodding slightly. You are quite. His words trailed off as Ye Jingtang entered the room, carrying a clay pot, which he placed by the bedside. He opened the pot to reveal a steaming black-boned chicken soup, accompanied by bowls and chopsticks, and the oiled paper bag contained freshly steamed buns. Zhiyunli was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the charred sweet potato in her hand. Hey, why do you treat food so differently? Don't you have legs? Or is your pocket empty? Do you really think of yourself as a lady of privilege? Zhiyunli opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Yunli, come over and eat with us, she called out. You eat, Shenyang, no need to worry about us. Zhiyunli stood at the doorway, glaring at Ye Jingtang for a moment, then took a hearty bite of the roasted sweet potato. You know your place and how to care for others. Given your thoughtfulness, I shall lend you a hand. Stick with me in Shenyang, and I assure you, you will roam the realm with confidence. Ye Jingtang handed a bun to Luo Ning, then approached the doorway, leaning against the frame while looking down at Zhiyunli. You little rascal, trying to make your way in the world. Your Shenyang needs my help, and I have to buy your meals. How can I afford to have you tagging along without starving you for 3 days straight? Zhiyunli stepped back a pace, standing on the threshold, and met Ye Jingtang's gaze. Do you know who I am? With no chairs in the room, Ye Jingtang simply sat on the threshold. A trespasser, feasting without invitation. Are you not, Niao Niao? Niao Niao squatted nearby, a small box of jerky before her, devouring her meal while chirping softly in disagreement. After all, Ye Jingtang had lingered around Sister Watermelon for quite some time without offering a meal. Was there any difference between that and freeloading? Rest assured, I shall pay you in silver, Zhiyunli declared, joining in and grabbing a piece of jerky from Niao Niao's bowl to toss into her mouth. Chirp. After carefully savoring the food, Ye Jingtang frowned slightly, remarking, You two seem to be living in dire straits, able to stomach even rat meat. Niao Niao nodded in agreement. Zhiyunli, her expression stiffening, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her delicate face turning pale at the thought of such a meal. Clenching the handle of her knife, she threatened, You little thief, I will not let this go. Luo Ning, who had been sipping soup on the bed, could no longer tolerate the banter. Furrowing her brows, she interjected, Yunli, he is merely teasing you. This bird is quite clever. How could it possibly bear to feed you rat meat? No merchant would be so idle as to turn rats into jerky and package them. Zhiyunli remained skeptical, picking up a piece of jerky and, with a fierce expression, fed it to Ye Jingtang. Eat. To her surprise, he caught it in his mouth and, before she could feel relieved, nodded in approval. I didn't realize you were quite adept at serving others. This comment irked both the elder and the younger in the room, while Luo Ning could brush off the jest. Having just been playfully teased herself, she could not bear to see Yunli mocked. You little thief, dare you utter another word? Luo Ning straightened her back, her cold elegance fully manifesting. Zhiyunli, emboldened by her mentor's support, raised her chin slightly, glaring defiantly. Ye Jingtang recognized he had crossed a line and, raising his hand in surrender, said, All right, I shall not speak further. Let us eat. Only then did Zhiyunli feel satisfied, revealing her small tiger teeth as she alternated bites of jerky with sweet potato, completely ignoring Niao Niao, who was tugging at her sleeve. You are so young yet so glib. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Ye Jingtang, from Liangzhou, he replied. Ye Jingtang cradled the ruffled little bird in his lap and inquired, What brings the two of you women to the capital in search of someone? A senior who once instructed me in swordsmanship has been captured by the blackguards. His name is Qiu Tianhe. You must have heard of him. Last year, I trained under the esteemed Qiu, but a traitor betrayed him. The blackguards surrounded the mountain, and to ensure my escape along with the other disciples, Qiu chose to hold the mountain gate alone, ultimately leading to his capture. Qiu Tianhe. I have heard tales of him as a knight-errant renowned for his righteousness, yet I do not know much. Is he formidable? Zhiyunli split the remaining sweet potato in half and offered one portion to Ye Jingtang, saying, You must have heard of the 3 heroes of Yunzi from 30 years ago, right? Ye Jingtang took a bite of the sweet potato and replied, "The three outstanding youths from Yunzhou and Zhezhou?" Zhi Yunli appeared somewhat perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. The term is rather peculiar, yet it captures the essence. Yunzi refers to the Great Lake near Junshan Terrace, where the famed sword master Xuan Yuan Chao garnered renown. Young swordsmen from across the land were drawn to Zhezhou. The three most distinguished young swordsmen 30 years ago were Xiao Tianhe, the Heavenly Blade, Xianyuan Tiangang, the Dragon Slayer's Order, and Zheng Hao, the Eight Steps of the Mad Blade. The trio were both rivals and companions, frequently clashing, and were collectively known as the Three Heroes of Yunzi. Ye Jingtang realized that Zheng Hao was likely his adoptive father and was surprised to learn of this title from his youth. Curiously, he asked, who among them was the most powerful? Zhi Yunli proudly declared, "It must certainly be the esteemed Qiu. Zheng Hao's swordsmanship is the most inferior among the trio of legends. His inclusion among the three is solely due to the immense fame of Eight Steps of the Mad Blade. He made his debut only a few years before being rendered incapable. Xianyuan Tiangang was once the strongest, but due to the matters concerning Zheng Hao, he fell out with his father and retreated from the martial world, spending his days fishing and farming." Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow slightly. The nemesis mentioned in his adoptive father's letter was indeed the Blade Sovereign, the elder Xianyuan, yet it did not specify the reason behind their enmity. According to Zhi Yunli, the events of that time seemed rather convoluted. He inquired, "What happened to Zheng Hao back then?" Zhi Yunli shook her head. "Hero Qiu is reluctant to speak of it. How would I know? My hometown is in the southern region. Regarding the ancient tales of Zhezhou, you must consult the locals here." Noting Zhi Yunli's lack of clarity, Ye Jingtang refrained from pressing further and instead asked, "Since Miss Zhi's territory lies in the south, whose domain is Yunzhou? Previously, this area belonged to the Red Flower Pavilion, with both water and land transport bearing its shadow. However, on this trip, I came aboard the vessel of Water Cloud Sword Pool, so it seems the power has shifted." "Oh, isn't the Red Flower Pavilion a prominent faction? Its renown in the martial world appears to surpass that of Water Cloud Sword Pool. That was in the past." Zhi Yunli leaned in closer, adopting a demeanor of one well-versed in history, and earnestly explained, "The former leader of the Red Flower Pavilion was the Spear Sovereign, ranked 7th in the world, thus enjoying great prestige. Yet, upon his passing, his son took over, only to be slain by the current Spear Sovereign, and a woman has now assumed control." "A woman? However, it appears that the Pei family does not engage in dock trading. Based solely on this information, it is insufficient to ascertain any connection with Sanyang." After pondering, I continued to inquire, "What next?" The moment the title of Gun Master was relinquished, the reputation of the Red Flower Tower plummeted dramatically. Meanwhile, the Shuayan Sword Pool is the ancestral home of the contemporary sword saint, standing alongside the Yenzhou Jiyun Palace as one of the top 10 in the realm. If Red Flower Tower does not present a new leader to establish some order among the martial artists, it will inevitably be eroded within a few years, reducing it to a second-rate sect. Oh, after some idle chatter, the meal concluded and the night deepened. Ye Jingtang rose to fetch water from the well for washing up. Zhi Yunli, feeling fatigued, stretched at the door and surveyed the sparsely furnished room. "Where will you sleep tonight?" Ye Jingtang, drying his face with a towel as he entered the room, replied, somewhat bewildered, "The bed, of course. This is my home. Where else would I sleep? But is that truly feasible?" Zhi Yunli coughed lightly. "The master's wife is injured and needs to rest. Let her have the bed. I shall sleep against the wall beside you. You have no objections, I trust?" Seeing that Zhi Yunli was quite considerate, Ye Jingtang did not press the matter further. "Very well." Saying this, he moved to a corner of the leak-free room, found a piece of cloth to lay down, and sat against the wall, cradling his sword. Zhi Yunli placed her raincoat beneath her and sat beside Ye Jingtang, beckoning, "Big Fool Bird, come here." Chirp. The bird did not appreciate the girl who desired to seize its food and turn it into soup. It took flight to the rafters, pushing aside the raincoat slightly to peek out. Zhi Yunli glanced up, somewhat puzzled. "What is it doing?" "On lookout." "Huh. Isn't this bird rather clever?" Unable to discern. Repaying debts 1. Chapter 13. The young master has slain someone. A night of silence passed. At dawn, Ye Jingtang leaned against the corner of the wall, attuned to the slightest rustle outside. Niao Niao nestled in his embrace, perhaps due to the presence of outsiders. Her sleeping posture appeared somewhat normal, albeit with her head tilted. The valiant Luo seemed not to be in deep slumber, stirring every 15 minutes. casting furtive glances in his direction, presumably assessing whether he had made any untoward advances towards Ye Yunli. Ye Yunli, on the other hand, remained composed, seated 3 feet away, gripping her knife without a hint of movement. Even through the night, she did not lean against his shoulder. As the eastern sky gradually brightened, Ye Jingtang noticed the light and, cradling Niao Niao, rose to his feet. However, to his surprise, the young lady beside him drew her blade slightly, eyeing him warily. "What are you doing?" "Going out to work." Ye Jingtang brushed his robe, gesturing to the room. "Do you think I am like those privileged individuals from esteemed families, doing nothing while enjoying food and drink?" Ye Yunli blinked, sheathed her knife, and stood up, playfully patting her pert backside. "What kind of work are you doing? Do you need assistance?" On the bed, Luo Ning, upon hearing this, propped herself up, exhibiting a hint of drowsiness. Yunli. After a night of rest, Luo Ning's complexion had significantly improved. Her original beauty began to resurface. Like a languid matron, she lifted her body, her long hair cascading like flowing water. Her drowsy yet slightly irate peach blossom eyes were enough to rouse a slumbering soul instantly, while ensnaring the awake in a spell of enchantment. As Ye Jingtang scrutinized the situation, Luo Ning collapsed onto the bed, pulling the blanket up to shield her body, her gaze turning slightly frigid. "Madam, I am not merely out for amusement. I am gathering intelligence, and it is safer to follow him." Ye Jingtang, brandishing his blade, retorted, "You may feel secure. But what of my own safety? I am not your accomplice. If you happen to attract the Black Yaman's 6 fiends, I would find myself in a perilous predicament, unable to fight or flee, thus implicating me as well. I will pretend to be your wife. Surely no one will." "Yunli." Luo Ning abruptly turned over, her anger ablaze. Ye Yunli sighed. "It is merely a pretense." "What do you mean by pretense?" Upon hearing that term, Luo Ning felt her temper flare. Allowing Yunli to masquerade as the wife of that petty thief would undoubtedly lead to exploitation. She had already. Would that not mean both master and apprentice serving the same husband? You, an unwed maiden, should not engage in such charades. Ye Yunli pondered this and replied, "Then I shall pose as his sister." Wait. Before she could finish, Ye Jingtang had already vanished beyond the courtyard door. On the other side, at the Pei family estate by the Tianshui Bridge, Pei Xiangjuan sat in the main hall as dawn broke, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Seated at the head of the table was Madame Zhang Yulian, the widow of the eldest son of the Pei family. Her brow clouded with worry. She delicately held a white porcelain teacup, gently rubbing the lid against the rim. The people of the rivers and lakes have become increasingly ruthless. When Wang Xiangzhu visited the Zhou family to discuss matters pertaining to the Qingjiang wharf, he was unable to meet even a few of the heads of the family and was merely received by the steward. Our Qilong Hall has fallen to such a lowly state. What face do we have left to command the leaders of Honghua Tower? Dear sister-in-law, am I not aware of these matters? In the world of martial arts, words hold little weight. It is strength that commands respect. Madame Zhang held a position akin to that of a leader's wife within the martial world. With both the eldest and second sons of the Pei family having passed away, only the son Pei Luo remained. Lacking martial talent and being the sole heir, she hesitated to divulge the family's affairs to him. Now, aside from relying on the capable Sanyang before her, whom else could she depend on? Madame Zhang recognized the burden placed upon Pei Xiangjuan in shouldering the responsibilities of Honghua Tower and sighed softly. "Sanyang, I do not speak of you, but rather of the circumstances. At present, we can only hope that Heir D's legacy, Jingtang, can bear these responsibilities. Though Heir D is gone, his commitment to familial bonds is evident in his will, which has ensured that the family assets are delivered from afar. His integrity must surely be commendable. Perhaps you could impart the art of spear play to Jingtang, allowing him to." Pei Xiangjuan gently shook her head. "I am aware of Jingtang's upright character. He possesses the demeanor of one destined for great endeavors. Yet, distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. With a lifetime of practice wielding the blade, even if he lays a solid foundation and possesses commendable talent, mastering the art of marksmanship will take him at least 3 to 5 years, followed by an additional 3 years to accumulate renown through practical experience." Madame Zhang had no other expectations and could only say, perhaps Jingtang possesses extraordinary talent and could master the Pei family's techniques in a month. Next month, he is to meet with the various hall leaders at the assembly hall, and it would be ideal to bring Jingtang along. Pei Xiangjuan felt somewhat helpless. Such hasty advancement will only ruin even the finest potential. Even if Jingtang were to learn the techniques in a month, lacking any experience in the martial world, who could he possibly contend with? Just then, a sense of urgency filled the room as Xiaohe rushed in, her eyes wide with concern. Upon hearing her words, both women frowned. Pei Xiangjuan rose and said, "The young master encountered an unexpected conflict with the 6 fiends on his way here today." The 6 fiends? Pei Xiangjuan's brow furrowed as she pondered. It must have occurred near Mingyu Tower, where they displayed their blades, drawing the suspicions of the Black Guards. They had sent someone yesterday to confirm Jingtang's identity. Jingtang would not engage in any indiscriminate fighting. They could test him without fear of mishap. Xiaohe immediately shook her head. No. It was the black and white impermanents that intervened, and there were no informants nearby. I only heard that when the iron-armed impermanence emerged, his left arm was bleeding profusely. What? Zhang Yulian stood up, incredulous, exclaiming, "Jingtang actually defeated the black impermanence?" Xiaohe, feeling anxious, remarked, "People outside are saying this. You should go and take a look quickly. It seems that the young master is still being confronted by Bai Wuchang." Upon hearing this, Pei Xiangjuan did not dare to delay any further and hurried out the door. The dark clouds loomed over the city, although dawn had broken for a while. The streets remained rather dim. Yet, before he could ponder further, Ye Jingtang caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a figure at the entrance of a nearby alley, gazing at him. Upon lifting his gaze for a closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Yang Guan, whom he had encountered just the previous day. Yang Guan's hand was bandaged, his expression grim, as he beckoned with a gesture before disappearing into the alley. Ye Jingtang sensed something was amiss and slightly raised his hand. His companion, Niao Niao, took flight, soaring into the sky. Moments later, Niao Niao descended, chirping insistently, signaling 3 individuals. Yang Guan reemerged, indicating that matters had not yet been resolved. Ye Jingtang contemplated the situation briefly, tossed a few copper coins aside, and, with his hand resting on his waist blade, ventured into the alley. The passage was quite deep, and upon reaching a corner, he found himself at a dead end, flanked by towering walls with a narrow path in the center. Under the somber sky, 2 figures stood side by side in the middle of the alley, both clad in straw raincoats and wide-brimmed hats, dressed like ordinary wanderers of the jianghu. One was tall and imposing, while the other was relatively slender, and neither bore weapons. Yang Guan stood behind the 2. Ye Jingtang positioned himself at the alley's entrance, scrutinizing the 2 hat-clad figures before turning his attention to Yang Guan. "Are you unwilling to comply?" he inquired. Yang Guan, with an unwavering tone, retorted, "You dare to rampage in the capital, relying on your martial prowess, truly believing that no one in the world can subdue you? If you dislocate an arm and a leg, I shall spare you. Otherwise, I shall beat you to death today. As a foster son of the Pei family, no one will come to your aid." Knight Jingtang spoke no further, gripping his blade as he advanced slowly. After merely 2 paces, his figure erupted forward, charging towards the 2 hooded figures. The instant his blade was drawn, the taller of the 2 slightly lifted his hat, revealing a sharply defined visage. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Sensing something amiss, Knight Jingtang swung his sword towards the hooded figure, only to find the figure raising his right arm to block the strike. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Knight Jingtang initially presumed the hooded figure wore reinforced bracers, but upon slicing through the sleeve, he was astonished to discover bronze-hued skin beneath. The forearm's muscles bulged, and aside from a single white scar, the skin remained unbroken. Knight Jingtang's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily questioning his own vision. As the battle ensued, it was evident that there was no opportunity for dialogue. The towering figure blocked the long blade with his right arm, while his left hand delivered a powerful punch directly to Knight Jingtang's chest. The impact was substantial. However, Knight Jingtang, lacking in superior techniques, had nonetheless been fortified by his adoptive father's rigorous training. In simpler terms, though his offensive capabilities were lacking, his resilience was commendable. When struck in the chest, Knight Jingtang felt little reaction. He embedded his blade into the ground and slid back a few steps, ultimately regaining his balance. Yet, no sooner had he steadied himself than a chilling gust swept toward him, tousling his hair. Alarmed, Knight Jingtang instinctively leaned back to evade. In the next moment, a ghostly figure darted overhead, resembling a garment blown by the wind, devoid of substance. However, a distinctly spectral face emerged from beneath the hat, coldly gazing at him, its body swaying with the breeze as if devoid of bones. Despite his skepticism towards the supernatural, Knight Jingtang found himself hesitating. With a swift motion, he swung the blade toward the specter, only to discover that the edge merely grazed the cloak, which moved in response to the strike, offering no resistance whatsoever. The blade swept past, inflicting no injury upon the ghostly form. Instead, his right arm was merely brushed against. The force of the ghostly shoulder tap was so gentle that Ye Jingtang felt as if his robes had merely brushed against him. Yet, almost immediately, a sensation of dull ache and numbness enveloped his shoulder, an icy chill penetrating his very being, causing his right arm to lose considerable strength. Ye Jingtang's spirit quivered slightly as he rolled to his feet, sheathing his long knife, grasping the hilt with his left hand, and positioning himself against the wall. Out of the corner of his eye, he locked onto the two figures flanking him. The ethereal specter had silently positioned itself at the sole exit, its hat lowered and motionless, resembling a mere piece of wood. The towering figure beside it was equally still, despite their lack of movement. An intangible pressure filled the quiet alley, as if two mountains loomed ominously on either side. Chapter 14. The prince's favor. Meanwhile, atop a distant tavern, one could catch a glimpse of the secluded alley where the confrontation unfolded. As the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the striking yet radiant visage of Prince Jing. Dongfang Li, who stood at the window with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze reflecting approval. Impressive skills. This young man possesses a foundation as solid as rock. Behind him, an elderly woman with long white hair cascading to the ground shook her head slightly. Now that he has arrived, let us instill some wisdom in this lad, lest his pride lead to folly within the palace. The white-haired matron nodded gently, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In the alley, Ye Jingtang gripped the blade tightly, his gaze fixed upon the formidable foes flanking him. He had learned well from his previous invincible days at the border town. However, after just a few days in the capital, he found himself beset by divine beings, making it impossible to let his guard down. Observing that the two adversaries did not make an immediate move, he coldly spoke. "Young Guan, are these the allies you could muster?" These two companions were clearly not summoned by Yang Guan, for they were known as Black and White Impermanents, figures so renowned that even his master, the three absolute immortal, would avoid them. The title of martial arts master was an honor without a definitive boundary. The martial world recognized many standards of evaluation. One such measure was to regard Black and White Impermanents as examiners. To surpass even one of them, or to retreat unscathed while they worked in concert, was to be deemed a true master, making them a benchmark for mastery. Although Yang Guan was merely a conscripted pawn in this scenario, the presence of these two formidable figures provided him with a sense of exhilaration. He declared, "These esteemed gentlemen are close acquaintances of my master. Do you truly believe that Yang would navigate the capital without some connections?" Ye Jingtang's expression darkened as he keenly observed the movements of the two adversaries. Waiting for the opportune moment, Iron Arm Impermanent Shilong had no interest in bullying a child. He was here on the orders of Prince Jing to assess Ye Jingtang's capabilities. Recognizing that Ye Jingtang possessed substantial potential but lacked skill, his techniques were akin to clumsy blows. Seeing that Prince Jing had not commanded a retreat, Shilong advanced once more, his footsteps steady and powerful, resembling an iron tower approaching. Ye Jingtang calculated his chances. He could strike the Iron Man but could not touch the ghostly figure. Weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and leapt to the side, seemingly attempting to vault over the courtyard wall in a bid for escape. The specter of ghostly shadows inflicted harm upon Shang Jianli, who, upon witnessing Ye Jingtang's lack of true skill, found himself momentarily incapacitated by a strike to his right shoulder, showing no intention to intervene, merely observing from the alleyway's entrance. Meanwhile, Shilong swiftly maneuvered, arriving at Ye Jingtang's left side, and with a powerful punch, unleashed an attack. The force of his fist generated a gust within the narrow passageway. It appeared that Ye Jingtang, leaping less than 3 feet, was poised to be struck down. However, to everyone's astonishment, before Shilong's fist could connect, his expression shifted dramatically as he raised his arm to evade the impending blow. In the next instant, a dragon-like blade's roar echoed through the alley, the ancient stone passage illuminated with the flash of steel. This time, the resonant clash of metal was accompanied by a spray of crimson mist. Shilong's airborne form was sent reeling backward by the tremendous force, his left sleeve torn to shreds, revealing a robust bronze-colored arm. Yet, his once unblemished forearm now bore a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone, a horrifying sight that gushed forth blood. From his vantage point at the alley's entrance, Shang Jianli beheld this scene with incredulity. Shilong's arm, honed over decades, was akin to a divine weapon. Countless martial artists had desired to sever it. Yet to penetrate the flesh by a finger's breadth was a feat reserved for the truly formidable. The ability of this assailant to slice to the bone attested to his extraordinary physique and immense internal power. However, the crux of the matter lay not merely in the severity of the strike, but in the astonishing speed with which it was delivered. Shang Jianli discerned that Shilong had sensed the adversary's intent beforehand, beginning his evasive maneuver the moment the blade was drawn. As both parties moved simultaneously, Shilong, a master of external martial arts with a wealth of combat experience, suffered a grievous injury to his arm. This unfortunate outcome merely illustrated that even when Shilong exerted every ounce of his skill, he could not evade the overwhelmingly formidable strike. Throughout his years of engagement in the martial world, Shang Jianli could only liken the explosive power of this blade to the infamous dragon-slaying order from Junshan Terrace. Had it been the dragon-slaying order of the Xianyuan clan, Shilong's arrogance in confronting it head-on would have inevitably resulted in a series of devastating blows that would leave him severely wounded. Given the comparable ferocity of this strike, the likelihood of a follow-up attack was minimal, prompting Shang Jianli to rush forward to provide assistance without delay. Shilong, aware of the impending peril, swiftly retreated. To their astonishment, however, Ye Jingtang did not capitalize on the opportunity to strike at his opponent, who was now off balance. After repelling the adversary with a single stroke, Ye Jingtang sheathed his blade in an instant, resuming his initial stance before propelling himself off the courtyard wall in pursuit of the injured Shilong. Should he succeed in this chase, it would be unworthy of Shilong to still be called a master. Observing Shilong evade and create distance, Ye Jingtang unleashed his full potential, charging directly at Yangguan. This action was not born of reckless rage, but rather a calculated attempt to seize a hostage. Despite his formidable foundation, he relied solely on this one strike. Without offering himself as a target, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to catch up or escape. The only viable path to survival lay in capturing his employer as a bargaining chip. Yangguan was utterly taken aback by Ye Jingtang's ability to breach the defenses of the Iron Arm Wuchang with a single stroke, his astonishment palpable. Yet, as he witnessed Ye Jingtang charging towards him, terror washed over his countenance, and he immediately knelt, exclaiming in desperation, "Shang!" Before he could complete his plea, Ye Jingtang had seized Yangguan by the throat, maneuvering behind him, his left hand firmly gripping the hilt of the blade, poised for action. As for the opponent, the injury gradually became indifferent to Yangguan's fate, naturally exhibiting no reaction. Like a specter, he glided towards Yangguan, extending a pale and chilling hand, poised to pierce through Yangguan's chest and abdomen, seemingly intent on extracting the heart of Ye Jingtang. Ye Jingtang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the madness of these two individuals, who were willing to eliminate even their employer. Realizing that a blade would likely prove futile, Ye Jingtang clenched his teeth, contemplating employing the palm technique that Luo Ning had taught him the previous day, in an attempt to counter this shadowy figure. Yet, before he could utter his words, he finally managed to exclaim, "Captain Shang, save me." The moment those words escaped his lips, the ruse was unveiled. Ye Jingtang immediately grasped that the officials had come to probe him, preparing to unleash a forceful blow, which he forcibly suppressed. "Young Master Ye, your swordsmanship is commendable," he remarked. At merely 18 years of age, Yangguan's physical prowess already rivaled that of an ordinary master, a talent that truly humbled Captain Shang, though it was regrettable that he possessed limited genuine skills. On the wall, Shilong felt the muscles in his left arm surge as he staunched the flow of blood. Leaping down from the high wall, lifting his hat, he revealed a face marked with a hint of astonishment. "This blade is indeed tyrannical. Were it not for young Master Ye's inexperience and premature display of murderous intent, and if he wielded only this single strike, I might not have been able to exit this alley today." Ye Jingtang, having encountered two ghostly figures early in the morning, found his mood to be exceedingly poor. Responding in a low voice, "You flatter me. It is hardly fitting for esteemed individuals such as yourselves to bully a mere junior, is it? Is this the 8 steps of the Mad Blade?" Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang's heart sank, realizing that the debts of his misguided adoptive father were about to be laid upon him. The adoptive father once roamed the world, and though he may not have been fully aware of the moral implications of his actions, he certainly had enemies. Among them was Knife Lord Xuan Yuan Zhao, a title conferred by the court, closely tied to the imperial authority. Should the court discover his mastery of the 8 steps of the Mad Blade, Xianyuan Zhao would inevitably learn of it. If he sought to eliminate threats, he would do so without hesitation. Contemplating this, Ye Jingtang quietly gripped the hilt of his blade, preparing for a desperate fight to break free. Yet, unexpectedly, Shilong, after a moment of silence, shook his head and remarked, "It doesn't resemble it. I have encountered Zheng Feng before. This blade's initiation bears some resemblance to his technique. Yet the momentum is leagues apart. It's a distinction akin to that between a dragon and a python." Ye Jingtang was taken aback, inwardly questioning, "Are you blind? Can I really misinterpret the technique taught by my adoptive father?" Meanwhile, Shang Jianli inquired, "Who is the dragon, and who is the python?" Shilong gestured towards his bloodied arm. "What do you think?" Shang Jianli understood. Zheng Feng's reputation was indeed formidable, yet his technique was rather ordinary. If this individual possessed such terrifying prowess, how could he have been so easily incapacitated at such a young age? "Young Master Yi, what is the name of this blade?" "The initiation of the 8 steps of the Mad Blade." Ye Jingtang felt that these two were merely putting on an act, lacking any discernible insight. Yet they had recognized it and continued to force an explanation. However, given their apparent ignorance, he chose not to reveal the truth and instead fabricated, "White cut." "Huh." A little bird peeked from the wall. "White cut." Shilong nodded and further inquired, "Did you create this blade yourself? Or did a master teach you?" "My adoptive father taught me. While traversing the way, I suddenly beheld a grand river cascading from the mountain peak." Shilong raised his hand to interject. "I understand. An epiphany derived from the heavens and the earth. Alas, I possess but a single strike, devoid of a follow-up." "Indeed. It is so. I must apologize for amusing the two esteemed gentlemen." Meanwhile, in the alleyway, discussions were unfolding at the top of a distant tavern. Dongfang Li's demeanor had shifted from earlier indifference, now imbued with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that he possesses real skill? His foundation rivals that of an initiated master, perhaps even surpassing my own. How has he attained such prowess? Or has he deliberately concealed his true abilities? This young man indeed knows but this one strike. His internal energy is formidable, and his physique robust. It seems he has not had the guidance of a master. Yet his talent is remarkable, coupled with diligent training in martial arts. Dongfang Li had heard tales of those who practiced swordsmanship in secluded valleys for decades, emerging as sword saints, but encountering such a phenomenon was a first. Even with the foundation of an initiated master, to strike Shilong with such overwhelming force, rendering him utterly defenseless, is truly extraordinary. Is the 8 steps Mad Blade truly so tyrannical? The elderly woman, with silver hair, furrowed her brow and solemnly remarked, "The blade of the Mad Tooth indeed cannot be withstood by anyone of similar caliber. Yet Zheng Feng's sword is in no way as domineering. In my view, this strike represents a masterpiece, whereas Zheng Feng's 8 steps Mad Blade is a counterfeit that has strayed from the true path. While they may appear similar in form and spirit, they are fundamentally different." Could it be that this was taught by the Mad Tooth? The Mad Tooth, due to the matter concerning the Minglong chart, has been relentlessly pursued throughout the martial world and is unlikely to have survived until now. It is said that when Zheng Feng encountered Kuang Yazi, the latter was already on the brink of exhaustion. The elder speculated that before Zheng Feng had mastered the 8 steps of the Mad Blade, Kuang Yazi had perished. Zheng Feng lacked the essence of the technique. Without a mentor to guide him, he stumbled through the learning process, ultimately straying from the right path. This single strike of his, had Kuang Yazi been alive, would likely have been of no greater significance. The origins of the blade technique are indeed elusive and challenging to fathom. Could it be that during his years of seclusion in the mountains, Zheng Feng comprehended the essence of Kuang Yazi's blade technique and imparted it to Ye Jingtang? The white-haired old woman shook her head. Zheng Feng had been severely injured by the Tianlang Dynasty, and even the practice of martial arts posed a challenge. It is implausible for him to achieve sudden enlightenment out of thin air. Moreover, even if he were to teach, it would not be restricted to a single strike. Dongfang Liren nodded slightly, glancing towards the distant Ye Jingtang. Kuang Yazi's teachings could not have been transmitted. Zheng Feng himself had strayed from the path, rendering him incapable of imparting knowledge. If this technique were truly a product of his own enlightenment, would not his comprehension surpass even that of the prince? Indeed, it would be significantly higher. The white-haired old woman, aware of Prince Jing's lofty ambitions, refrained from discouraging him directly, instead suggesting delicately, if this young man has indeed derived this technique on his own, his understanding could be deemed unparalleled throughout history. However, in this world, there are countless martial artists who rely on a singular technique. Most fade into obscurity without further developments. Those who can expand upon such a foundation to create an entire martial art are exceedingly rare. The specifics of his accomplishments must await future observation. Dongfang Liren chose not to elaborate further. The white-haired old woman, observing that they were still awaiting orders in the alley, spoke again. The Eastern departure is standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing distantly at the exceptionally handsome Ye Jingtang. Remaining silent for a moment, the emperor holds little interest in martial figures. This youth possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts. If he were truly favored, it would be a pity for him to abandon martial pursuits for literary ones later on. There is no need to send a portrait. Simply grant him a token from the Prince of Jing. Should he require anything in the future, he may visit the palace at any time. Upon hearing this, the white-haired old woman felt as though the emperor, upon reaching the end of his term, was seizing the handsome young man for personal gain. Nonetheless, the Prince of Jing's reasoning held merit. Once favored by the Empress, no matter how grand the treatment, it would be akin to being a consort, unable to serve as an official, unable to leave the emperor's side, and destined to live in the proverbial shadow of the tiger, forever unable to hold one's head high. The old woman, valuing talent, nodded in acquiescence, saying, "As you command," in the alley. She long had sustained an injury from Ye Jingtang's blade and had departed to seek treatment, leaving only Shang Jinli standing in place, idly chatting with Ye Jingtang as they awaited further orders. After a lengthy wait, a black-clad constable rushed into the alley and whispered a few words to Shang Jinli. After listening, Shang Jinli received a waist token and tossed it to Ye Jingtang. The swordsmanship of the assassin Zheng Hao bears resemblance to your strike. Zheng Hao is acquainted with Qiu Tianhe, who is a wanted criminal of the court. I am tasked with investigating this matter, and I came today for a routine inquiry. I apologize for any disturbance caused, and I hope you will understand, young Master Yi. Ye Jingtang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The official acts with integrity. I should indeed cooperate. As long as the matter is clarified, that is all that matters. Young Master Yi possesses remarkable talent and has garnered the admiration of Prince Jing, who has graciously bestowed upon him a waist token. Henceforth, young Master Yi shall be a distinguished guest of the Prince Jing's residence. Upon receiving the token from the prince's manor, Ye Jingtang examined it briefly, taken aback by its significance. With this token, he could directly approach the prince. But its greater implication lies in the relationship it signifies. The prince is the beloved sister of the current emperor, a fact evident from her unprecedented title as prince. Possessing this waist token indicates a close connection with the prince, regardless of one's noble status. Any intention to act against him would require the prince's consent. However, displaying the token equates to the prince intervening on one's behalf, a favor that is not easily repaid. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jingtang tucked the token away and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for Prince Jing's recognition. Is the prince nearby? The prince is omnipresent. He turned to leave. Ye Jingtang found the statement rather pretentious, glancing around when he suddenly spotted Yang Guan, who was feigning ignorance in the corner. How absurd. Is Yang Guan truly a close friend of the two? In the quiet old stone alley, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, birds fluttered down from the wall, appearing fierce as if they were beckoning for a confrontation. Yang Guan, who had lured Ye Jingtang into an ambush, saw the black and white messengers of death suffer greatly and, now garbed in trousers, feigned ignorance, his face pale. He raised his hands, saying, "Young Master Yi, please hold on." Before he could finish, a gasp of shock escaped his lips. Ye Jingtang, having been unexpectedly ambushed by the black and white figures early in the morning, felt a surge of suppressed anger, unable to express his frustration in the presence of officials. As the ghostly figure departed, a swift stroke was delivered to Yang Guan's unscathed right arm. "Are you attempting to sever my limbs?" Yang Guan stifled a cry, allowing his arms to droop as he gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I am compelled by circumstances, truly unable to provoke the agents of yin and yang. I must comply, for who would dare to offend the young master? Your knife skills are commendable, young Master Yi. I am in awe. Please, do walk carefully." Ye Jingtang sheathed his long blade, resting it upon his shoulder, and exited the alley with haste. Chapter 15. You deceived even my master, did you not? The alleyway was situated near the Tianshui Bridge, and the commotion from the internal struggle had been considerable. Upon turning the corner into a cul-de-sac, it was evident that the streets were thronged with local onlookers, including Qin Biao and Yang Chao among the escorting masters. San Yang, disguised as a merchant's wife in a snow-blue gown, stood at the alley's entrance with her maid, her expression apologetic as she spoke. Jingtang is young and impetuous. He has acted rather recklessly. and I shall certainly discipline him henceforth. Regarding Lord Shi's injuries, there is no need for such formalities, Miss Pei. We are here on official orders to investigate, and any damages will be covered by the authorities. This matter bears no relation to young Master Yi. I ask for your understanding regarding the disturbance caused at the Pei residence. Not at all. Pei Xiangjuan was regarded as the unmarried daughter of the Pei family. Although the shopkeepers and workers referred to her as San Yang, she was predominantly addressed as Miss Pei in formal settings. Ye Jingtang adjusted his robe, ensuring there was no sign of disarray before stepping out of the alley. San Yang promptly approached him, while the escorting masters dispersed the curious bystanders. Pei Xiangjuan was seething with suppressed anger as she approached Ye Jingtang, scrutinizing his chest and arms. Jingtang, are you hurt? Ye Jingtang initially intended to downplay his condition, but the sharp pain in his left arm compelled him to roll up his sleeve, revealing engorged veins and reddened skin, a subtle ache emanating from the area. Pei Xiangjuan, with a discerning gaze, quickly deduced that this was the result of forcibly retracting his internal energy, though fortunately, it was not severe. She clasped his left hand, concealing it with her flowing sleeve. How did you sustain such an injury? Those constables truly. As her hand enveloped his, the cool and delicate sensation contrasted starkly with the throbbing pain he felt. The contact of her elbow against the soft cushion revealed a size that surpassed even Luo Ning's petite figure. However, Pei Xiangjuan's genuine concern made it impossible for Ye Jingtang to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. He attempted to withdraw his hand, insisting, I'm fine, it's merely a scratch. Yet, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. A scratch? This is a serious injury. Pei Xiangjuan pulled Ye Jingtang toward the carriage, firmly urging him inside with a seemingly fierce demeanor. Upon entering the carriage, he found himself unaccustomed to such overwhelming tenderness. Sister, please do not fret so. Back home, my adoptive father would chase me with a stick daily. This minor injury is nothing in comparison. She placed a soft pillow upon his knees, resting his arm gently on it. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Pei Xiangjuan tenderly applied ointment to his forearm, her expression a mix of ire and concern. What misunderstanding could warrant such brutality? With iron arms and copper skin, it is said that even the masters of the martial world may struggle to inflict injuries. How did you end up hurt? My adoptive father once imparted to me the remarkable skill of hand-pressing the box's bottom, and I never anticipated its extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiangjuan became even more incensed. The last time she had sought to gauge Ye Jingtang's martial abilities, he had feigned ignorance. Yet, when the Black Yaman came to interrogate, Ye Jingtang revealed his peerless swordsmanship, which seemed like a reckless path to destruction. However, Pei Xiangjuan found it peculiar that the black and white impermanents failed to discern any clues. She inquired, is your swordplay truly taught by your second brother? Indeed. Who else could it be? What is the name of the sword technique? White slice. With a swift motion, Pei Xiangjuan playfully tapped Ye Jingtang's shoulder. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer, portraying the anguish of one deceived by a faithless lover. You even deceived my master, didn't you? Do you have any idea how terrified your aunt and I were today? We were ready to seek the assistance of the esteemed officials at Wendy Bridge. Ye Jingtang could hardly withstand her gaze and gently reassured her. It was merely a casual practice. Do not fret, San Yang. The authorities have completed their investigation. There is no issue, and they even granted me a token. Pei Xiangjuan recognized that Ye Jingtang wished to keep the Pei family uninvolved in the affairs of the martial world. After gazing at him for a moment, she refrained from pressing further. She examined the waist token Ye Jingtang had presented, a token from the Jing Wangfu? This is no trivial matter. This token served as an olive branch extended by the Jing Wangfu. If handled wisely, it could forge a robust connection with them, equating to a close relationship with the Black Yaman. The Black Yaman is specifically tasked with dealing with individuals from the underworld. And having someone of such caliber at the helm of the Red Flower House is aptly described as having hands and eyes that reach the heavens. Even those lacking martial prowess would hesitate to provoke such authority. This token must be kept safe. Well, Prince Jing holds you in high regard, yet you must also demonstrate sincerity. I shall prepare some items to send to the prince's residence on your behalf. A visit is unnecessary. To present oneself without invitation may convey an unawareness of one's own standing. Just let San Yang take care of the arrangements. Pei Xiangjuan pondered for a moment and then spoke gently. I shall grant you a few days of leave. During this time, focus on your recuperation and refrain from concerning yourself with matters of the shop. Once I have everything prepared, I would like you to visit the Pei family. where I shall introduce you to our other ventures and acquaint you with several managers from distant regions. Ye Jingtang appeared somewhat surprised, aside from the Tianshui Bridge. Does the Pei family possess other enterprises? Indeed, to a small extent, Pei Xiangjuan replied, recalling the internal and external troubles plaguing the Red Flower House, which caused her considerable distress. She continued softly, such a vast enterprise is beyond the capacity of a mere woman to manage alone. Your performance these past few days has been commendable. It is time for you to officially take on responsibilities and help alleviate some burdens. With such generous compensation from Sanyang, I would feel remiss to remain idle. Please, assign me any tasks as you see fit. That is your promise. You must not complain when the workload becomes cumbersome. How could I? I have always been true to my word. Only then did Pei Xiangjuan feel satisfied. Tenderly assisting in the care of his arm, Ye Jingtang rested his hand on Pei Sanyang's leg. Though separated by a soft cushion, the gesture was undeniably intimate. With her head bowed, Sanyang applied the medicine, her jeweled hairpin swaying gently in rhythm with the motion of the carriage. Her soft, crimson lips and the heavy folds of her garments were within reach. Ye Jingtang, initially confident in his self-control, found himself increasingly insecure after arriving in the capital, his gaze drifting from those luscious lips to the medicinal ointment. I can manage this myself, he declared. With a playful slap on his hand, Pei Xiangjun interjected. Are you dismissing your master, aunt? Of course not. I merely worry about tiring Sanyang. Please, continue, Ye Jingtang said begrudgingly, withdrawing his hand. He sat upright. Akin to the legendary Guangong undergoing bone therapy, his mind reflecting on the peculiarities of the moment. After a brief pause, the events at Honghua Tower resurfaced in his thoughts, prompting him to discreetly observe Sanyang. She was gentle and alluring, her words often imbued with a playful charm, making it difficult to reconcile her image with that of a female leader from the martial world. Ye Jingtang could not afford to probe further as he caught her gaze. He swiftly averted his eyes. In Chapter 16, Little Thief, you've returned? After forcefully suppressing his injury and enduring Pei Xiangjun's treatment, by noon, there were no visible signs of his earlier ailment. He remained uncertain whether his injury had been too minor or if the ointment was exceptionally potent. The results were indeed remarkable, leading him to carry 2 bottles of the medication with him. Upon returning to Shuanggui Alley, the once bustling lane was now enveloped in silence. Judging by the absence of traces on the ground, it appeared that the constables had not returned for further patrols. Leading his horse to the threshold, he pushed the door open to find the courtyard meticulously tidied, yet the main room lay empty of the 2 women's presence. Knight Jingtang believed that the 2 had departed without a word, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reaching the eaves of the kitchen, he was taken aback to see a figure standing in the small kitchen, which had clearly not been opened before. The figure was clad in a flowing green dress, with long legs elegantly peeking out from beneath the hem that brushed against her ankles, adorned with shoes featuring intricate bamboo leaf patterns. The figure had her back to the window, seemingly aware of his entrance yet choosing to ignore him. As she busied herself wiping the edge of a rice jar with a piece of burlap, Knight Jingtang cast a cursory glance her way, not lingering on her. But Luo Ning, quite perceptive, sensed something amiss and immediately straightened up, turning to face the window with a frosty gaze. While tethering his horse outside, Knight Jingtang smiled and remarked, Luo heroine, how diligent of you to tidy up the kitchen for me. Luo Ning, realizing there was no unusual behavior, softened her guarded expression, though her irritation remained palpable. As a man of your stature, it is rather unbecoming for your dwelling to be in such disarray. Not only is there a lack of firewood and grains, but you don't even have a pot. I only moved in yesterday. You cannot fault me for this. Moreover, this place is in such disrepair that I was already contemplating relocating, so there was no need for cleaning, he retorted. Luo Ning paused. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yunli and I have spent half the day tidying up. Since you've already cleaned, we might as well stay. The rent has been paid, Knight Jingtang said as he carried a small bird into the old kitchen, glancing around the stove. Where's that girl? Luo Ning shifted to the side, maintaining some distance. She went to buy pots and pans for you. Just as she spoke, Knight Jingtang produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? She inquired. It's a medicinal ointment. I requested it from the head of the escort agency. Its efficacy is remarkable. To give it a try. Luo Ning picked up a small vial and opened it. Inhaling its contents, Yulong ointment. A frown crossed her brow as she cast a dubious glance at Ye Jingtang. This medicine is derived from the esteemed healer, the medicine King Li, known for its efficacy in treating internal injuries. It is utterly unavailable in the market and could fetch over 100 taels of silver in the black market. Even the escort agencies in the capital would reserve it for life-threatening situations. Would they simply give it to you? Hearing this, Ye Jingtang staggered inwardly. Today, Sanyang applied it to his arm as if it were an everyday remedy. He had assumed it was merely a common healing salve. 100 taels of silver? No wonder its effects are so astonishing. Consider it in advance on my wages. Luo, take care of your health and depart swiftly. I shall also find my liberation. Use it as you will. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning's expression shifted. Are you foolish? Even if I am injured. I have my own medicine. Why should you toil for an entire year without compensation? If you feel embarrassed, perhaps you could teach me a technique in return? I shall return it to your master. The notion you entertain is rather fanciful. Even second-rate martial artists in the jianghu demand 100 taels of silver for apprenticeship. You believe that a mere vial of healing ointment would suffice for me to impart my secret skills? Humph. Naturally, Ye Jingtang did not accept. Crossing his arms while gazing outside the courtyard, he jested, fortunate for me, I am not a petty person. Are you not a petty person? Just yesterday. A blush crept onto Luo Ning's lovely cheeks, and her scrubbing grew more vigorous. Stop that. Ye Jingtang replied helplessly, if I were really petty. Persuading you to teach me martial arts would be exceedingly easy. Just a word, Madame Luo, you wouldn't want our matters to be. Before he could finish, a glint of cold light flashed in the old kitchen. The 3-foot-long sword emerged from its sheath without revealing its origins, and by the time it made its presence known, it was already poised at the throat of Ye Jingtang. Luo Ning bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixated on Ye Jingtang, her face alternating between hues of crimson and pallor. Her eyes glistened with the sheen of impending tears, teetering on the brink of spilling over. The timid little bird recoiled, instinctively retreating a step. Ye Jingtang, however, remained unfazed, observing the sword that hovered a mere half-inch from his neck. I was merely making a comparison, he stated nonchalantly. If the valiant Luo had not taught me, I was only attempting to pay you a compliment. Have I ever been disrespectful to you? If you were truly beyond redemption, you would have perished yesterday and not survived to see today. Luo Ning's expression turned frigid as she fixed her gaze upon Ye Jingtang. Regarding yesterday's events, we both share the blame. I shall not dwell on it, and you are forbidden from mentioning it again. Should this reach the ears of a third party, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Just as Luo Ning spoke with a fierce countenance, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the alley. The sound of heavy footsteps accompanied by the clanking of metal, reminiscent of armor, approached with alarming speed. Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow, recognizing that concealed armor signified treachery. Only those of the government could traverse while clad in such gear. Luo Ning, too, wore an expression of confusion. To leap from the courtyard recklessly would invite detection by skilled adversaries. She turned to Ye Jingtang, seeking counsel on how to respond. Yet, the petty thief before her displayed remarkable composure, reacting swiftly as he seized her sword-bearing right hand, darting out of the kitchen toward the main house. You, Luo Ning, still maintaining her icy demeanor, stumbled slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment, realizing that this rascal had been waiting for just such an opportunity. Luo Ning wished to withdraw her hand and halt her steps, yet she refrained from making too much noise. After a moment of hesitation, she was pulled into the room. The door was cautiously closed behind her. Fearing that this little thief might pounce on her and grope her indiscriminately, she swiftly drew her sword and quietly warned, "Do not touch me. I can manage myself." Ye Jingtang nodded, attentively watching the window, signaling her to play her part well. Relieved that she had not been overpowered by the man, Luo Ning secretly exhaled, positioning herself properly at the edge of the bed with a gaze full of disdain. She murmured softly, Her voice was devoid of emotion, lacking any finesse, reminiscent of a lifeless fish feigning compliance with a man she found distasteful. Suddenly, Luo Ning's mouth was covered, causing her whole body to tremble with indignation. She forcefully pried away the hand that muffled her voice, glaring fiercely at Ye Jingtang, conveying her frustration. "I have cooperated, and yet you still dare to touch me?" It was evident that he remained oblivious to his own faults. Ye Jingtang, at a loss for words regarding this woman, gestured for her to be silent and crouched beside her, vigorously shaking the bed. The creaking of the old furniture echoed softly in the courtyard. Soon, the footsteps in the alley slowed, followed by a familiar, cautious call, "Shiji?" The voice was filled with suspicion. Ye Jingtang's movements became slightly stiff as he glanced outside. Bewildered, Luo Ning's anger dissipated, replaced by fear. She hastily pushed Ye Jingtang aside and stood up urgently. The courtyard door creaked open simultaneously. Ye Jingtang peered through the crack of the door, only to see a collection of items cautiously making their way inside. The specific appearance is difficult to describe. It consists of a cast-iron pot perched atop, with bedding placed on several stools beneath. Surrounding it are various kitchen utensils hanging, and from the bottom, a corner of a skirt can be seen. As one walks, the clinking of pots and pans creates a clattering sound. Jianghu slightly turns, peeking out from behind a pile of objects with a delicate visage, her gaze peculiar as she stealthily observes what the mistress is doing inside the room. Luo Ning is aware that Jianghu has heard the movement of the bedding and is at a loss for words. Just then, a sharp pain in her arm draws her attention. She has been pinched. Upon glancing over, she sees the shameless little thief squatting at the edge of the bed, pretending to adjust the bedding, signaling her to speak. Luo Ning quickly responds. Upon hearing Luo Ning's voice, Jianghu secretly breathes a sigh of relief, quickening her steps as she enters the kitchen, inquiring with curiosity, "Mistress, what are you doing? I just heard the bed shaking. It sounded like you were MMING a couple of times." Luo Ning's face flushes with embarrassment, wishing she could strike down this little thief with a sword, utterly unsure how to conceal the situation. Ye Jingtang, perched at the head of the bed, appears composed as he shakes the bed a few times, stating, "The bed is loose. It needs fixing." "I was just speaking with your mistress." Jianghu pauses, casting a suspicious glance at the closed door. Ye Jingtang rises and approaches the door, opening it to reveal, "There's nothing outside. I just got home. Why did you buy so many things?" Seeing Ye Jingtang neatly dressed and with no signs of anything amiss, Jianghu quietly exhales in relief, replying, "What else would I use if I didn't buy?" As she placed various items on the counter, she unexpectedly discovered a large white bird perched in the rice jar, using its claws to press down on a piece of burlap, laboring with a sense of disillusionment. Jianghu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, momentarily dismissing the notion of a solitary man and woman secluded behind closed doors as she leaned over the rice jar to observe, "Oh, this bird can clean the jar too?" With a chirp, the bird hopped to the edge of the jar, tossed the burlap into the hands of a fried egg, and then sprawled it out on the counter, feigning exhaustion with a display of "I am utterly fatigued." Chapter 17. A family of three as the warm sun dipped in the west. Wisps of smoke began to rise from an old alleyway that had long been devoid of human activity. The courtyard had been tidied to a considerable extent, with even the pillars polished clean. The slanting sun cast its rays upon the kitchen window on the left side, revealing 2 pieces of smoked meat, a salted fish, and a handful of ginger, garlic, and dried vegetables hanging in the window. The fluffy bird perched on the windowsill, gazing longingly at the large salted fish, its glossy black eyes reflecting a sense of regret, as if lamenting, the bird longs for the sky, yet finds no place to feast. Inside, beside a wooden table, stood a young woman clad in a green gown, wielding a pristine kitchen knife as she sliced through a bunch of vibrant garlic sprouts. Her delicate features glimmered in the sunlight, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to that of a fox spirit returning to a farmhouse to repay kindness. At the stove, a handsome man dressed in dark clothing expertly sawed at a dish of stir-fried pork. Zha, the young heroine, who lacked culinary skills, seemed to embody the role of the little girl in this family trio, squatting behind the stove to add firewood. Her eyes eagerly fixed on Ye Jingtang. "I never realized you, a grown man, could cook. I was raised by my adoptive father. There are only 2 men in the household, and we can't dine out every day. It is said, how can a young lady marry if she cannot even cook? I am a wanderer of the world, forever on the road. When there is an establishment, I dine there. When there is none, I make do with rations. There is no need for me to learn the art of cooking. So, at 15 or 16, should I still allow my master's wife to toil alone in the kitchen? My master is also capable." Jianghu gazed at Ye Jingtang, pondering slightly, and then sweetly spoke, "Brother Jing'ang goodness." Both Ye Jing'ang and Luo Ning stumbled simultaneously, turning their eyes toward the charming Jianghu. Her cherubic face was alight with mirth. "You are making a living in the capital, and your connections must be far broader than those of me and my master's wife. Is there any way you could infiltrate the Black Yamen and assist me in rescuing the valiant hero Chiao?" Naturally, Ye Jingtang had no interest in aiding 2 madwomen in a prison break. However, he indeed needed to visit the Black Yamen to cultivate a good rapport with the court, in order to ascertain the situation and seek an opportunity to enter the palace and uncover the Ming Long Tuesday. Moreover, he was aware of the enmity between his adoptive father and the Xianyuan dynasty, yet he remained oblivious to the origins of that hatred. As Chiao Tianhe had once been acquainted with his adoptive father, it was likely he could shed some light on the matter. While he ingratiated himself with the Black Yamen, he would endeavor to arrange a meeting, It did not seem impossible. The pot is burned. I have long heard of the noble hero Chiu, and tomorrow I shall visit the Black Yamen to inquire. However, let me make it clear beforehand. I can at most assist you in confirming Hero Chiu's safety. It is beyond my capacity to aid in his rescue. Seeing that Ye Jingtang was genuinely prepared to help gather information, Luo Ning's ire diminished somewhat. Yet she remained skeptical. Are you truly so willing to assist? Is there no ulterior demand? Knight Jingtang understood the meaning of the words spoken by the valiant Lady Luo, and with a shake of his head, he smiled. If you feel embarrassed, you could teach me a few exquisite moves as compensation. Zhi Yunli, with a flourish, patted his pocket. This is simple. If you can assist in rescuing the valiant Chiu, I shall invite Bada Kuei to impart martial skills to you. Luo Ning nodded in agreement. I do not owe you a favor, should you lend your assistance, even if it is merely to inquire about Chiu Tianhe's situation. I shall teach you a single technique. Knight Jingtang, ever generous, readily accepted, no problem at all. The tantalizing aroma of stir-fried dishes gradually enveloped the quaint alley. As the sun dipped in the west, a small table was set within the main room. As the elder, Luo Ning occupied the seat of honor, while Knight Jingtang and Zhi Yunli sat opposite her, with Niao Niao standing at the edge of the table. The table was adorned with 3 bowls of rice. For dishes, a soup, and a small plate of bird feed. The scene of the 3 individuals and 1 bird dining in the old yet tidy courtyard appeared harmonious. Even if officials were to enter, they likely would not suspect anything amiss. Luo Ning held her small bowl, savoring each bite with graceful demeanor, occasionally assisting Zhi Yunli with some dishes, a privilege that Knight Jingtang could not enjoy. He did not make any overt gestures of affection, but would occasionally feed a morsel to the eagerly waiting Niao Niao. As for Zhi Yunli, with a lively spirit, noticing that his teacher had been somewhat glum these past few days, perhaps wishing to lighten the mood, he stealthily raised his embroidered shoe beneath the table and gave a gentle nudge against his teacher's leg while intently focusing on his meal. Luo Ning's movements while eating suddenly froze, her eyes darting towards Ye Jingtang, who was pretending to tease a bird. An overwhelming fury and shame surged within her, but then she acted as if nothing had occurred and resumed her meal. Zhi Yunli furrowed her brow, finding it hard to believe that her master's wife had been flirted with and yet showed no reaction. Shouldn't she have flushed with anger or glared at Ye Jingtang? Was it possible that she was too timid to express her ire? Zhi Yunli pondered this and decided that must be the case. With a contemplative sigh, she lifted her embroidered shoe and stealthily nudged Ye Jingtang's leg from her master's wife's direction. To her surprise, Ye Jingtang reacted swiftly, turning his head to look beneath the table and then raising his gaze to meet Zhi Yunli's, his expression peculiar. Why are you kicking me? Zhi Yunli's expression stiffened momentarily, thinking to herself, how can you not even feign ignorance? Do you not fear embarrassing me? In her agitation, she stood up, intending to flee. Meanwhile, Luo Ning realized it was Zhi Yunli causing the ruckus and, her brows furrowing in indignation, slammed her hand on the table. Master's wife, I was wrong. I was only joking. As Zhi Yunli attempted to rise, she was promptly seized by Luo Ning, who wielded a broom and gave her a couple of swats on her backside. You, a proper young lady, daring to nudge a man's leg. Did your master not teach you decorum? You are becoming more audacious with age. Master's wife, I truly apologize. It was merely a jest. Please do not be so angry. Naturally, Ye Jingtang dared not explain to Zhi Yunli that her playful antics had landed her in a precarious situation. He continued to eat, pretending to have seen nothing. The little bird, full of warmth and compassion, fluttered beside the 2 individuals, chirping insistently, seemingly imploring them to cease their quarrel, suggesting instead that if they must fight, they should do so with honor. Fortunately, Ye Jingtang remained oblivious to this interruption. Otherwise, dinner might have been a rather unappetizing affair of boiled chicken. Unbeknownst to them, the moon had ascended the treetops. The courtyard, nestled within the aged alleys, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The ground and steps were meticulously arranged, the gaps in the doors and windows had been sealed with boards, and a simple bird's nest had even been crafted beneath the eaves. Dressed in a linen skirt, Zhi Yunli crouched atop the main house, hammering wooden planks into the gaping holes with a small mallet. Ye Jingtang stood at the apex of the neighboring kitchen roof, dismantling tiles from the adjoining property and tossing them across to Zhi Yunli, of course, after having consulted the landlady. This afternoon, Luo Ning had been so agitated by Zhi Yunli that her head throbbed. She found it unwise to roam outside and had retreated indoors for a long, uninterrupted slumber, ignoring all around her. After a day of diligent labor, the roof had been entirely restored, resembling that of a proper household. The 2 descended from the rooftop, Although there were a few small stools inside, sitting before Luo Ning at that moment would hardly invite a warm smile. As the enchanting moonlight beckoned, they chose instead to practice martial arts in the immaculate courtyard. Zhi Yunli had mastered numerous martial techniques and was now leisurely practicing her punches beneath the eaves. The little bird mimicked her with earnest effort, successfully emulating White Crane spreads its wings, while her other attempts were rather chaotic. Ye Jingtang stood in the courtyard center, sword resting against his waist, eyes closed and mind focused. Through the introduction taught by his adoptive father, he grasped the essence of the first strike, marking the commencement of his journey. From Ye Jingtang's perspective, 8 steps of the wild blade appeared to be a series of consecutive moves. As evidenced by the technique of left-handed blade draw, the sequence of movements is inevitably characterized by a seamless transition. One strike concludes, the next begins, devoid of any gaps. With the left hand drawing the blade, held in a reverse grip, the halted posture naturally positions the blade's tip outward, the hilt directed toward the right hand. Transforming into a forehand grip, Ye Jingtang, wielding the long sword in his left hand, completes a sweeping motion before transferring it to his right hand, adopting an orthodox grip. Bending forward to thrust and slash, Ye Jingtang then advances with the right hand pushing the blade forward, delivering a resonant thrust. He subtly recalibrates his footing and posture, seeking the most opportune moment to strike. Zhi Yunli, leisurely practicing his punches, observed for quite some time before perplexedly inquiring, "What peculiar technique are you practicing?" Ye Jingtang sheathed his sword and resumed his horizontal slice before transitioning into a forward slash, retorting, "Practicing swordplay, can't you tell? Is this truly swordsmanship? It resembles nothing more than the farcical poses seen on a stage." Meanwhile, at the window of the main house, Luo Ning, having witnessed Ye Jingtang's astounding comprehension, refrained from mockery, her expression grave. "Are you perhaps developing your own sword technique?" Ye Jingtang shook his head. "I am merely learning the techniques taught by the elders. It is impolite to inquire incessantly while others are practicing martial arts." Seeing this, Luo Ning and Zhi Yunli ceased their interruptions, attentively watching Ye Jingtang's erratic movements. As night deepened, no significant progress was observed from Ye Jingtang's practice. Today, Zhi Yunli had gone out to procure bedding, and the small side room to the east had been tidied up, complete with a bed frame already prepared. Ye Jingtang did not mind sharing a bed with the young lady, yet it was likely that Luo Ning and Zhi Yunli would not agree. Thus they each retired to their own quarters, and so the day came to a close. Chapter 18. The Black Yamen as the sun rose in the east. The distant chime of morning bells resonated throughout the vast city. The area surrounding Mingyu Building was already bustling with countless wanderers seeking their fortunes. Ye Jingtang rode his black steed through the lively streets, eventually halting in front of the unmarked yamen near Mingyu Building. The Black Yamen was quite substantial. Its entrance flanked by a small square, marked by a flagpole that bore no flag, but rather served as a grim display for severed heads. In the realm of martial arts, there existed a specific term known as Suspended Heads Black Yamen. This establishment, notoriously referred to as the Hall of Yama, was affiliated with the royal guard and operated outside the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries, refraining from adjudicating cases or holding court. Consequently, it rarely received visitors, with only 2 constables stationed at the entrance. Upon presenting his badge, Ye Jingtang was granted entry through the grand doors. Inside lay a typical hall, with rooms flanking either side, though lacking any accommodations for guests. After a brief wait behind the shadowed wall, 2 figures emerged from the back of the hall, the foremost being Bai Wuchang Jianli. Unlike his attire from the previous day's encounter with the martial artists, he was now clad in a blue scholar's robe. It is worth noting that titles such as Bai Wuchang and Lu Shao were bestowed by the martial community, originally intended as pejoratives but ultimately transformed into respectful appellations due to their formidable prowess. Shang Jianli was a legitimate military official, enjoying a 4th-rank salary, and it was highly improbable that he would take a liking to the moniker soul-collecting Wuchang. His choice of a blue robe rather than white was likely a calculated decision to avoid any suspicion. Trailing behind the injured Jianli was Wang Qihu, sporting a mustache, who waved courteously from a distance. "Brother Yi, you truly lack loyalty. Just 2 days ago, you feigned poverty. Yet behold, the entire Tianshui Bridge belongs to your family. I was still pondering how to lend you a hand." Ye Jingtang stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. "Master Shang, General Wang, how is it that you both have come personally to greet me? This is truly an overwhelming honor." Wang Qihu chuckled warmly. "It is good that you recognize the honor. As the eldest son of the Pei family, having injured Captain Shi, You ought to visit the Jinping Tower and summon a dozen lovely ladies to attend to you. Do you still wish to navigate the capital's circles? Naturally, you replied. I inadvertently harmed Master Shi yesterday and have yet to extend my apologies. Shall we invite Master Shi now and head to Jinping Tower for a while? As he spoke, Ye Jingtang took a moment to observe, only to realize that Shang Jianli was quite youthful, at most in his early 30s. Typically, martial artists grow increasingly formidable with age. And to have garnered a fearsome reputation at such a young age was indeed impressive. Shang Jianli exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, when faced with Ye Jingtang, he revealed a hint of a smile. I am not one for indulgences. Captain Shi requires a few more days to recuperate. Once the official duties conclude, you may accompany General Wang. Are you, young Master Yi, here to seek an audience with the Prince of Jing? I, a mere commoner, would not dare disturb the Prince. The Prince holds you in high regard. I have come today to offer my humble assistance and to ascertain whether my skills could be of service to the court. Oh. Hearing this, Shang Jianli's eyes glimmered with approval as he led Ye Jingtang towards the rear courtyard. Young Master Yi, with such intentions, the prince shall undoubtedly be pleased. The world outside is vast, and the authority of the corrupt officials remains ambiguous. The grimy and arduous tasks that the judicial offices cannot handle are all cast upon the heads of these unscrupulous enforcers, who are truly incapable of keeping up. After a few idle exchanges, Shangli led Ye Jingtang into a main hall. Within the hall, several rows of bookshelves stood, and the western wall was adorned with a plethora of wanted posters, nearly 100 in total. The single vacant space at the top bore the name Shui Bai Jin. This name was somewhat unfamiliar, yet upon a brief glance at the contents, Ye Jingtang was taken aback. Shui Bai Jin was known as the Master of the Heavens. The name of the Master of the Heavens resonated in Ye Jingtang's ears, as it belonged to an organization established by the remnants of the previous dynasty, which had fiercely defended the South Shaoshan for 60 years without yielding. The Master of the Heavens was ranked first among the 8 heroes and fourth in the realm, reputed as invincible beneath the mountain, in the mundane world of martial arts. He had no rivals, only the 3 ancient cultivators atop the mountain could pose a challenge. Standing before the wall, gazing at the wanted poster of the Master of the Heavens, Ye Jingtang felt it was nothing but a mere decoration. Wang Shihu, who had been observing, seemingly discerned Ye Jingtang's thoughts and jested. Even the Lord of the Underworld shakes his head at this. No one dares to take it on. Would you like to give it a try, brother Yi? The figures hanging on this wall are celestial soldiers, and I cannot provoke even the least among them. Please, Commander Wang, do not jest. One must have ambition. Wang Chihu sighed. The Master of the Heavens is no benevolent soul. In the past, the renowned beauty of the martial world, known as the Goddess of the Moon Palace, possessed unparalleled skills and a noble spirit, attracting countless admirers. Her exquisite grace, often described as draped in azure beneath the moonlight, gliding upon the waves, has undoubtedly captivated countless heroes, leading to a prevailing preference for blue garments over red among women in the martial realm. Knight Jingtang, unfamiliar with this tale, inquired with curiosity. Did this heroic woman fall victim to the leader of the Ping Tian sect? If that were the case, I would still respect Shui Bai Jin for being unmoved by beauty. According to rumors, the Goddess of the Moon Palace was a woman of righteousness who inadvertently crossed paths with the leader of the Ping Tian sect, subsequently becoming his wife. Shang Jianli, standing beside him, shook his head and remarked, "Do not heed the nonsensical tales of the martial world. While it is true that the Ping Tian sect stubbornly clings to the southern Shaoshan mountain, dreaming of restoring the former dynasty, rendering them irredeemable traitors, they do embody the essence of loyalty and righteousness. Otherwise, they would not be so fervently supported by the people of the martial realm. Such a formidable figure would never stoop to the despicable act of abducting women." Knight Jingtang pondered this and nodded in agreement, sensing that Knight Jingtang might misunderstand. Shang Jianli further clarified, "Of course, I do not claim that the leader of the Ping Tian sect is a benevolent individual. He is merely somewhat more principled than the notoriously wicked Green Bandits. To the imperial court, all are irredeemable traitors. If the people of the martial realm were as loyal to the court as those from Yisu Mountain or as compliant as the residents of Honghua Lu and Shui Yunjiantan, the world would have long been at peace." Nearby, Wang Chihu, bold in demeanor, interjected, "Those who recognize the injustices of the powerful, yet dare not challenge them with martial prowess, are unworthy of the title hero. If everyone could live in abundance, who would risk their lives wandering the martial world? In my opinion, the unruly presence of the wandering souls within the realm of jianghu stems from the front 3 rows of the Taiji Hall. One cannot fault these souls for possessing a backbone. This situation transcends mere idle chatter about the heavens, as it verges upon a discourse that extinguishes the essence of humanity. As Shang Jianli turned to depart, it was as though he had heard nothing at all. Ye Jingtang was taken aback, mustering the courage to inquire, "May I ask, who is General Wang's esteemed father?" Wang Qihu displayed a hint of pride. "My father is the Duke of the State, Wang Yin, and Prince Jing is my cousin." Impressive, is it not? Ye Jingtang indeed failed to discern this lineage, which explained Wang Qihu's audacity. He clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Truly remarkable. I am but a blind fool." Shang Jianli had likely grown accustomed to Wang Qihu's unrestrained demeanor. Approaching the bookshelves, he retrieved a stack of documents and presented them to Ye Jingtang. "Young Master Ye, these pertain to the ongoing affairs of the Black Office, all within the jurisdiction of Yinzhou. You may select at your leisure. As you are not affiliated with the Black Office, per our regulations, upon completion of these tasks, the rewards will be sent directly to your residence, with the merits recorded solely under my name. I hope you do not take offense." This statement essentially implied an outsourcing of tasks, as the prevalence of jianghu figures had rendered the personnel of the Wei state insufficient. Such occurrences were indeed commonplace, with bounty notices being one of the many manifestations. Ye Jingtang's arrival at the Black Office was primarily to forge connections. Mere words without action would not suffice. Thus, he promptly accepted the stack of documents for examination. Shang Jianli was quite unreserved, for these were all major cases. The perpetrators were predominantly known by their jianghu nicknames, such as heart-extracting hand and skinning scholar, evidently notorious figures within the underworld. The assessments of their martial prowess ranged from first-rate masters, possibly grandmasters, to ruthless and cunning, to be approached with caution. After flipping through several pages, Ye Jingtang's expression became somewhat awkward. "Is there something simpler? I just entered society. Cough. Just emerged from the martial world, and these tasks seem..." Shang Jianli interjected with a playful gesture. "Young master, ye almost dislocated Shilong's arm. He is not a master, yet is not far from one. To assign the young master to catch a few petty thieves seems rather beneath his capabilities, and the Black Yamen does not engage in such trivial matters. Since you are here, feel free to choose any task. Accomplishing it would rid the people of a menace, and if unsuccessful, it matters not." With a determined demeanor, Ye Jingtang continued to sift through the tasks until he finally found one concerning a notorious thief known as Wingless Al from Yenzhou. This individual was renowned for exceptional agility yet possessed limited combat prowess. According to intelligence reports, he had recently infiltrated the capital, stealthily entering the Imperial Steel Pavilion where historical records were stored, seemingly in search of something significant, likely still hidden within the city. The Wingless Owl had several lives on his conscience, which had led to a bounty from the Black Yamen. However, those who could operate as thieves typically did not exhibit extraordinary combat abilities, suggesting a lower level of danger. Initially, Ye Jingtang intended to accept this task, but upon reviewing the profile, he was astonished to discover that the thief's most notorious achievement was the successful heist of the cloud-cutting palace in Yinshan. Ye Jingtang was taken aback, never imagining that a rogue could audaciously steal from such a prominent establishment. Although this individual might not pose a significant threat, the audacity to rob the cloud-cutting palace and remain unscathed raises concerns about the ease of capturing him. Lacking extensive combat experience, he contemplated this endeavor, hoping that if he failed, the esteemed officials would not hold it against him. The Yamen was also conducting investigations, so young Master Yi could only do his utmost. Even if he could not capture the thief, discovering his whereabouts would still yield a generous reward. Should the target be alive or dead? Those who were pursued by the Black Yamen were invariably involved in grave crimes and possessed cunning intelligence. Except for individuals of particular status, one should never hesitate to eliminate others on the spot. In the past, this leniency has cost the officials dearly, leading to the loss of many brothers. Young Master Yi must exercise caution and avoid mercy. Ye Jingtang nodded slightly, having received his orders, and added, "I have a keen interest in swordsmanship. Yesterday, Lord Shang mentioned Tianhe Blade and its master, Qiu Tianhe. I have heard that he is a grandmaster of sword techniques. I wonder if it would be possible for you to." Shang Jianli, having witnessed Ye Jingtang's sword skills the previous day, found his curiosity about the sword masters of the jianghu quite understandable. Aware of Ye Jingtang's distinguished background, and unperturbed by any potential prison break or assassination, Shang Jianli promptly turned to lead the way. "Come. I shall take young Master Yu to have a look. Qiu Tianhe is indeed a renowned master of the blade in the jianghu, and receiving guidance from him would be immensely beneficial for young Master Yi." Ye Jingtang was taken aback by Shang Jianli's straightforwardness and followed closely behind, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Shang, for your kindness. It is but a small effort. There is no need for thanks. Chapter 19. A new generation replaces the old. The Black Yamen operates independently of the 6 ministries, allowing for inspections, arrests, interrogations, and executions all under one roof. The prison for high-profile criminals is located just behind the Yamen, precisely beneath the Mingyu building. After a lengthy walk with Shang Jianli, Ye Jingtang gradually approached the vicinity of the Mingyu building and noticed, behind him, an expansive estate. Tall walls concealed a forest of pavilions, lush greenery, and the opulence of the royal family was exquisitely displayed. Is this the back gate of the Prince Jing's residence? The Black Guard serves as the private guard of Prince Jing, and it is understood that this place is essentially the outer residence of the prince's mansion, with the main entrance of the Black Guard acting as the back gate of the royal estate. Shang Jianli entered through the corridor, descending the staircase that led to the underground. Those who can summon the Black Guard are certainly not ordinary individuals. Moreover, they are likely to be executed on the spot, leaving no chance for survival. The dungeon does not house many prisoners. As Ye Jingtang stepped into the underground, a chilling and eerie atmosphere enveloped him, with the passage ahead appearing to stretch into an unfathomable abyss, the oil lamps lining the way flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. After advancing for about 100 paces and descending 2 levels, he arrived at a cellar. 2 prison guards stood outside the cellar, while the interior was devoid of windows, illuminated only by oil lamps and featuring a central well. Above the well, a sturdy iron grate was secured with locks, the bars as thick as a man's wrist, making it impossible for an ordinary person to lift them, let alone break through the locks. As Ye Jingtang approached the well, he leaned in to inspect the interior. Below the well was a stone chamber furnished with a few basic items, where a prisoner sat against the wall. The prisoner appeared relatively clean, yet his hair was unkempt, and he was bound by iron chains as thick as a man's arm, his frame large but his body emaciated. When Ye Jingtang peered into the well, the prisoner raised his head, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, suggesting he was around 50 years of age. However, his eyes sparkled with vitality, betraying no signs of despair, as if he were merely observing visitors at his doorstep. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face, the prisoner resumed his cross-legged position and closed his eyes. Ye Jingtang inquired, "Is this the renowned hero Qiu? Why are the locks so secure?" These items merely serve to prevent unforeseen accidents and hold little significance. What truly binds him is the soft bone fragrance. After explaining this, Shang Jianli gazed toward the dungeon. "Qiu Tianhe, this is young master Ye Jingtang, a swordsman of considerable repute. You may find him intriguing." Within the dungeon, Qiu Tianhe opened his eyes once more. "Come down." Shang Jianli opened the well and gestured, "Please." Ye Jingtang, skeptical that such stringent locks could pose a threat to him, showed no hesitation and leapt directly into the chamber. A soft sound echoed throughout the dim stone room. Initially, Qiu Tianhe's gaze was indifferent, but in a fleeting moment, he caught sight of the long ringed blade behind Ye Jingtang. This blade's design is rather common in the martial world, as the blade master Kuang Yazi of the previous dynasty had wielded it, becoming an exemplar among swordsmen. Consequently, many have sought to emulate it, resulting in a plethora of replicas. The swordsmanship of Junshan Terrace, known as the Dragon Slayer Order, was originally intended to vanquish this very blade. Yet, while imitations abound, there exists but one authentic piece. To the untrained eye, distinguishing between them may prove challenging, but those elite swordsmen who have encountered the genuine article can identify it with greater accuracy than they would a person. Qiu Tianhe's expression remained unchanged as he appraised Ye Jingtang's visage. "What a handsome young man. What brings you to seek me?" Ye Jingtang, refusing to adopt a condescending demeanor, seated himself on the ground a foot away from Qiu Tianhe and clasped his hands. "I have long admired the esteemed name of Hero Qiu. I simply came to pay a visit. That is a fine blade. Draw it for me to see its depth and sharpness." Ye Jingtang did not linger on words, but instead drew the sword from his waist, gripping the hilt in reverse. A glimmer of cold light flashed within the stone chamber, accompanied by a gentle breeze that tousled Qiu Tianhe's disheveled hair. With a sigh, Ye Jingtang sheathed his sword and inquired, "What does the esteemed Qiu hero think?" Emerging from the blue, Qiu Tianhe replied, his expression unchanged, merely nodding slightly. "A remarkable talent indeed. Had I not been ensnared in this place, I would have sought your counsel, young Yi. Your praise is unwarranted, Qiu hero. As a newcomer to the martial world, my understanding of its swordsmen is rather limited. I am only familiar with a few names such as Xianyuan Chao, Qiu Tianhe, and Zheng Feng. Might you enlighten me with tales of these figures? Qiu Tianhe discerned Ye Jingtang's true identity. Although their swordplay methods were distinctly different, the initiation was strikingly similar. In his youth, Qiu Tianhe had been both rival and confidant to Zheng Feng, having sparred countless times. Aware that the right path Zheng sought was embodied in the flawless strike executed by this young man, Zheng Feng's absence indicated that he had already traversed further along the path, arriving at the bridge of fate. A flicker of bittersweet nostalgia crossed Qiu Tianhe's eyes as he comprehended Ye Jingtang's intent. He spoke, "Xian Yuan Chao is the contemporary sword sovereign, and his life's exploits are widely known, requiring no further elaboration from me. Xian Yuan Tiangang has long since withdrawn from the martial realm, rendering him a delicate subject. As for Zheng Feng, he is but a foolish boy." Oh, Ye Jingtang's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "What do you mean by that?" Qiu Tianhe gazed toward the courtyard. "Come down and listen, it is no secret." Shang Jianli, intrigued by the tales of the martial world, gracefully leaped down, landing soundlessly behind Ye Jingtang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "For 52 years, I have honed my skills with a blade since the tender age of 3, encountering numerous friends and adversaries along the way. Yet, apart from Xian Yuan Tiangang, all others have succumbed to the earth. Among these acquaintances, Zheng Feng may not stand out, but he resonates with me, a true confidant." Qiu Tianhe gazes at Ye Jingtang and recalls Zheng Feng from years past, a figure as radiant and spirited as you, though regrettably lacking in your striking appearance and slightly inferior in talent. It was once agreed that upon mastering our respective techniques, we would first vanquish the elder Xian Yuan, followed by a climactic duel on Junshan Terrace to determine the sword sovereign of our era. Alas, Zheng Feng failed to honor our pact. Ye Jingtang inquires about the reasons for this breach. Zheng Feng, having cultivated a close relationship with Xian Yuan Tiangang, visited Junshan Terrace several times and became acquainted with the elder's daughter, Xian Yuan Shai, thus forging a bond. Xian Yuan Shai. Ye Jingtang furrows his brow, sensing that this name likely bears significance to his own surname, Yi. Zheng Feng's affections deepened, leading him to seek her hand in marriage. However, during this period, the court was selecting maidens, and in pursuit of wealth and status, Xian Yuan Tiangang intended to send his daughter to the palace as a concubine. To ensure his daughter complied with his wishes, the elder deliberately provoked Zheng Feng, compelling him to settle matters with his blade. Qiu Tianhe lets out a gentle sigh. At that time, Zheng Feng was not even a master. What right did he have to challenge Xian Yuan Tiangang? Yet, he drew his sword nonetheless. The elder had no intention of marrying his daughter to him. To dissuade her affections, he unleashed a fierce attack, sparing Zheng Feng's life but rendering him a cripple. Ye Jingtang, cognizant of his adoptive father's lifelong bachelorhood and lack of heirs, his days spent in a drunken stupor, responds with a furrowed brow. And then, after that day, Zheng Feng completely vanished from the realm. I have not seen him since. Now, I fear he may have departed this world before me. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingtang fell into a brief silence before inquiring, "What became of Xian Yuan Shai in the end?" Standing behind him, Shang Jianli interjected, "In the second year of Qingyan, the court selected virtuous maidens to enter the palace, and Xian Yuan Shai was among the candidates. As she approached the borders of Yunzhou, Qiu Tianhe stormed into the convoy, wounding 8 men and forcibly abducting Xian Yuan Shai, thereafter fleeing into the wilderness. For nearly 30 years, he was pursued by both the court and Junshan Terrace until last year. When he was finally apprehended by the Black Arm, Ye Jingtang's heart trembled as he gazed at Qiu Tianhe in disbelief. Qiu Tianhe revealed a faint smile, stating, "I was both a rival and confidant to Zheng Feng. After his disappearance, Xian Yuan Shai secretly sought me out, imploring my assistance in locating Zheng Feng, and she wished for me to convey that she would await him at the Naya Bridge. How could I possibly know where Zheng Feng was hiding? Unable to bear the sorrows of this world, I single-handedly infiltrated the wedding envoy's ranks and abducted Xian Yuan Shai, thereafter accompanying her in search of Zheng Feng for a decade. From the southern mountains to desolate grasslands, from the eastern sea cliffs to the northwestern deserts, to this day, I remain oblivious to his whereabouts." After a prolonged silence, Ye Jingtang softly remarked, "Hero Qiu, your loyalty is indeed commendable." Qiu Tianhe shook his head, confessing, "I too harbor regrets towards Zheng Feng. Over the course of 10 years traversing the land, Xian Yuan Shai remained by my side, from fervent hope to a heart turned to ashes, from youthful exuberance to a visage weathered by time. In the end, I found myself falling for her and took her as my wife. Do you truly believe my young friend, that I am a petty person? This inquiry is sincere, for it seems that Xiao Tianhe has long been burdened by guilt. Ye Jingtang does not perceive his adoptive father as a heartless individual. Rather, his father often spoke fondly of Xiao Tianhe in moments of inebriation, frequently expressing a highly favorable opinion, making it implausible that he remained oblivious to subsequent events. Wounded by Xianyuan Chao, his father could no longer bestow a lifetime of happiness upon his beloved and chose to retreat into seclusion, perhaps believing this to be the most favorable outcome. Since his father has made such a choice, how could Ye Jingtang, as the son, dare to judge the decisions of his forebears? If Zheng Feng were to live incognito, it would be impossible for him not to have heard of the deeds of the great hero Qiu. Zheng Feng remained silent, and thus, none other than he possesses the standing to criticize the great hero. He chuckled softly. As for these matters, I shall descend and converse with Zheng Feng. Only in face-to-face discourse can we ascertain who is right and who is wrong. Come now, the affairs of the older generation of swordsmen are of no concern to you, a fledgling. I merely hope you do not emulate Zheng Feng's ways, allowing the old man Xianyuan to reign as the Sword King for another 30 years. Take care. Great hero Qiu, I take my leave. With that, Ye Jingtang rose and bowed, leaping from the courtyard alongside Shang Jianli. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Tianhe watched them depart until the iron gate closed and their footsteps faded, at which point he sighed quietly. A new generation replaces the old. You, my young friend, have endured hardships and emerged with a fine son, while I have incurred divine retribution. What sense does this make? Chapter 20. Do you desire to be a princess? Soft footsteps echoed from the dimly lit corridor, and two figures emerged. Ye Jingtang's expression remained calm as ever. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of melancholy in his brow. Shang Jianli moved silently, akin to a specter floating before one's eyes, his cheeks perpetually exuding a frigid composure. The most sorrowful plight in the world is none other than the decline of a hero and the aging of a beauty. Young Master Yi, yet to reach the age of maturity, encounters such occurrences infrequently, and thus it is only natural for him to feel a twinge of melancholy. However, one ought not to dwell excessively on it. Every individual unfolds their life stories, and each experience can evoke profound empathy within us. Our compassion should be reserved for those who truly deserve it. Might it be that the esteemed Shang harbors a tale of his own? It is impossible to find a soul devoid of a narrative. The difference lies merely in the grandiosity or simplicity, the brilliance or dullness of the tale. Heh. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Ye Jingtang took his leave. Yet, having not strayed far, he was approached by Wang Qihu, who called out from a distance, "Young Master Yi, the prince summons you. Do hurry along." Shang Jianli had not yet departed, and upon witnessing this, he gestured. "Young Master Yi, please go ahead." Ye Jingtang, surprised by the summons from the Jing Wang, briefly adjusted his attire before following Wang Qihu through a small door beneath the towering walls. A white enclosure stood before them, as if separating two distinct worlds. The authoritative and solemn government office lay beyond the wall, while passing through the small door unveiled a vibrant panorama. A tapestry of colorful blossoms greeted the eye, and a corridor stretched over a verdant lake, leading towards the irregularly arranged pavilions and towers. Countless young ladies clad in resplendent garments traversed the area, as if one had instantaneously transitioned from the mortal realm to the celestial paradise of the peach blossom garden. As Ye Jingtang navigated the corridor, he maintained his focus, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the resplendently dressed noblewomen within the Wang residence. However, it was to no avail, as his somewhat charming appearance attracted attention. The moment he emerged from the corridor, he found dozens of eyes fixed upon him, accompanied by whispers that floated through the air. Whose son could this be? How splendid! Could it be that our prince has taken a liking to her? Such a match seems fitting. If the prince finds her unappealing, might she be bestowed upon us? How naive you are. The mischievous maidens of the royal residence suggest that Prince Jing is not a difficult master to please. Knight Jingtang, feeling slightly reassured, followed Wang Qihu to the base of Mingyu Tower. The five-story edifice loomed majestically, its grandeur only truly appreciated upon closer approach, rendering the figures below akin to mere specks of dust. At the entrance of Mingyu Tower, a maid awaited their arrival. Wang Qihu paused at the bottom of the steps and subtly signaled to Knight Jingtang, saying, "Brother Yi, if you can stand firm at this juncture, you may avoid 60 years of misguided paths. Do take heed." The first floor of the towering structure featured a vast hall devoid of ordinary furnishings such as tables, chairs, or screens. The center was a clear space measuring approximately 6 shang. The floor, not of wood, was composed of an indeterminate black stone material, marked with numerous fine scratches. Surrounding the hall were 8 massive pillars, with a corridor behind them, where dozens of tables were arranged against the walls, displaying an array of weapons including swords, spears, and halberds. In the flourishing martial atmosphere of Dawei, it is not uncommon for individuals of all ages and backgrounds, noble or humble, to learn a bit of martial arts. Thus, it is unsurprising for the royal household to possess such armaments. On a redwood table lay a long spear, its shaft crafted from an unknown material, exhibiting a dark bluish hue, gleaming like jade. The spearhead measured 1.5 feet in length, its black edge resembling a mirror, exuding a chilling radiance under the light, with the spear but echoing this allure. The entire weapon bore no engravings or inscriptions. Yet to the eyes of a martial artist, it appeared as a breathtaking beauty laid bare before them. Most crucially, there lies a wooden plaque beneath the table, inscribed with the name of this weapon, Ming Long. Ye Jingtang, having learned of the Ming Long diagram from his adoptive father, had inquired about the origins of this extraordinary tome. It is said that in the annals of history, a founding monarch encountered an enigmatic figure during a time of turmoil, acquiring a singular manuscript. This manuscript enabled him to first attain mastery in martial arts, subsequently unifying the chaotic realms and establishing his dominion over the world. In his later years, he ascended to immortality upon a dragon. Hence this remarkable manuscript became known as the Minglong diagram. The weapon wielded by that sovereign during his conquests was also bestowed with the name Minglong, revered as the foremost among the 10 famed weapons, cherished privately by emperors throughout the ages, never to grace the realm of martial artists. As Ye Jingtang, a practitioner of martial arts, unexpectedly beheld such an artifact of legendary golden status, he could not help but linger, scrutinizing its authenticity. Perhaps captivated by its allure, he was engrossed in his examination when a voice suddenly pierced the air. Do you fancy it? The voice was crystalline and austere, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Merely hearing the voice conjured an image of a figure radiating an unyielding presence. Yet, this commanding voice emanated from the lips of a woman. Luo Ning's voice, reminiscent of an ethereal and mature heroine, carried a subtle allure, akin to a seasoned adventurer emerging from the mountains. This authoritative tone, however, was imbued with an air of superiority and unassailable confidence, exuding the essence of a formidable female executive. Ye Jingtang, startled at the absence of footsteps, swiftly turned to find that a woman had joined the attendant guiding him. She adorned a jade crown atop her head and wore a robe of silver and white, cinched at the waist with a golden-laid jade belt, from which hung a pendant shaped like a verdant dragon. The woman's attire was unmistakably masculine, yet subtly tailored to fit her form, cinching tightly at the waist while the lapels billowed out, supported by 2 ample curves. Even the 5-clawed golden python draped upon her seemed to take on the appearance of a plump-headed dragon. The woman possessed a statuesque figure, standing at a height that nearly matched Knight Jingtang's gaze, rendering her a striking presence among women. However, her proportions were remarkably harmonious, a quintessential 9-headed silhouette, with elongated limbs and a waist that was perfectly contoured, delicate where it needed to be slender and voluptuous in all the right places. As for her visage, the lady's features were pronounced, her complexion as fair as mutton fat, with eyebrows that resembled willow leaves, and beneath her high-bridged nose, her lips were adorned with a vivid crimson hue, captivating yet devoid of any hint of seduction. One could describe her beauty as dignified and grand, far too magnificent to be merely labeled as pretty. Handsome would be a more fitting descriptor. Knight Jingtang was taken aback upon encountering such a striking beauty with fiery red lips. Yet he maintained his composure, raising his hand in a respectful gesture. I am Knight Jingtang, honored to meet His Highness, the Prince of Jing. Remaining unflustered amidst the unexpected encounter, he displayed a commendable clarity of mind. There is no need for formalities. I merely paused out of curiosity. I have no proficiency with firearms, nor can I claim any particular fondness for them. The Eastern expatriate retrieved the long spear. Examining it thoughtfully, the Minglong spear is an artifact from centuries past. Despite its former prowess, it has been rendered somewhat obsolete through the vicissitudes of time, now serving merely as decoration within the imperial palace. This spear is a replica, yet its quality surpasses that of the original. As she spoke, she effortlessly balanced the spear with one hand, offering it to Knight Jingtang. Would you care to give it a try? Knight Jingtang did not respond, feeling a sense of shame as he said, I am not proficient in marksmanship. I cannot bear to waste such resources. I hope your highness will forgive me. The prince, who valued martial prowess, remarked, this building not only houses renowned weapons from across the realm, but also numerous martial arts manuals passed down through the ages. Since my youth, I have aspired to integrate the strengths of 100 schools into one. Unfortunately, the rules of the martial world are strict, and true skills are only imparted to apprentices, not outsiders. Not even granting me any favor. Knight Jingtang followed along, pondering slightly. Does Prince Jing wish to learn my sword techniques? Dongfang Liren paused. Glancing at Knight Jingtang, you are quite perceptive. Are you willing? Naturally, Knight Jingtang was willing. His aim was to delve into the palace to uncover the Ming Long Tuesday, compared to the connections affiliated with the Ming Long Tu and the prince's residence. A single illuminated sword technique seemed trivial. A sword's excellence is only as good as the hand that wields it. The reluctance to teach true skills to outsiders stems from the fear that they might surpass the master. My sword has already seen the light, and it cannot remain a hidden gem. Should I teach it to others? If they wield it better than I do, it matters not. If they cannot, then this sword may not be my ultimate weapon. What harm is there in sharing it with the world? Dongfang Liren nodded slightly. The young one is indeed teachable. The martial immortal of Fengguan City welcomes masters who come to seek guidance, fearing only that the other party may not comprehend. They might harbor thoughts akin to yours. Yet alas, no one has ever managed to contend with Fengguan City on the same stage. I hope you too can achieve such feats in the future. Your Highness overestimates me. I harbor no such grand ambitions, merely a touch of personal desire, replied Knight Jingtang. I possess but a single strike. If Prince Jing finds it satisfactory, perhaps he could impart a technique or two afterwards. Understanding the exchange of favors, Dongfang Liren turned around and said, that is agreeable. Do you wish to learn the dragon-slaying order from Junshan platform? Ye Jingtang was genuinely taken aback upon hearing this. The Blade Sovereign Xianyuan Chao was an enemy of his adoptive father. Should he master the dragon-slaying order, he could potentially defeat Xianyuan Chao using his own techniques, thus teaching Junshan platform the true essence of the dragon-slaying order. What a grand display that would be. Contemplating this, Ye Jingtang felt a surge of excitement, yet awkwardly remarked, I can only perform one strike. To exchange it for the contemporary Blade Sovereign's dragon-slaying order seems rather far-fetched. You possess some self-awareness. You can merely execute a basic stance. You cannot claim an entire school of thought. To barter for the complete dragon-slaying order is certainly out of the question. You must at least offer a complete and superior martial art in return for my instruction. Ye Jingtang realized that such fortune was elusive and, with a hint of resignation, replied, indeed, I can only perform this one strike. The rest is still in contemplation. I cannot say when it will materialize. You must refine this technique. At least a decade must pass. I have no inclination to wait. What, then, is Prince Jing implying? Dongfang Liren flicked her fingers, drawing forth a treasured blade, revealing that near its guard were inscribed the characters Tianhe, indicating it was likely the weapon of Qiu Tianhe. Do you harbor any interest in the Tianhe blade? Upon sighting this exquisite weapon, Ye Jingtang suddenly comprehended Prince Jing's intent. She wished to learn the Tianhe blade, yet Qiu Tianhe would undoubtedly refuse to teach her, thus seeking to acquire the knowledge through his hand. Today, Ye Jingtang heard about the past involving Qiu Tianhe and his adoptive father. It is difficult to ascertain the righteousness of his adoptive father's actions, however. From Qiu Tianhe's perspective, there is no fault in his deeds. Should an opportunity arise to vindicate him, he would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jingtang shook his head and sighed. Tianhe's blade is renowned throughout the realm. Naturally, I would wish to learn it if given the chance. Yet, with Qiu Tianhe imprisoned, should I acquire the technique, I would be burdened by the weight of loyalty, knowing full well that my mentor's life hangs by a thread. If I were to turn a blind eye, I would become a treacherous wolf. Conversely, if I were to intervene, the prince may very well imprison me as well. You have traversed great distances to deliver your family's fortune to the capital, thus I perceive your deep sense of loyalty. Such a dilemma. I would not impose upon you. Qiu Tianhe remains unexecuted. Do you know the reason behind it? Ye Jingtang shook his head. In the second year of Qing'an, Qiu Tianhe abducted the beautiful Xianyuan Shai. She is the legitimate daughter of the Junshan Marquis, who was to be appointed as a noble consort. With her abduction, the two imperial consorts were left without a proper candidate, which compelled the marriage envoy to select a lady from a prominent family to enter the palace. This lady, upon her arrival, gained the emperor's favor and bore two princesses. Can you guess who these two princesses are? Ye Jingtang, gazing at the graceful figure of the Jing Wang before him, expressed his surprise. Is it the Jing Wang? And Dongfang Liren nodded, continuing down the corridor. Though it may be a case of serendipitous misfortune, Qiu Tianhe can indeed be regarded as one who has merited the imperial favor. I choose not to execute him. Firstly, for the sake of his martial prowess, and secondly, due to the difficulty of harboring resentment towards his audacious act. If you have mastered his swordsmanship and regard him as a senior, expressing your willingness to serve this king, I, in consideration of your sentiments, may petition the emperor for clemency, allowing Qiu Tianhe to leave the dungeon. However, do not harbor illusions of regaining complete freedom, though he may escape the death penalty. He cannot evade the repercussions of his actions. Allowing Qiu Tianhe to find a modest abode near the Black Yamen for his twilight years would be the utmost act of leniency. Ye Jingtang pondered this proposition for a moment. What does Prince Jing desire me to do? Ye Jingtang straightened slightly, sensing that this fiery royal lady insinuated a desire for him to become a consort. Do not get carried away. I stand just below one person and above countless others. I have encountered all manner of talented individuals. Your superficial skills are hardly worthy of my attention. I oversee the Black Yamen, tasked with apprehending the rogues who commit misdeeds in the world. What do you think I could possibly assign you? Ye Jingtang surmised that such fortunate opportunities were unlikely and chuckled begrudgingly. Understood. Ruthless brigands who take lives indiscriminately deserve to be eradicated. Should I chance upon one? Even without your prompting, I would act for the sake of the people. How can I trust you without evidence? Dongfang Liren slightly raised a hand. Your willingness to take on the case of the wingless owl indicates confidence. Let me first witness your capabilities. What? I have no confidence at all. Ye Jingtang thought to himself, realizing the peril of the situation. Earlier, he had been surrounded by the notorious brigands known for their ruthless methods, and in consideration of his safety, he had chosen a task with a relatively lower risk, intending merely to give it his best effort as a gesture. As the words of Prince Jing lingered in the air, the gravity of failing to capture the target weighed heavily on his reputation. Such a misstep would undoubtedly tarnish his image, complicating any future endeavors to infiltrate the palace in search of treasures. The task had been willingly accepted, and it was not in the nature of the Night Vigil Hall to retract their decision at this juncture. Resolute, he declared, I shall assuredly do my utmost. The prince replied, Very well, I shall await your good news. Chapter 21. The Corrupt Official. By noon, the streets of the dying district were sparsely populated. As he approached the courtyard wall, he tiptoed to peer over. The tidy courtyard now boasted additional possessions, and the trellis in the far corner had been reconstructed. A beautiful young woman clad in a blue garment gathered her skirt modestly before squatting beneath the trellis, using a small hoe to dig a shallow pit by the wall. A fluffy white owl, industriously, retrieved seeds from a small pouch beside her, hopped over to the freshly dug hole, and, adopting a comical demeanor, opened its beak in a plea for sustenance. What was being planted? Bitter melon? How did today's inquiries at the Black Precinct fare? The lively response was attributed to the absence of Ji Yunli. Should Luo Ning not maintain vigilance outside, the little thief would surely drag her back inside at the slightest sound. Amused, Ye Jingtang fetched a small stool from the kitchen and settled beneath the eaves, stating, It went rather smoothly. I encountered Qiu Tianhe. Luo Ning's guarded expression momentarily faltered, revealing a flicker of suspicion, yet she did not approach. However, upon hearing Ye Jingtang describe Qiu Tianhe's features, her countenance transformed into one of astonishment as she stepped outside the eaves, inquiring, How did you come to meet Qiu Tianhe? Did the Black Precinct permit you entry into the dungeon so readily? Knight Jingtang placed a small stool beside him, declaring, I am a law-abiding citizen, with a clear conscience and commendable skills in swordsmanship. It is only reasonable to seek a favor from the officials in the Yamen, to witness the prowess of the heroes of the martial world. What difficulty could there possibly be? Come, sit and converse. Luo Ning cast a glance at the small stool set nearby, hesitated for a moment, then approached and moved the stool a few inches away before sitting down. Allowing Niao Niao to perch in the middle, she gently inquired, What is the situation with Qiu Tianhe, currently imprisoned in the underground levels of Mingyu Tower? His condition is dire, encumbered by iron locks and iron bars, not to mention the debilitating effects of soft bone incense. I suspect he lacks the strength even to rise. As for any rescue, do not entertain such thoughts. Infiltrating the dungeon to mount a rescue is far more challenging than directly assassinating Prince Jing. I doubt anyone in this world could accomplish it. A frown of concern crossed Luo Ning's brow. I am well aware the chances are slim. Qiu Tianhe saved Yun Li's life. If we disregard this, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Alas, Knight Jingtang chuckled softly. However, it is not without its solutions. Really? Luo Ning's expression turned to one of surprise. You have a method to save him? Knight Jingtang nodded but refrained from divulging details, instead scrutinizing Luo Ning. This is a matter of life and death, Miss Luo, if you wish for my assistance. Should there not be a measure of sincerity? Luo Ning straightened her posture slightly, reaching for the soft sword at her waist, her gaze turning icy. Knight Jingtang, I perceive that your nature is not entirely lacking. It is why I have refrained from taking your life over the previous incident. Should you fail to gauge the gravity of the situation and seek to exploit this, what is your question? Miss Luo, are you married or not? Luo Ning's delicate visage flushed with anger as she spoke in a low voice. Married. I have been married for many years, and it is common knowledge throughout the realm. You don't even know how to embrace a man. Your demeanor is so naive that you can't even call out to him. How could anyone believe you have been married? I sense you are still a virgin. Before she could finish her sentence, the glinting edge of a sword was thrust toward her throat. Luo Ning's face turned crimson from the lewd words. Being married does not merely pertain to physical intimacy. The essence of a marriage lies in the bond of affection. What does it matter whether or not one has engaged in such acts? If you continue to utter such vulgarities, I shall have your tongue removed. Not having done so, it does seem you are indeed a virgin. Ye Jingtang's gaze was peculiar as he deflected the sword's point. Your husband seems to be rather wasteful. Could it be that he has been injured and is unable to perform his marital duties? Does it concern you? She retorted. Do you think everyone is like you, with their minds solely fixated on a woman's body, believing that marriage necessitates consummation? Master Yunli treats me with great respect, far more appropriately than you do, and she is also more beautiful than you, with superior martial skills. Ye Jingtang was at a loss for words regarding her absurd remarks, and after a moment of contemplation, he could only respond with confusion. What do you mean by comparing me to your husband? Are you deliberately trying to provoke jealousy in me? Luo Ning opened her mouth, sensing a flaw in his words, and swiftly shifted the topic. Let us not discuss matters that tarnish our reputations. What, pray tell, is your plan to rescue Qiu Tianhe? Knight Jingtang ceased his banter with the valiant Lady Luo and produced a wanted notice from his pocket. Today, he had been summoned to the Black Yamen. Possessing both striking looks and remarkable swordsmanship, he had caught the eye of Prince Jing, who instructed him to seize the opportunity to learn the sword techniques of Qiu Tianhe and impart them to the prince. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must remain mindful of the bonds of loyalty, to prevent him from becoming a traitorous wretch. The prince was willing to make an exception and release Qiu Tianhe from the dungeon, allowing him to live out his days in the capital. The price for this favor, however, was that Knight Jingtang would henceforth be obliged to serve the court. Luo Ning listened in silence, her brow furrowing at the seemingly magnanimous yet cunning terms set forth by Prince Jing. By instructing Knight Jingtang in the art of swordsmanship, the prince aimed to bind him to the court as a successor in exchange for the chance to liberate Qiu Tianhe. Should Knight Jingtang comply, he and Qiu Tianhe would be irrevocably tied by the bonds of loyalty. To protect Knight Jingtang from repercussions, Qiu Tianhe would, even without shackles, remain imprisoned within the capital for the rest of his life, effectively rendering him a living prisoner. Conversely, should Knight Jingtang honor this bond, he would be compelled to serve the court diligently to ensure that Qiu Tianhe did not meet the guillotine. This single condition ensnared both men completely, while the prince bore no cost, even acquiring Qiu Tianhe's techniques for free. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ning remarked coldly, "These treacherous officials are truly devious. If you acquiesce, will you not become a mere pawn of the court?" Knight Jingtang shrugged lightly. "I am a law-abiding citizen. To be valued by the court is an honor, and acquiring a sword technique at no cost hardly makes me a lackey of the government." Luo Ning pondered. Recognizing that Ye Jingtang was unlike her, he was not a rebel. Accepting his conditions appeared to bear no detriment. Yet, with your exceptional talent, remaining in the bureaucratic sphere would forever place you beneath others. After laboring for half a lifetime, you might only achieve a minor official rank. However, in the realm of the martial world, with your abilities and my connections, I can assure you that you could ascend rapidly, becoming a pivotal figure in the future of the jianghu. Ye Jingtang regarded Luo Ning, who was attempting to recruit him, and inquired with a smile, "What does the valiant Luo seek? To rescue Qiu Tianhe, or to have me follow you henceforth?" "I desire both." Luo Ning hesitated slightly, letting out a soft sigh. "Taking this step will sever your ties to the jianghu. Henceforth, the the court will use Qiu Tianhe as leverage, compelling you to comply with their mandates. Even if you wish to serve the court, given our lack of acquaintance, the burden of Qiu Tianhe will be a heavy shackle. I truly cannot agree to that willingly. Ye Jingtang drew closer on his small stool. If you feel indebted, perhaps you could find a way to compensate me? Luo Ning's earlier sentiments evaporated in an instant, gripping the hilt of her sword. Her expression turned frosty. What do you intend? To learn martial arts. What do you think, Luo Ning? I presumed you wished for me to. Luo Ning's demeanor softened somewhat. If you genuinely wish to assist Yun Li in rescuing the great hero Qiu, then I would not mind imparting my skills to you. However, from this moment forward, you will tread the path of the court while I navigate the jianghu, and we shall go our separate ways. Her unspoken words lingered, for there were countless similar tales in the martial world, once akin to brothers. They were compelled to draw swords against each other, one harboring loyalty and the other cloaked in chivalry, only to reconcile in the depths of the underworld. This is undoubtedly one of the most sorrowful tales within the realm of martial arts, where no party is at fault, yet all are left powerless. Luo Ning had such a dear friend. They were once as close as sisters. However, ever since she devoted herself to the Pingtian sect, they became estranged, mere shadows of their former selves. Regardless of her sentiments towards Ye Jingtang, sharing the same roof now signifies fate. And how could one not worry that they too might descend into a heart-wrenching predicament? Ye Jingtang, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. Noticing Luo Ning's melancholic disposition, he offered words of comfort. It is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to cling to each other in hardship. If you, the valiant heroine, fulfill your aspirations, I too have a promising future ahead. Why should we fret over what lies ahead? Should we chance upon each other in another realm of the martial world, and you occupy a lofty position while I remain a mere thief, then I hope, dear heroine, that you take good care of yourself. If you still possess the same unparalleled grace as today, I assure you, I would never dare to harm a flower. For a woman of the martial world, such a fate would be akin to death. Luo Ning's countenance darkened, and she softly muttered, "You vile official. I shall never grant you that satisfaction." Ye Jingtang chuckled lightly, refraining from further provocation, and gestured towards the wanted poster. If you wish to earn the favor of the Prince of Jing, you must first undertake a task to prove your abilities. Do you have a plan to capture the wingless owl? Luo Ning withdrew her icy gaze and scrutinized the wanted poster, the wingless owl. This individual possesses considerable renown, and his agility likely rivals my own. With no intelligence aside from this wanted notice, how can one hope to apprehend him? Knight Jingtang was also troubled by this matter. After some contemplation, he remarked, the wingless owl's audacious intrusion into the Cloud Palace was motivated by a desire to master lightness skills. However, after achieving his goal, he not only failed to conduct himself discreetly as a thief, but rather boisterously proclaimed his exploits, leading to his current notoriety. This indicates that he, like many in the martial world, craves fame and shuns anonymity. The most taboo for those in the jianghu is to witness someone parading under their name, engaging in deceitful antics that tarnish their reputation. If one were to invoke the name of wingless owl while committing disgraceful acts, the more scandalous, the better. It would certainly stir the winds of jianghu. The wingless owl, who operates discreetly in the capital, upon hearing of someone impersonating him and causing a ruckus, would undoubtedly be displeased. Knight Jingtang nodded, saying, were I the wingless owl and caught wind of such rumors, I would likely seek clarification on the matter. Even if I suspected it to be a trap set by the authorities, I would still be compelled to investigate what tricks the court is up to. Once he takes action, I shall have the opportunity to apprehend him. Luo Ning, perceiving the high probability of this plan's success, inquired, you are quite cunning. What do you intend to steal to create a stir and draw the serpent from its lair? Knight Jingtang, interpreting this as a compliment, shrugged slightly. The item I pilfer must possess significant value. Only then will the public be inclined to believe I am the wingless owl and gossip about the incident. Furthermore, the notoriety surrounding the stolen item must be unfavorable to prevent the wingless owl from readily accepting this reputation and disregarding it. Ideally, it would also help to absolve any suspicion of government bait. I find myself in a quandary. Do you, Miss Luo, possess any brilliant ideas? Luo Ning pondered seriously for a long while before tentatively suggesting, How about the Queen's golden silk undergarment? What? Knight Jingtang was momentarily taken aback. Stealing the Prince Jing's silk pouch could indeed hold immense value, sparking rampant speculation among onlookers, while the no-winged owl would feel ashamed to be associated with such matters. Clearing the suspicion of the imperial court's entrapment, But how could he possibly acquire such an item? Was he to risk his life for it? What nonsense! This item. Even the no-winged owl himself would find it unattainable, even if I were not to steal it, but rather to borrow it under the guise of an investigation. Prince Jing would surely have me flayed alive. Lady Luo, do you intend to use me as a pawn? Luo Ning recognized the folly of this idea, furrowing her brow and replying, I am no thief. How could I know what would be deemed unsightly to steal? You assist the authorities with their cases. Such items should be provided by the court. Surely, you cannot expect me to steal it myself? Ye Jingtang chuckled slightly. Actually, the notion of the golden silk pouch is rather clever, but it cannot be borrowed. I shall inquire at the dark court. Chapter 22. Mr. Jiao Dong, Dong Dong. The distant morning bell resonated through the misty rain. The streets of the capital slowly awakened, smoke rising from the chimneys as the majestic imperial city in the north opened its palace gates. Officials of all ranks, donned in colorful robes, streamed into the hall. The Eastern expatriate, clad in a silver pouch embroidered with fat-headed dragon, stood behind the screen, arms outstretched as a maid dressed her in ceremonial robes. Her gaze, crossing the screen, fixed upon the palace city at the horizon, where a grand palanquin, surrounded by a throng, was making its way to the Tai Chi Hall. Why has His Majesty delayed for a tea's worth of time today? Last night, the Empress Dowager retired to Yanghe Palace, spending the night in her chambers. The Empress Dowager delights in heartfelt conversations, and it is likely that His Majesty conversed with her until late into the night. The sovereign, burdened with the weight of governance, finds himself weary, and the relentless chatter of the Empress Dowager in the evening proves to be an additional strain. Perhaps I should arrange for her to reside at the palace for a few days? After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Liren nodded in agreement. Once adorned in his ceremonial robe and jade belt, he made his way to the study on the top floor, where he perused the neatly organized memorials. Scrutinizing the reports from various regions, several fragrant masters of the Red Flower Pavilion had ventured out simultaneously, suggesting significant undertakings. What intentions does the Red Flower Pavilion harbor? Are they mobilizing to extinguish the water cloud sword pool? The elderly matriarch pondered. That seems improbable. As long as the old gun leader remains, the Red Flower Pavilion still possesses the audacity to confront the water cloud sword pool. Presently, the Red Flower Pavilion must heed the countenance of the water cloud sword pool. It has come to my attention that the heads of the various branches of the Red Flower Pavilion convene annually, perhaps to deliberate on their future prospects. The overt stature of the Red Flower Pavilion is considerable, and undoubtedly they harbor even greater secrets within their clandestine dealings, rendering them exceedingly affluent within the realm. Should they find themselves unable to navigate the complexities of the martial world and seek to pledge their allegiance to this king, an opportunity may be afforded to them. Indeed, Dongfang Liren diverted his focus from the Red Flower Pavilion and continued to examine the reports. A merchant caravan has entered the borders from Liangzhou, seemingly concealing the blood Bodhi within. Who is Blood Bodhi? A notorious assassin who once roamed the jianghu of southern Tian a decade ago, leaving a trail of blood debts in his wake. He was pursued relentlessly by both the imperial court and the martial world after a failed assassination attempt on the governor of Chongzhou, and has since vanished from sight. The white-haired matron's eyes revealed a trace of gravity. This individual's martial prowess remains uncertain, yet he excels in mechanisms and concealed weaponry. Adept at disguises and exhibiting remarkable patience, he once lay in ambush for nearly a year to assassinate the leader of the Seven Mysteries sect, brushing past him multiple times without striking, waiting until the target was utterly at ease before delivering a fatal blow and vanishing. His reappearance now may suggest he has been recruited by the Green Bandits. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liren furrowed his brow. The Green Bandits' recruitment of such a top-tier assassin indicates their intentions are aimed either at high-ranking officials or at me. He instructed the Black Yamen to be vigilant regarding individuals arriving from Liangzhou in recent days. At this juncture, Dongfang Liren suddenly recalled Ye Jingtang, who had just entered the capital from Liangzhou. However, considering Ye Jingtang was merely 18 years old, this did not align with his suspicions, prompting him to dismiss the concern. After comprehensively reviewing the intelligence presented by the Black Yamen, Dongfang Liren ascended to the terrace to survey the circumstances within and beyond the imperial city. Yet, after only a brief observation, he spotted his cousin Wang Qihu, furtively departing from the Black Yamen while clutching an object. Dongfang Liren's brow knitted in curiosity as he inquired, "What is Wang Qihu up to now?" Just last night, Ye Jingtang visited, intending to capture the wingless owl, and sought assistance from the Yamen, borrowing something from Wang Qihu. What did he borrow? Soft bone incense, the soul separation needle? The white-haired matron hesitated, reluctant to deceive the Prince of Jing, and after a moment's contemplation, approached Dongfang Liren to whisper a few words. Upon hearing her, a rare flush graced Dongfang Liren's resolute countenance as he frowned and remarked, "Is he unwell?" In the early summer's gentle rain, droplets fell upon the ancient stone alley, while the yellowing wine banner swayed silently beneath the eaves. Beside the tavern, a spirited steed stood in the stable, having just ceased its gallop, its nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. Within the tavern, devoid of patrons, two hushed voices emerged from the window. "Have you brought it?" "I have." "What is it?" "Mr. Jiao." In the tavern, Ye Jingtang, clad in a black robe and donning a bamboo hat, appeared as a wandering hero. Seated at a table as he received a purple sandalwood box handed to him by Wang Qihu, his expression peculiar. Wang Qihu, perhaps fearing the tarnishing of his reputation, was exceedingly vigilant, shielding the tavern keeper's line of sight with his form, whispering, "This object is carved from a single block of jade, the raw material alone valued at no less than 1,000 taels. Crafted by a renowned artisan of the previous dynasty. Those who have possessed it were either royal consorts or esteemed dignitaries. After the establishment of the Great Wei, it has changed hands several times, eventually arriving at the residence of the Duke of Ding'an." Ye Jingtang gazed at the exquisitely crafted purple sandalwood box, hesitating to open it. "Brother Wang, I requested your assistance in procuring something discreet, yet this seems rather too overt. This item." Indeed, Ye Jingtang had not anticipated that seeking a golden silk bellyband from the Jing Wang would be so absurd. He could never have imagined that Wang Qihu could present something even more outrageous. Nonetheless, this object did not resemble the bait set by the authorities. Its dissemination would certainly provoke scandal, yet its value and origin would undeniably attract the attention of elusive thieves, making it exceedingly suitable. After scrutinizing the wooden box for a moment, Ye Jingtang ultimately decided to stow it away. "I sincerely appreciate Brother Wang's assistance. I shall not fail your expectations and will ensure the capture of the wingless owl. We are merely serving the court, so there is no need for gratitude. I have already instructed the informants in the city to spread rumors and stoke the flames. You may proceed to dispose of the stolen goods. Whether you succeed depends on your fortune. I shall take my leave now," he remarked before departing. Ye Jingtang watched as Wang Qihu stealthily slipped away, then turned his attention back to the ebony box in his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to open it, instead wrapping it in black cloth before exiting the shop. A light rain fell, and the streets were nearly deserted. Ye Jingtang wandered for a few moments, ensuring he was not being followed, before arriving at a narrow alley. Luo Ning and Zhi Yunli were waiting in the alley, holding an umbrella and dressed as an ordinary mother and daughter. Niao Niao stood atop a wall, keeping watch for any signs of movement. "What bait did the black yaman provide you?" Ye Jingtang dismounted, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He handed the wrapped ebony box to Luo Ning. "It contains something rather dubious. I have not opened it. It would be best if you refrained from doing so as well, lest it provoke your ire." Luo Ning accepted the box, weighing it in her hands, noting it did not feel like a golden silk belly pouch. "Aren't you going to take a look? How will you sell it later?" she inquired, then raised her hand to slice open the wooden box. However, wary of potential deceit, she leaned closer to Ye Jingtang, inviting him to share in the discovery. Zhi Yunli, unable to contain her curiosity at the mention of dubious, moved closer to Luo Ning to inspect the contents. With a flourish, the ebony box was opened, revealing a vivid red fabric that captivated the eyes of the trio. Inside the box lay a translucent jade artifact of a vibrant emerald hue, its exquisite craftsmanship and lustrous color evident even to the untrained eye, revealing its considerable worth. As for its form, it was rather bulky and unrefined. Ye Jingtang blinked, at a loss for words. Zhi Yunli, taken aback, leaned in for a closer inspection. "Wow, what an impressive piece. This jade must be worth a fortune, though its shape is rather peculiar." As she spoke, she reached out to touch it. Luo Ning, initially perplexed by what it was, scrutinized the jade's form and noticed the lifelike veins and the turtle head on the jade pillar. Suddenly, the box snapped shut, nearly pinching Zhi Yunli's fingers. "Mistress, what are you doing?" Luo Ning's face flushed with anger as she tossed the wooden box towards Ye Jingtang. "You little thief." Ye Jingtang, anticipating such a reaction, deftly caught the Zetenwood box. "This is public property for casework. If it gets damaged, will you compensate me?" Zhi Yunli, oblivious to the jade's purpose, inquired with childlike curiosity. "Mistress, why are you angry? What is this object for?" Ouch! Luo Ning lightly tapped her on the head. Perhaps fearing that Ji Yunli might be led astray, she gently but firmly explained her embarrassment. It's an item used by men in brothels. Unclean. Don't ask too many questions. Ji Yunli blinked her large eyes. Such a large stick. Surely it's not used to bully women, is it? How is it meant to be used? Hiss. Luo Ning, like a mother unable to tolerate her curious daughter any longer, resorted to pinching her ear while admonishing. When I tell you not to ask, it means not to ask. Is it fitting for a young lady to inquire about such matters? In a moment of pain, Ji Yunli quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, All right, I won't ask any more. I merely wish to assist the valiant hero Qiu and offer my counsel. So, shall we proceed to the black market to dispose of the stolen goods? Luo Ning, holding such unclean objects, thought it inappropriate to carry them with Yunli. Ye Jingtang, who had been stifling laughter, turned serious as soon as Ji Yunli departed, glaring at him with ire. You are shameless. Ye Jingtang, his smile fading, responded with bewilderment. What exactly is shameless about me? This item was provided by the authorities. I explicitly told you not to look, yet you insisted. After seeing it, you accuse me of being shameless. It is merely a jade carving. Is such a strong reaction truly warranted? As a mature woman, Luo Ning, despite her lack of experience in romantic affairs, had heard of the uses of such objects from certain women in the Pingtian sect. When Ye Jingtang handed her the object associated with female self-indulgence without prior warning, how could she not be incensed? However, she realized that not all the blame lay with Ye Jingtang. Suppressing her embarrassment and indignation, she replied with a measured tone. How can the court be so shameless as to allow you to utilize such an item? As long as it serves its purpose, I suppose. Were you in the position of the wingless owl, discovering that you were engaged in the theft of such items for profit? Would you not feel humiliated? Luo Ning pondered this, choosing to say no more. Yet, Ye Jingtang offered the box to her once more, insisting she hold it. What are you doing? She questioned. Hold it. He insisted, shoving the rosewood box into the hands of the visibly reluctant Luo Ning. I am a man, the head of the household. Does it not seem proper for me to carry the box while you follow behind? With a silent gritting of her teeth, Luo Ning ultimately accepted the box, cradling it in her arms. Ye Jingtang placed the little bird upon his shoulder and led the horse out of the alley. Let us disguise ourselves as wandering rogues, traversing the world together. From this moment forth, I shall call you Ninger, and you shall call me. Luo Ning, following closely behind, coldly interjected. I shall refer to you as Ji Xiao. What a jest. Ye Jingtang turned his head to glance at the lady dressed as a wife. How about Xiang Gong? It would raise fewer suspicions for a couple to journey together in the martial world. Luo Ning was decidedly reluctant, yet apart from this title, there was no other way to explain why a man and a woman would travel together. After a moment's thought, she replied, Xiang Gong is too formal. People in the martial world do not usually address one another in such a manner. Perhaps, I shall call you Yi Lang. Yi Lang. Ye Jingtang was well aware of the idiom Yi Lang Zide and promptly shook his head, not particularly pleasant to the ear. Then how about Tang Lei? Huh? The little bird tilted its head, surveying its surroundings, seemingly pondering where a mantis might be found. Ye Jingtang suddenly felt that his adoptive father's talent for naming was somewhat questionable. How would his wife address him in the future? After a brief contemplation, he recalled the title Sin Yang and decided, let us go with Si Lang. Yes, with the surname Huang, Huang Si Lang. Huang Si Lang. Luo Ning found no issue with this and chose to remain silent thereafter. Qiu Tian he let out a faint sigh at that time. Zheng Feng was not even a master. What right did he have to challenge Xinyuan Laoer? Yet, he still drew his blade. In that battle, Zheng Feng exerted all his strength, and that clash established his title as master of the blade, though he remained far from Xinyuan Chao. Xinyuan, the old man, had never truly considered marrying off his daughter to him. In order to extinguish any lingering hopes she might have, he resorted to ruthless measures right then and there. Chapter 23. Elbow, entering the room. Yunnan City serves as the capital of the Great Wei Kingdom, situated beneath the watchful gaze of the emperor, where the influence of the martial world remains largely unseen. However, in a sprawling metropolis with a resident population exceeding 1 million, it is unrealistic to assert that there are no hidden corners harboring secrets. Surrounding the western market of the capital, a multitude of martial arts schools, escort agencies, and transport businesses congregate, forming a nexus for diverse social strata. Many martial artists entering the capital prefer to settle nearby, and the dark officials have embedded numerous informants within the bustling streets. Ye Jingtang intends to masquerade as the wingless owl to draw out the serpent from its lair. And the dark officials are exceedingly cooperative. Wang Qi, who has instructed his informants to circulate rumors since yesterday, such as a noble family has been robbed. The wingless owl has struck again, and stolen goods from Mr. Jiao are being offloaded. What Ye Jingtang seeks to do is merely to stealthily venture into the black market channels provided by the dark officials, to unearth Mr. Jiao and ascertain the price, thus attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although Wang Qi, who may appear boisterous and somewhat unreliable, his ability to execute tasks is truly remarkable. Ye Jingtang initially thought it would take several days for Wang Qi to stir up any rumors in the marketplace, yet unexpectedly, as he walked along, he overheard a conversation. "Brother Wang, have you heard? The wingless owl has struck again." "Oh, is that so? Whose home did it invade this time?" "According to rumors, it infiltrated the Prime Minister's residence and stole a..." "Ah, the wingless owl is so audacious? It has always been bold." It is said that the object in question is an essential item for the esteemed Minister Li during his private affairs. If the wingless owl were to acquire this item, it would be akin to indirectly having touched the minister's wives. The rain continued to fall, and unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. Knight Jingtang led his steed along the sparsely populated streets, hearing whispers emanating from the tea house, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. Throughout the day, he had merely wandered the capital, inquiring about prices with the Mr. Jiao at several shops without fabricating any tales. However, the imaginative prowess of the idle townsfolk was indeed remarkable. They embellished and speculated wildly, spinning a nonsensical tale of a heroine's loss of virtue, lamenting and cursing the wingless owl for its alleged impropriety. Some even described the usage of this item in vivid detail, as though they had witnessed the minister's wife herself inserting Mr. Jiao into the minister's little flower. Such gossip regarding matters between men and women spreads rapidly, regardless of the location. Knight Jingtang, initially skeptical of this method, realized the extent of its circulation upon overhearing the rascals in the tea house discussing these affairs, knowing that as long as the wingless owl remained in the capital, the news would inevitably reach its ears. Luo Ning, closely following him, cradled the box like a dutiful wife. Upon hearing the nonsensical chatter, her face turned pale with indignation, wishing she could smash the filthy object in her arms right then and there. However, that was clearly not feasible. As darkness encroached, Luo Ning inquired, "Where to now?" Knight Jingtang, masquerading as the wingless owl, drew the attention of many, yet he and Luo Ning discreetly observed. Recognizing that these were merely ordinary wanderers who had caught wind of the rumors, with no signs of any extraordinary martial artists present. Under the instigation of the Black Yamen, wherever the multitude of various trades converged, the whispers of the wingless owl's deft hand stealing the little one echoed. If the wingless owl were to conceal itself in the capital, it would be impossible for it to remain oblivious to the slightest stir. To locate it, one merely needed to wait patiently at a shop where stolen goods could be disposed of. According to the estimations of Knight Shock Hall, the wingless owl might already be lurking in the shadows, but its agility was such that neither it nor Luo Ning had noticed. "Ninger, shall we continue searching for a place to offload our goods, or should we rest for the night?" Luo Ning hesitated, for in her view, the rumors spread by the Black Yamen had nearly permeated the entire city. For them to continue their illicit activities, seeking a place to dispose of stolen items, seemed rather implausible. Disguised as a couple from the rivers and lakes, if they were to stay at an inn, they would inevitably have to share the same bed. Luo Ning's steps slowed slightly as she pondered, then she whispered, "You are the man, you decide." Knight Shock Hall nodded slightly, scanning the street before he approached an inn by the roadside. Biting her lip in silence, Luo Ning prioritized the task at hand and ultimately concealed her unease. Following him into the establishment, "Waiter, please prepare a room for us, feed the horse, and draw some hot water." "Certainly, esteemed guests. Please head upstairs." Soon, they arrived at a room on the second floor. After the waiter departed, Knight Shock Hall stepped into the room, approached the window, and lightly tapped twice. Feeling a sense of calm wash over him, he removed his bamboo hat and cloak, turning to look at the valiant Luo Ning. Luo Ning closed the door, took off her hat, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, and surveyed the interior of the room. The room was a standard king-sized bedroom, with windows facing the back street, flanked by guest rooms on either side. Inside, a square table and tea chairs were arranged, while against the wall stood a large canopy bed draped with a green mosquito net. Luo Ning cast a glance at the bed, careful not to reveal any unusual expression, and coldly walked over to sit at the tea table. "The wind outside is fierce. We will take turns keeping watch to prevent the officials from sneaking up on us. Knight Jingtang, seated nearby, tilted his head toward the outside, suggesting how to lure the snake over. Yet, with a smile, he reassured, "What is there to fear? Do you not trust my abilities? I already shook off a few pesky followers on the way here. Sleep peacefully." Luo Ning blinked, wanting to say something but finding no suitable excuse. Instead, she rose to sit at the vanity, pretending to comb her hair. Speaking too much could easily lead to exposure. After exchanging a few idle words, they fell silent. When the waiter brought hot water, they engaged in the usual washing up routine. Knight Jingtang placed a box beside the pillow and then collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. Ah. Luo Ning sat at the head of the bed, casting a complex glance at the man sprawled on the bed. She couldn't possibly sleep at the table all night. After a long internal struggle, she finally touched the soft sword at her waist and approached the bed, glaring at Knight Jingtang. Noticing the murderous intent in her gaze, he shook his head with a sigh. "Just sleep. We might have to flee tonight. There's no need to undress." After warning Knight Jingtang with her eyes for a moment, Luo Ning slowly lay down on the pillow, her hand constantly resting on the soft sword at her waist, maintaining a distance of a foot from Knight Jingtang, closing her eyes as if to sleep while remaining alert to the sounds outside. Yet, as they lay down to sleep, it was evident that they did not resemble a married couple. Knight Jingtang, in an effort to enhance the theatricality of the scene, cast a sidelong glance at the Zeton wooden box situated between them. "Ninger, have you ever used this in private?" He jested. "Are you out of your mind?" Lady Luo's enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes widened with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she stifled her rising temper and replied softly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Just sleep peacefully." Luo Ning possessed an ethereal beauty. Even without adornment, her natural visage exuded an extraordinary charm. Whether in anger or irritation, her eyes radiated a captivating allure. As they lay side by side on the pillow, their gazes locked, each flutter of her eyelashes was discernible. Outside, the gentle patter of rain persisted. And apart from their synchronized breaths, the room fell into a profound silence. Knight Jingtang observed the exquisite profile of the maiden beside him and pondered aloud. "Are you still upset? I truly did not mean it last time. You were nearly discovered by the officials, and I was merely assisting you. Who could have foreseen your utter lack of cooperation?" Luo Ning's chest, slightly heaving beneath her garment, replied matter-of-factly, "Enough of this. The matter is in the past. If I were to hold you accountable, I would have long since silenced you." Though their exchange was but a pretense, the words held a kernel of truth. Knight Jingtang chuckled softly, feigning sleep as he discreetly tuned into the sounds outside. Before long, a distant call echoed through the night. Hoot. The hoot of an owl, commonplace in the nocturnal hours, should not have raised alarm, yet a jolt of realization surged through Knight Jingtang. He deciphered the bird's call as a signal of suspicious figures lurking outside. He had not anticipated that the fish would take the bait so swiftly, and he turned his gaze towards Luo Ning at his side. Luo Ning recognized the voice of Niao Niao. To avoid alarming the intruder, she turned over to meet Ye Jingtang's gaze and silently mouthed, "What should we do?" Ye Jingtang, fully attuned to the sounds outside, indicated with his eyes that they should not raise any alarms, then, adopting a casual tone as if they were a married couple chatting, softly remarked, "Why do I sense you are still angry? Where have I shown you any anger?" She retorted, "Sleeping this far apart, what else could it be? You little rogue." Luo Ning glared, her eyes fierce enough to pierce. Outside the window, there were indeed subtle movements, as if someone was eavesdropping on the rooftop. But it was impossible to discern their exact location. Though Luo Ning was seething with rage, she ultimately prioritized the larger situation. She leaned closer, resting her head on the same pillow as Ye Jingtang, their faces mere fists apart. She raised her delicate hand to form a scissor gesture, signaling him to refrain from any reckless actions. Ye Jingtang acknowledged her signal, keeping his gaze fixed on the window while reaching out to embrace Luo Ning. Startled by his boldness, she quickly leaned back, glaring at him as if to say, "Are you tired of living?" Ye Jingtang paused momentarily before leaning in closer to her ear, whispering in a hushed tone, "What can I say? I can't kiss you, can I? Surely. We can't just lie here staring at each other." The warmth of his breath brushed against her earlobe and neck, causing Luo Ning to shiver and avert her gaze. However, the stillness of their faces so close together would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she gestured towards the headboard, urging Ye Jingtang to shake the bed. "No foreplay? Just jumping straight to it?" Luo Ning appeared to understand, yet remained perplexed, fearful of drawing too much attention. She boldly covered Ye Jingtang's mouth with her hand, pressing him against the pillow. Leaning closer, she kissed her own hands back. In the stillness of the chamber, a soft, almost ethereal sound emerged. Ye Jingtang lay flat, observing the female hero's movements with an expression that was notably peculiar. Although Luo Ning maintained a dominant position, her arm resting against her chest and not directly touching him, her lustrous hair cascaded down from her shoulder, brushing against his face, igniting an insatiable itch within him. Between them lay a delicate, fair hand, yet the posture undeniably suggested that of a woman claiming a kiss. Ye Jingtang considered this method quite effective. He quelled his tumultuous thoughts and focused on the sounds from outside, earnestly attending to her palm. Luo Ning felt the warmth and tingling sensation radiating from her hand, sending shivers down her spine. Their faces mere inches apart, she could feel the heat of Ye Jingtang's breath against her cheek. Though it was not an actual kiss, the impact on her was undeniably profound. Despite the overwhelming sensations, Luo Ning, drawing upon her prior experiences, managed to suppress her racing heart. With her eyes shut, she remained vigilant to the sounds outside, though she soon realized that this young man possessed an alarming mastery over the art of seduction. Just as she began to regain her composure, she discovered that Ye Jingtang was not merely kissing. His hand had risen to her nape, gliding through her flowing black hair and gently caressing her back and shoulders. The sensation was indescribable. Luo Ning could only perceive a gentle caress, akin to a branding iron gliding across her back. Each touch penetrated her very soul, causing involuntary shivers to course through her, and she found herself stifling the urge to hum softly. Her hand moved slightly, pressing against Ye Jingtang's arm, a silent warning for him to refrain from overstepping boundaries. Ye Jingtang, appearing somewhat innocent, recognized that it was rather unnatural for a man to kiss without his hands remaining still. He merely rested his fingers on her shoulder and back, avoiding any sensitive areas. Sensing the lethal aura radiating from the heroine, he moderated his actions, spreading his hands against the pillow, feigning the demeanor of a humiliated young hero under her forceful advances. A faint hissing sound persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour. Luo Ning had evidently overestimated her own endurance. With one hand curled against her chest to support her weight, she pressed down onto Ye Jingtang. Initially, it felt inconsequential. Yet as the warmth of his body seeped into her, she began to sense an unsettling change throughout her being. Her face gradually flushed, her heart raced tumultuously, and her breathing instinctively intensified. In a state of mental disarray, Luo Ning closed her eyes, forcibly reminding herself to divert her attention from these feelings and to attentively listen to the happenings outside. Ye Jingtang remained obediently still, refraining from crossing any lines. But he soon discerned that the heroine pressing against him was somewhat amiss. The proximity made it difficult to discern her features. He could only perceive that her eyes were shut, her breath warm, and her garments rising and falling rhythmically. Initially, Luo Ning's left hand rested against his chest, maintaining a semblance of distance, but as time elapsed, the strength of her support began to wane, ultimately resulting in her upper body resting fully against him. The point of support had transitioned from a slender arm to her arm accompanied by two small melons. Ye Jingtang possessed extraordinary composure. Yet he was not a saint. As he noticed Luo Ning drawing nearer, his hand instinctively rose, quietly moving to his back, gently caressing. With her eyes closed, Luo Ning endeavored to sense the external circumstances, seemingly oblivious to his actions, which contrasted sharply with her earlier state. Ye Jingtang blinked, observing her reaction, and his hand slid downward a few inches, settling upon the round, full moon. Through the coarse fabric of her skirt, he could still perceive the silkiness beneath. This time, Luo Ning finally reacted, abruptly awakening, propping herself up, and glaring at Ye Jingtang with fury. He quickly raised both hands, his expression grave and earnest, mouthing the words, "Don't lose focus." Lose focus? Luo Ning had been intently observing the movements outside the window and felt no such lapse in concentration. Furthermore, even if she were distracted, did that grant him permission to touch her? Especially in such a manner. Witnessing Ye Jingtang's audacity to shift the blame, Luo Ning was tempted to draw her sword and impart some wisdom to him. However, the presence outside the inn suggested that they were in a state of ambush, silently lurking as if they had not departed. After casting an indignant glare at Ye Jingtang, Luo Ning disdainfully wiped her hand on his clothing, then turned to lie flat on the pillow, her hand resting on the hilt of her soft sword. Suppressing her emotions as she stated, "We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us retire early." Noticing her anger, Ye Jingtang slightly shrugged, repositioned himself to lie flat, and attentively listened to the sounds outside. The inn fell into complete silence, and the two ceased their conversation, as though they had found satisfaction in their intimacy and drifted off into slumber. Yet, while they were done, others still resided within the inn. In the vicinity, a myriad of characters converged, with the wandering folk often disregarding conventions of propriety. Practitioners of martial arts, brimming with energy, frequently engaged in intimate encounters at inns during the night. Just as Ye Jingtang closed his eyes for a brief moment, he was startled by sounds emanating from one of the rooms, soft moans that seemed to echo with sorrow, far more skilled than those of the renowned female warrior, Luo Ning. Ye Jingtang wore a peculiar expression as he quietly glanced at Luo Ning beside him, only to find her already flushed face gradually transforming into a fiery hue, before cooling down again. Her hands clasped tightly over her abdomen, feigned ignorance to the sounds surrounding them. The familiar creaking of the bed and the rhythmic sounds of intimacy were rather distracting. While Ye Jingtang attempted to focus on the noises outside, the clamor nearby certainly diverted his attention, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "This woman is truly indulgent." How audacious! Disturbed by the sounds, Luo Ning felt her heart in turmoil, and after a soft murmur, she turned away, offering Ye Jingtang only the back of her head. Noticing that she had indeed spoken, Ye Jingtang was taken aback, intending to engage in light conversation. However, seeing her demeanor, he surmised she preferred silence and let it be. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of passion from the neighboring room posed a challenge to the sensibilities of the solitary man and woman lying together. Fortunately, the male participant's prowess proved mediocre, for after roughly 3 minutes, the noises subsided, followed by an irritated reprimand from the woman. "Haven't you eaten?" Luo Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. Silently exhaling, the rain-soaked night fell into a serene quietude. The initial sounds of the street faded, leaving only the gentle swaying of lanterns hanging outside the inn, dancing in the wind and rain. The two lay in silence for nearly an hour, with no further disturbances from the outside. Ye Jingtang was not prone to drowsiness. He occasionally glanced at Luo Ning's profile, checking if she had succumbed to sleep. Luo Ning, however, gradually grew accustomed to lying beside Ye Jingtang, her expression returning to normal as she patiently awaited the fish to bite. Yet the fish outside was more cautious than they had anticipated, ultimately remaining still until the latter part of the night, when two soft sounds echoed from the window. Chirp, chirp. Luo Ning's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes in confusion. Ye Jingtang understood the meaning of the little bird and promptly opened the window, fearing the bird might perish in the cold. After observing the window for a moment, he carefully maneuvered over Luo Ning, grasping his knife as he stealthily approached the window. With a creak, the window was raised, and the chilling wind and rain swept in. A fluffy little bird suddenly darted into the room, its feathers drenched, landing directly on the bed and beginning to shake its head wildly. Water droplets splattered everywhere. Luo Ning frowned, yet her heart ached for the little creature. She gathered it close and gently dried it with a thin blanket, softly inquiring, "Has it gone?" The bird, having endured the elements, appeared quite aggrieved as it opened its beak. Ye Jingtang observed the window for a moment before stepping forward and producing some jerky to offer. It seems to have left. After all her efforts, Luo Ning was naturally incensed upon hearing this. What now? Was this performance in vain? The bird, having finished its meal, finally seemed more at ease and pointed its wing towards the outside. "Chirp, chirp." Ye Jingtang explained, "It is quite clever. There are those observing us from the shadows, and it naturally acts as the unwitting pawn in this game. I cannot believe that the no-winged owl could be cautious enough to shake off a bird's pursuit. It could simply follow it to catch a person." Luo Ning remained troubled by Ye Jingtang's earlier secretive actions, yet with pressing matters at hand, she refrained from expressing her displeasure and ultimately joined Ye Jingtang in climbing out of the window. Chapter 25. A rainy night with a blade but no umbrella. The capital city is vast, home to both the opulent households that revel until dawn and the desolate, muddy old streets. On the northern side of the West Market lies Yuji Street, a livestock market where rain transforms the thoroughfare into a cesspool, emitting a foul stench. The only souls traversing this path are the impoverished vendors and laborers, with the surrounding dwellings inhabited by those of modest means. As midnight deepened, the rain intensified. In the secluded depths of Yuji Street, a solitary oil lamp flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the abandoned courtyard's windows. A lean figure, donning a bamboo hat, placed the oil lamp upon the windowsill, removed the hat, and scrutinized the commotion outside. The light revealed an unremarkable visage, resembling an ordinary man residing in this area. The man was named Guo Yuanlong, though his true name was unknown in the martial world. He was commonly referred to by his nickname, the No-Winged Owl. As Shan Jianli once remarked, everyone possesses a tale. The distinction lies in whether their stories are widely known or quietly obscure. If one were to unfold Guo Yuanlong's life, it would indeed be captivating. Born into a prosperous family in Yenzhou, he developed a penchant for gambling from a young age, squandering his family fortune. Eventually, he had a change of heart and began to fend for himself, resorting to thievery as a means of survival. Although he was a poor gambler, in the realm of thievery, Guo Yuanlong exhibited remarkable talent, gaining recognition as a notorious pickpocket by the age of 17 or 18. His nimble skills caught the eye of a senior in the underworld, who took him on as a disciple. Subsequently, Guo Yuanlong began to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Having mastered exceptional lightness skills, he traversed the prominent sects of Yenzhou, pilfering secret manuals, weapons, and rare treasures, never once failing in his endeavors. He once dared to infiltrate the Jietian Palace in the Yinshan Mountains, not out of a desire to challenge the regional sovereign, Luo Ning, but rather to surreptitiously acquire a couple of practical martial arts manuals. By sheer chance, he stumbled upon Luo Ning's hidden residence, which fortuitously was unoccupied, allowing him to effortlessly seize a volume of martial insights. Luo Ning's lightness, skill, and agility are unparalleled, as he has continually sought to transcend his own limits, jotting down his realizations for future contemplation, which would be incomprehensible to the average individual. Guo Yuanlong, recognizing his own considerable talent, has managed to internalize roughly 30 to 50% of the insights recorded within the manual. Even so, his lightness skills have elevated him above ordinary martial artists, enabling him to maneuver past them with ease, thereby earning him the illustrious title of Wingless Owl, the notorious bandit king of Yenzhou. In the hearts of the martial world, pilfering Luo Ning's martial insights is regarded as Guo Yuanlong's most formidable achievement, but this is but a fade. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Guo Yuanlong retrieved an object from his bosom, unfurling the black cloth that encased it, revealing a sheet of gold paper. This golden paper, not forged from gold, is of a material whose nature remains a mystery to Guo Yuanlong. He only knows it to be exceptionally resilient, capable of bending yet impervious to folding, invulnerable to fire, water, and blades, and unassailable by all means. The paper, akin in size to a book page, is inscribed with an illustration depicting a dragon tortoise, its head resembling that of a dragon, bearing 3 majestic mountains upon its back. The image glimmers under the dim candlelight, ethereal and dreamlike, as if the design were animated. This golden paper was discovered by Guo Yuanlong while secretly infiltrating the residence of the King of Yin, hidden within a concealed compartment of the king's study. Initially, he perceived it as an ordinary treasure, seemingly indestructible. However, following the king's theft, there was not a whisper of commotion. The king's reaction, coupled with the paper's peculiar nature, immediately led Guo Yuanlong to speculate its true identity as the Minglong diagram. The Minglong diagram is historically attributed to a founding monarch, giving rise to the adage, "He who possesses the Minglong diagram shall possess the realm." Throughout the ages, the Minglong diagram has been an object of utmost prohibition, apart from the emperor. No one dares to hoard it privately. The act of a feudal lord collecting such an artifact is akin to hoarding a dragon roborgate seal. Thus it is no wonder the King of Yin chose to handle the situation discreetly after the loss. Upon acquiring this golden paper, Guo Yuanlong's aspirations transformed dramatically. The mundane world of martial arts no longer held any allure for him, as his thoughts became consumed by the 3 ancient beings atop the mountain and the lofty pursuit of immortality and ascension. Through extensive inquiries, he learned that the piece he possessed was the dragon-elephant diagram within the Minglong diagram. It is said that mastering this could bestow one with divine powers akin to those of dragons and elephants. Although the dragon-elephant diagram does not boast the renown of other mystical artifacts like the diagram of longevity or the diagram of fiery rebirth, its formidable capability to shake the celestial and Buddha with mortal strength far surpasses the myriad techniques and manuals of the secular world. Nevertheless, the Minglong diagram is powerful yet demanding. Its threshold is equally high. Unlike conventional martial arts manuals, Guo Yuanlong, after years of diligent study, has only scratched the surface, and he has yet to gain profound mastery. The Minglong diagram is a secret method for ascension, and such a slow progression is inevitable. Guo Yuanlong, however, has not rushed the process. Alongside his research, he continues to seek the whereabouts of other components of the Minglong diagram. Over the years, Wei Yuanlong has explored the study and inner sanctums of prominent families, even daring to delve into the sword pavilion at the Water Cloud Sword Pool, yet to his dismay, he has found nothing of value. With no connections to rely upon, he ventured to the capital, seeking to peruse historical records within the Yushur Pavilion for clues, while also hoping for an opportunity to infiltrate the imperial palace in search of the only known map of the Jade Bone Qilin, coveted by the imperial family of the Great Wei. Nightfall marks the working hours for thieves, who typically remain awake. However, today, Wei Yuanlong overheard an unusual whisper regarding the wingless owl skillfully pilfering, which alerted him to potential danger. After following the elusive duo of young thieves throughout the afternoon without fully discerning their identities, he prudently decided against venturing out to carry out his usual activities, opting instead for a temporary hideout while taking advantage of the serene night rain to meticulously study the dragon and elephant map in his possession. Yet, before long, a sound caught his attention. From a nearby alley, he heard a faint noise, a whoosh, as a mechanism was triggered, followed by the ominous sound of a silver needle slicing through the air. A thunderous boom resonated through the towering city beneath the rain curtain. Raindrops fell like soybeans, striking the old tiles with a crisp patter. Ye Jingtang, wielding a saber, pressed himself against the alley wall, cautiously inching towards the deserted courtyard deeper within. Luo Ning led the way, removing her hat to avoid any collisions that might alert their quarry. This location was not as desolate as Shuangguei Alley, but it offered greater security. The alley was home to a butcher who sold dog meat, with a dozen or so dogs awaiting slaughter in the courtyard. Any slight disturbance could provoke a cacophony of barking, prompting even the birds to remain at the alley's entrance. Two individuals utilized the sound of the rain to cloak their movements, gradually making their way towards their objective. Upon reaching the vicinity of the desolate courtyard, they discerned faint glimmers of light amidst the enveloping darkness. Luo focused intently, gently raising her delicate hand to signal towards a side alley adjacent to the courtyard. Ye Jingtang, observing this, held his breath and veered towards the side of the yard, each taking separate paths to encircle their target, lest it escape. Yet, despite their caution, they underestimated the vigilance of the wingless owl. Even though they had temporarily settled in this location, the area surrounding the abandoned estate had been meticulously prepared, anticipating every possible approach of the enemy. As Ye Jingtang pressed against the wall and turned into the side alley, he noticed a wooden stick propped up against the wall. Through the subtle movements caused by the falling rain, he sensed the presence of a thin wire, clearly indicating a trap. After careful observation, he focused on the wooden rod, intending to circumvent the snare. However, the moment he moved, a resounding snap echoed from below, the sound of the taut line breaking. Ye Jingtang was taken aback by the cunning of the adversary, who had set both a visible and concealed mechanism. With a sinking feeling, he leaped outward without hesitation. Yet the shameless owl, being a seasoned veteran, had prepared hidden weapons according to the current environment, anticipating how the intruders would evade. As the thin wire snapped, several needles shot forth from the shadows. The target of these projectiles was not Ye Jingtang's position, but rather the steps he might take to evade. Luo, upon hearing the commotion, sensed the imminent danger. Drawing her soft sword, she swiftly positioned herself behind Ye Jingtang, her blade slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind, severing the silver needles that had been propelled from the rain. The clash of metal rang out as Ye Jingtang, hearing the sound of the needles slicing through the air, drew his waist knife, skillfully sweeping it through the air to deflect all the incoming hidden weapons. Yet, through the shattered raindrops, Yu Guang discerned the presence of an object that had silently approached, leaving no trace of its arrival. Ye Jingtang felt a surge of terror. There was no time to sheath his blade, and he could only strive to evade the fatal strike. To his astonishment, before he could move, a slender arm pressed down upon his shoulder, forcefully dragging him aside and narrowly avoiding the concealed weapon that loomed just inches away. Luo Ning's extensive experience in the martial world proved invaluable. Her soft sword fanned out like a peacock's plume, effectively guarding against the impending danger. Upon encountering the silent black needle, which even she had not perceived, she realized that the shameless little thief, possessing limited experience, would be unable to defend himself. Although she harbored significant grievances against Ye Jingtang for his incessant exploitation of her, when faced with the imminent threat of death, Luo Ning hesitated not for a moment. With all her might, she pulled Ye Jingtang away and swept her 3-foot sword through the air, deflecting the shadowy black needle that had been launched from the darkness. In the midst of the chaos, a sharp pain pierced her shoulder, yet Luo Ning paid it no heed. She deftly pressed her fingers against the pressure point on her left shoulder to seal her energy, and with her sword raised, she leapt over the courtyard wall. Chapter 26. The blade's light and the sword's shadow in the chilling alleyways amidst the tranquil curtain of rain. A sudden cacophony erupted, inciting the frenzied barking of dogs. Woof, woof, woof. After being yanked away by Luo Ning, Ye Jingtang heard the sound of a window shattering and immediately dashed toward the courtyard. Simultaneously, 3 flying needles were directed towards Ye Jingtang, who was on the verge of leaping off the wall. 2 of the needles were visible, one bright and slicing through the air with a sharp whistle to draw attention, while the other was silent and stealthy. On such a dark, rainy night, it was exceedingly difficult for the intruder to detect the presence of the silent black needle. However, with limited martial techniques at his disposal, Ye Jingtang recognized the imminent danger of the concealed weapon and abandoned conventional methods of defense. Suddenly, a flash of light from a blade at his waist caught his eye. The ancient courtyard wall before the night fright hall shattered under the razor's edge, crumbling into fragments that rained down upon the dwelling, drowning the oncoming barrage of dark and light projectiles. The already dilapidated structure was instantly riddled with countless holes from the relentless assault of debris. Just as Gui Yuanlong burst through the window, he was met with a scene so horrifying that it rendered him paralyzed with fear, realizing that 2 suspected masters had come for him. Lacking any intention to retaliate, he opted instead for a desperate escape to the side. However, the Night Fright Hall was not adept at pursuing with lightness of foot, yet it possessed considerable short-distance explosive power. Aware of the extraordinary agility of the wingless owl, he observed a shadow darting from within the house. At that moment, as the Night Fright Hall crashed through the wall, he hurled his broadsword towards the spot where the shadow would land, preventing it from using the ground to gain height. With a whoosh, the 3-foot silver blade sliced through the night rain, creating a fierce wind. Gui Yuanlong, caught off guard by the assailant's swift reaction, felt his right foot, poised to touch down, swiftly retreat as the blade swept beneath him, shearing off a layer of his shoe sole. This maneuver had already curtailed Gui Yuanlong's positioning, yet he proved to be as formidable as his reputation suggested. Unable to touch the ground, he deftly pivoted on the edge of the blade and soared into the air. However, the slight delay in his movements rendered him somewhat slower than usual. At that moment, Luo Ning and the Night Fright Hall simultaneously entered the courtyard, leaving no opportunity for the thief to escape over the wall. They leapt into the air like celestial beings, their soft swords slicing horizontally through the air. With a sharp whistle, the soft sword unfurled like a peacock's tail, transforming into a crescent-shaped fan amidst the curtain of rain. As the raindrops cascaded from the sky, driven by the sword wind, they transformed into a torrential downpour resembling pear blossoms, hurtling towards Gui Yuanlong with ferocity. A few of these droplets struck the crumbling walls of a house, resulting in an immediate cacophony of explosions. Pop, 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 as dust swirled into the air, leaving behind circular indentations in the wall. The opening screen sword. Gui Yuanlong recognized this technique as belonging to the Heavenly South's Pingtian sect, and he could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. How could he, under the Emperor's very feet, be ambushed by the rebels of the Pingtian sect? Yet, with the Ming Long too concealed within him, he was an enemy to all under heaven. The assailant had already drawn near, leaving him no opportunity to comprehend the unfolding situation. With both avenues blocked, Gui Yuanlong found it challenging to force his way through. He spun gracefully in the air, evading the oncoming rain of droplets, while simultaneously tossing a copper ball tethered with iron thread from his sleeve to the side. Boom! The copper ball pierced through the wall, sending debris flying as the iron thread tightened. Utilizing this momentum, Gui Yuanlong pulled himself and floated sideways toward the distant wall. Ye Jingtang, wielding a knife, did not remain stationary lest the flying brigand land safely, making it impossible for him to grasp their hem again. Upon witnessing the copper ball soaring forth, he erupted with all his might, advancing toward the center line and raising his hand for a strike. Gui Yuanlong, possessing keen eyes, discerned from Ye Jingtang's knife that his martial prowess was undoubtedly formidable. However, being surrounded, escaping became his foremost priority. Thus, he gritted his teeth and launched a punch into the void, hoping to leverage Ye Jingtang's palm force to propel himself out of the courtyard and flee into the distance. Gui Yuanlong's reasoning was not misplaced, and he did achieve his objective. However, he tragically underestimated the immense power behind Ye Jingtang's strike, borrowing a bit too much force. Having encountered no masters at the border, Ye Jingtang, upon entering the capital, had begun his journey as a grandmaster, nearly instilling a psychological shadow upon Gui Yuanlong. At this moment, in the midst of combat, he dared not hold back in the slightest. as he witnessed the opponent charging towards him with an overwhelming force. He summoned every ounce of his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. The stormy night in the courtyard resonated with a sound akin to thunder. Luo Ning, wielding a sword, struck down from the air, only to be astonished as the curtain of rain within the courtyard erupted, shooting outward and creating a hollow in the downpour. In the very center, the flying thief, upon colliding fists with Ye Jingtang, found himself transformed into a ragged sack struck by a battering ram, hurtling away and snapping the iron wire in his grasp as he crashed against the surrounding wall. Ye Jingtang experienced a similar fate. Despite his considerable combat experience, he found that his opponent, suspended in the air with no leverage, could not possibly exert the full force of their martial prowess. However, when the adversary's fist struck his palm, it felt as though he had caught the force of an 8-bull crossbow with bare hands. There was no finesse, only an overwhelming display of brute strength. The moment the fist was thrown, his arm stiffened, and the explosive force rendered his right arm numb. His feet remained planted, yet he could not maintain his stance, sliding backward until he crashed into the rear of a dwelling. With a tremendous crash, the wall was breached, and Gui Yuanlong's figure continued unabated until he smashed through the opposite wall, tumbling into another courtyard and landing heavily on the ground. Ye Jingtang, having fallen into the room, swiftly regained his footing and dashed out again, his expression one of disbelief. The sheer might of that punch had led him to feel as if his opponent was not human, but rather a ferocious bull or an elephantic spirit. Luo Ning too recognized that the wingless owl possessed a physical strength that was almost unfathomable, yet his martial skills were far from exceptional. Urgently, she called out, "He is gravely injured. We must pursue at once." Although Gui Yuanlong possessed formidable strength, his martial arts skills were rather ordinary. Otherwise, he would not merely be a petty thief. Under the tremendous internal energy unleashed by Ye Jingtang's palm strike, Gui Yuanlong's right arm lost all power, hanging limply at his side. After landing with a muffled cough, he swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Observing this, Ye Jingtang dashed forward in hot pursuit. Luo Ning, having landed, pierced the circular ring at the tip of the qi-long knife with her sword and tossed it to Ye Jingtang. As Ye Jingtang caught the weapon mid-run, he noticed Luo Ning's pallor. Her left arm appeared unnatural, indicating she had been forcefully pulled away and injured by an invisible black needle. "You, hurry and chase." With gritted teeth, Ye Jingtang drew his sword and leaped onto the rooftops, closing in on the shadow behind. In the dilapidated alleyway, the sound of breaking tiles echoed incessantly, accompanied by the crowing of roosters, barking dogs, and the shouts of residents. Gui Yuanlong moved with remarkable agility, traversing the rain-soaked streets almost soundlessly. However, after sustaining a severe injury from Ye Jingtang's strike, even his exceptional lightness of foot could not wholly shield him from the effects. He stumbled slightly during his escape. Ye Jingtang sheathed his blade and ran atop the rooftops, seizing tiles along the way, anticipating the thief's landing spots, and continuously hurling the broken tiles to create distractions, with Luo Ning doing likewise. Under such relentless pursuit, Gui Yuanlong managed to endure for half a mile, yet he still could not shake off the two. Blood seeped from his right arm, and as his vitality surged, the injury spread to his chest and abdomen. Realizing he had been cornered, Gui Yuanlong, a thief who had crossed paths with both the righteous and the wicked, and who harbored precious treasures, was left with no choice but to fight desperately for his life. Gui Yuanlong, after vaulting over a wall, suddenly found himself plummeting to the ground, simultaneously releasing a flurry of flying needles that shot upwards. This maneuver aimed to exploit the element of surprise amidst the diminished visibility. However, he tragically overestimated the prowess of Ye Jingtang, a master of the martial arts. Such a low wall, scarcely taller than one's head, was effortlessly traversed by third-rate fighters in the martial world. Yet, Ye Jingtang was different, lacking the skill of lightness. And having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of figures like Red God of Wealth, Black and White Impermanence, and Lady Luo the Heroine, he understood the peril posed by martial experts. Recklessly leaping into the air without a means of support would render him vulnerable to interception, making escape nearly impossible. Thus, without absolute certainty, he would never leave the ground. As the flying thief vanished beyond the wall and out of sight, Ye Jingtang wasted no time. He pivoted and, akin to a bull, rammed his shoulder against the wall. With a thunderous crash, as Gui Yuanlong released his needles, he heard a tremendous noise behind him. The aged brick wall buckled under the impact and subsequently exploded, raining debris upon his back. The force struck him from behind, and a flicker of astonishment crossed Gui Yuanlong's eyes before he was hurled forward, crashing onto the rain-soaked street. gasping for breath, perilously close to death. Wei Yuanlong summoned his resolve, rolling upon landing and springing back up. With his left hand, he drew a dagger, aiming it straight at Ye Jingtang's face in a desperate gambit that risked his own life for the chance to take another S. In response, Ye Jingtang swiftly unsheathed his blade from behind, delivering a decisive strike aimed at the thief's torso, a brilliant arc of white cleaving through the air. This strike was flawless, intended to sever the unwinged owl in two. Yet, an unforeseen twist occurred, amidst the sharp sound of steel. Ye Jingtang was astonished to discover that the thief, who should have been cleaved in half, merely had a rip torn in his shirt. Even the formidable arm of the iron arm Wuchang could merely graze the chest of the flying thief with a single strike, producing only a shower of sparks. From the sound, it was evident that the blade had merely generated sparks, while a glimmer of golden light flickered across the thief's chest, seemingly leaving no mark whatsoever. The adversary had gambled their life to exploit a weakness in their opponent, yet the intended blow failed to penetrate the defenses, a situation that would typically result in a fatal outcome. Wei Yuanlong had strategized precisely this, but regrettably, Ye Jingtang underestimated Wei Yuanlong's resilience, while Wei Yuanlong, in turn, misjudged Ye Jingtang's offensive power. Ye Jingtang failed to cleave through Wei Yuanlong's chest. However, the immense internal force contained within the blade did not dissipate into thin air. With a single strike, the indestructible heart guard mirror dispersed the impact across half of Wei Yuanlong's chest, delivering a sensation akin to being struck by an octagonal copper hammer with full force. Under the weight of this might, Wei Yuanlong was sent hurtling backwards, crashing several feet away. In this encounter, both combatants displayed astonishment in their eyes. Wei Yuanlong recognized he was no match and desperately sought to hurl his dagger to impede his pursuers. Meanwhile, Ye Jingtang, having failed to sever the flying thief, believed he had once again encountered a body akin to that of the iron arm Wuchang, impervious to harm. Even after such a fierce clash, he seemed reluctant to unleash his full potential, as if he were inviting death. Observing his opponent sent flying, Ye Jingtang instinctively unleashed the second strike he had meticulously devised. With his left hand, he redirected the blade to his right hand, then forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching forward to deliver a decisive slash. Boom! Luo Ning, following closely behind, had just emerged from behind the collapsed wall when he witnessed the thunderous roar reverberating down the rain-soaked street. The shameless thief, wielding a gleaming silver blade, moved like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, shattering the torrential downpour and carving a line of mist across the street. With a swift flash of cold light, the blade trembled and tore through the curtain of rain. Luo Ning scarcely caught a glimpse of the figure before Ye Jingtang had already darted past on the street, appearing behind the flying thief even before he had touched the ground. He halted, sheathing his sword with a fluid motion. The brilliance of the blade came to an abrupt end. With a thud, the thief's body crashed to the ground, still clutching the dagger he had failed to discard. The severed head soared momentarily before finally landing, bouncing a few times before rolling to the edge of the street, mingling crimson blood with the muddy rain. The wide eyes of the decapitated head, still flickering with the remnants of consciousness, seemed to express a final astonishment. As if whispering 4 words, 8 steps of the mad blade. The incessant clamor of the rain-soaked night fell into a profound silence with that single strike. Chapter 27. Unexpected wealth. As the dust settled, the street fell silent. Ye Jingtang, panting heavily, turned to Luo Ning after sheathing his sword, only to find her clutching her left shoulder, her lips slightly parted in stunned disbelief. How severe were her injuries? He approached her quickly, steadying her left arm for a closer inspection. Luo Ning twisted her waist to evade his touch, momentarily disregarding her own injury, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of swordplay is that? How can it be so formidable? Did I ever claim to be weak?" He retorted, "Weren't you untrained in martial arts? I practiced in the courtyard a few days ago. Did you not see? After only a few days of trainings." Luo Ning opened her mouth, hesitating momentarily, feeling that this audacious rogue could indeed grasp the unparalleled sword technique in such a short time. She suppressed her astonishment, clutching her left shoulder, and replied nonchalantly, "It is the unique poison Chuanjin San of the wingless owl. I have sealed the acupoint myself. It is of no great concern." Upon witnessing this, Ye Jingtang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, producing the jade dragon ointment he had acquired from Sanyang, and handed it to Luo Ning, then began to rummage through the headless corpse. "In the future, do not shield me from hidden weapons. It's futile." Luo Ning, upon hearing this thoughtless remark, felt a surge of indignation. "I do as I please. Who are you to dictate? Do you think all those in the martial world are like you? Indifferent and merely spectating when faced with danger?" neglecting the safety of their companions? Ye Jingtang, though touched by her concern and wishing to spare those around him from harm, remained silent, quickly searching the corpse. However, he found no antidote. Instead, he stumbled upon a gleaming golden object embedded in the chest of the corpse. Luo Ning approached from behind, intending to say something, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the golden paper beside her, causing her to shudder slightly. Do you recognize this? Luo Ning's pallid complexion concealed her initial alarm, but internally she felt a flicker of panic. She was acutely aware of what this golden paper represented. The leader of the Ping Tian sect was also in pursuit of the Ming Long Tu and possessed one himself. According to the leader, the Ming Long Tu contained 9 forms of extraordinary secret techniques, and mastering even one would far surpass the capabilities of ordinary individuals. While Luo Ning was uncertain whether mastering all would lead to transcendence, she was confident it could ensure everlasting beauty. From the moment I first encountered the revered master of the Pingtian sect until now, I have observed that aside from a slight maturation in her demeanor, her appearance remains unchanged from years past. She has also acquired a modicum of knowledge, and she still possesses a youthful radiance akin to that of Yunli, even without the divine effects of transcendence. The mere phenomenon of returning to one's youthful state and retaining eternal vigor is sufficient to drive countless aging masters of the martial world into a frenzy. During the fall of the previous dynasty, various masters took advantage of the chaos to invade the capital, leading to fierce competition over the coveted Minglong map. Betrayals among brothers and conflicts between disciples became commonplace, resulting in countless tragic events throughout history. This object can be deemed a calamity. Whoever possesses it is virtually compelled to eliminate any knowledgeable witnesses to prevent the information from leaking, lest they be pursued by the martial community. Should I inform you, Jingtang, what if this little rogue, in his greed for treasures, decides to act rashly? Given his character, one might hope he would refrain from such folly. Luo Ning hesitated momentarily but gently advised, you must keep this item secure. It is of utmost importance. Ensure that no outsiders catch sight of it. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Ye Jingtang blinked and turned his attention to the illustration of dragon roaring over the 3 mountains on the golden paper, pondering, could this be the Minglong map? Luo Ning remained silent, stepping back a few paces while keeping a vigilant eye on Ye Jingtang. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ye Jingtang discerned her unease and shook his head. Continuing to examine the vial, you were reckless in using your life for me just moments ago, and now you're on guard. Are you experiencing a split in your psyche? Luo Ning, recognizing her seemingly contradictory behavior, replied firmly. I revealed this to you precisely because I do not perceive you as a nefarious individual. If your heart truly harbors no sense of morality, you would have perished on the very first day we met. Yet, Knight Jingtang paid no heed to this obstinate remark and continued his search. He discovered that the thief had amassed quite a fortune, not only possessing gold and silver, but also a jade pendant adorning his waist, along with a small booklet. The booklet, rather unremarkable and slightly worn, upon a cursory glance appeared to be a collection of personal reflections and insights, haphazardly written, yet the strokes were vigorous and powerful, unmistakably the work of a master. It was likely the much-rumored martial arts notes of Lu Jiyun. Luo Ning stood behind, her gaze fixed on a small wooden box discarded nearby. The box was exquisitely crafted, and when opened in search of medicine, it revealed a verdant jade pendant nestled within. The heirloom of the Shuiyun sword pool's Zhou family, known as the Dragon Pool Emerald. I had heard that the wingless owl had ventured to the Shuiyun sword pool. Yet the Zhou family remained silent. It appeared they had lost this precious item. Knight Jingtang carefully wrapped the invaluable booklet to protect it from the rain, inquiring, is this jade pendant of great worth? It is merely an ordinary jade pendant, collected by the Zhou family's ancestors and revered as a family treasure. Losing it would be akin to tarnishing the reputation of the Shuiyun sword pool, hence their discretion, came the reply. Knight Jingtang, disinterested in such trivial matters, refrained from further conversation and meticulously searched the corpse's waist for an extended period. Aside from a few mundane items, he found nothing else. It seemed there was no antidote to be found. Thieves, in their haste to escape, often conceal the antidote elsewhere, hoping to mislead their pursuers into fetching it while they seize their chance to flee. You acted too swiftly, neglecting to inquire. Knight Jingtang's expression froze as he stood up, turning to look at Luo Ning, whose complexion was growing increasingly pale. What shall we do? Knight Jingtang was no ruthless bandit. After committing murder, it was inconceivable to leave the corpse in the street. Just as he contemplated hiding the headless body after securing the spoils, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, clop, clop, clop. given the earlier commotion. It was evident that bandits were causing trouble in the capital, and it was hardly surprising that officials were rushing over. Seeing this, Ye Jingtang hurriedly urged Luo Ning to hide before he positioned himself on the street to wait. Moments later, a dozen riders approached rapidly. Clad in dark green robes, these were the constables of the Black Yamen. Fearing an unnecessary confrontation, Ye Jingtang distanced himself and produced a wanted notice issued by the Black Yamen, calling out from afar, "This is Ye Jingtang of Tianshui Bridge, acting on the authority of the Black Yamen to apprehend thieves." Upon hearing this, the chief constable displayed a look of respect and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. Is this indeed the wingless owl?" Ye Jingtang, of course, would not foolishly present his martial insights or the Minglong diagram for confiscation. Instead, he tossed a jade pendant to the constable. The constables, witnessing the ruins of the buildings around them, understood that a fierce battle had taken place. Fortunately, the young gentleman before them bore no apparent external injuries. The chief constable instructed his subordinates to remove the corpse and the head while handing Ye Jingtang a token. Old Dr. Wang of Windy Bridge is a renowned physician in the capital. Those injured in service for the Black Yamen may seek his assistance. Should you require medical attention, young sir, you may present this token directly. Thank you. Ye Jingtang informed several constables of the location where the owl without wings was discovered, instructing them to investigate and handle the aftermath before taking his leave. Once he stepped out of the constable's sight, he turned back, guided by Niao Niao, and arrived at a dim alley. "Hurry up." "Eh?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Jingtang approached her and effortlessly lifted her onto his back. Luo Ning, clutching her shoulder and resting against him, felt a surge of annoyance in her gaze. "My arm is injured, and my legs are fine. Why are you carrying me?" "Enough of this nonsense. I've just acquired a token. I shall take you to find a physician for your injury." "A physician?" Luo Ning, having observed the black constabulary for a considerable time, knew precisely whom he referred to. With a resigned tone, she replied, "I am a thief. The esteemed physician Wang from the capital deals daily with the likes of the 6 killers. His discernment is surely sharp. Would I not be walking into a trap?" Ye Jingtang halted momentarily, reflecting on her words before redirecting his course towards the Western market. Noticing his fervent determination, Luo Ning felt a twinge of discomfort. She was not entirely opposed to being carried by the little thief. However, she quickly realized that they were heading in the wrong direction. "Where are you going?" "This is not the path to the Dai Street. To the inn. It's half a city away from here to Shuangguay Alley. By the time I run there, you will have perished. Can we not force the poison out at the inn?" Luo Ning, for reasons unknown, maintained her resolute stance. Chapter 28. I knew you had ulterior motives. With the rain pouring around them, Ye Jingtang sprinted forward, carrying Luo Ning on his back. While her irate voice echoed amidst the downpour, "Put me down. If this continues, I shall strike you." Luo Ning insisted vehemently for a long while. But Ye Jingtang remained obstinate. She could not possibly hit Ye Jingtang. Amidst their quarrels, they had already arrived at the inn, where she was swept up and leapt through the window. Once she was placed on the bed, Ye Jingtang approached her, causing Luo Ning's expression to shift to one of tension and seriousness. She recoiled on the bed and coldly admonished, "You, little thief, do not take advantage of my vulnerability. I am injured." Her voice, tinged with embarrassment and anger, startled the bird that had just entered behind her. Ye Jingtang set Luo Ning down and prepared to pull her collar open, raising his gaze at her words. "I am merely assessing your injury. I am not taking advantage of you. One should not shy away from medical attention." Bah! Luo Ning had suffered so many times and had long understood Ye Jingtang's tendency to exploit her vulnerability. She would not believe the words of this little girl. "Do I not have hands of my own? I am not on the brink of death. Turn around." Seeing this, Ye Jingtang stood up, lowered the curtain, and turned his back. In matters of life and death, do not be stubborn. As Luo Ning observed the curtain fall, she secretly sighed in relief. While she grumbled about Ye Jingtang, she unfastened her drenched belt and opened her coarse dress, revealing an exquisite bodice beneath, as well as her flawless neck. Luo Ning's figure was indeed remarkable. The delicate bodice barely concealed her curves, with the edges revealing a hint of a crescent shape, heavy yet unaffected by gravity. Her skin, as fair as soft jade, bore a bruise where a poisonous needle had pierced her shoulder, resembling a dark stain on pristine paper, a striking contrast that drew the eye amidst her otherwise flawless form. The little thief, acting on his own accord, brought her to the inn. How could she extract the poison alone? Luo Ning leaned forward, attempting to grasp a small watermelon, yet her shoulders could not possibly reach. Scanning her surroundings, she found no usable objects on the bed. Luo Ning clenched her teeth in frustration, wishing to give Ye Jingtang a piece of her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she could only speak softly. "Little thief, could you fetch me a cup?" Ye Jingtang, waiting outside, felt puzzled. After a brief pause, he picked up a teacup and entered the tent, refraining from stealing a glance. Luo Ning accepted the cup, placing it against her shoulder to demonstrate. But her delicate frame was not so straight, and the cup was too large. Using it in a cupping manner proved unfeasible. She thought for a moment, and then said, You go and fetch me a piece of bamboo, something slender." Ye Jingtang, bewildered, replied, "Where is there a bamboo grove around here? What exactly are you trying to do? Just do not ask so many questions." Ye Jingtang was not a fool. After a moment of contemplation, he understood Luo Ning's predicament and turned to lift the tent flap. Suddenly, he appeared before her. Startled by the unexpected presence of the half-clothed man, Luo Ning trembled, hastily pulling up her garments. Her beautiful face flushed with anger. "You little thief, what do you intend to do?" Ye Jingtang stepped closer, grasping her right wrist and pulling it away, causing her loosely fastened clothing to fall open, revealing the pale moonlight of a serene mountain landscape before him. Luo Ning anticipated this outcome, gazing at Ye Jingtang with a mix of shame and indignation. She sought to conceal herself, yet her left hand, rendered powerless from the suppression of her vital energy, and her right hand, firmly captured, made even the mere touch of her soft sword a distant fantasy. Pressed against the pillow, she sensed the man's scrutinizing gaze upon her exposed bosom. A wave of sorrow surged within her heart, accompanied by an involuntary cascade of tears from the corners of her eyes. "You shameless rogue, I knew you harbored such intentions. I have long been aware of your ill intentions." Her tone was steeped in melancholy, her body writhing and struggling upon the bed, causing her delicate form to tremble precariously. The tumult beneath her thin garment left Ye Jingtang utterly bewildered, rendering him incapable of focusing. "Could you refrain from moving so provocatively? Are you deliberately enticing me?" he admonished with a serious demeanor. Disregarding her injuries, Luo Ning glared fiercely, declaring, "Release me, you rascal. Should you dare to lay a finger on me?" With not a moment's hesitation, Ye Jingtang flicked his finger upon her vulnerable form, causing her to startle in disbelief. "If you continue to act recklessly and provoke me, I shall abandon all decorum." Luo Ning was momentarily stunned by the sudden assault on her vital point, her eyes glistening with indignation as she fixated on Ye Jingtang, still seething with shame but rendered speechless. Ye Jingtang lowered his gaze, examining the bruise on her shoulder, and inquired, "Is the poison ingested?" Luo Ning clenched her teeth in silence, fully aware of Ye Jingtang's intentions. Turning her head away, she closed her eyes, adopting the guise of a forsaken heroine, powerless to resist and destined for humiliation. "I am asking you a question. You ought to respond," he urged. "Why not try it yourself to discover the truth?" She retorted, embittered. "This is poison. Would I dare to experiment if you do not enlighten me?" Luo Ning bit her lower lip, turning her head and remaining silent. Ye Jingtang, feeling helpless, pondered for a moment before leaning against the shoulder of the female knight. The atmosphere was tense. Luo Ning slightly raised her cheek, her lips almost biting through. Her feet curled up as she restlessly rubbed against the bed, tears rolling down her face, spitting out black blood into the teacup he had just brought. Ye Jingtang continued. Outside the window, Niao Niao kept watch, only able to see the shadow on the curtain. Puzzled by the sight of Tang Tang leaning over the petite watermelon sister, unable to comprehend their actions, she chirped in confusion. Luo Ning felt as if time dragged on endlessly, an indescribable embarrassment engulfing her heart. She opened her eyes to glance at the lower drapery, then shifted her gaze to the little thief busily working on her. Noticing his expression twisted in pain, she grew concerned. The poison, like most, required breaking the skin to take effect. As long as there were no wounds in the mouth, it was harmless. However, seeing Ye Jingtang's agonized expression made her heart lurch, fearing he had been poisoned. Despite her intense embarrassment and desire to slay the little thief with a sword, the gravity of life and death compelled her to urgently ask, "Are you poisoned?" Ye Jingtang's brows nearly knitted together as he spat out blood and saliva, slurring his words, "It is unbearably bitter." Luo Ning's worries dissipated, and with a nonchalant scoff, she remarked, "What kind of man fears hardship? You, with your nefarious intentions, seize every opportunity to torment women." Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow and stepped closer, leaning towards Luo Ning's crimson lips. "Aren't you afraid? Come, taste it for yourself." Luo Ning's eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly covered Ye Jingtang's mouth, her voice trembling with fear. I understand suffering. Please refrain from acting recklessly. Only then did Ye Jingtang appear satisfied. In the silent chamber, Luo Ning, clad in disarray, closed her eyes and turned her face to the side, embodying the archetype of a fallen heroine, unmoving and despondent. The moonlight cast a serene glow, illuminating the treacherous peaks that surrounded her, merely requiring a gentle tug of fabric to reveal their beauty. Occasionally, she felt the warmth of a man's lips upon her shoulder, his grip ensnaring her hand. This unprecedented predicament sent shivers through her, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. Struggling to remain upright, while desperately suppressing her thoughts to avoid being engulfed by the storm, Luo Ning believed she should abhor such behavior, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her body betrayed her heart's desires. Despite knowing that heavy breathing would reveal the rise and fall of her bodice to the rogue, she found her breaths increasingly labored. Aware that flushed cheeks would signify vulnerability, the heat spread rapidly across her face. Words lodged in her throat. She felt an urge to emit a sound. Yet she gritted her teeth and stifled it. Should she succumb to a sound in the presence of the rogue? She could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue in his mind. Death seemed a more appealing alternative. The aching in her shoulders gradually subsided. Yet the sensations became increasingly vivid. Luo Ning felt as if each day stretched into an eternity, yearning to kick this shameless little thief away at once. However, after several attempts, she ultimately relented, primarily out of fear. Having just witnessed Ye Jingtang's domineering swordsmanship, she recognized that in her currently weakened state, she might not stand a chance against him. Despite Ye Jingtang's audacity, he still cloaked his advances under the guise of treating injuries. Should she retaliate, she would find herself in an untenable position, and should she be overpowered by this rogue, the consequences could prove dire. The silence within the drapery was palpable, and she could not discern how much time had elapsed. Ye Jingtang meticulously scrutinized the window, noting that the originally purplish bruise had regained much of its color, with a few droplets of blood seeping forth, indicating that all was well. He silently exhaled in relief, the bitterness lingering in his mouth rendering him speechless. He retrieved some medicinal ointment and applied it to the injury, only to find his gaze inexplicably drawn downward. Ye Jingtang was not a petty man, but neither was he a saint. Moments earlier, he had been preoccupied with concern for Luo Ning's well-being, leaving no room for indiscreet glances. Now, with her in plain sight, how could he avert his eyes? The fabric of the curtain, delicate as a moonlit night, was opaque yet hinted at subtle undulations. Perhaps Luo Ning was a bit anxious, compounded by her previous distress. The embroidery of the round moon was not particularly smooth. After a brief moment of scrutiny, Ye Jingtang summoned all his willpower to lift his gaze, locking onto her breathtaking visage just within reach. Luo Ning's complexion flushed crimson, her eyes shut tight, exuding an air of unrelenting sorrow, perfectly still, akin to a celestial maiden ensnared by a petty thief. While some onlookers might feel a pang of guilt, others could very well be ignited by a thrill. At this moment, Ye Jingtang also realized he did not belong to the former group. He blinked, observing Luo Ning's lack of response as she awaited his ministrations. After a moment's deliberation, he stealthily leaned in, lightly brushing his lips against her soft, rosy ones. The delicate contact, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, sent a wave of intoxicating sensation coursing through him. What? The indescribable sensation struck her very soul, causing Luo Ning to shudder violently, her eyes flying open in shock as she gazed at Ye Jingtang, still trying to grasp the gravity of the moment. Ye Jingtang had already retreated, sitting upright, his expression composed. All right, put your clothes back on. Luo Ning, dazed and bewildered, was far from foolish. The unexpected brush of lips felt nothing like a mere fingertip. This was her first kiss. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a visible flush of shame and anger rising within her as she unsheathed the soft sword from her waist. Clang! Ye Jingtang hastily stepped back, raising his hands in surrender. Hey, Miss Luo, what are you doing? Are you really going to burn the bridge after crossing it? You. Luo Ning's face turned scarlet as she pointed her sword at Ye Jingtang. Did you just kiss me? Ye Jingtang waved his hands dismissively. No, what nonsense are you speaking? Luo Ning was undoubtedly infuriated by the audacious lies of the little rogue. She brandished her sword, poised to strike, but before she could make a move, Ye Jingtang pressed down upon her, pinning her once more. Heroine Luo Ning, if you dare to draw your sword against me again, I shall cast aside all decorum. Startled, Luo Ning's fiery gaze softened slightly, perhaps out of fear that this brazen rogue might truly bring her harm. biting her lip in nostalgia. She suppressed the tumultuous storm within her and adopted the demeanor of an icy beauty, coldly stating, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your recent actions. Should there be a next time, I will show you no mercy." Ye Jingtang nodded repeatedly, adjusting her collar to shield her from the world. "Very well, I shall not repeat it." Luo Ning's lashes fluttered as she turned her back to Ye Jingtang, silently fastening her garments, wiping the tears that had gathered in her eyes, and brushing her warm lips. Her thoughts a mystery, yet her eyes betrayed the redness creeping in. Ye Jingtang feigned nonchalance, contemplating before casually asking, "Heroine Luo Ning, are you married or not?" "I am," she retorted. "How many times must I repeat myself? Then why do you maintain such a distance from me?" He continued, "Just moments ago, you risked your life to save me and then urged me to heal you. Who risked their life? Who insisted on healing?" Luo Ning, now with her garments secured, felt a sense of safety and regained her composure, her expression as frosty as snow. Ye Jingtang raised a hand slightly. "All right, let us cease the quarrel and discuss serious matters." Luo Ning bit her lower lip, glared at Ye Jingtang for a moment, then seated herself on a distant chair. Ye Jingtang shook his head quietly and retrieved the spoils of his endeavors. He first took out a small booklet and began to peruse its contents. This appeared to be the insights on lightness skill from Lu Jian, which he intended to present to Prince Jing on the morrow. "Come closer and enlighten me," he beckoned. Lu Jian's lightness skill was unparalleled in the world. This artifact was indeed a coveted treasure among the martial community. Why present it to Prince Jing? Ye Jingtang set the booklet aside and casually remarked, "Why not simply copy it? It's not irreplaceable. Do you no longer wish to save Tianhe?" That thought struck Luo Ning as somewhat valid. She felt a bit flustered as Ye Jingtang leaned against the headboard, engrossed in his reading, his demeanor suggesting he wouldn't be roused easily. After a moment's hesitation, she rose, her ample form resting on the edge of the bed, and tilted her head to scrutinize the booklet closely. This is an insight, not a manual. It possesses certain profundities. One must first master the lightness skill and then derive personal understanding from these insights to achieve any advancement. Today, I observe that you lack proficiency in lightness skill. If you wish to learn, Luo Ning's crimson lips parted slightly, but she halted her words, displaying a reluctance to instruct this lecherous disciple. After flipping through several pages, Ye Jingtang lifted his gaze, expressing a hint of exasperation. "With so many experts in the Black Yamen, how could it be difficult for me to learn lightness skill? You promised to teach me a martial art. If lightness skill is off the table, then you must impart something else. I find the 14 techniques of cloud touch to be exceptionally formidable. You could bestow the entirety upon me. Such dreams are fanciful." The 14 techniques of cloud touch was an elite internal martial art that Luo Ning had acquired from the Jade Void Mountain. Created by the esteemed Xianzhu, ranked 6th in the realm, and was a hidden gem among ultimate techniques. If Knight's Alarm Hall were to adhere to propriety, perhaps she would consider imparting her knowledge in private. However, given that this shameless scoundrel has taken advantage of her kindness and even laid bare her family's wealth, would she not appear foolishly naive? I, Luo Ning, am resolute in my decisions. Should you wish to learn lightness skills, I shall teach you. Yet, my proficiency is not exceptional. I can merely introduce you to the basics. The path to mastery is yours to traverse through diligent contemplation. Lightness skills are not merely about swift movement. They encompass a comprehensive martial discipline. Techniques such as body movement in combat, concealment while lurking, and water treading during travel all fall under this category, making it somewhat intricate to master. Knight's Alarm Hall did not rush, placing the booklet aside to examine the dragon's call diagram. Might this be transcribed? Luo Ning was momentarily speechless. If the dragon's call diagram were replicable, its possessor would likely rush to a workshop to print thousands of copies, distributing them among the martial artists to avoid the peril of being hunted for possessing such a treasure. This diagram cannot be replicated. Its intricacies are profound and cannot be taught through mere verbal instruction. Generally, it must be held and comprehended personally. Knight's Alarm Hall expressed mild surprise. Does the valiant Luo know how to practice this? Luo Ning possessed some knowledge. Yet the fact that the leader of the Heavenly Peace sect harbored the Dragon's Call diagram was a closely guarded secret of the martial world, not to be spoken of lightly. Given Knight's Alarm Hall's aptitude, it would not take long for him to discern it, and he coldly replied, "How would I know? You shall figure it out on your own. This object is impervious to blades and cannot be copied or divided. Once I fathom a method, I shall then share the practice with you." Luo Ning was taken aback. It was rumored that once one mastered the Ming Long Tu, they could dominate the world, transcending mortality. Will you, a mere thief, truly teach me? Ye Jingtang responded with a slight gesture of his hands. We both obtained this together. Even the valiant Luo would not consider hoarding it all for herself. Do you truly believe I would act immorally and claim it solely for myself? The reason I withhold it from your study is due to your average comprehension. The time you would need to devote to your research would be significantly longer than mine, and it could easily lead you into peril. Luo Ning perceived this as a slight against her abilities. Yet she had indeed devoted herself to studying the Zhu Yin Tu of the Ping Tian sect for nearly half a year without rest. She desired to learn the esoteric arts, but she had no intention of competing with this unscrupulous thief for a treasure. Silently, she rose and positioned herself in the center of the room, exuding an otherworldly grace akin to that of an ethereal being. Stand up, I shall teach you the art of lightness. She continued, in your youth, you practiced weighted long-distance running, which lays the foundation for lightness techniques. However, you are unaware of the principles of breath control and can only charge forward with brute force, resulting in explosive power but lacking speed and height in your jumps. Pay attention and learn well. I shall not repeat myself. If you fail to grasp it, you must find your own way. Ye Jingtang carefully stowed away his belongings, swiftly rising to observe her closely. The vigilant bird, perched by the window, having witnessed their exchange, hopped onto the table, eagerly watching, perhaps curious to see if the esteemed practitioner could soar higher than it. The essence of lightness techniques lies in the principle of lightening the body. When the breath is elevated, one becomes as light as a swallow, moving silently and swiftly. Conversely, when the breath is sunk, one bears the weight of 1,000 pounds, akin to the 1,000 gene weight known in the martial world. However, it is uncommon for an ordinary person to master such skills simultaneously, as it may easily lead to breathlessness. If you diligently practice, you should be able to grasp them concurrently. Luo Ning elegantly positioned her feet apart, fist resting at her waist, and assumed a beautifully executed horse stance, earnestly explaining the principles of lightness skill. Ye Jingtang stood nearby, mimicking her movements with commendable precision, listening intently, and then, a quarter of an hour later, amidst the nocturnal downpour, a tumultuous noise suddenly erupted from the roof of the inn, as a hole was breached. A handsome man emerged from between the tiles. Drenched by the torrential rain, his upper body still concealed, his expression one of astonishment. What remarkable skill! The little bird had also taken to the roof, perching close by, raising its wings to shield the man from the rain, chirping in an elderly manner, perhaps grumbling that it hadn't flown as high as the man. Inside the room, Luo Ning lifted her delicate, flower-like visage to gaze at the man suspended from the roof like a ghost, her eyes wide with shock and speechless indignation. She scolded, "Why exert such force?" Meanwhile, voices from the inn echoed with discontent. "Gentlemen, what chaos you are causing is of no concern to us. But do ensure you pay for the roof repairs by tomorrow morning, or else we shall report you to the authorities." Who is it? Can't you let people sleep at night? And you have the audacity to shout? Look at the damage to the roof. Hey, get up. Stop feigning unconsciousness. Chapter 30. The person in the painting the following day. In Shuangguo Alley, the rhythmic patter of raindrops created an ethereal resonance as they fell into the puddles, rendering the room exceptionally tranquil. On the bed by the window, Ye Jingtang opened his eyes, turning his head to gaze outside where the sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze, leaving him uncertain whether it was morning or afternoon. The diligent little bird, exhausted from a night of toil, lay sprawled on the pillow, its claws raised skyward. At the slightest movement from him, it drowsily chirped and turned over, continuing its slumber. Ye Jingtang gently scratched the large bird with his finger and draped a light blanket over it before sitting up and retrieving a piece of gold paper from his bosom. Having long been captivated by the mysteries of the Ming Long Tu after reading about it in a letter from his adoptive father, he was now unexpectedly in possession of it, yet new questions arose. The gold paper in his hand could withstand his full strength without a trace of damage, likely confirming its authenticity, but it bore no inscriptions, only a depiction of a tortoise supporting 3 mountains. There were no clues provided. Even knowing it was an unparalleled secret text containing a unique technique, he had no idea where to begin his practice. Ye Jingtang scrutinized the gold paper, attempting to decipher its secrets from the lines of the illustration, but after a moment, his gaze drifted towards the courtyard outside. The room where Ye Jingtang slept was situated in the west wing, across from the kitchen, while Luo Ning and Zhi Yunli resided in the main house. Zhi Yunli, with her lively spirit, could hardly remain idle. Although both were catching up on sleep, she had ventured out for a stroll, leaving Luo Ning resting in the main house. With the 3 of them settled in the courtyard, the main house had undergone a remarkable transformation since their arrival. After Zhi Yunli procured a few pieces of furniture, the main room began to resemble a proper dwelling, with a small cabinet nestled in the corner, adorned with a few cosmetics and items like a bronze mirror and wooden comb. On the bed, Luo Ning slept clothed, a light blanket draped over her waist, her silhouette perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Born in the water town of Jianghu during her early years, she hailed from a family of notable repute within the realm of the jianghu. Alas, while still taking her first steps, her family encountered vengeful foes, leading to the untimely demise and grievous injuries of her forebears, resulting in a decline of their once great household. As a daughter, she was not expected to traverse the jianghu. Yet her exceptional talents compelled her to shoulder the burdens of her lineage. Who, if not she, would resolve the lingering grievances? In the nascent stages of her journey, her aspirations soared high, vowing to become the foremost figure of the jianghu akin to those in Fengguan City. However, the jianghu proved vast and the heavens lofty after a circuitous journey. Apart from earning the title of the most beautiful woman in the jianghu, she achieved little else. Meanwhile, her former adversaries experienced a profound transformation, renouncing their past and taking refuge in the Qianfu Temple of Shazhou, where they became disciples of Master Shinshin, one of the two saints. Master Shinshin proclaimed that her enemies had repented, burdened by guilt for their past misdeeds, asserting that their mere existence constituted a punishment. How absurd this notion is! If simply living is deemed a punishment, what of those who perish unjustly? Are they to find liberation? In her quest to resolve the enmity, she traversed far and wide, visiting Yushu Mountain where she met the illustrious Xuanjin, and journeyed to Tianlang to pay her respects to the martial immortal. Yet, she failed to acquire true teachings until she encountered the leader of the Pingtian sect. The Pingtian leader, adhering to ancestral teachings, aspired to restore the former dynasty, essentially plotting a rebellion against the Dawei. To lead a rebellion is to seize the throne. The Pingtian leader, not wishing to remain a subordinate, could easily don the imperial robes. However, throughout history, the notion of a woman ascending to the throne has been unfathomable. Even if the Pingtian leader believed it feasible, her subordinates would fear that the hard-won realm might be reduced to mere dowry for outsiders. In response, the master of the Heavenly Peace sect agreed to impart all his knowledge of divine martial arts to her once she had mastered it. In return, she would assist him in concealing his identity, managing the internal affairs of the sect as the sect leader's wife. Thus, these two fledgling heroines formed an inseparable bond, becoming the envy of the martial world as a celestial couple. Initially, their lives appeared promising. However, mastering martial arts to the level of the two saints atop Mount Bishan was no simple feat. Since ascending to Neshao Mountain, her life seemed to have stagnated, becoming monotonous and filled with relentless training, drawing her further away from the master of the Heavenly Peace sect. The once celebrated beauty of the martial world began to fade, leaving her ensnared in an endless web of trivial matters. It was as if the sudden appearance of a shameless rogue cast a stone into the still waters of her life, creating ripples that would never settle again. Luo Ning found it incomprehensible that such audacity and brazen disregard could exist in a man. Unfortunately, she felt utterly powerless, unable to strike or scold him, as he steadily encroached upon her like a frog slowly being boiled in water. Though she and the master of the Heavenly Peace sect claimed to be aiding one another, their marital connection was well known throughout the realm. If rumors spread of the sect leader's wife engaging in an affair with a young man, the hard-earned reputation of the master of the Heavenly Peace sect would be utterly tarnished, and she would be branded as a promiscuous woman. As she pondered her identity, she thought it might indeed frighten one to hear the truth. Restless, Luo Ning found herself increasingly agitated. Just as she was overwhelmed with worry and confusion, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. Turning her gaze, she beheld the dashing rogue, standing silently at the window. Luo Ning's expression was slightly frosty as she pulled the thin blanket closer. "What are you staring at?" "I just woke up and am preparing to report back to the Black Office. I came to say hello. Do not let your guard down while you are home alone." Luo Ning, visibly weary, had no desire to engage with Ye Jingtang, turning over and presenting him with the back of her head. Soon, the sound of footsteps faded away. The distance from Shuangguo Alley to Mingyu Tower was considerable. After having a meal on the street, Ye Jingtang arrived at the unadorned entrance of the Black Office, cradling a Zeton wood box. In the small square outside the office stood a flagpole, which had recently replaced the rotting head that once adorned it. A few idle onlookers cast their curious gazes and whispered among themselves. Who is this? The notorious bandit king of Yenzhou, Wingless Owl, who has stolen from numerous prominent figures and has several lives on his conscience. Is he not the one who recently infiltrated the Yusher Pavilion? How did he suddenly end up captured? His audacity is astonishing. Of all things to steal, he chose a person specifically. One belonging to Minister Li. Oh, that death is not without justification. Ye Jingtang chose to ignore the idle gossip as he approached the entrance of the Black Office and presented his credentials. In a short while, Shang Jianli emerged from within, offering a distant salute. Young Master Yi, you possess remarkable skills. I truly did not anticipate that you would bring this villain to justice in just a few days. I merely exerted a bit of effort. Had it not been for the office's full support in disseminating information, capturing this thief would have been impossible. Amidst the polite exchanges, they proceeded to the rear of the office, where the head clerk of the Black Office presented them with 300 taels of reward, accompanied by a commendation letter sealed with the emblem of the Jing King, as a token of encouragement for his chivalrous deeds. In comparison to the reputation of the Wingless Owl and the complexities it entails, a reward of 300 taels of silver is indeed modest. However, this can be regarded as the first legitimate earnings obtained through one's own capabilities, aside from the advanced wages from Third Lady, while Yu Jingyang is not particularly avaricious. His pockets are not overflowing, thus he graciously accepts the reward. After completing the requisite formalities to close the case, he inquires, is His Highness the Jing Wang at the residence? The Jing Wang is receiving guests at home. It may not be convenient for him to meet with visitors of high status. Nevertheless, he mentioned this morning that if young Master Yi were to arrive, you should wait a moment. Allow me to announce your presence, replies Shang Jianli. As she speaks, she leads Ye Jingtang to a tea room located at the back of the yamen. This tea room appears to be a place for discussions, rather ordinary and devoid of any particular distinction. Ye Jingtang takes a seat beside the tea table, placing the Zeton wood box containing Mr. Zhao upon the table, and quietly awaits the summons of the Jing Wang. At the rear of the dark yamen, atop Mingyu building, amidst a gentle rain, the wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the terrace sway, accompanied by the ethereal sound of a guqin resonating from within the room. Knock, knock. Several palace maids await orders outside the study. Dongfang Liren, adorned in a silver-threaded python robe, stands before the painting desk, deftly sketching the beauty and scenery before him. Directly in front, behind the Qin platform, a graceful lady clad in a resplendent phoenix skirt sits elegantly, her fair fingers delicately plucking the Qin strings. The voluptuous curve of her figure, accentuated by the gown, evokes a sense of springtime melancholy as she inquires, Liren, is the painting complete? It has been half an hour. Your Majesty, do not fret. It shall be ready shortly. The Empress Dowager had sought a brief respite from the confines of the palace, only to find herself thwarted by an unexpected downpour, rendering her unable to step outside. Alas, the chill of the Mingyu Pavilion offered little solace, as she was unable to even glimpse the distant streets, leaving her heart heavy with discontent. Fortunately, Dongfang Liren, ever considerate, offered gentle reassurances while sketching her portrait. Once the rain subsides, I shall escort your Majesty to Yuten Mountain Villa, where we can luxuriate in the hot springs. The scenery there far surpasses this place, ideal for relaxation. Yet, what is the beauty of a landscape if one is solitary, unable to share it with another? The Empress Dowager plucked at the strings of her guqin, her gaze lingering on the distant marketplace, contemplating the suggestion of requesting Prince Jing to accompany her on a discreet excursion. However, with the undercurrents of political intrigue and Dongfang Liren having faced treachery on multiple occasions, the Empress Dowager realized that even if Dongfang Liren were amenable to such an outing, she could not bear the burden of responsibility. After a period of contemplation, Dongfang Liren finally set down her brush, bringing to life a striking portrait of beauty upon the canvas. The Empress Dowager rose, stretching her weary legs, and approached to admire the artwork. Before she could offer her thoughts, the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of a maid. Your Highness, young Master Yi has arrived. Having heard earlier of the return of the Wingless Owl, Dongfang Liren was eager to meet Ye Jingtang. With her attention drawn away, she promptly remarked, a constable from the yamen has resolved a significant case. I must attend to this matter. Your Majesty, please rest. Understanding the busyness of Dongfang Liren, the Empress Dowager did not linger. After watching her depart, she meandered alone within the chamber, retrieving a scroll from the bookshelf to examine. The Eastern Departed and the Empress are both disciples of the illustrious Xuanji Zhenren. One excels in literature while the other masters martial arts, each having received authentic teachings. The Eastern Departed possesses considerable skill in both calligraphy and painting, frequently indulging in depicting the myriad scenes of life outside the Mingyu Tower. The Empress Dowager, secretly appreciating these works, soon retrieved a pristine scroll from the middle of the bookshelf. Upon unfurling it, she discovered a portrait of a man. Clad in a flowing black robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an air of nobility. In his left hand, he held a long knife. Poised against another man's throat, perched on his shoulder was a plump owl, intricately captured in every detail, both man and bird displaying a vivid demeanor. How remarkably handsome. The Empress Dowager's almond eyes sparkled as she brought the portrait to the window, examining it closely in the light. The man depicted possessed a singular charm, both wild and heroic, yet retaining an essence of refined elegance. He was so strikingly handsome that he seemed almost unreal. As if merely a figment of the imagination, impossible to exist in reality. Could he possibly be the husband that the Eastern departed envisions? After pondering for a moment, the Empress Dowager entertained the notion with a hint of jest directed at the Eastern departed, preparing to set the portrait aside. However, at that moment, some commotion arose beneath the Mingyu Tower. Lowering her gaze, she observed two figures emerging from the Grand Yamen. The foremost was a scholar garbed in a blue robe, whom she recognized as the chief constable, Shang Jinli, of the Black Yamen. Following closely was a man in black attire, his demeanor composed and unyielding. His pace neither hurried nor slow. Though obscured by a curtain of rain at a distance, his profile still revealed the elegance of his form. The Empress Dowager paused, lifting the portrait for comparison, glancing between it and the distant man in black, then back to the image. The Empress Dowager's gaze gradually ignited with curiosity as she pondered the nature of the relationship between the two individuals, only to notice the handsome young man casting his eyes in her direction, prompting her to hastily retreat from the window. Chapter 31. The youth to be feared. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of a figure at the door. The figure, tall and adorned in the same striking manner as before, was unmistakable even without a clear view of his face. The unmistakable fat-headed dragon could easily reveal his identity. It was Prince Jing. Ye Jingtang initially displayed a welcoming expression, rising to greet him, but his demeanor quickly stiffened as his peripheral vision caught sight of the Zetan wood box before him. 00. Ye Jingtang desperately sought to conceal the Mr. Jiao, yet such an attempt was akin to shutting the stable door after the horse had bolted. He could only force himself to appear nonchalant. Dongfang Li Ren gently raised a hand, signaling his attendants to withdraw, and enter the tea room alone. Young Master Yi, your efficiency is truly beyond my expectation. Wherever could that be? Ye Jingtang replied awkwardly, positioning his body to obscure the Zetan wood box. Dongfang Li Ren nonchalantly settled beside Ye Jingtang, feigning surprise despite knowing the contents of the box, and inquired with curiosity, "What is this? A token of your esteem for our meeting?" Young Master Yi is indeed thoughtful. As he reached for the Zetan wood box, an audacious hand abruptly pressed down upon it. Smack! Ye Jingtang held the box in place with one hand, his expression a complex mix of emotions. As he endeavored to calmly explain, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. This item was borrowed from Master Wang, intended for the purpose of capturing thieves. It is rather unsavory. Do you understand what unsavory means?" Thought Dongfang Li, maintaining a serious expression. "I oversee the Dark Yamen. What filthy objects have I not encountered? I am quite curious about what extraordinary item young Master Yi possesses that allowed him to capture the notorious thief, the wingless owl of Yenzhou." As he spoke, he reached to withdraw the item. "I cannot possibly compete with Prince Jing. So I must clarify in advance, it was Master Wang's superior strategy that provided me with this idea." Inside, with a clatter, the wooden box opened, revealing the formidable Mr. Horn. Even though Dongfang Li was mentally prepared, the sight of the vivid, long, and robust stick caused his authoritative demeanor to falter, a faint blush appearing on his face. With a snap, Dongfang Li swiftly closed the box, exuding an air of silent authority as he regarded Ye Jingtang, his gaze suggesting disbelief. How could someone so dashing appear to be of such character? Ye Jingtang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing his carefully constructed image lay in ruins. He retrieved a small booklet from his sleeve, deftly diverting the topic. "This is an item I discovered on the wingless owl I captured yesterday. It should be the likeness skill insights rumored in the martial world. I have come specifically to present it to Prince Jing today." Dongfang Li, initially jesting with Ye Jingtang, was momentarily taken aback, but the dragon pool's emerald is precious. It is ultimately a mundane item, which could be understood in terms of public offering. But this item is a treasure of the martial world. How can you be so forthcoming in presenting it to me? I acquired a copy last night. And I only hope your highness does not inform the Qiyun Palace of this matter. The Eastern Wanderer, lost in thought, did not accept the booklet. I appreciate your straightforwardness. It is a quality I admire, he remarked. However, this item is indeed a rare treasure in the martial world, one that I find of little use. I truly wish to master the lightness skill of Liu Jiayun to send a letter to the Yin King, which would allow Liu Jiayun to personally come to the capital to teach me. You may keep this item without concern. Knight Jingtang generously offered his insights into lightness skills to the Jing King, motivated both by a desire to prevent any ulterior motives from the Black Yamen and a concern that the theft of knowledge might attract the attention of Jiayun Palace. With the Jing King's assurance, Knight Jingtang felt at ease. The Eastern Wanderer retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve and placed it on the tea table. Knight Jingtang accepted the pendant and recognized it as the Dragon Pool emerald he had acquired the previous night. This object is a family heirloom from the Water Cloud Sword Pool, bestowed upon me by the Jing King. Is it not somewhat? Understanding the implication, Knight Jingtang graciously accepted the jade pendant. I thank the Jing King for this generous gift. Shall I now proceed to meet Xiao Tianhe to discuss learning sword techniques? The Eastern Wanderer wished to gauge Knight Jingtang's aptitude and, after some deliberation, continued to delve into the royal palace for treasures. You will undoubtedly require the Jing King's assistance. Such a matter, which serves to strengthen our bond, is not something I would refuse. Very well. I shall return to visit the Jing King in 3 days to engage in a contest of lightness skills. What? The Eastern Wanderer's brows furrowed as he gazed at Knight Jingtang. 3 days. Realizing the oversight, Knight Jingtang quickly amended. 3 days may be too brief. Perhaps a week would be more suitable? It was the first time in his life that the Eastern Wanderer had heard of martial training being measured by the day. Although the Night Terror Hall appears to possess a solid foundation, Liu Jiyun's insights into lightness skill delve into realms accessible only to masters. To embark on the journey of lightness skill, assimilating and internalizing these insights within 7 years is considered expeditious. What can one truly accomplish in merely 7 days? Dongfang Liren fell into a contemplative silence before eventually nodding. Very well. Let us reconvene in 3 days to discuss the nuances of lightness skill, which shall undoubtedly benefit your understanding of these teachings. You should consult Xiao Tianhe and negotiate with him regarding the possibility of imparting his sword techniques in exchange for a chance at a tranquil existence. As Night Terror Hall prepared to take his leave, he reached for the Zeatonwood box, only to find the Prince Jing raising his hand to restrain it. Night Terror Hall knew that Wang Qihu was the Prince Jing's cousin, and thus he accepted this without doubt. After offering a respectful salute, he departed the tea room. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall. Following Shang Jianli, Night Terror Hall made his way to the dungeon to seek out Xiao Tianhe. However, as they traversed the corridor near Mingyu Tower, an inexplicable sensation prompted him to feel as though he were being scrutinized. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the top of Mingyu Tower and discerned a woman clad in a home dress who had just turned away. Assuming she was a maid of the Wang residence, secretly admiring his beauty, he dismissed the thought without further concern. Within the dimly lit dungeon, an eerie atmosphere pervaded, with a few flickering oil lamps casting a ghostly glow. Night Terror Hall, with a blade suspended at his waist, carefully navigated the silent passageway until he reached the well at the second underground level. Inside the stone cell, Xiao Tianhe sat with disheveled hair, maintaining the same posture as when last seen, silently leaning against the wall. The sound of chains clanking as the iron gate unlocked echoed through the air, as Shang Jianli awaited at the well's edge, while Night Terror Hall deftly leapt into the depths below. Xiao Tianhe opened his eyes and beheld the descendant of an old acquaintance, feeling a sense of familiarity, though his expression remained notably indifferent. What brings you here again? What do you wish to inquire this time? Ye Jingtang landed gracefully, unfastening the Li Long Huan-headed knife from his waist and resting it upon his knee. I have practiced the art of the blade since childhood and have long admired the esteemed Xiao hero. Today, I come to implore you to impart your knife techniques. Xiao Tianhe raised his eyebrows slightly and sat up a bit straighter, regarding Ye Jingtang as if weighing his intentions. Ye Jingtang, without any pretense, spoke plainly. By learning your knife techniques, I would owe you a debt of guidance. I cannot idly stand by while you languish in prison. Therefore, after discussing with the Prince of Jing, I propose to learn your methods and then pass them on to him. In exchange, he would secure your release from incarceration, allowing you to live out your days in the capital. Qiu Tianhe comprehended the implication. This was a scheme to rescue him. Faced with such a rare opportunity, he did not hesitate to reject the offer outright. The Prince of Jing is indeed cunning, seeking to exploit my skills while using me as leverage to ensure your servitude. I would rather perish in this cell than allow such a plan to succeed. Abandon this notion, young man. I am an upright individual, free of any criminal record. To be recognized by the court is a fortunate circumstance, far preferable to a life stained by bloodshed in the murky waters of the underworld. There is no need for the esteemed hero to fret over my future. Qiu Tianhe was acutely aware that being favored by the court was indeed fortunate. However, stepping out of the dungeon would merely place a noose around Ye Jingtang's neck, instilling a sense of trepidation in all his future endeavors. Ye Jingtang, endowed with exceptional talent and bearing the legacy of an old friend, would find himself shackled by the very act of rescuing this old man. How would he face his ancestors a century hence? Your desire to serve the court is your own affair. I, an old man, do not share your path and wish not to remember your kindness. If you truly wish to leave, I could easily impart my sword techniques to Prince Jing. Ye Jingtang, feeling a slight headache, fell into a moment of silence. He then noticed that Shang Jianli, who was merely a spectator above, did not lower his head to observe. Instead, he began to trace the words Zhi Yunli upon the scabbard with his fingers and spoke. The name of the Tiangi blade is widely known, yet it has never claimed the top position in the realm of swordsmanship. Hero Qiu is renowned throughout the martial world and is indeed the most distinguished disciple of this blade, yet he still falls short of the title of Blade Sovereign. Rather than allowing this blade to languish in the dungeons, why not let it have a chance to elevate its standing in the pugilistic world? This grandiloquent rhetoric was intended for Shang Jianli's ears. Upon seeing the name that Ye Jingtang inscribed with his fingers, Qiu Tianhe's expression shifted noticeably. He had taught Zhi Yunli the art of the blade and understood her character. She was a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. Having been captured while protecting her, she would undoubtedly seek every means to rescue him. Although he was unaware of how Ye Jingtang was connected to Zhi Yunli, the mere act of writing her name indicated their alliance. Zhi Yunli was a disciple of the Ping Tian sect, a rebel faction that wielded arms for self-governance. Thus, if Ye Jingtang was associated with the rebels, he too must be a rebel. In this realization, Qiu Tianhe suddenly comprehended Ye Jingtang's intentions. Ye Jingtang was a covert agent of the Ping Tian sect, stealthily infiltrating the Black Yamen as a pawn in their grand scheme for restoration, requiring his swordsmanship to curry favor with Prince Jing and penetrate the upper echelons of the Great Wei. Rescuing him from prison was merely a matter of convenience. Thus, he stubbornly refused to leave, not only failing to assist the younger generation, but also jeopardizing the long-term plans of the Ping Tian sect and the Ye Jingtang. Upon reflecting on this, Qiu Tianhe gazed at the youthful figure of Ye Jingtang and could not help but exclaim inwardly, a remarkable strategic move. At such a tender age, he has infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, orchestrating plans in secrecy, poised to seize the world when the time is ripe. Such ambition and audacity truly render the youth formidable. Chapter 32. Let me be still. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Qiu Tianhe remarked coldly, to elevate your status with this blade? On what grounds? The intention behind Ye Jingtang's mention of the name of Zhi Yunli was merely that of a foolish girl dragging her master to the capital for a feudal demise. He never anticipated that Qiu Tianhe could elaborate upon it so extensively. However, despite their diverging thoughts, their discussions found common ground. Seeing Qiu Tianhe relent, Ye Jingtang proclaimed with fervor, by my own merit. Qiu Tianhe ceased the pleasantries, snorting disdainfully as he slowly rose, lifting the chains. Bring me the blade. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the well. Shang Jianli, aware of the rules, refrained from seeking to learn and exited the basement. With a flick of his fingers, Ye Jingtang sent the Qi long ring-headed blade soaring forward, which Qiu Tianhe caught with steady hands. A man who had devoted his life to the blade. He had not touched one for nearly a year, yet, upon grasping the hilt, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His demeanor shifted, transforming him from a feeble elder into an indomitable pine standing tall amidst the heavens and earth. As the iron chains clinked, Qiu Tianhe's feet danced, his body moving in harmony with the blade, his actions fluid and unhurried. Even in a state of profound physical weakness, one can discern the profound essence embedded within the movements of the steps. Upon completing the demonstration, Qiu Tianhe cast the sword toward Ye Jingtang, his voice resonating with an air of antiquity. This sword is named Tianhe, derived from the concept of the unity of heaven and humanity. Its essence stands in stark contrast to the 8 steps of the Mad Blade and the Dragon Slayer's Edict. emphasizing profundity over mere technique. Advocating for following the natural flow, when mastered, its might is akin to the surging currents of the furious river, while its gentleness resembles the delicate dance of butterflies amid blossoms. The fervent timbre of his voice gradually diminished until it faded entirely. Qiu Tianhe, like an otherworldly sage, endeavored to guide the younger generation. Yet the youth before him absorbed not a single word, merely receiving the sword and mimicking his prior motions. Initially, Qiu Tianhe perceived Ye Jingtang as a waste, overly eager for immediate results, starting to imitate without grasping the blade's essence. The more closely he copied, the further he strayed. For the Tianhe blade possesses no fixed techniques, being entirely a matter of sentiment. However, it was not long before Qiu Tianhe's dissatisfaction transformed into confusion. After practicing twice, Ye Jingtang discerned that the swordsmanship taught by Qiu Tianhe was fundamentally flawed. The flow of energy was erratic and unpredictable. At first glance, all seemed correct. Yet upon deeper examination, it revealed itself to be a misguided path. Rather than fixating on this peculiar sensation, Ye Jingtang chose to trust his own judgment, rejecting the erroneous instruction and attuning himself to the essence of the blade, allowing blade intuition to guide him. In the silent stone chamber, Ye Jingtang held the sword in one hand, slowly repeating Qiu Tianhe's movements, each iteration distinct from the last. Qiu Tianhe's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ye Jingtang possessed such remarkable insight, effortlessly discerning the path to mastery without his guidance, thereby beginning to grasp the hidden intricacies within the techniques. The Tianhe blade is not the most formidable swordplay in existence, yet it is undoubtedly the most challenging to master. This is primarily because the Tianhe blade does not impose high physical requirements on its practitioners. Unlike the likes of the Dragon Slayer Order or the 8 Steps Mad Blade, which are often beyond the reach of women and even the more delicate men, the Tianhe blade boasts a broader audience and considerable power, but this comes at the cost of an exceedingly steep learning curve. Demanding a profound level of comprehension from its martial artists, it borders on the esoteric. A fool may spend a lifetime endeavoring to grasp its essence without ever attaining proficiency. Given Ye Jingtang's swift progress in uncovering the principles, it was merely a matter of time before he achieved a breakthrough. In Qiu Tianhe's estimation, it would be no more than 3 months. Before Qiu Tianhe could fully contemplate this thought, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. Ye Jingtang, wielding his blade in one hand, after executing the technique numerous times, suddenly came to an abrupt halt, standing as still as a statue. The flame of the oil lamp on the wall flickered steadily, and the knife in Ye Jingtang's grasp remained as motionless as a solitary light. Only the remnants of his breathing caused a slight ripple in the flame, prompting the blade to quiver in response. Qiu Tianhe, momentarily stunned, fell silent. And with a subtle tremor of his wrist, he unleashed a resounding clang of iron scraping against iron within the dungeon. Under the influence of the intoxicating aroma of soft bones, and with only a fraction of his skill remaining, Qiu Tianhe merely lifted his right hand slightly, causing the heavy iron chains tethered to his wrist to tense instantly, transforming into a steel whip aimed at Ye Jingtang. Yet, before Qiu Tianhe could strike, Ye Jingtang had already sprung into action. With a flash of cold steel in the dimly lit dungeon, the blade's gust extinguished the remaining candle on the wall in an instant. As the iron chain in Qiu Tianhe's grasp was just tautened, a gleam of silver sliced through the center of the links, immobilizing the tensioning iron chain. The tip of the blade halted precisely at the point where his elbow exerted force, delicately piercing the prisoner's garb without inflicting a single injury upon the flesh. With a clatter, the chain lost its strength and fell to the ground, the commotion abruptly ceasing, and the light dimmed. Ye Jingtang slowly sheathed his sword, retrieving a fire stick from his waist and approaching the oil lamp, exclaiming, "What a splendid technique." He mused, "If the enemy remains still, I too remain motionless. Should the enemy move, I shall act first." By relying on the subtle changes in the opponent's demeanor, one can preemptively dismantle their moves and retaliate, thus always staying a step ahead. The predecessor who crafted this technique must be an extraordinary individual, possessing ordinary physical attributes yet unparalleled insight. Qiu Tianhe's gaze was one of disbelief, and after a moment, he inquired, "How did you come to know the Tianhe blade?" Ye Jingtang ignited the oil lamp with the fire stick, and upon glancing back, he noticed Qiu Tianhe staring intently at him, blinking in surprise. "Did not the esteemed hero just learn it from me?" The old man replied, "I had just imparted it." Qiu Tianhe nearly echoed what Luo Ning had said previously, but having witnessed Ye Jingtang's 8 steps of the Mad Blade before, he held a high regard for him. Eventually, he regained his composure, nodded slightly, and gestured with his right hand. "Leave me be. I wish to reflect in solitude." Could it be that I misunderstood? Is the Tianhe blade merely this one move? The Tianhe blade seeks a profound essence, embodying internal martial arts. It can be distilled to a reverse strike, yet it is endlessly variable and shapeless, growing ever more enigmatic with age. You have merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Do not underestimate this sword technique. With prolonged practice, you shall come to appreciate the formidable nature of this blade. Ye Jingtang perceives the heavenly harmony blade as indeed profound. Although at first glance it seems less formidable than the techniques imparted by his adoptive father, it possesses layers of complexity that are several magnitudes greater, harboring immense potential that requires dedicated study and comprehension. In light of this, Ye Jingtang performed a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Hero Chiu, for your generous instruction. Should I encounter any uncertainties in the future, I hope you will graciously offer your guidance." With that, he took his leave. Alas, Qiu Tianhe was tempted to retort, "It would suffice if you simply refrained from instructing me in the future, but such words would undermine the dignity of a master." So he refrained, instead leaning against the wall in silent contemplation. Chapter 33. A simple meal. As afternoon approached, the rain began to diminish. Ye Jingtang emerged from the dungeon, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword, pondering the essential principles of the heavenly harmony blade. Having just engaged in a dialogue with Qiu Tianhe within the confines of the dungeon, he felt he had indeed gleaned insights into the heavenly harmony blade. However, this technique is a rare internal martial art among swordsmanship, starkly contrasting with his adoptive father's style. At present, he could only claim to have learned its application. Yet he remained oblivious to the deeper significance of the technique, falling short of true proficiency. It was premature and utterly absurd to even consider teaching King Jing at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to familiarize himself with it for a few more days. What are you thinking? Bestowing such an item. Your own loneliness is the issue, indeed. Look at this, it is so coarse. Nearly the size of your wrist. What about something smaller? No, you should keep it for yourself. How utterly embarrassing. Her voice, tinged with playful shyness and a hint of disdain, was nevertheless soft and melodious, a delightful sound to behold. Upon merely hearing her voice, one can easily conjure an image of a stunning noblewoman, delicately biting her lower lip, exuding a blend of bashfulness and annoyance as she playfully rebuffs. Knight Jingtang, slightly perplexed, was eager to discern with whom she was conversing and the nature of their discourse. Just as he pricked up his ears, a voice, reminiscent of an ancient deity, whispered near him, "Young master, please." The voice came unexpectedly, startling Knight Jingtang, who fancied himself quite skilled in martial arts. When he turned to look, he discovered an elderly woman, her hair cascading to the ground, stooped over, with her left hand resting behind her and her right hand gesturing towards the outside of the black yamen. Although this was Knight Jingtang's first encounter with the silver-haired crone, he could surmise from her appearance that she was most likely one of the illustrious red sticks of the black yamen, the white-haired listener, Meng Jiao. Both the eight-armed Earth Store and the white-haired listener are esteemed masters, serving as coaches for the national team, despite her unassuming demeanor. Her significance in the realm of martial arts is not to be underestimated. Such remarkable lightness of foot, akin to a specter. A shiver ran down Knight Jingtang's spine as he hastily exited the black yamen, mounted his horse, and retraced his path, pondering the identity of the noblewoman who had spoken moments before. To be so at ease in conversation atop the Mingyu Tower, her status must be exceedingly elevated. Yet, she did not quite resemble the Empress. Over the past few days wandering through the capital, he had discreetly inquired about court affairs. The reigning Empress is the sister of the Jing Wang, and though their ages are not vastly disparate, no one dares to comment on her beauty. Only that she possesses a decisive character and a firm grip on power. The Jing Wang, a paragon of physique and unparalleled beauty, likely has a sister of comparable allure. Thus, one would expect the Empress to speak with more audacity. As for others, Knight Jingtang was not well acquainted with many, and thus could not deduce her identity, presuming instead that she must be a relative of the Jing Wang. He intends to enter the palace in search of the Minglong map, and has recently inquired about rumors regarding male courtesans from his investigations over the past few days. It appears that the female emperor and her sister have maintained their virtue, devoid of any such rumors. Notably, the widowed Empress Dowager Qin also exemplifies this decorum. However, Relying on the sale of one's beauty and the deception of women's affections to gain entry into the palace for ulterior motives seems inherently disreputable. The only remaining option is to diligently practice lightness of foot to infiltrate the inner sanctum. The chances of success with this method are promising. Yet the risks are undeniably substantial. The presence of formidable figures like white-haired listener around Prince Jing raises the stakes. One can only speculate about the guards surrounding the female emperor. If discovered, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to a fate as grim as being transformed into a pigeon soup. Although silence enveloped the scene, a tantalizing aroma of stir-fried meat wafted through the air. Ye Jingtang, having not eaten well since yesterday, felt his appetite surge upon catching the scent. He hastened to the courtyard and peered over the wall, observing a bench placed under the eaves. The petite warrior was seated outside the kitchen, wielding a cleaver skillfully, albeit with a lack of finesse, resulting in unevenly chopped pieces of wood. Smoke curled from the kitchen, where the window was ajar, revealing Lady Luo clad in an apron, bustling between the cutting board and stove, with rice simmering on a small burner. The little bird was industrious as well, perched on the stove, mouth agape, eager to assist in tasting the food. As Ye Jingtang opened the courtyard door, he lifted the 2 small jars of wine in his hands. Lady Luo had already sensed his approach, glancing up at him with a weary gaze, her unsettled feelings from last night still lingering, leaving her silent. In contrast, Ye Yunli was much more animated. With a swift flick of her wrist, she tossed the cleaver, which landed firmly in a piece of firewood. She then dashed over to receive the wine jars, inquiring with enthusiasm, "Brother Jingtang, what tidings do you bring from the dark yamen?" Everything proceeded smoothly. I sought out the renowned swordsman, Qiu, who graciously agreed to teach me his techniques. Once I've mastered them in a few days, I shall impart this knowledge to Prince Jing, which should enable us to extricate the individual in question. Surely, Prince Jing would not turn his back on me after learning the art of swordsmanship. He values my abilities. To renounce our agreement would be counterproductive to winning hearts. Furthermore, it is not akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Allowing Qiu to retire peacefully in the capital merely shifts his confinement, which is hardly a means to intimidate me. As I engaged in casual conversation with Ye Jingtang, I found myself in the kitchen. A cursory glance revealed the absence of wine cups, prompting me to say, "Yunli, could you assist me by procuring a set of wine utensils from the shop on the street?" "Thank you. Certainly," replied Ye Yunli, who immediately seized her umbrella and prepared to leave. Luo Ning, initially oblivious, soon realized something was amiss. How could one forget to purchase wine utensils when intending to buy wine? Ye Yunli moved with remarkable agility, and soon there was no trace of her in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Ye Jingtang approached, rubbing his hands together, and remarked, "Luo, your culinary skills are truly commendable." Luo Ning stepped aside, avoiding eye contact with Ye Jingtang. "Ye Jingtang, should you dare to overstep once more, do not expect me to show any leniency." Ye Jingtang had noticed earlier that Luo Ning seemed slightly displeased. Aware that he had acted impulsively the day before, he felt a twinge of guilt. He retrieved a verdant jade pendant from his sleeve and placed it on the table, then moved behind the stove to adjust the flames. "Do not overthink this. The black official gifted me the Dragonpool Emerald, and this jade pendant is simply part of the arrangement. Presenting it before Yunli might lead to misunderstandings." Luo Ning cast a glance at the Dragonpool Emerald, knowing that it might be misconstrued. "Why would you gift me this jade pendant? What do you mean by this?" "It cannot truly be called a gift. Last night we collaborated to capture the thief, and I cannot simply hoard the spoils for myself. Do you, Miss Luo, wish to bestow upon me all your possessions? Such a notion would surely lead my mind astray." Upon reflection, Luo Ning found merit in her thoughts and tucked the jade pendant into her bosom. "This is rightfully mine, not a gift from you. Once I depart from the capital, I shall exchange it for reward money at the Water Cloud Sword Pool. Whatever the case, it seems you are deliberately trying to provoke Ye Jingtang." Ye Jingtang shook his head with a smile. "Your belongings are yours to manage as you see fit." The steam from the pot rose in wisps, obscuring their view and silencing their conversation. Luo Ning, skillfully stir-frying, was evidently somewhat distracted. Her peripheral vision caught on Ye Jingtang, who was tending to the fire, while the seasonings were carelessly scattered. After a brief silence, Luo Ning could no longer restrain herself and spoke again. "You should step outside and not linger here. Is it that Miss Luo cannot bear my presence?" Luo Ning set down the spatula, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Ye Jingtang, her posture suggesting a readiness to abandon her duties. Ye Jingtang shook his head, and stepped outside to continue chopping the firewood that remained uncut. Only then did Luo Ning relax, returning to her cooking, and in the midst of it, she picked up a piece of stir-fried meat, blew on it gently, and fed it to the eagerly awaiting bird. The bird's eyes sparkled as it caught the morsel, and then, gulp, the bird blinked twice, its beak momentarily closing, nodding vigorously as if to praise the culinary skills of its dear sister, little watermelon. Then the little bird hopped out the door, approaching Ye Jingtang with keen interest as it observed the firewood being chopped. As the aroma of food filled the courtyard, the rain ceased. It's time to eat. Ye Yunli carried the dishes and crossed the tidy courtyard to the main house, only to find the little bird crouched in its aviary beneath the eaves. Perplexed, she inquired, "Why aren't you so eager today?" Chirp, chirp, the little bird grandly waved its wings, indicating it was well fed. Ye Jingtang sat at the table, uncorked a jar of wine, and poured drinks for the two women, one large and one small. Luo Ning took her seat at the head of the table, assisting in serving rice, her gaze still avoiding Ye Jingtang. Though with Yunli present, her demeanor was considerably more composed. Once all the dishes were presented, Ye Jingtang raised his glass. "Come, let's toast, and wish Hero Chio a swift escape from his tribulations." Ye Yunli, ever polite, quickly lifted her glass with both hands. "Hero Chio's life is secure, and both my master and I owe you a great debt, Brother Jingtang. Let us first toast you." Luo Ning, though lacking the mood to toast Ye Jingtang, felt compelled to comply given Yunli's words. After a moment's thought, she set down her chopsticks, raised her glass, and clinked it against Ye Jingtang's. With a gentle touch of her sleeve to her lips, Luo Ning downed her drink in one go, the pale hue of her cheeks instantly blooming with the rosy tint of early spring, revealing her infrequent indulgence in alcohol, while her naturally enchanting eyes glistened with a misty allure. Ye Yunli, possessing a commendable tolerance for spirits, took a hearty sip without so much as a flush. Leaning closer to assist her master with a gentle pat on her back, grinning, "This is the first time I've seen my master drink. Brother Jingtang, you are truly fortunate. If the people of the martial world were to know." Yunli. Luo Ning understood that Ye Yunli wished to convey, "The moon goddess offers you a toast," and with a slight furrow of her brow, interrupted Ye Yunli's words. Ye Yunli, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "I'm not foolish. I merely spoke casually. Isn't it quite spicy?" "Moderate," was Knight Jingtang's nonchalant reply as he picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of exquisitely colored stir-fried pork, chewing it thoughtfully. "Goodness. No wonder that silly bird is standing outside." Knight Jingtang, embodying a true man, maintained his composure as he chewed the overwhelmingly spicy dish, taking a sip of wine to temper the heat, all the while casting a glance at the heroic Luo, pondering whether she was intentionally teasing him. She appeared not to be. Perhaps it was merely distraction leading to an unexpected reaction. Ye Yunli, with a cheerful demeanor, poured herself a cup of wine and placed a piece of stir-fried pork into her mouth. However, her face turned a shade of green. Yet, considering the effort put forth by their esteemed matron in preparing the meal, she couldn't bear to spit it out, knowing how heartbroken it would make her. Gritting her teeth, Ye Yunli swallowed the morsel. Her eyes widened as she regarded Knight Jingtang, silently questioning how he managed to consume it. Knight Jingtang, noticing her struggle, offered her a generous portion, expressing concern, "You're in your growth phase. You ought to eat more." "You rascal." Ye Yunli clenched her jaw, yet remained unfazed, returning the favor by serving him a hefty helping. "Brother Jingtang, being a man, you must eat well for your endeavors. How exquisite is the matron's culinary skill." "Simply marvelous," Knight Jingtang replied without a flicker of emotion, swallowing with determination. Thus, the trio shared a humble meal, enveloped in a warm and familial atmosphere. Luo Ning, with an ethereal grace, preferred a lighter fare, savoring only the lightly stir-fried vegetables, shunning heavy or oily flavors. Seeing Ye Jingtang and Ye Yunli display an intimate camaraderie reminiscent of brotherly friendship and sisterly respect, she felt a twinge of displeasure. However, as the two exchanged dishes and lapsed into silence, absorbed in their drinking, it ultimately alerted Luo Ning to the peculiar atmosphere. When she picked up her chopsticks to sample the stir-fried pork, her countenance shifted dramatically. She initially suspected someone had poisoned the dish, and then exclaimed in irritation, "So salty. Can't you express that it's unpalatable? Yet you insist on eating it." Ye Jingtang chuckled lightly, raising a hand in a gesture of dismissal. Moss. Ahem, merely curious." Unable to contain herself any longer, Ye Yunli stood to fetch a teapot, pouring it into her mouth with an exaggerated ton. Luo Ning glared at the two peculiar individuals, noticing their attempts to suppress laughter. Yet they managed to hold it back. She lightly patted the table, stood up, and exited, only to scold the curious bird outside who was peeking in. Chirp. Chapter 34, Sister Yu. On the other side, Pei Xiangjun, while granting Ye Jingtang a brief respite, began orchestrating the necessary arrangements for him to acknowledge his ancestors. The Honghua Lu, immense in scale, boasts branches scattered across the vastness of the land. Originally formed through the alliance of multiple shipping clans, the Pei family took on the role of spokesperson. As it evolved into the Honghua Lu, the branch associated with the Pei family came to be known as Tianlang King. The capital serves as the nexus for trade throughout the Great Wei, and it is imperative that the Honghua Lu maintains a presence there. Consequently, at the inception of the dynasty, the Pei family strategically relocated Tianlang King to the capital. Nevertheless, as a family rooted in the martial world, the Pei clan, situated beneath the emperor's gaze, refrained from flaunting their status, choosing instead to operate discreetly within the bustling city, orchestrating their affairs from the shadows. At midday, in the grand hall of the Pei family mansion, 3 esteemed incense masters from afar were seated at the table, 2 gentlemen and a lady. The gentlemen, both elder statesmen, were named Li Sanwen and Wang Run, while the lady was Madame Huang Zhu, all prominent figures of the Qinglong Hall. Pei Xiangjun and her aunt, Madame Zhang, occupied seats in the central hall, listening to Madame Huang Zhu's grievances. It is one thing for the Zhou family to seize business at the docks, but even the second-rate Baoyuan sect seeks to claim a share. If it weren't for the greater good, I would personally confront them at Baoyuan Mountain and reason with them. The eldest incense master, Li Sanwen, the most senior member of the Qinglong Hall, was held in such esteem that even Pei Xiangjun addressed him as an elder. At this moment, he held a teacup and shook his head, saying, Li Huanyuan's Yuan technique is renowned and masterful throughout Yin province. What can a mere incense master like you hope to achieve in reasoning with him? While this remark seemed to imply that Madame Huang Zhu was overstepping her bounds, it subtly expressed dissatisfaction with Pei Xiangjun's inability to command respect among the martial community. Madame Huang Zhu retorted, My business has been usurped, and I cannot voice my concerns. As the elder of the family, such matters should fall to you. Yet here you sit, offering nothing but cold mockery. With a resounding clap on the table, Li Sanwen interjected. Pei Xiangjun raised her hand to quell the escalating argument. Enough. The purpose of summoning you here is to introduce someone. Yuan Feng has left behind an adopted son named Ye Jingtang, who arrived in the capital a few days ago and is quite commendable. How old is Ye Jingtang this year? At 18, some may still be inexperienced. Li San, known for his straightforward temperament, candidly remarked, Madame Zhang, it is inappropriate for Luo, who is not acquainted with the world of martial arts, to be involved in such matters. Furthermore, given Luo's idle disposition, what would happen if he were to learn of the family's wealth? Tomorrow, he might very well purchase the White Horse Academy and appoint himself as the master. Pei Xiangjun understood the skepticism of the 3 incense masters towards the youth and interjected. Upon hearing this, the 3 incense masters' expressions turned grave. The tales circulating in the market regarding the martial world often begin with the 8 great masters, and even second-rate experts are deemed somewhat unworthy. Yet the reality is far more complex. Within the grand establishment of the Red Flower Pavilion, only 3 are truly regarded as masters. Those as formidable as Shilong or Shan Jinli are considered a disgrace to the masters, illustrating just how high the threshold for first-rate experts is. Wang Ren's gaze reflected a hint of skepticism, yet without having seen the person, he refrained from counter-arguments and simply nodded, since the pavilion master holds such confidence. Once all the incense masters have gathered, please bring this individual forth for us to meet. If, as you say, this is indeed true, it would be a fortunate occurrence for both our Azure Dragon Hall and the Red Flower Pavilion. Li San pondered for a moment. Is the pavilion master perhaps considering directly appointing Jingtang as the young master tonight? I indeed have such intentions. But how can this be feasible? The Red Flower Pavilion is beset by internal and external troubles, and the White Tiger Hall is eyeing the helm. Should the pavilion master establish a young master, how can he ensure the support of the others? Pei Xiangjun spoke earnestly. I am capable of making this decision because I possess the necessary assurance. Once you have met Jingtang, you will understand that my actions are not hasty. Li San, having discerned Pei Xiangjun's resolute intentions, expressed his discontent, saying, Very well. I shall observe for myself what manner of youth could inspire such unwavering determination in the master of the tower. Should I inadvertently cause any inconvenience to the younger generation, I trust you will forgive me." He understood that to command the allegiance of his subordinates, mere commendation from the head of the household would be insufficient. It must be backed by personal merit. Pei Xiangjuan refrained from elaborating further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Ren broached the topic of difficulties during my last visit to the Zhou family. I encountered a steward who was so unyielding that even the Zhou family's second-branch relatives were not granted an audience. Business at the Qingzhong wharf is waning, and if we do not negotiate clearly with the Zhou family to delineate our boundaries, the matriarch of the Zhou family is approaching her birthday. I plan to pay my respects and, in passing, discuss this matter. If the Zhou family refuses to consider your standing, they will certainly weigh the implications of my direct intervention. The three incense masters clearly expressed their dissent, for in the realm of martial clans, it was an unprecedented occurrence for the sect leader to personally engage in negotiations over trivial business with another family. Madame Huang, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat oppressive, took it upon herself to ease the tension. Old Master Zhou is a renowned swordsmith, having forged no fewer than 1,000 weapons throughout his life. On the occasion of his 80th birthday, esteemed figures from the martial world of Zhezhou will pay their respects. It is rumored that even the wife of the leader of the Pingtian sect will be in attendance. Thus, your presence would not be seen as a loss of face. Pei Xiangjuan, wishing to divert the conversation from troubling matters, interjected, "I have yet to behold the Moon Palace goddess. I have heard she was once the most beautiful woman in the martial realm." Madame Zhang chuckled softly. "Your position as the steward of the Red Flower Pavilion restricts your visibility. Were you to adorn yourself splendidly and make an appearance sitting alongside the Moon Palace goddess, the title of the most beautiful in the martial world may very well shift to the Red Flower Pavilion henceforth." The following morning, after a brief rain, the sun broke through, and the townsfolk began to venture out of their homes. The streets along the Tianshui Bridge bustled with activity, the sounds of vendors calling out their wares filling the air. Ye Jingtang had taken a few days off, spending his time leisurely with Luo Ning, nearly forgetting about San Yang. This morning, just as he rose, Yang Zhao suddenly rushed over, informing him that San Yang was seeking him, prompting him to remember that he had work to attend to. Although he had only been there for a few days, he was already involved in significant matters, and the locals around Tianshui Bridge recognized him, greeting him as he passed by. "Young Master Ye, the young master has arrived." After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Jingtang made his way to the grand residence of the Pei family, deep within the alley. San Yang stood at the entrance, dressed in a pale yellow waist-length skirt, accompanied by her maid, Xiaohe. She gazed into the distance, her demeanor gentle and serene, akin to a delicate maiden awaiting her beloved's return. "San Yang, why are you waiting outside again?" Pei Xiangjuan was subjected to a lengthy tirade from several incense masters yesterday, leaving her with a slight sense of grievance. She cradled the bird that had flown in, furrowing her brow like a wronged little bride. Chirp. The bird, too, seemed to express its innocence. Ye Jingtang felt a twinge of shame and entered the house alongside Pei Xiangjuan, explaining, "I took the prince's token and, with nothing pressing these past few days, I ventured to the Black Yamen to foster connections and assist with some matters. Your abilities are indeed remarkable. You've even managed to capture a wingless owl. It seems I ought to increase your wages, for otherwise you might earn more from a single case than during half a year at the Pei residence, leading to more time away from home. Engaging in casework is perilous, akin to licking a blade. Where is the stability found here with San Yang? There's no need to raise my pay. I already feel as though I am living off the charity of others." As they conversed, the three of them turned down the corridor and directly entered the Chihuahua Gate. Beyond the gate lay the inner chambers, where due to Master Pei Luo's absence, only women resided: Auntie Pei, concubine Pei Luo, and the maids. Ye Jingtang, being a man, felt it inappropriate to enter and inquired, "San Yang summoned me. Is there something you require?" Pei Xiangjuan, gently stroking the bird, replied with displeasure, "Is it not permissible to summon you for a mere visit?" Ye Jingtang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, choosing instead to keep his gaze forward as they passed the lotus pond beside the koi pool, arriving at the main courtyard where the Long family resided. Ye Jingtang initially presumed that San Yang intended to lead him to the tea courtyard, yet as they walked, he realized they were headed in an unexpected direction. San Yang, with graceful steps, approached the bedroom and instructed, "Xiaohe, you may retire for the time being." Following closely behind, Shua hurriedly dashed outside. Ye Jingtang scanned the desolate courtyard and the gracefully swaying silhouette of the familiar beauty before him, his thoughts inexplicably veering off course as he hesitated. Sanyang, you. Come in. Creek? What is this about? Ye Jingtang observed Sanyang, who appeared to be preparing for a clandestine rendezvous, feeling a peculiar unease. He inquired, "This is your boudoir. Is it appropriate for me to enter?" "Come in. I merely wish to discuss something with you, and no one is watching." After a moment's hesitation, Ye Jingtang ultimately stepped into the chamber. Click. Once Ye Jingtang entered the room, Pei Xiangyuan tossed her little bird outside and promptly shut the door, leaving only a solitary man and woman within the boudoir. What? Pei Xiangyuan settled gracefully on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside her. Jingtang, come sit. Sanyang, this. Quickly sit down. Do not let your thoughts wander. Having ascended to the bed, she still implored him not to let his thoughts stray. Ye Jingtang noticed a slight frown on Sanyang's brow, indicating her displeasure, and reluctantly took a seat beside her. I swear. Just as Ye Jingtang settled on the edge of the bed, he discovered that the floor beneath him was empty. The bedboard collapsed, causing him to tumble backward. Thud. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves plunged into darkness below, the canopy of the bed closing above them, obliterating any trace of light. Ye Jingtang was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, his heart racing as he glanced around. Sanyang, what are you doing? Do you think I have any intention of doing anything? Ye Jingtang initially thought that Pei Xiangjun intended to address him in some manner and explained, I assumed that Sanyang would introduce me to the family business. I did not expect to be brought to such a place. Where's this? A faint sound akin to a spark igniting was heard as a fire starter was struck, casting a dim glow upon their faces. Pei Xiangjun held the fire starter close to an oil lamp nestled against the stone wall, which flickered to life, followed by a series of lamps that illuminated the path ahead, revealing a door at the far end of the passage. Pei Xiangjun, momentarily dispelling her delicate demeanor, adjusted her attire slightly and proceeded towards the entrance of the underground chamber. The stray thoughts that Ye Jingtang had just quelled resurfaced, for the combination of a bedroom, secret passage, and basement easily conjured up unsavory associations. What manner of place is this? Creaking, as the words were spoken, the door swung open, unveiling a brightly lit hall before them. Chapter 35. Who else dares to defy? The hall was spacious, measuring approximately 6 zhang in both length and width, and rising to a height of around 2 zhang, its shape perfectly square. Inside, 8 armchairs were arranged, 4 on each side, while a plaque hung above inscribed with the words Tianlang King. Against the wall stood a spirit altar adorned with over 10 memorial tablets, including a newly added tablet bearing the name of his foster father, Pei Yuanfeng. In front of the altar lay a long spear, its shaft marked with numerous fine scratches, clearly a weapon that had weathered the trials of the martial world for many years. At this moment, the 8 armchairs were occupied by individuals clad in splendid attire, 5 men and 3 women, whose expressions were solemn as they collectively turned their gazes towards the entrance. As Ye Jingtang pondered what remarkable treasures might lie within the basement, he was suddenly struck by the grandeur of the hall before him, along with the solemn presence of 8 elderly dignitaries. Caught off guard, he quickly composed himself, adopting a stoic demeanor as he positioned himself behind Pei Xiangjun to observe the unfolding scene. Upon Pei Xiangjun's arrival, the 8 incense masters within the underground hall rose in unison to pay their respects. Master of the tower, do not rise, Pei Xiangjun commanded, her aura transforming entirely as she embodied the poise befitting a female leader. With deliberate grace, she approached the seat at the Tianlang Hall and settled herself. Ye Jingtang was not particularly surprised. Since the day the red god of wealth had approached him, a seed of doubt had taken root in his mind, and now it had blossomed into certainty. The mysterious figure in the conical hat was indeed Sanyang. No wonder the Red Flower Tower was in such disarray. Though he hesitated to voice his inquiries, Ye Jingtang quietly positioned himself behind Pei Xiangjun's armchair, surveying the assembly. The 8 incense masters seated in the Tianlang Hall regarded him with a mix of expressions. The 3 female masters gazed at him with fascination, while Li San and the others scrutinized him with keen eyes. Pei Xiangjun did not provide any background introduction, for she trusted in Ye Jingtang's intelligence to discern the current circumstances. Seated in front of the Tianlang Hall, she surveyed the 8 incense masters and stated, "This is Ye Jingtang, the adopted son of my second brother, Pei Yuanfeng. Last month, my brother passed away, and I have already briefed you on the matters regarding his estate being brought to the capital. His character and abilities are commendable. Hence, I wish for him to assume the role of the young master. Do any of you have objections? Wang Ren initiated the conversation. The Red Flower Pavilion is not merely represented by the small Tianshui Bridge outside. Our adversaries are not limited to the likes of Yang Guan, a mere idle townsman. Pei Xiangjuan raised her hand to interrupt, directing her gaze toward Ye Jingtang. Jingtang, do you possess confidence? The Pei family is closely tied to my adoptive father, and the third madam has treated me generously, providing a handsome salary. Should any misfortune arise, I shall exert every effort to defend our interests. As for the Pei family's enterprises, whether they are concentrated around Tianshui Bridge or scattered across the four seas, it makes no difference to me. Pei Xiangjuan expressed great satisfaction with her words, yet Li San furrowed his brow, a novice, unaware of the vastness of the world. The challenges confronting the Red Flower Pavilion stem from the entirety of the martial world. Your loyalty and integrity must be weighed against your own capabilities. Mere empty declarations leave us with no assurance. I am not a member of the Pei family. My assistance is born out of loyalty. If you do not trust me, I shall fulfill my duties regardless, and if you do trust me, I shall not acquiesce to what is unbecoming. Among the 8 fragrant masters, some frowned while others nodded, exchanging glances as if engaged in silent deliberation. Ye Jingtang observed these individuals, each engrossed in their own discussions, neglecting the third madam, lacking the basic respect due to a leader, and he subtly frowned. Then, glancing at the alluring third madam beside him, who did not seem like a figure capable of bearing great burdens, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Third madam, did you bring me here today to showcase my abilities and earn the admiration of those present?" Upon hearing this, all 8 fragrant masters turned their heads in unison. Well, that is more or less the case. Ye Jingtang nodded slightly, stepping forward before the third madam and surveying the assembly of fragrant masters. Shall we proceed directly? Would you prefer to evaluate each of us individually, or shall we face you collectively? In the presence of 8 incense masters. Upon hearing the audacious declaration of "I will strike 8, they were left momentarily stunned. Pei Xiangjuan widened her almond-shaped eyes and hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Jing'ang, you must not be so reckless." Ye Jingtang slightly raised his hand and continued, "Third lady has granted me a salary, allowing me to assume the role of the young master. Having accepted the remuneration, I am bound to fulfill my duties. If any of you believe the third lady's arrangements are flawed, feel free to voice your concerns. Should I fail to rebut, I shall take my leave." Li Sanwen, already dissatisfied with Pei Xiangjuan's decision, was infuriated by the utter lack of respect from this young man. He abruptly slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up. However, at that very moment, a flash of steel illuminated the hall. Ye Jingtang's 3-foot silver blade was unsheathed, emanating a chilling glimmer. The piercing sound of the blade sent shivers down the spines of all 9 present. Li Sanwen was no fool. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression turned pale, and he hastily retreated. Yet, the ferocity of the 8 steps wild blade lay in its capacity to seize the initiative. Although Yu Jing'ang had only recently grasped the technique, he had mastered it thoroughly in his mind. Shilong only managed to block the attack due to the urgency of the moment. What right did a mere incense master have to withstand it? The blade flashed past, aiming directly for Li Sanwen, who had just risen from his chair. Predictably, with a single stroke, Li Sanwen's hand had barely lifted when a gash appeared across his chest. Regrettably, however, the silver blade had yet to graze his robe, for a long, pitch-black spear emerged from behind, intercepting the blade. The clash of metal resonated with a sharp clang. Had it been the previous encounter, this spear would have sent Ye Jingtang's sword flying. Yet this time was different. The formidable force of the spear did not halt Ye Jingtang's strike, causing the blade to rise 3 inches, with the spear colliding directly against Li Sanwen's chest. With a resounding thud, Li Sanwen was sent crashing backward, toppling a chair and landing sprawled on the ground. The other 7 incense masters were struck with shock, rising to retreat a few steps, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Li Sanwen, pallid and shaken, scrambled to his feet and took refuge behind Pei Xiangjuan, as though confronted by a specter. In the wake of a fleeting flash of blade, the atmosphere within the Tianlang Hall became palpably tense. Pei Xiangjuan could scarcely fathom that. After merely a few days apart, the martial prowess of Ye Jing Hall had escalated to such an extraordinary level. It was only then that she comprehended why Shilong had sustained a wound to his arm from Ye Jing Hall's blade. "What are you doing?" Elder Li is a senior. "I only recognize Sen Yang and am unfamiliar with the rest of you. We are all kin here. Merely showcase your skills. Why strike so fiercely? I am a martial artist, not an entertainer. If someone seeks to test my mettle, I must ensure they understand their limitations. Pei Xiangyuan sensed a palpable ferocity emanating from Ye Jingtang and refrained from uttering further words. Holding his blade at an angle toward the ground, he addressed the gathered incense masters. To those present, is there anyone else who wishes to gauge the depths of my abilities? At these words, the 8 incense masters, momentarily frozen in place, exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Being met with such an imposing display of strength at their first encounter was certainly disconcerting for them. However, the prowess demonstrated by Ye Jingtang with that blade was already imbued with the air of a grandmaster, making it reckless for the incense masters to test him further. At merely 18, possessing such martial skills, few could be found throughout the martial world, making him a figure of limitless potential as the young master of the Red Flower Pavilion. Even if this young master appeared somewhat fierce and difficult to approach, enduring some discomfort within the sect was far preferable to being subjugated by external martial forces. Madame Huang Zhufu, perceiving the hesitation among the assembly, stepped forward and performed a respectful bow, exclaiming, "Young master, your skills are remarkable." The remaining incense masters followed suit, bowing in deference, as did Li Sanwen. "My interest in the affairs of the Red Flower Pavilion is rather lukewarm, for I stand here solely due to the presence of my adoptive father's memorial tablet upon the altar. I would not take a single coin from my adoptive father's estate, nor would the Pei family. Once Third Lady feels I am no longer needed, I shall take my leave." Having interacted with Pei Xiangyuan for a few days, I have gleaned a sense of Ye Jingtang's character, and she gently suggested, "Let us discuss these matters at a later time." Ye Jingtang refrained from further commentary. Pei Xiangyuan straightened herself, surveying the main hall. The 8 incense masters before her, far more earnest than their previous display of solemnity, sat in profound silence, awaiting her pronouncement. With the end of the month approaching, we are soon to convene with the various hall masters in Shiwang Town, where we shall formally announce this matter. Do you believe the hall masters will raise any objections? The 8 incense masters shook their heads in unison, envisioning the spectacle of the hall masters' astonishment. Feeling an eagerness for the event, Madame Huang Zhufu remarked, "At that time, the White Tiger Hall will undoubtedly issue a challenge to the young master. I hope you will not be too harsh." Following a beating, Li Sanwen, despite being unable to contend, refrained from complaints, stating, "If one does not strike harshly, the subordinates will remain oblivious to the concept of rules." When the old hall master was alive, did the Song family dare to utter a word of dissent? Only the Pei family, left with nothing but orphans and widows, would have the audacity to raise their voices. Wang Ren pondered for a moment. To strike one's own kin harshly is ultimately an ill-favored notion. The Zhou family is soon to host a birthday banquet. We shall arrange for the young master to attend and meet with the young master of the Zhou family. I witnessed the defeat of the Zhou family in the arena. What face do they have left to vie for dock business? Indeed, it is most fitting for the young master to take the lead. As someone initiated the discussion, the myriad of chaotic matters currently plaguing the Tianlang Hall came to light. Several incense masters were eager to summon the Night Fright Hall to bolster their feud at that very moment. Pei Xiangyuan, observing the commotion, raised her hand to quell the noise. The Night Fright Hall has learned the art of swordsmanship from the second brother, yet lacks proficiency in firearms. While wielding a blade at the gathering of heroes is acceptable, should we venture to the Zhou family without knowledge of gunplay? Outsiders might mistakenly believe we have hired a master from the martial world to uphold our reputation. The 8 incense masters, upon reflection, displayed expressions of disappointment. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Pei Xiangyuan finished speaking, the Night Fright Hall interjected, "Is that so?" At this remark, all the incense masters lifted their heads. Were it not for their recent encounter with the Night Fright Hall's remarkable talent, they might have scornfully dismissed him as an utter fool. Pei Xiangyuan found herself at a loss for words, striving to maintain her composure as she replied, "Mastering the spear is not a skill that can be acquired in a mere few days. I understand your eagerness to assist the Pei family, but the path of martial arts cannot be rushed. Is it possible that the Pei family's gunplay is particularly profound? The king of all weapons, once renowned for achieving the 7th rank in the realm of firearms. What do you think?" The Night Fright Hall pondered this and chose to refrain from further comment. Chapter 36. Trivial Worries on Dai Workshop Street, in Shuanggui Alley. The sun began to rise, casting golden rays upon the dew-laden melon trellis, each droplet glistening like a jewel. Knock, knock, knock. A stunning beauty clad in a delicate azure robe stood gracefully before the kitchen window, golden sunlight cascading upon her cheeks. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed dreamily into the distance, captivated by the rising sun. Perhaps this is the life of an ordinary person, one that the common folk have long grown weary of, yet which those of the martial world yearn for in vain. Step, step, step. Just as her thoughts entwined with longing, a gentle footfall echoed from outside the courtyard, unmistakably the voice of Yunli. "Madam, trouble brews. I was wandering the streets just now and encountered Protector Zhang." Luo Ning paused, her hand halting mid-motion with the kitchen knife. The Zhang protector mentioned by Yunli was none other than Nanshan Taigua Zhanghengu, a mere acolyte of the Great Yan's heavenly monitoring office. During the fall of the previous dynasty, he fled to Nanshao Mountain with the imperial family, enduring the vicissitudes of time. Now, he stands as one of the 4 protectors of the peaceful Sky sect, a founding elder whom even the sect leader must respectfully address as Shirshu. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Ning stepped out of the kitchen to inquire, "Where is Protector Zhang?" "At the eastern gate, arranging passage out of the capital. He sent me to fetch you, madam, as the Zhou family's banquet is imminent. Their invitation has already been delivered, and your sword was crafted with the Zhou family's assistance. You must attend, otherwise, the martial world will accuse you of ingratitude, claiming you have forgotten your old friends upon marrying into wealth." When Luo Ning was still the goddess of the Moon Palace, she had roamed far and wide seeking masters to avenge her family's grievances. She had once visited the Water Cloud Sword Pool, although she did not acquire any sword techniques. Her renowned beauty in the martial realm led the Zhou family to extend a favor, crafting for her the exquisite weapon known as the Weeping Water Sword. Later, she married into the Pingtian sect, becoming the wife of the sect leader. This relationship naturally counted as a favor owed to the Pingtian sect, and although the Zhou family did not demand repayment, she could not simply forget it. Was he the old matriarch of the Zhou family celebrating her birthday in mid-next month? I did not say it was unreasonable, so why the urgency? Upon hearing this, I could not help but furrow my brows. Casting a glance at the simmering dishes in the pot, the matter of avenging Tianhe has already shown signs of progress. Ji Yunli patted the fried egg on her chest. Luo Ning's gaze turned icy as she sternly looked at Ji Yunli. "This is absurd. Your impulsive nature makes it hard for me to trust you to stay alone in the capital." Ji Yunli blinked innocently. "Guardian Zhang will secretly protect me. Guardian Zhang is far more capable than our matriarch. That is not acceptable. Knight Jingtang possesses remarkable talent, and upon noticing Guardian Zhang, he would undoubtedly seek ways to draw him to Nexiation. Isn't that wonderful? What is so wonderful about it? We are not bandits in the Pingtian sect. Knight Jingtang aspires to a political career. His assistance is already a great kindness. Forcing him to become a rogue is simply unreasonable." Ji Yunli pouted, wanting to retort but found it difficult to argue. She was not entirely convinced, now that we are leaving. Why would Brother Jingtang risk his life to help us rescue someone? Luo Ning opened her mouth but could find no justification, finally stating calmly, "Our matriarch will persuade him well. You should go prepare with Guardian Zhang. I will join you later." "All right." Ji Yunli had no choice but to turn and leave in haste. The Pei family, the Red Flower Pavilion, is vast and bustling with myriad affairs. Merely introducing the various industries consumed a considerable portion of time as the 8 masters spoke at length. Ye Jingtang listened attentively, yet did not internalize their words. For his allegiance lay with the Pei family. He was merely assisting third mistress when needed, harboring no ambitions for the family estate. Thus, memorizing intricate details seemed futile. By the time the Qinglong Hall meeting adjourned, the masters departed through the underground passages, and noon had arrived. Ye Jingtang emerged from third mistress's chamber, stepping into the inner quarters, when he was startled by a series of soft thuds against the door, resembling a gentle clawing. Upon opening the door, he found the courtyard enveloped in silence, and the bird that had been left outside for most of the day turned its head away upon noticing him, embodying an air of disdain, as if to say, "You favor beauty over companionship, and I shan't deign to acknowledge you." Pei Xiangjun emerged from behind the curtains, her demeanor transforming into that of a tender, delicate woman. Approaching Ye Jingtang, she cradled the sulking bird in her arms and praised. "Having a man in the household makes all the difference. These masters, though loyal and akin to family, have watched me grow up and always regard me as a junior. Thus, I find it difficult to instruct them. If you were to assert your authority today and teach them the proper decorum, future discussions would be far more effortless." Previously, Ye Jingtang had reveled in third mistress's adoring gaze, feeling elevated. Yet upon discovering her identity as the Red Wealth deity, his perception shifted dramatically. How could the illustrious female leader of the Red Flower Pavilion, a formidable figure in the martial world, present herself as a fragile maiden seeking protection before him? Yet, being admired by such a strong woman seemed to elevate one's spirit even further. Isn't it common for young heirs to reside externally? Your aunt has prepared the eastern wing. You shall stay here from now on. The Pei family consists solely of women, and as an outsider, my presence inevitably invites gossip. The dying street is not far from here, and Sanyang has arranged for someone to summon me whenever necessary. Pei Xiangjuan has placed all her hopes for the revival of the Red Flower Pavilion on Ye Jingtang, naturally wishing to keep him close, cultivating their relationship through daily interactions. However, given Ye Jingtang's steadfastness, she felt it inappropriate to insist, and thus said. As she spoke, Pei Xiangjuan approached the dressing table, opened a small drawer, and retrieved a stack of silver notes, seemingly intending to provide Ye Jingtang with some pocket money. Judging by the denominations, it appeared to amount to over 100,000. Upon witnessing this, Ye Jingtang experienced the sensation of being cherished by a beautiful and wealthy woman. Yet, as a dignified man, he could not accept gifts beyond his wages. He clasped his hands and said, I shall take my leave now, Sanyang. Please rest early. With that, he exited without delay. Just as Pei Xiangjuan took out the silver notes, she caught sight of Ye Jingtang and Niao hurrying away, her expression tinged with resignation. Chapter 37. Different paths, same destination. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It was noon, and the dying street was sparsely populated. Ye Jingtang led his horse down the street. While on the horse's back, the white bird Niao leisurely enjoyed the small jerky he had just purchased. Upon reaching the entrance of Shuanggui Alley, Niao eagerly flew into the depths of the alley, chirping along the way. Chirp, 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 chirp. The sound of a woman's affectionate voice drifted from behind the courtyard wall. Ye Jingtang smiled at the sound and led the horse through the courtyard gate. In the tidy and well-kept courtyard, subtle changes have emerged. A row of small flower pots now adorns the base of the wall, filled with tender seedlings of unknown blossoms. Outside the kitchen, neatly stacked firewood lies in order, and even the cured meats, ginger, and garlic hanging beneath the window are arranged with meticulous care, rendering the entire courtyard noticeably brighter at first glance. Ye Jingtang, who grew up with his adoptive father, both of whom are warriors, had a home that, while not filthy or chaotic, often leaned towards disorder. Observing this scene, he suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness at having a capable partner at home. Luo Ning appeared in a flowing azure dress, gracefully carrying 2 plates of small dishes as she emerged from the kitchen, a little bird perched upon her shoulder. Her demeanor remained as cool and composed as when they first met, not sparing a glance at Ye Jingtang, who was tethered beneath the trellis. Simply calling out in a calm tone, Yunli has gone out to play, come and eat. Ye Jingtang sensed a newfound warmth in Luo Ning's demeanor toward him. A pleasant surprise that compelled him to enter the kitchen, retrieve the stir-fried dishes, and place them on the table in the main room. With a curious glance at the beautifully arranged plates, he inquired, what has made the valiant Luo so gentle today? Luo Ning took a seat to his left, uncorked a small wine jar, poured 2 cups, and in a casual tone asked, are you preparing to leave? The little bird, gazing longingly at the stir-fried pork, immediately became agitated upon hearing her words, lifting its head with a pitiful look directed at the little watermelon sister. Luo Ning cradled the bird in her arms, gently stroking it, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she questioned, what do you mean by that? Do you wish to keep me in the capital, constantly cooking and washing for you? The night fright hall does not convey that meaning. After some contemplation, I realized that Chou Tianhe has not yet been extricated, and I have yet to decipher the intricacies of the Minglong map. Departing at this moment may not be prudent. However, Luo Ning's intentions diverged. Her demeanor remained stern. Night Fright Hall found himself momentarily taken aback by this statement, lightly tapping his fingers upon the table, reflecting, Chou Tianhe's release, while still confined to the capital, is hardly a sustainable solution. By increasing my presence in the court, perhaps I can facilitate his complete liberation. She truly did not anticipate that Night Fright Hall would make such a significant commitment to keep her here, leaving her somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, she knew that such sentiments must remain concealed. Revealing them would only embolden the young rogue before her, leading to unreasonable demands. Upon hearing her words, Night Fright Hall smiled and inquired, is there something troubling at home that has you so anxious? This is a personal matter and does not concern you, Luo Ning replied. pausing briefly, reluctant to disclose her attendance at the birthday celebration of Old Master Zhou at the Shuiyun sword pool. Instead, she simply stated, "In a little over 20 days night." Fright Hall pondered for a moment before nodding. Luo Ning, misinterpreting his reaction as a sign of distrust, felt irritation rise within her. "You won't assist if I am not present?" Knight Fright Hall shrugged slightly. "I am a bodyguard of the Tianshui Bridge, not a wandering hero. I am obliged to fulfill my duties for the remuneration I receive. In a few days, I must tend to some business matters." Upon observing this, Luo Ning ceased her inquiries. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the wine jug upon the table and poured a drink for Ye Jingtang. "Your talents are extraordinary. Why settle for being a bodyguard? Whether you venture into the official realm or the martial world, it is surely more commendable than laboring for others." Her delicate hands, gracefully maneuvering the flowing sleeves, complemented her softly murmured words, rendering her akin to a discontented wife lamenting her husband's lack of ambition. Ye Jingtang picked up his chopsticks, scrutinizing Luo Ning with a glimmer in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Luo Ning's expression turned slightly frosty. She set down the wine jug and lifted her filled cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. Ye Jingtang, momentarily at a loss for words, poured himself a drink and ventured a familiar inquiry. "I have risked my life to aid you in rescuing others, yet you remain reticent about the details, Miss Luo." Luo Ning, concealing her face with her sleeve, consumed the strong liquor. As she placed her cup down, Ye Jingtang refilled it, to which she made no objection. "The reason I withhold information from you is deliberate." "What reason?" Luo Ning remained silent, aware that the Pingtian sect was deemed rebellious. Should Ye Jingtang learn this, he would be compelled to choose between his official career and following her. If he opted for the former, their paths would inevitably diverge, complicating matters concerning Qiu Tianhe. "Do not inquire further. Once Qiu Tianhe is safe, I shall elucidate everything to you. Is it possible to divulge some details in advance?" Ye Jingtang raised his cup with a sigh. "At present, I feel morally compromised, entangled with a married woman, thus betraying the essence of chivalry. I find it difficult to sleep at night." "You are aware of this, then?" Luo Ning straightened her posture slightly and spoke with earnestness. "In that case, you should sincerely repent and halt your course." Ye Jingtang raised his hand gently. "Yet the deed is done. If I were to cease my actions now, it would still amount to a mistake. I might as well cut through the chaos decisively. Yet I fear that Miss Luo may perceive me as a heartless individual." He poured her another glass of wine. "The matter of fate is truly unpredictable. At present, I have neither wife nor concubine. Yet you are aware that I possess a commendable appearance and talent, attracting no shortage of admirers. The Prince of Jing has opened doors for me. Have you not contemplated the reason?" Chapter 38. Does Miss Luo fear I may misunderstand? Luo Ning blinked, clearly intrigued by his words, and took a small sip from her cup. "Could it be that the princess has taken a liking to you? I am merely a humble youth from the borders of Liangzhou, with decent talent and a fair appearance. It would not be unexpected to catch someone si. Should I have a favored one, I could politely decline with the phrase, 'A wife of humble origins shall not be cast aside.' Otherwise, if the emperor's sister were to fancy me, what could I do?" Luo Ning felt an unexpected flutter in her heart upon hearing this, wanting to retort that Ye Jingtang was deceiving her. Yet, his looks and talents were indeed exceptional, and it was entirely reasonable for the princess to take him into her harem, leaving her with no grounds for objection. Should he become the princess's consort, he would be bound to serve her for life, irrevocably severing ties with all other women. But this scoundrel had kissed and touched her. How would she proceed thereafter? Although such thoughts seemed inappropriate, from a rational perspective, even if she did not harbor feelings for this rogue, he had taken liberties, and she should at least be afforded a window of consideration. How can one seize advantages only to become the consort of a queen? Luo Ning, having consumed several cups of wine, spoke coldly. A man of stature should not submit himself to a woman's knee in pursuit of wealth and prestige. Those executed at the market square, did they wish for the emperor or the princes to take their heads? Did the concubines in the palace genuinely desire to marry the emperor? Luo Ning found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After a moment of contemplation, she inhaled softly. You little rogue, you have already offended me, and I have yet to devise a way for you to atone. Until then, you would do well to tread carefully. If the queen truly harbors inappropriate intentions towards you, you might claim to have already captured another's heart." With a sharp slap on the table, Luo Ning's gaze turned frosty. "It was you who first harbored lustful thoughts. Whether I choose to overlook past grievances or demand your restitution depends entirely on my discretion. Until I have made up my mind, you must remain patient and compliant. I shall grant you forgiveness, but only then may you attempt to curry favor with the queen. Dare you utter a word of dissent? The valiant woman was formidable. Knight Jingtang poured her another glass of wine. I can indeed wait. But since Luo Ning has already pledged herself to another, it seems I shall never be afforded the chance for redemption. What of it if I marry? Luo Ning, emboldened by the wine, flushed with anger as she retorted, does marrying mean I cannot remarry? Might I not be a widow? Or perhaps my husband has peculiar inclinations and prefers men, leaving our marriage merely a facade? Coughing, Knight Jingtang nearly spat out his drink, his eyes wide with disbelief. He glanced around to ensure they were alone before leaning closer to Luo Ning. Incredulity etched on his face. You prefer men? Luo Ning spoke boldly. Indeed. My husband has a penchant for men, and he is insatiable. Upon encountering a handsome man such as yourself, he becomes utterly entranced. Do you understand the consequences of your entanglement with me, should my husband find out? Knight Jingtang felt a chill run down his spine. What consequences? Seeing that the audacious rogue was momentarily subdued, Luo Ning's demeanor grew more assertive. With a face as serene and beautiful as an ice mountain snow lotus, she slightly raised her chin, adopting a threatening posture. Whatever you do to me, she will reciprocate to you. Furthermore, her nature is domineering and fierce. Her methods will undoubtedly be far more ruthless than yours. She will restrain you and subject you to relentless humiliation. You will be powerless against her. And even if you scream for help, no one will come to your aid. You will be at her mercy day and night. These words were quite outrageous. Yet, what was even more absurd was that Knight Jingtang felt an unsettling truth in Luo Ning's declaration. Goosebumps erupted across his body, prompting him to step back and raise his hand. All right, enough of that. Having been bullied for so long, Luo Ning felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing Knight Jingtang's retreat. Having consumed a few cups of wine, she appeared more animated than usual, her voice resonating with a cool, aloof elegance as she taunted. Knight Jingtang, still rattled, took a couple of drinks to compose himself before asking, Luo heroine, how did you end up marrying such a pervert? Was it against your will? Luo Ning blinked, her expression sobering slightly. It's a long story. Once we rescue Qiu Tianhe, I shall tell you. Prior to this, you must refrain from seeking the favor of Her Majesty. That seems implausible. Your husband exhibits such peculiar tendencies. What if I were to be caught? I believe there is no place in the world more secure than the residence of the King of Jing. Luo Ning realized she had exerted too much pressure, scaring the little thief into clinging to the queen's skirts, and she clarified, well, there is no need for excessive worry. I am the one who manages affairs in my family. As long as I remain silent about the matters you have engaged in, she will not take action against you. Ye Jingtang pondered for a moment, dragging a stool to sit before Luo Ning, and inquired, your husband favors men, and there seems to be no genuine affection between you. You merely entered into a false marriage to conceal his eccentricities? The sudden presence of the man beside her caused Luo Ning's body to tense involuntarily, yet she maintained her composure, more or less. However, I am not as wretched as you might presume. I assist her in concealing the aspects that differ from her interactions with other men. It is merely mutual cooperation. So, Miss Luo, you are essentially unmarried and not a woman of another? Luo Ning sensed something amiss, as if she had inadvertently divulged too much. In the public eye, I am indeed a married woman. Should you dare to show me any disrespect, you shall bear the consequences. Ye Jingtang considered this briefly. I believe it would be wiser for me to seek refuge with the King of Jing. With a sharp clap, Luo Ning expressed her irritation, striking the table. As long as I ensure your safety, no one shall lay a finger on you. What is there to fear? Do you wish to submit to the Queen's authority? Where has your previous courage gone? Knight Jingtang gazed into Luo Ning's eyes, which brimmed with the frustration of unfulfilled potential, and comprehended the underlying message. He should refrain from seeking to align himself with Prince Jing as a consort. And he need not fear that eccentric individual. Knight Jingtang inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and lifted his wine cup. Let us drink, and speak no more of it. Observing this, Luo Ning ceased her attempts to intimidate the rogue with tales of the supreme leader of the Pingtian sect, raised her cup, clinked it against his, and downed its contents in one swift motion. The two engaged in aimless banter for an extended period, and before they realized it, they had already consumed 3 rounds of wine. Luo Ning, who had previously abstained from alcohol, found herself amidst a cacophony of nonsensical chatter, clearly intoxicated. After several more cups, she felt a lightheadedness that made her feel unsteady. As she poured and drank for herself, her peripheral vision caught the strikingly handsome rogue, who was lost in his own thoughts, quietly sipping his wine. His expression remained stoic yet sophisticated, concealing an inner elegance. However, his gaze appeared somewhat distant, as if he were preoccupied with myriad thoughts, and not particularly joyful. Here was a woman of ethereal beauty, compelled to masquerade as the spouse of a man with an unsettling disposition to achieve certain objectives, while simultaneously relying on that very individual. Should the men who perceived her as an immaculate and pure fairy discover this truth, their favorable impressions of her would likely plummet, and even the most ardent admirers would find their affections extinguished, casting her aside as if she were worthless. For reasons unknown, a hint of anxiety surfaced upon the exquisitely striking features of Luo Ning. Although she held no particular interest in the shameless rogue, in order to dissuade his misguided fantasies and to preserve her pristine reputation from being tarnished by such matters, she contemplated a strategy to instigate misunderstandings that might even lead him to despise her, a notion that seemed futile. After casting a furtive glance at Ye Jingtang, Luo Ning pondered for a moment before speaking again. Ye Jingtang, shifting his gaze, beheld the enchanting lady whose cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and in a slightly tipsy yet soft-spoken manner, he remarked with a playful smile, "Does the valiant woman fear that I might misunderstand?" Chapter 39. The effects of intoxication. As soon as his words fell, Luo Ning's expression darkened, revealing her displeasure. Ye Jingtang hastily raised his hand. All right. How could I ever misconstrue the intentions of the valiant woman? Whatever you say, I shall believe. Let us raise a toast." With that, Luo Ning relented, gently lifting her delicate hand to massage her temples. "I am not adept at handling alcohol. I must take my leave. Yinli is still waiting for me. Shall I drink in your stead?" he proposed. "I shall be departing for quite some time, so I must finish my meal." Without hesitation, Ye Jingtang grasped the cup held by Luo Ning and brought it to his lips, downing its contents in one swift motion, before finishing his own drink. "Is this acceptable?" Seeing that Ye Jingtang had not forced her to drink, Luo Ning bit her lip, remaining silent as she took the wine jug and poured him another glass. The cool liquid cascaded into the cup, spilling a little, but ultimately filling it to the brim. Ye Jingtang initially intended to handle matters on his own, yet the enchanting heroine, Luo, grasped a wine cup and brought it close to his lips, urging him, "Hurry and eat, so I can depart." As Ye Jingtang listened to her somewhat slurred words, he contemplated letting her rest first, but as the cup nearly touched his nose, he had no choice but to open his mouth and receive it. Gulp. Before he could finish the drink, he felt a weight on his shoulder, a soft and fragrant presence. The wine cup slipped from her delicate fingers, only to be caught by Ye Jingtang. Turning his head, he noticed Luo's cheeks flushed, her body leaning languidly against him, her hands weakly hanging down. Although her expression retained an air of cold elegance and austerity, it soon softened, revealing a gentle allure reminiscent of spring waters, and she whispered, almost inaudibly, "Little thief, if you dare to be so frivolous." From his spot near the table, Niao Niao raised her head, tilting it to scrutinize with her bright, dark eyes. Having witnessed her adoptive father often drink himself into a stupor on the floor, it was Ye Jingtang who would carry him to bed. Now seeing that her sister, Little Watermelon, had also succumbed to the effects of drink, Niao Niao naturally pointed her wing toward the bed, indicating that she could simply be tossed there. While they continued to eat, Ye Jingtang ignored her gesture, captivated by the beauty so close at hand, a faint, alluring fragrance enveloping him. He initially considered shaking Luo Ning awake, but as he lifted his hand, the not-so-sturdy Luo Ning teetered backward, compelling him to swiftly support her shoulder, resulting in her being cradled in his arms. The heroine Luo? Sighing, Ye Jingtang blinked, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet he ultimately resigned himself to the moment. "Last time, in a moment of impulse, I kissed Luo Ning, which left her in tears, feeling wronged against the wall for quite some time. In retrospect, it was indeed a bit excessive, not befitting of a chivalrous act." Ye Jingtang hesitated for a moment, but refrained from making any rash movements. Instead, he gently supported Luo Ning's back and legs, lifting her delicate form and placing her on the bed. Although her clothes remained intact, she certainly needed to remove her shoes for a moment of respite. Ye Jingtang crouched down beside the bed, grasping the embroidered shoes beneath her flowing green skirt, adorned with beautiful bamboo leaf patterns. Upon removing the shoes, her dainty, bare feet were revealed, their elegant lines captivating, even through the sheer fabric. He laid her legs flat on the bed and then moved to the head of the bed, gazing at Luo Ning's serene face. Noticing that the hairpin in her updo seemed to be uncomfortable, he reached out to remove it. However, Luo Ning, a skilled practitioner, had indulged a bit too much in drink and was in a hazy state. As she momentarily closed her eyes, she suddenly sensed a presence exploring her feet. Instinctively alert, she opened her eyes to find herself lying on the bed, with a familiar male visage hovering above, reaching towards her face. The remnants of her inebriation vanished in an instant, and with a swift flick of her finger, she jabbed at his chest. Thud. Ye Jingtang, taken aback by her sudden awakening, was about to speak when, before he could utter a word, a wave of numbness washed over his chest, causing his limbs to lose sensation, and he collapsed, the small figure of a watermelon rapidly expanding in his vision. Everything went dark. The cheek, unbeknownst to its owner, collided with an object, yielding a soft and voluminous sensation, warm and imbued with a delicate fragrance. The sole drawback was its suffocating nature. Wah! Luo Ning exclaimed. Her eyes filled with indignation, oblivious to her current posture, she shouted, Ye Jingtang, what have you done to me? Do you wish to drive me to my demise? Woo! Ye Jingtang lay prostrate, as if his entire body had succumbed to paralysis, feeling naught but the ability to move his lips. His vision obscured by some unknown entity, rendering his speech barely audible. As soon as he spoke, Luo Ning felt a searing breath pierce through 2 layers of delicate fabric, scorching every inch of skin beneath her collar. She shuddered violently, pushing the small watermelon of Ye Jingtang away, tossing him aside, and rising to her feet. Her intoxicated cheeks transformed into the hue of ripe apples. Drawing her soft sword, she quivered as she declared, You shameless scoundrel, what have you just done to me? Ye Jingtang turned over, finally able to discern his surroundings, yet his limbs remained numb and unresponsive. His eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, What kind of technique is this? Acupoint sealing? I swear, I did nothing, believe me. Luo Ning, not a shred convinced, recalled Ye Jingtang's dubious past. Having been inebriated, she was uncertain how long she had been lying there, and the thought of what had transpired between them was too daunting to entertain. Looking down, she noted her attire was untouched, seemingly indicating no wrongdoing. Yet what if that scoundrel had donned her clothes afterward? With a hint of drunkenness clouding her mind and her senses in turmoil, she pointed her sword at the small thief, time and again. Do you truly believe I am an easily bullied woman? If I do not teach you a lesson today. Fair maiden, please hold. Knight Jingtang's complexion changed abruptly as he witnessed Luo Ning's drunken state, with her sword pointed threateningly at his lower regions. He was at a loss as to how to muster the strength to counter her. In a desperate attempt, he managed to slightly unseal the pressure points that had been restrained, shifting his waist to evade her. I truly haven't done anything. Please don't act rashly. If you don't strike me, I won't cause you any harm. Chirping in response, the little bird flapped its wings, seemingly trying to assist Knight Jingtang in his defense. Luo Ning glanced at the dimming sky and the still warm meal, realizing she had only recently succumbed to intoxication. However, it was indisputable that Knight Jingtang had carried her to bed, and during that journey, there had been no inappropriate touches. Even if Knight Jingtang had not acted inappropriately, she had been subjected to unwelcome advances for days. And it was only fair to give this little rogue a taste of her wrath. Noticing the fear in Knight Jingtang's eyes, Luo Ning was undeterred. She adopted a fierce and menacing demeanor, brandishing her sword haphazardly, feigning an attack. What are you afraid of? Don't you relish tormenting women? Come on. I dare you to bully me. Please, please, please. Just don't stab me in the arm with your sword, and stop waving it around. I absolutely will not. You little thief. Luo Ning aimed her sword between Knight Jingtang's legs, causing him to flail about like a noodle, desperately dodging her attacks. Once his limbs regained full mobility, he leaped up and began to run frantically around the room. Stop right there. I truly haven't done anything. Why won't you believe me? What can you provide as proof? Honestly, what did you just do? Luo Ning pursued Knight Jingtang, her garments fluttering with her movements, creating an enchanting spectacle. Yet, at that moment, Knight Jingtang had no time to appreciate the view, for Luo Ning was utterly ruthless. Her sword relentlessly aimed at his vulnerable areas. Even though he was aware that Luo Ning was merely trying to intimidate him, he dared not wager his own happiness on the assumption that she would not falter. Instead, he sought refuge behind the furniture, pacing anxiously within the room, Heroine Luo. Dear sister, you have had too much to drink. I am not drunk. You stay right there. Chapter 40. What a coincidence. Once the meeting of the Tianlang Hall had concluded and Ye Jingtang had taken his leave, Pei Xiangjuan, accompanied by her maid Xiuhua, made her way to the residence of her sister-in-law, Zhang Yuan, to recount the events that had just transpired. Although Jingtang was young, he undeniably possessed the aura of a leader. The 8 incense masters now regarded him with newfound respect, as long as he could establish a reputation in the martial world. The internal strife within the Red Flower House would surely settle. Dressed in a delicate yellow skirt, Pei Xiangjuan sat gracefully at an intricately carved soft couch, holding a needle and thread as she embroidered a scene of birds frolicking in water, softly praising Ye Jingtang's performance. Opposite her, Madame Zhang listened intently, her expression slightly softened by the compliment, yet a hint of worry lingered on her face. No matter how commendable Jingtang's performance, he remains merely the adopted son of your uncle, lacking any blood relation to the Pei family. He has not received even a fragment of favor from us. Should he choose to support the Pei family, it is out of loyalty. Should he decide otherwise, it is his prerogative and we cannot demand anything from him. Rest assured. Sister-in-law, I know the character of Jingtang well. Having served as the matriarch for many years, Madame Zhang had accumulated more experience than Pei Xiangjuan. With a gentle sigh, she advised, Third miss, there are matters that must be addressed. Human sentiments are fickle. Given Jingtang's performance today, once he grows more confident, you will find it difficult to restrain him. Such a vast enterprise cannot rely solely on the word trust. You must devise a strategy to secure the loyalty of the hearts involved. The character of Jingtang is marked by a strong sense of righteousness. His virtue lies in his indifference to fame and fortune. Yet this very trait serves as his flaw. He wishes to assist the Pei family, and I would certainly endeavor to support him without prompting. However, if he is reluctant to help, what means do I possess to retain him? A hint of helplessness flickered in Madame Zhang's eyes as she leaned in closer. Aware that no outsiders were present, she remarked, What men desire is simply power, wealth, reputation, and beauty. Jingtang is neither avaricious for riches, nor does he require the Pei family's influence or acclaim. Thus, we can only resort to the latter avenue. Pei Xiangjuan paused in her embroidery, lifting her gaze. Are you suggesting we employ the allure of beauty? Jingtang is more handsome than the majority of women. I believe there are very few who could ensnare him. While ordinary women might fail to captivate him, you, my dear sister-in-law, are no ordinary woman. As the esteemed matriarch of the Red Flower Pavilion, you possess unparalleled charm. It is often said in the martial world, affection and loyalty are worth a fortune, yet they pale in comparison to the allure of a woman's bosom. In your case, wouldn't you possess a weight of 2 pounds? Is it truly impossible to capture the heart of a young man? Pei Xiangjuan's expression turned to one of astonishment, and she adjusted her ample attire, revealing a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? We are of the same generation, and Jingtang addresses me as Shirgu. Shirgu. What sort of title is that? Madame Zhang replied earnestly, You are a disciple of the Pei family, and Jingtang is he of the Pei family. They are not so distant in relation that a union would raise eyebrows. Jingtang is remarkably talented and appears gifted. If you do not seize the opportunity while being in close proximity, you would be foolish to let such a fine young man slip away to someone else. If I had a daughter, I would have already betrothed her to Jingtang. Sister-in-law, please do not meddle in matters of romance. It would only lead to embarrassment. I am not jesting. If you cannot let go, then seek out someone within the Red Flower Pavilion. The disciples of the Red Flower Pavilion are numerous, and there is no shortage of beautiful women. You must select one to warm Jingtang's bed and tidy his blankets. If you do not become a family, how can you ensure Jingtang's heart leans towards the Red Flower Pavilion? Beside them, Xiu He, eavesdropping while brewing tea, subtly puffed her chest and accidentally clinked her teacup, almost coughing for effect. Pei Xiangjuan paid no heed to Xiu He's infatuation, but acknowledged the wisdom in her sister-in-law's words. After a brief hesitation, she sighed, I shall first ascertain Jingtang's sentiments regarding marriage. Madame Zhang believed that Pei Xiangjuan simply lacked the audacity to pursue a courtship. If an 18 or 19-year-old lad does not yearn for a maiden, he must be gravely ill. Such young men, unlike seasoned libertines, are best approached with a little flattery. They will regard you as their precious darling and heed your every word. Ah, Pei Xiangjuan lightly waved her sleeves, interrupting her sister-in-law's shameless discourse. Noticing the hour was still early, she rose to take her leave. I shall go and gauge the situation. Please Please do not meddle in matchmaking, sister-in-law. Madame Zhang shook her head and continued her embroidery. You may find it hard to lower your pride and pursue him. When the day comes that you regret it, do not blame me for not offering advice. Understood, alas. Truly, not long after, a luxurious carriage adorned with the character Pei glided through the dilapidated streets of the dying district. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, the delicate visage of Xiuhe emerged, scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Why does young Master Yi reside in such a humble abode? After years in the capital, I have never ventured here. Pei Xiaojuan, seated within the carriage, had taken some care in her appearance, adorned in a splendid pale yellow spring gown, with a shawl draped over her shoulders and a hint of soft rouge on her cheeks, exuding an air of intellect and beauty akin to that of a refined young lady from a prominent family. Although Pei Xiaojuan had no intentions of pursuing youthful affections, as her sister-in-law had remarked, her connection with Jingtang was tenuous. Both were unmarried, and Jingtang's impeccable character and appearance left no room for criticism. While she felt no inclination, it was best to let things unfold naturally without any deliberate resistance. The purpose of her visit was to gauge Jingtang's sentiments. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Pei Xiaojuan felt an odd sensation of offering herself as a pillow companion. Just as she pondered how to initiate conversation, she caught a faint sound. A peculiar commotion echoing from a nearby alley. The swift whoosh of a sword being drawn, accompanied by the voices of a man and a woman. Hold on. Don't run. How long do you think you can keep this up? Though her encounters with Jingtang had been few, she had gleaned a sense of his character. During their last meeting, when he had been ambushed, he had remained remarkably composed despite the odds stacked against him. To witness him in such a state of alarm suggested he was facing a formidable adversary. In an instant, the curtain of the carriage shifted, and Pei Xiaojuan, once inside, vanished from sight. In just a couple of leaps, she soared over the desolate rooftops, landing in a courtyard that had undergone a remarkable transformation since her last visit. As her feet gently touched the ground, Pei Xiaojuan beheld two figures standing within the main room. Jingtang was positioned to the right of the table, his expression one of alarm, still caught in the act of raising a hand to halt something, staring at her in disbelief. Opposite him sat a petite woman with a willow-like waist, her peach blossom eyes and slender brows framing a countenance as flawless as ice, exuding an ethereal charm that rendered even Pei Xiaojuan, herself a vision of beauty, momentarily awestruck. Yet, it was evident that this woman harbored ill intentions. Her eyes still ablaze with fury, she wielded a 3-foot blade directed at Ye Jingtang, while the floor and walls bore numerous marks from swords. Pei Xiaojuan's expression grew slightly frosty. She instinctively wished to rush in and subdue the audacious thief. However, as she shifted her stance, her gaze fell upon the lavish feast laid out on the table and the little bird perched atop, watching the spectacle unfold. The table was adorned with 2 sets of chopsticks and a half-consumed cup of wine. Upon closer inspection, the sword-wielding woman's face flushed crimson, her feet bare. The scene unfolded before her eyes like a flirtatious dance. Stunned, Pei Xiaojuan remained rooted in place, her composure maintaining a semblance of dignity, though her cheeks betrayed a hint of warmth as she inquired, Jingtang, who is this? Chapter 41. A reunion in the jianghu. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the alley outside. The intoxicated female knight, Luo, who had been in hot pursuit of a petty thief, along with Ye Jingtang, who was circling the table, both exchanged glances of alarm. Luo Ning felt her drunkenness dissipate, and she hastily contemplated leaping onto the bed to play the coy maiden. Yet, the newcomers proved far more formidable than the previous constables they had encountered. Almost instantaneously, as the noise reached their ears, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before the doorway of the main room. As Luo Ning's heart sank, she initially believed that a formidable foe had arrived, prompting her to prepare for a desperate struggle to eliminate any potential threats. However, upon hearing the words of the other party, Jingtang, who is this? She realized that the visitor was far less intimidating than anticipated. How was she to explain this? Ye Jingtang was engaged in a playful charade of shameless thief and heroic woman with Luo Ning when San Yang caught them in the act, leaving her equally bewildered. Fortunately, Ye Jingtang, possessing a resilient mind, quickly interjected to prevent any misunderstandings that might lead to conflict. San Yang, what brings you here? This is my friend, Miss Ning Er, whom I met on my way to the capital. She came specifically to visit me a few days ago and hasn't had the chance to greet you yet. Ning Er, visit. Pei Xiaojuan blinked, her gaze shifting to the enchanting young woman, grasping the implication that this was an old flame of Jingtang. For reasons unknown, She felt a pang of discomfort, akin to seeing a prized cabbage claimed by another, leaving her inexplicably awkward. "Oh, is that so? A pleasure to meet you." After Ye Jingtang's introduction, he turned to the somewhat flustered Luo Ning. "Ning heir, this is Pei Xiangjun, the esteemed proprietor of Tianshui Bridge. I work under her. You may call her Sanyang." Having consumed some wine and caught in the act of what appeared to be infidelity, Luo Ning's thoughts were in disarray, and she failed to consider the exceptional skill of the newcomer. Upon hearing Ye Jingtang's introduction, she hastily sheathed her sword, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head in greeting, "Sanyang." She then slipped on her shoes, seemingly intent on making a hasty exit. Pei Xiangjun approached, initially intending to inquire if Ye Jingtang had any thoughts of settling down, but upon directly encountering his acquaintance, her intentions quickly dissipated into thin air. By the side of Ye Jingtang, she could not afford to remain indifferent. Accidentally stumbling upon a scene of flirtation between a man and a woman, she felt rather embarrassed. As she noticed the young woman preparing to cover her face and flee, she hastily stepped forward to block her path, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Ning. Please do not take offense. We are all family here." Ning Luo found herself cornered, wishing she could strike Ye Jingtang with a sword, yet unable to voice her feelings. Thus, she blushed and replied, "How could that be? I was just drinking with Jingtang earlier and perhaps indulged a bit too much, so it's nothing really. When I'm at home, I tend to be more reckless than Jingtang." Pei Xiangjun, exuding warmth akin to that of an elder sister, took hold of Ning Luo's wrist, only to realize that this woman possessed a rather ample figure, almost rivaling her own. No wonder she could capture Jingtang's attention. Ning Luo, however, was too preoccupied to notice such things and thought that the enchanting innkeeper before her had a rather outrageous figure, completely defying reason. Ye Jingtang felt somewhat reluctant to part with the heroic woman. But given that Sanyang was the head of the Red Flower Inn, and that he was unaware of Luo's background, engaging in conversation could undoubtedly lead to complications. He smiled and said, "Sanyang, she has matters to attend to and is about to leave the capital. She was just preparing to depart. Is that so?" Pei Xiangjun blinked, observing that Ye Jingtang's words seemed sincere. She responded enthusiastically, "Perfect timing. The carriage is waiting outside. Shall we have Jingtang escort the lady?" Ning Luo made an effort to appear shy as she smiled gently. "No need. My family has arranged for a carriage. I must take my leave. Staying here too long would be difficult to explain. Please do not take offense, Sanyang. I shall visit again with Jingtang in the future." After Luo Ning finished speaking, she gracefully performed a curtsy reminiscent of a refined lady, then dashed out. Ye Jingtang, sensing that this farewell would last until next month, felt a pang of reluctance and approached the door. "Is there anything else?" He opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Pei Xiangjun, misinterpreting the situation, turned away with a playful smile, teasingly saying, "If you wish to embrace, go ahead, I won't peek." Seeing Ye Jingtang's prolonged silence, Luo Ning assumed this little rogue was attempting to take advantage of her before departing. Having indulged in drink and feeling rather awkward, she grit her teeth and opened her arms, launching a playful little watermelon charge at Ye Jingtang. The hem of her azure dress fluttered as she did so. This action only heightened Luo Ning's embarrassment, causing her brows to furrow, yet she said nothing. Once released, she turned and fled, resembling a love-struck young heroine reluctant to part from her beloved, yet shy about her feelings. Thud, thud. Pei Xiangjun, hearing the commotion, shook her head in disbelief and observed Ye Jingtang standing at the door, watching her leave. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "Aren't you going to see her off? Why are you just standing there?" "Oh, right." Realizing that Sanyang did not mind his absence, Ye Jingtang hurriedly followed her outside. Thud, thud, thud. In the deserted alley, a silhouette clad in blue hurriedly made her way. Once she reached a secluded spot, she leapt onto a rooftop and sprinted away. Luo Ning's eyes burned with irritation, prompting her to run even faster. However, thanks to the lightness of foot she had recently acquired, Ye Jingtang managed to keep pace with her. The two engaged in a spirited chase, swiftly covering half a mile, nearing the bustling streets. Luo Ning, wary of attracting attention, had to slow her pace and retreat into the alley, drawing her sword with an icy demeanor. Night Shock Hall stumbled into the alley, witnessing Luo Ning charging toward him with a menacing aura, and quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Enough, enough. If the valiant heroine is truly angered, just aim for a strike, but please refrain from targeting below the belt." Luo Ning strode forward, sword poised as if to strike, yet Knight Shock Hall stood his ground, unable to genuinely retaliate. He coldly remarked, "What audacity you possess. Your patron is present, and you still dare to." Knight Shock Hall's expression turned serious and earnest. "Do not misunderstand, valiant heroine. I was merely contemplating farewell words. You provided no chance for explanation, and then you embraced me." Seeing Knight Shock Hall turn the tables once more, Luo Ning's chest swelled with indignation, and she truly considered making a move with her sword. Knight Shock Hall hastily conceded. All right. It is I who am thick-skinned. It shall not happen again." Luo Ning glared at him, wishing to reprimand him, but found no words fitting aside from shameless. She sheathed her sword and coldly stated, "Rest assured on that front. Are you certain this venture carries no risk?" Her gaze revealed the pride of a sect leader's wife. "In the entire martial world, only you dare treat me with such disrespect. Do you truly believe that Luo Ning is a mere trifler? Someone who can be bullied while out and about? I am simply concerned. It is merely a matter of delivering a gift. What is there to be concerned about?" Luo Ning showed no signs of being moved. With a huff, she turned to leave, but paused to add, "Moreover, regarding the matter of the queen, you would do well to weigh it carefully. I have conveyed all that I wished to express to you. Upon my return to the capital, should I discover that you have become a prince consort." Ye Jingtang found the notion somewhat amusing. "If the queen truly harbors feelings for me, I would simply declare that I am already enamored, and I could not forsake my beloved under any circumstances. If the valiant Lady Luo refuses my repayment, I shall explain that you have eloped with a wild man, thus garnering the queen's sympathy." Lady Luo Ning could no longer tolerate this scoundrel and replied coldly, "Can you not keep your distance from the queen? How then shall I rescue Qiu Tianha?" Lady Luo Ning found herself at a loss for words, massaged her temples, and turned to depart. Ye Jingtang made no attempt to retain her, standing in the alleyway to watch her figure fade away. Just as she was nearly out of sight, he spoke, "Lady Luo, until we meet again in the martial world, please extend my farewells to Yunli. By the way, will Yunli be visiting again?" "What do you mean by that?" "If Yunli is present, Lady Luo can rest assured. Otherwise, you would surely keep me at an insurmountable distance. When we meet next, I shall have to deal with you properly." His murmured words trailed off as her silhouette vanished from the alley's entrance. Ye Jingtang sighed softly, feeling a profound emptiness within. After gazing for a long while, he shook his head and turned back alone. The sound of his footsteps gradually receded. At the corner of the alley, a woman clad in azure stood against the wall, tilting her head to listen to the fading steps while gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. This insufferable rascal. Luo Ning raised her hand to rub her brow, and once the footsteps had completely disappeared, she made a concerted effort to suppress her thoughts, adopting her usual demeanor of cold elegance, exuding an ethereal charm. Yet, after a brief moment of restraint, she could no longer contain herself and, with her embroidered shoes, kicked aside a small stone at her feet, as if that tiny pebble were the very thief that had unsettled her heart. Thus, she ambled along, stopping intermittently, unaware of how much time had elapsed, until she arrived at a secluded street near the eastern gate of the capital. There, a carriage was stationed, with 4 figures awaiting outside. Yunli, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and a sheathed dagger at her waist, sat at the edge of the carriage, lost in thought, her legs dangling in the air, swaying gently. In her hand, she held a small cloth doll she had just purchased from the street. Although it was also a bird, it bore no resemblance to one, which left her feeling quite discontented. Beside Yunli stood 2 women, dressed in the attire of ordinary folk, who were the incense masters of the Pingtian sect and also the maidservants of the sect leader's wife. When Luo Ning approached, wearing a veiled hat, the 2 women respectfully bowed and greeted her, "Madam." Yunli leaped down from the carriage, inquiring, "Master's wife, what did Brother Jingtang say?" "The arrangements have been made. Let us be off." He instructed the master's wife to convey his farewell and to remind you not to be mischievous on your journey. Her voice remained ethereal and crystalline, as if she had never been tainted by the smoke of the mortal realm. "What are you gazing at? Are you reluctant to part from Brother Jingtang?" "Madam, what are you saying? Grandfather Zhang is still present. I am merely concerned about the potential troubles that may befall Hero Qiu." Luo Ning felt that she had perhaps indulged a bit too much today, her demeanor somewhat uncharacteristic. "It is all that scoundrel's fault." A gentle breeze lifted the delicate veil of her hat, revealing her stunning peach blossom eyes, filled with inscrutable meaning. The carriage rumbled onward, traversing the narrow street, heading towards the city gate. The fortunes of the Great Wei Kingdom appeared to be at their zenith. Jiunli leaned against the window, gazing longingly at the receding streets. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Grandpa Zhang, how did you discern that? Through divination? The will of the people?" "Presently. Yunnan is far more prosperous than during my days as a young acolyte in the capital. With the ambitions of the great Yin in my heart, I have devoted half my life to the restoration of our nation, yet in my twilight years, I find myself in the capital of the Wei Dynasty, witnessing the grandeur that Yunnan is destined to embody." Alas, Ji Yunli recognized that her words might dampen the spirits of those contemplating rebellion, yet she confidently asserted, "Even if the Great Wei is tranquil within the capital, the outside world is still in chaos. If my master were to ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly govern far better than that empress in the palace." In the carriage, Luo Ning remained silent. Yet her heart was filled with reflections. Even the favored ones of heaven yearned for the court. How could the fortunes of the Great Wei not be at their zenith? Chapter 42. The depth of Sanyang and the quietude of Shuanggui Alley. A luxurious carriage stood at the entrance, the driver dozing outside. Within the courtyard, Xiaohe busied herself in the kitchen, diligently washing dishes and tidying utensils, while slyly inquiring, "Master, what shall we do now?" Pei Xiangjuan, poised and graceful, sat at the table in the main room, grooming her bird, her gaze contemplative as it drifted towards the nearby double bed. "What is there to do?" "It pertains to what the lady mentioned. Arranging for a beauty to attend to young Master Yi. Did you not notice that Jingtang has found someone of interest? Young Master Yi possesses such a commendable temperament that he would surely hesitate to burden his beloved with the drudgery of washing clothes and preparing meals. I propose we arrange for a charming maid to serve tea, provide refreshments, and tend to the birds." Chirp. The little bird wholeheartedly agrees with this suggestion, nodding vigorously. Pei Xiangjuan gently ruffles the bird's feathers, inquiring, "Do you wish to undertake this responsibility?" Xiaohe, with a flutter of her eyelashes, contemplates the dishes untouched by the host. Fearing expulsion from the Red Flower Pavilion, she shakes her head and replies, "I merely offer a suggestion. The host is older than young Master Yi, and I am also older than him. In the future, I shall accompany the host in marriage and serve my future husband." Pei Xiangjuan lets out a soft hum, then glances towards the bed. "Do you think Jingtang possesses a disposition akin to that of a man who becomes entranced upon encountering a beauty? This is uncertain. After all, the host's beauty is unparalleled, and even young Master Ye's heart may flutter upon seeing her." Amidst their casual conversation, sounds echo from the alley. Pei Xiangjuan gestures for Xiaohe to be silent, adopting the demeanor of a refined matron. Creak. The courtyard door swings open, and Ye Jingtang enters, appearing somewhat distracted. Yet a smile graces his face as he speaks. "Third miss, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Xiaohe, do not trouble yourself. I shall tidy up later." "Young master, you need not be so courteous. It is only fitting," she responds. Once Ye Jingtang settles into the room, Pei Xiangjuan softly inquires, "Jingtang, who was that young lady earlier?" "A former valiant heroine." Haha. Pei Xiangjuan interprets Ye Jingtang's hesitance as embarrassment, thus refraining from probing further, and rises to say, "Very well." In the dead of night, Jingtang rose and made his way to the courtyard, intending to retrieve a couple of bamboo poles from the trellis. However, Pei Xiangjuan had already devised a plan upon her arrival, instructing Xiaohe to continue tidying the house, while she led Jingtang to a workshop located near the dying street. This workshop, once dedicated to weaving rattan mats, had fallen into disrepair like most enterprises in the area over the years. The green bamboo originally planted along the courtyard wall as decoration had taken root and flourished, transforming the yard into a small bamboo grove, with a thick layer of dried leaves carpeting the ground. "From this day forth, I shall be your master," declared Jingtang, as he accepted the bamboo poles. Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze in astonishment. "Master?" Pei Xiangjuan stood tall, brandishing the green bamboo as she pointed it toward the ground. "I am a disciple of the Pei family, while you are an outsider, an adopted son. We share no ties. You wish to learn the family's spear techniques. Without acknowledging me as your master, how can I teach you?" With a look of resignation, Jingtang replied, "Once a master, always a mother. This is no trifling matter. Perhaps Sanyang could first impart a few fundamental techniques for me to practice, and we can discuss the rest later." Though Pei Xiangjuan had no desire to formally accept Jingtang as her disciple, today's encounter with his beloved had severed any potential fate between them. In her efforts to win Jingtang's heart, she realized that she might have to embrace the role of a meticulous master, or perhaps even a surrogate mother. With a fleeting thought that made her heart flutter oddly, She reconsidered and said, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Regardless of whether you formally acknowledge me as your master, as long as you learn the spear techniques, I shall regard you as my disciple. I will be strict when necessary, and you shall face penalties when warranted. Do not take this lightly." Ye Jingtang, holding a bamboo pole, performed a respectful salute, acknowledging, "I am fortunate to have the opportunity to learn from you, as my skills are still lacking." Pei Xiangjun, observing this, chose not to elaborate further. She intended to initiate the collapse spear technique, yet her dress restricted her movements, prompting her to first plant the bamboo pole into the ground, remove her shawl, and loosen her belt. With a rustling sound, she began to shed her garments. Ye Jingtang straightened slightly, contemplating averting his gaze, but deemed it disrespectful and refrained from doing so. Fortunately, Sanyang did not intend to test him in a state of undress. Beneath her skirt, she wore a lightweight outfit made of water cloud brocade. The garment clung tightly at her chest, accentuating her figure with a formidable presence, while her waist was perfectly proportioned. As one's gaze descended along the contours of her waist, they would find a strikingly defined silhouette of her hips and legs, forming an alluring hourglass shape. This physique, while not ideally suited for wielding a spear, was undeniably eye-catching, more akin to a luxury vehicle than a mere carriage, capable of disarming even the most steadfast of men with a mere gesture. Ye Jingtang, displaying commendable poise out of respect for his mentor, maintained his composure and fixed his gaze solely upon the bamboo pole in Sanyang's hands. With a swift motion, Pei Xiangjun slid her feet apart and thrust the pole forward, producing a thunderous crack that transformed the atmosphere. Ye Jingtang stepped back 3 paces, his mind devoid of distractions, wholly concentrated. With the bamboo pole in hand, Pei Xiangjun executed a fluid dance, her movements akin to flowing water. Before springing into the air, the bamboo pole soared high, delivering a fierce strike downwards with a resounding crash. In a typical spear maneuver, one would generally elevate to shoulder height, avoiding exposure of the center line. Pei Xiangjun's thrusting technique diverges remarkably from the rudimentary martial arts prevalent in the marketplace. It nearly encircles her head as she wields the spear with both hands in a downward stroke, her posture reminiscent of a fierce strike upon Mount Hua. With a delicate yet commanding shout, the slender bamboo pole in her grasp transforms into a steel whip, charged with latent energy. Upon impact with the soft, fallen leaves, the ground, carpeted with over an inch of dry foliage, is instantaneously displaced, creating a clearing of approximately 10 feet in diameter. As the bamboo pole strikes the earth, the sound resonates with a profound heaviness, akin to an immense weight crashing down, though the noise remains subdued, causing Ye Jingtang to feel a tremor beneath his feet. Following a swift motion, a number of bamboo leaves cascade from the nearby grove. Ye Jingtang nods slightly, his gaze solemn, a commendable spear technique. After executing her strike, Pei Xiangjun fluidly retrieves her green bamboo, standing upright with one hand resting behind her, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned wanderer. The term red flower in the name of the Red Flower Tower alludes to the crimson tassel of the spearhead. This particular stance is known as the Yellow Dragon, lies in wait from the Pang family's overlord spear repertoire. While it bears resemblance to the thrusting technique, the intricacies are entirely distinct. "You may begin your practice," she advises. Just as Ye Jingtang, grasping the bamboo pole, prepares to assume a stance, a thought crosses his mind. "Third sister, I tend to learn quickly, perhaps you should. You ought to practice first before discussing further," she interjects, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. The spear technique that once secured a position as the 7th in the realm is not easily mastered. Ye Jingtang's eyesight is not lacking, though his marksmanship is formidable. It, like his swordsmanship, relies heavily on powerful external techniques, which demand exceptional physical conditioning. However, in terms of difficulty, it pales in comparison to Qiu Tian's esoteric reverse knife techniques. "Sanyang, I can predict that you will soon exclaim, 'How could you wield the overlord spear?' And I shall respond that you just taught me. Now, practice diligently." Pei Xiangjun furrowed her brow, resembling a stern mentor, standing with her hands clasped behind her, glaring at Ye Jingtang, urging him to adopt a serious demeanor. Chapter 43. A heart to depend upon. As the sun descended in the west, crimson clouds cast shadows of 2 figures upon the desolate courtyard. One stood tall and upright, while the other possessed a pronounced silhouette. Ye Jingtang, holding a green bamboo spear, stood in the courtyard and began to twirl the spear with a flourish. The crisp sound of the whip echoed through the air. Having studied various weapons since childhood, he executed these flamboyant maneuvers with great expertise, being a man of long limbs. He appeared quite dashing. Pei Xiangjuan nodded slightly in approval. Not bad. However, such flashy tricks can only deceive the chivalrous women of the jianghu. They are of no practical use in actual combat. Seeing Ye Jingtang effortlessly memorize the movements, her eyes gleamed with approval as she assumed a posture of a master and began to circle around him, explaining, to grasp martial arts, one must understand the techniques. While Gong refers to inner strength, Ye Jingtang noticed her voice fading and inwardly shook his head, continuing to focus intently on the hidden principles within the techniques. Though his progress was slow, each advancement was tangible. The leaves danced in a whirlwind, cascading like a dragon's flight. Oh my, what is this? Pei Xiangjuan stood frozen, her red lips slightly parted, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. Her tightly fitted garments seemed ready to burst at the seams, as if a mere breath could cause them to rupture, revealing whatever lay beneath. Yet, Ye Jingtang paid no heed to this spectacle. He wielded a green bamboo staff, twirling it around him with increasing velocity. When he sensed the moment was right, he suddenly pivoted, striking downward with both hands gripping the weapon. With a resounding thud, the ground shook violently, sending the swirling dried leaves scattering like a torrential downpour around the desolate courtyard. The two nearest bamboo stalks emitted a sharp crack, astonishingly splintering under the force of his blow. Pei Xiangjuan stood 3 paces away, her feet tingling from the impact of the strike, a testament to the profound strength behind it. Leaves cascaded from the sky like feathers in a heavy snowfall. It seemed he had exerted himself a tad too much. Let me try again. Mastery of weaponry lies in technique rather than brute force. Otherwise, even the finest spear could not withstand the relentless assault of the 8 great lords, shattering under a misdirected strike. Yet, Pei Xiangjuan bore no intentions of reproach or correction. The shock and bewilderment reflected in her gaze surpassed that of Luo Ning and Xiu Tianhe, and she blurted out, "How could you? Did you learn it in one go? Or did second brother teach you previously?" Ye Jingtang took the bamboo pole from Pei Xiangjuan, resuming his practice in the courtyard. "I possess a solid foundation, so my entry into this skill is indeed swifter than most. However, that is merely the beginning. Despite my efforts in mastering the blade techniques imparted by my adoptive father, I have only managed to grasp 2.5 moves thus far. I still feel somewhat inept." Pei Xiangjuan blinked her almond eyes, at a loss for words. After all, she had encountered talents that soared to the ceiling, but one that reached the heavenly realm was a first for her. No wonder such a beautiful heroine would willingly approach him. If it were me. Ahem. As the leader of the Red Flower Pavilion, Pei Xiangjuan's long-practiced composure held back her astonishment, yet she found herself at a loss for words. After practicing for a while with the green bamboo, Ye Jingtang noticed Sen Yang's silence and paused, puzzled. "Sen Yang, what do you think?" Pei Xiangjuan, wary of losing her mentor's composure, nodded slowly. "Well, the talent is commendable, but he only knows the basics, and his control over power is still lacking, making him unfit for actual combat. He should practice diligently. Next month, when we go to the Gathering of Heroes and the Shuiyun Sword Pool, it may come in handy." Though her words were modest, Pei Xiangjuan's heart raced with excitement. She wished she could pick up Ye Jingtang and spin him around in joy. They were soon to visit the Zhou family at the Shuiyun Sword Pool. Her intention was to adopt a humble approach for negotiations, but with Ye Jingtang's extraordinary talent, they could very well take the direct route, delivering a resounding slap to the Zhou family first, and then showcasing what the Red Flower Pavilion truly stood for to the assembled martial artists. It was not just the renowned figures of Zhezhou. Even the Moon Palace goddess, who was the wife of the foremost of the 8 greats, would surely be left speechless. Unaware of Pei Xiangjuan's thoughts, Ye Jingtang, upon receiving praise, broke into a smile and inquired, "How many techniques does the Overlord Spear have?" The foundational techniques of the spear, 7 in total, when combined, yield an endless array of possibilities, the extent of which depends solely on the practitioner. The yellow dragon lies down is indeed one of these 7 techniques. Upon hearing that there are only 7 moves, Ye Jingtang chuckled, thinking it less profound than anticipated. San Yang could easily demonstrate the entire set in one go. Mastering such spear techniques surely does not require a month. With San Yang's earnest instruction, even an hour seemed ample. Pei Xiangjuan blinked her almond-shaped eyes, tempted to admonish her mentor with a tone of caution, advising against arrogance and lofty aspirations, yet she found no suitable rationale to do so. Instead, she simply urged, "Be mindful. Ye Jingtang understood that real combat is not akin to striking wooden stakes. The efficacy of a technique hinges upon timing, proficiency, agility, and cunning, all of which must harmonize flawlessly for one to truly master a skill. I comprehend. I shall diligently practice to attain proficiency as swiftly as possible. Pei Xiangjun was genuinely taken aback by Ye Jingtang's remarkable talent, struggling to organize her thoughts. Just as she prepared to assume a stance, she cautioned. By the way, the Pei family has established roots in the capital. Given our identity is known to the court, we must inevitably disclose our family assets, subjecting ourselves to governmental oversight. There is a risk of being heavily taxed, akin to being fattened for slaughter. The reputation of the overlord's spear is immense. Without concealing our identities, it should not be wielded against foes unless absolutely necessary. Rest assured, I possess discernment, Ye Jingtang replied confidently. Furthermore, as you have not yet taken a master, I must adhere to the conventions of the martial world and withhold the final two techniques until our bond deepens. Do not take offense. Ha, understood. In the blink of an eye, the moon ascended to the treetops. Pei Xiaojiwen donned her dress and emerged from the bamboo grove, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead, content as she climbed into the carriage, leaving behind an exhausted man. The creaking door swung open, revealing a tidy and clean courtyard, tranquil and warm beneath the silvery moonlight, yet devoid of any presence, evoking a sense of solitude. In the courtyard where she had grown up, everything remained, but it lacked the person who could imbue the word home with meaning, leaving him with the feeling that, in that fleeting moment, he was the only soul left in the world. Ye Jingtang stood outside the desolate courtyard, his heart not as hollow as it had been the previous month. Grasping his saber, he entered the main house and retrieved the unfinished spirits. Settling onto a small stool beneath the eaves, Niao perched on the steps, gazing at the empty kitchen, feeling dejected. Chirp, chirp. Chirp. Niao looked up in confusion, spreading her wings as if to signal her hunger. What are you babbling about? Ye Jingtang lifted his gaze to the full moon, taking a deep swig of his drink, seemingly oblivious to her plight. Chapter 44. The twin phoenixes play in the water. Thud, thud. The distant sound of morning bells echoed from the depths of Yunnan City. In the quiet of the small courtyard deep within Shuanggui Alley, only a black horse stood silently beside the kitchen. The door to the main house remained shut, having not been opened since Luo Ning and Zhe Yunli departed. A few more flower pots had been added under the gourd trellis, placed alongside those purchased by Luo Ning, and over the past 2 days, the lush green seedlings had thrived somewhat. In the west wing, Ye Jingtang sat bare-chested on the bed, holding gold paper, his eyes closed in deep concentration. A magnificent bird, white as snow, perched beside the pillow, listlessly gazing out the window. Just a few days prior, at this hour, Zhe Yunli would have already risen, cradling it in her arms to feed it. However, living with Tang evidently did not afford such luxuries. Merely 2 days apart, the longing had already settled in the bird's heart, refusing to dissipate. After a prolonged wait, with no sign of movement from Ye Jingtang, the bird rolled over to his side and nudged him with its claws, signaling that it was time for breakfast. Ye Jingtang's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before he opened his eyes, focusing on the golden paper in his hand. Life had taken on a rather monotonous tone since Luo Ning and Zhe Yunli had departed. The past 2 days had been spent entirely indoors, devoted to martial arts training. The Tianhe blade, the overlord's spear, lightness of foot, and his own swordplay all required practice, leaving him somewhat occupied. Mastery of divine martial skills is not achieved overnight, and Ye Jingtang was not in a hurry. During his leisure moments, he pondered over the unexpectedly acquired Ming Long Tuesday. Despite employing various deciphering methods known to him, such as projection, photocopying, soaking in water, and burning, he had yielded no results. He had intended to set it aside temporarily, but upon awakening that morning, a sudden inspiration struck him regarding the Go bamboo. Though his life experiences were limited, his previous life held a myriad of chaotic memories, including tales of the sage Go bamboo. While his approach to understanding was flawed, he earnestly scrutinized the illustration of tortoise supporting the 3 mountains on the golden paper, beginning to engage in a meticulous process of Gu paper, attempting to discern the profound truths of the celestial way embedded within. To his surprise, he discovered that this method indeed bore fruit. Though the profound principles of the heavens elude him, he finds himself mesmerized by the shimmering dragon turtle depicted in the image. Seemingly animated, while the mist swirling around the 3 peaks flows gracefully under the influence of light. After pondering for some time, he surmises that this might be a method of luck cultivation. He closes his eyes and focuses, envisioning the various elements in the image as parts of his own body, attempting to connect the phantasm he perceives within. Just as he begins to grasp a glimmer of understanding, he is abruptly awakened by the bird on his shoulder. Observing the dawn breaking, Ye Jingtang does not rush. Instead, he commits this method to memory, secures the gold paper, and dons his robe. He is about to set off for Shiwang Town, where Xin Yang has already begun preparations. However, before departing, he must first attend to matters concerning King Jing, having promised King Jing to practice lightness skill 3 days hence. The time has arrived, and it presents the perfect opportunity to teach him the heavenly harmony Tao. Should King Jing learn swiftly, he might even retrieve Chou Tiana today, lest Lady Luo accuse him of negligence. After freshening up, Ye Jingtang waters the flowers and plants tended by Luo Ning, then leads his horse with the bird and departs from Shuanggui Alley, heading towards Mingyu Tower. Having been in the capital for several days, the calendar has turned to late April, and the young ladies and matrons walking through the bustling streets don lighter attire, attracting the gazes of idle men. The bird on his shoulder raises its wings to shield Ye Jingtang's eyes, signaling him to avert his gaze from the inappropriate. He gently flicks the bird and guides his horse through the bustling thoroughfare, arriving outside the Black Yamen, where he notices the hurried entrance and exit of constables. Just as he approaches the entrance, 2 individuals emerge together from within. Ahead stood a robust figure, known as Black Wucheng Shilong, with bandages wrapped around his arm. Behind him was the injured Zhongli. Upon noticing Shilong, Ye Jingtang stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. "Are you two heading out on an errand?" Initially furrowed in concern, Shilong's expression softened upon seeing Ye Jingtang. He approached and patted Ye Jingtang on the shoulder. "Ah, ye young master. Your timing is impeccable. Come, let us embark on this task together. My arm has yet to heal properly, and should trouble arise, I would be remiss in aiding Zhongli. You are well versed in the ways of the outside world. Your assistance would be invaluable." Shilong's regard for Ye Jingtang was genuinely accommodating. Having previously injured Shilong, Ye Jingtang felt compelled to accept the summons and inquired, "Whom are we apprehending?" With hands clasped behind his back, Shilong bore a look of 3-part sorrow. The details remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yesterday, the chief constable Wang Sheng encountered an unfortunate fate in the Eastern Market. It appears he crossed paths with someone and was struck down instantly. His body was discovered only this morning. The assailant used a blunt instrument, delivering a fatal blow to the skull. From the evidence, it seems Wang Sheng did not even have time to draw his sword. Wang Sheng was renowned for his martial prowess. Yet it is evident that the attacker possessed skills beyond comprehension. Among the Black Constabulary, there are approximately 40 chief constables, with 6 Sha being among the most distinguished. Hearing of the chief constable's murder, Ye Jingtang felt a shiver of apprehension and asked, "Could it be that the assailant is a master?" "That seems to be the case," replied Shilong. "Ye young master, do you have the time? If so, would you accompany us?" Ye Jingtang indeed had the time. The prospect of accompanying the enigmatic Black and White Wucheng on this venture held a moderate level of risk, and he contemplated agreeing. However, at that moment, Zhongli interjected. "Young master, ye lacks experience in the martial world. It would be unwise to venture forth recklessly. Should any mishap occur, it would be difficult to account for." The Jing Wang had visited the Yuten Mountain Villa yesterday and had expressly instructed that if young Master Yi were to arrive, he should be directed there for an audience. Shilong had only intended to enlist a casual ally and, upon hearing this, naturally did not insist, since the Jing Wang has given his orders. "Young Master Yi may proceed with his affairs." Ye Jingtang clasped his hands in salute, saying, "May the 2 esteemed gentlemen travel safely. I shall seek an audience with the Jing Wang and then come to pay my respects." "Ah, you are too kind." After exchanging polite gestures, Heibai Wucheng departed together. Upon learning of the Jing Wang's presence at the Hot Springs Villa, Ye Jingtang chose not to enter the Black Yamen. He mounted his steed and, accompanied by Niao Niao, headed towards the eastern gate of the capital. The Yuten Mountain Villa lies beneath the spring morning peak, just outside the city, adjacent to the Lotus Pool and Clear River. It serves as a summer retreat, renowned for its picturesque scenery. Though it is regrettably reserved for the emperor, remaining unoccupied for the majority of the year. Around noon, a few pleasure boats could be seen along the river, carrying scholars and young ladies for leisurely excursions, while numerous merchant vessels traversed the waters. The riverbank was devoid of tourists, a mile away from the villa. The area had been cleared, with imperial guards in bright armor stationed at various points, vigilant enough to scrutinize even a passing bird. The gentle sunlight bathed the villa beneath the spring morning peak, where the guards patrolled outside and beyond the washing dragon pool. Countless maidens in colorful attire awaited with bowed heads. The washing dragon pool is vast, adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery, with pavilions for rest. At the center, steam lazily rises from the water, where several dragon statues spout warm spring water. Amidst the soft rustling of water, the sun casts its golden rays upon the mist-laden open-air hot spring. A tall woman, her skin as fair as jade, swims gracefully on her back. The majestic mountains emerging through the ethereal fog, appearing both elusive and grand. In the cool shade by the edge of the spring, the Empress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, drapes herself in a delicate white veil, with her dainty feet submerged in the warm waters. Her expression bears the weight of melancholy. I was promised a leisurely outing, yet here I am confined, unable to step outside. What joy is there in soaking here? The enchanting figure of Dongfang Li, a skilled swimmer, effortlessly turns in the water, her long, elegant legs propelling her as she submerges. Surfacing near the Empress with a playful smile. Her smooth, flowing hair clings to her flawless back as she cheerfully remarks, "There was a commotion in the city yesterday. The officials are on patrol. Once things settle down, I shall take you to admire the riverside views." Dongfang Li stands tall, her stature rivaling that of a man. And even in proportion to an ordinary woman, her bosom is undeniably more ample. As she approaches, she resembles two full moons rising from the water. Their weighty presence undeniable, yet beautifully poised, akin to two inverted jade bowls. The Empress, hailing from Jianghu, embodies the grace of a scholarly beauty. Her height barely reaching the chin of Night Fright Hall, yet having been nurtured in luxury since childhood, her figure is striking with notable proportions. However, neither woman harbors thoughts of comparison. The Empress lazily glides into the pool, gently stirring the water with her hands, droplets cascading between her delicate peaks. It's not meant to rain when one steps outside, yet troubles seem to arise at every turn. Is the heavens deliberately testing my patience? Empress, do not dwell on such matters. Instead, focus on thoughts that bring you joy. Your unreliability vexes me greatly. How can I find peace of mind? The last time, I thought you had presented me with something of value. That item was discarded by Hong Yu at my command. Should you continue this reckless behavior, I shall report you to His Majesty. It was only due to the Empress Dowager's solitude in the deep palace that I acted on a whim. Even in my loneliness, I cannot act indiscriminately. When I entered the palace, you were not so young and should have known my circumstances. Are you not the offspring of the esteemed mother? The Empress Dowager shot a disapproving glance at Dongfang Liren, recalling the handsome man she had seen in the painting last time. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Liren, surely you haven't?" Dongfang Liren's handsome visage stiffened, and he furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? You are the esteemed King Jing, second only to the Emperor. Obtaining a young attendant should be a simple matter." The Empress Dowager's gaze wandered to the lush grass beneath the water. "Liren, be honest with me, have you?" Dongfang Liren was well aware of the Empress Dowager's insinuation and felt a surge of irritation. "What nonsense are you spouting, Your Highness? How could I possibly?" Realizing that she could not extract a confession, the Empress Dowager resignedly stated, "I was merely curious. It is high time you wed. If you have someone in your heart, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall petition His Majesty on your behalf." The Empress, being the elder sister of Dongfang Liren, would not require the Empress Dowager's assistance in matchmaking if she had set her sights on a man. They shared a brief moment of idle conversation when a female official entered the Long Qi, respectfully announcing from behind the screen, "Your Highness, there is news from outside. Young Master Ye Jingtang has come to visit." Oh, in recent days, Dongfang Liren had not found the opportunity to inquire about the skills of the Knight Jingtang's Tianhe blade technique. Upon seeing Knight Jingtang's arrival, it was only natural for her to wish for an audience. However, to engage in a discussion regarding martial arts would require more than a mere afternoon. And since her purpose was to accompany the Empress Dowager for leisure, it would be quite inappropriate to abandon her to meet with a man. After some contemplation, she instructed, "Let young Master Yi enjoy the scenery of the mountain villa for now. I shall summon him when I am free." Indeed, the Empress Dowager had previously encountered Dongfang Liren, leaving to meet young Master Yi at Mingyu Tower, and subsequently caught a glimpse of that flawless figure akin to a painting. The surname Yi was quite rare, with hardly a few in the entire capital. From the manner of address, it did not seem to belong to any official family. The young gentleman she had seen last was also dressed in the attire of an ordinary gentleman, leading her to believe they were likely the same person. "Liren, who exactly is this young Master Yi?" Dongfang Liren felt somewhat distracted, fearing the Empress Dowager might discern her thoughts. She swam to the back and began to comb the Empress Dowager's long hair, saying, "He is a newly recruited assistant from the Black Guards, possessing remarkable martial skills and exceptional abilities, though he hails from a merchant family and is rather unremarkable in other respects." Unremarkable? The Empress Dowager found it hard to believe such a statement. If this Ye Jingtang truly was the exquisite being she had previously encountered, his mere appearance was enough to be deemed extraordinary. Yet, as the Empress Dowager, it was not her place to pry further. Instead, she kindly remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, do not hesitate. I am accustomed to solitude." To accompany the Empress Dowager for leisure was a task to be carried out well. Such trivialities could wait, as long as you are not in a hurry. "I fear for you, harboring some secret in your heart, thinking that mother does not perceive your feelings." Chapter 45, The Clumsy One of the East. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, the boats on the river gradually dispersed, painting the horizon with a blush of crimson. Standing in the Jianghu pavilion, Ye Jingtang meticulously practiced the sword techniques taught by his adoptive father, using his fingers as a blade, moving neither hastily nor slowly. Nearby, Niao Niao playfully clawed at the sky, treating the shrubs as a rocking chair, swaying gently in the branches while humming a light tune. Gu-ji-ji, gu-ji-ji. Having arrived at noon to await the summons of the Prince Jing, Ye Jingtang initially assumed it would be a brief wait, as it had been before. However, this time, he found himself waiting from midday until the afternoon. Although the wait was prolonged, it was not entirely tedious. The considerate Prince Jing provided a meal in the afternoon and arranged for a beautiful palace made to serve as a guide, showcasing the scenic surroundings of Yuten Villa. This villa is renowned in Yun Prefecture, famed for its Longxi pool, reputed to possess miraculous effects for beauty enhancement. Yet entrance was strictly forbidden to those outside the royal lineage. Fortuitously granted the opportunity to visit, Ye Jingtang had hoped to see the Longxi pool, but alas, his request was politely declined by the maid, leaving him unaware of the reason. As twilight approached, feeling sympathetic towards the palace maid who had accompanied him, he retreated to the Jianghu pavilion to rest and continued to ponder his sword techniques. Just as he had begun to practice, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the villa. Turning to look, he beheld a procession of elegantly dressed palace maidens emerging, with Prince Jing at the forefront, adorned in a resplendent silver robe. The esteemed Prince Jing possesses a model-like physique, towering above the gentle palace maidens behind her by a head, her long legs granting her a naturally expansive stride. The accompanying maidens must trot to keep pace. As she walks, the remarkably striking fat-headed dragon glimmers radiantly in the twilight, her form undulating gracefully, complemented by her commanding yet serene countenance, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of an elegant and aloof young queen. In truth, she is indeed a legitimate queen, albeit without a fiefdom. Ye Jingtang does not spare a glance at her physique. He strides straight out of the stone pavilion. Bowing from a distance, the formalities have yet to be concluded. At that moment, a bird that had been nestled among the blossoms suddenly flips up, flapping its wings to alight before Dongfang Liren, lifting its head with its glossy black eyes fixed on the regal fat-headed dragon sister, opening its beak in a plea for food. Upon hearing Ye Jingtang's voice, it performs a dramatic 110-degree turn. Chirp. As Dongfang Liren steps onto the lawn and notices the bird obstructing her path, she raises her hand to beckon it, allowing it to perch on her arm. As she walks, she tilts her head to scrutinize. This snowy eagle is truly exquisite, though its bloodline appears impure and somewhat plump. What is its name? It is called Bai Piao Wang. It enjoys indulging in food and drink, hence the whimsical name, Bai Piao. This term is foreign to Dongfang Liren, yet upon considering its meaning, she perceives it as implying failing to compensate the lady after the encounter, not a particularly flattering description. Nonetheless, Dongfang Liren refrains from admonishing Ye Jingtang, slightly raising her hand to receive a beautifully crafted jade-inlaid dagger from a palace maid. Such a mundane name does a disservice to such a splendid creature. Let us rename it Shui Gui Fei. What do you think? Chirp. The bird enthusiastically conveys that as long as it is fed, it would be content to be called anything. Even Zhao Wangyi, Nightmare Hall, never called names, proceeding towards the riverbank. As long as your highness is pleased. The blade in your highness's hand appears. This sword is named Qingyi, crafted by the elder master of the Shuiyun sword pool for this prince. Although it does not rank among the 10 renowned swords of the martial world, its craftsmanship surpasses them all. The Eastern Wanderer handed the sword to Nightmare Hall. "You may examine it." Nightmare Hall found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He intended to express that this sword appears ostentatious yet impractical. A sword is the sovereign of close combat weapons, characterized by its durability, ease of handling, and practicality that far exceeds other short weapons. While the Eastern Wanderer's sword may be unparalleled in aesthetic appeal, in terms of utility, it seems more suited for a noble's final moments. However, the Eastern Wanderer, being of noble lineage, would never have the opportunity to engage directly in battle, making this sword appropriate for her. Nightmare Hall accepted the treasured blade, took a moment to contemplate, and ultimately commended. "It is indeed beautiful. If it were in my hands, I would hesitate to use it for combat. How has your swordsmanship progressed in these days?" "I have learned a few basics. I came today to teach your highness." Nightmare Hall got straight to the point, distancing himself slightly to avoid suspicion. He drew the sword and began to fluidly replicate the techniques taught by Tianlang. The Eastern Wanderer stood gracefully by the riverside, attentively observing Nightmare Hall's movements. Just as she was about to commend his form and practice, she saw Nightmare Hall sheath the sword and inquire, "Has your highness mastered the Tianhe sword?" The Eastern departed, in a fit of confusion, exclaimed, "You have just instructed me, yet I have not fully grasped the technique. How could I possibly master it?" Ye Jingtang nodded slightly and diligently demonstrated the movements once more. Then inquired, "What about now?" The Eastern departed mistakenly believed Ye Jingtang was questioning her retention of the technique, feeling somewhat exasperated. Without further ado, she unsheathed her treasured blade and began to replicate Ye Jingtang's actions, showcasing her remarkable memory. Unfortunately, unlike other mentors who would have marveled at her recollection, Ye Jingtang stood with arms crossed, observing the princess practice. Initially inclined to offer praise, he soon realized that the princess was merely mimicking without true understanding. Ye Jingtang, noticing the princess's lack of comprehension paired with her unwarranted confidence, felt a pang of disappointment. However, recognizing her royal status, he refrained from criticism and instead nodded, saying, "Your highness possesses an extraordinary memory, indeed. Allow me to demonstrate the technique once more for your observation." With that, he executed the movements again. The Eastern departed, embodying a spirit of diligence and a willingness to learn, attentively studied Ye Jingtang's demonstration. Though her speed was commendable, signifying considerable talent, Ye Jingtang could only internally lament that she had finally memorized the forms. With a sigh of relief, Ye Jingtang resumed his position, patiently awaiting the moment when the Eastern departed would discern the underlying principles concealed within the techniques. Time passed, the sun sank beneath the horizon, clouds drifted lazily, and the moon ascended into the branches. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. The Eastern exile was utterly dedicated, wielding a precious blade, methodically practicing on the grassy expanse, his movements precise to the last detail, repeating the motions tirelessly without a hint of frustration. Knight Jingtang's initial patience gradually morphed into bewilderment, eventually transforming into sheer incredulity. His gaze towards the Prince of Jing shifted from admiration of her supermodel physique and ethereal beauty to that of a rather clumsy sister who, despite her ample bosom, was putting in considerable effort. "Goodness, after more than 100 attempts, you still haven't grasped anything? Is all your nourishment perhaps being diverted to your chest?" Noticing that the palace maids in the distance were dozing off, Knight Jingtang could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Your Highness, the Tianhe blade cannot merely be practiced rigidly according to the forms. One must seek the essence, find the feeling." The Eastern exile, believing himself to be quite earnest in his studies, responded with confusion. "What feeling?" "It means not to cling to the forms, but to discover the sensation. It's about how you intuitively feel you should wield the blade. The blade's essence." Knight Jingtang endeavored to elucidate, yet his words sounded akin to explaining absolute pitch to a tone-deaf man. The Eastern exile was proficient in various arts, possessing indeed an ear for sound. But the essence of wielding a blade could not be cultivated without years of rigorous practice. Observing Knight Jingtang struggle to articulate the swordsmanship, the Eastern exile, slightly displeased, sheathed his sword and declared, "Enough. You may as well seek counsel from Qiu Tianhe and have him clarify the principles. If you do not know how to practice, how can you instruct me? This is how I have been training." However, Knight Jingtang realized that his own learning was of no utility. He simply could not impart his methods to the clumsy Eastern exile. In the depths of his thoughts, Ye Jingtang contemplated that he would need to meticulously break down the techniques and feed them to the princess in a digestible manner, thus abandoning any fruitless efforts. Chapter 46. Treading the Waters with Grace. The profound art of the heavenly harmony blade would require no less than several months to comprehend, yet Dongfang Li Run remained unhurried. He nodded and said, "Study diligently. As long as you grasp the practice methods, you need not master it. I shall also teach you the Dragon Slayer Edict. By the way, you mentioned wanting to exchange insights on lightness techniques. After observing Lu Jieyun's experiences for several days, what have you gleaned?" Ye Jingtang, having only just begun his training in lightness techniques, admitted that he had yet to explore the foundational insights of the masters. He replied, "My experience in the martial world is limited, and I have not encountered advanced martial arts. If you ask for my insights, I fear I cannot provide any. Perhaps I could compare my skills with your highness and see where my lightness techniques currently stand." Dongfang Liren found this somewhat amusing but retained the composure befitting a master, refusing to decline the challenge. In an effort to demonstrate the concept of the vastness of heaven and earth, he lightly tapped his toes against the grass, his form gracefully ascending into the air before alighting upon a willow tree by the riverbank, his presence ethereal and otherworldly. Upon witnessing this, Ye Jingtang stepped forward, his figure soaring into the air with a whoosh, producing a slight rush of wind as he landed on a branch next to Dongfang Liren, causing the willow's limbs to sway gently. The contrast between them was stark and unmistakable. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Dongfang Liren's eyes. "You can perform lightness techniques? Only just begun. I beg your pardon for any amusement I may cause, Your Highness," Ye Jingtang replied. "Only just begun?" Dongfang Liren expressed a hint of puzzlement, recalling that just days prior, she had confirmed that Ye Jingtang was unfamiliar with lightness techniques. Could it be that he had concealed his abilities during their previous encounter? The Eastern Wanderer contemplated for a moment, then leaped gracefully from the willow tree, descending into the crystalline surface of the river. His footsteps danced upon the azure waves, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water, exuding an aura of chivalry. Night Fright had yet to experience the art of treading water with grace, but by the principles of lightness. One could soar even from the blades of grass if there was something to leverage. After a brief moment of reflection, Night Fright launched himself into the air, plunging directly into the river, resulting in a resounding splash that left the onlookers shaking their heads in disbelief. The technique of treading water with grace demanded exceptional mastery of lightness. A miscalculation would render one a drenched fool. As Night Fright plunged into the water, he soon burst forth, racing across the river's surface. Though his movements were swift, sending splashes higher than himself, the spectacle was far from elegant. Yet, with tremendous strength, he moved with remarkable speed. The Eastern Wanderer, witnessing such an extraordinary display of lightness for the first time in his life, couldn't help but inquire, "Why do you run so fast? This hardly qualifies as refined lightness." He found himself at a loss for words regarding Night Fright's speed. It was indeed astonishing, but the noise was thunderous. What practical use could it serve beyond fleeing? Though not a master, the Eastern Wanderer had learned lightness from the white-haired listener, achieving a skill level of the highest caliber. Feeling somewhat disgruntled at being outpaced by a novice, he quickened his pace in pursuit, reflecting that the essence of lightness lay in being light. The true speed is silent and unobtrusive. Yet, as he sought to catch up and offer his insights, he discovered that the fool ahead showed no regard for etiquette. Upon sensing his pursuit, he only accelerated further, determined to shake him off. As the serene river surface rippled beneath them, the chase continued. Two figures sped along, one gliding gracefully like a dragonfly skimming the water, while the other flailed clumsily akin to a child skipping stones. As Dongfang Liren pursued for a while, she gradually sensed something amiss. Ye Jingtang's speed, as he traversed the water, was accelerating to an extraordinary degree. It seemed that even if Shangli were to join the chase, they would merely match his pace. She could not catch up. "You." Dongfang Liren fumed, feeling that Ye Jingtang was playfully toying with her. Yet, upon scrutinizing Ye Jingtang's gait, she discerned that he was rather unrefined in his technique. His running was quite unsightly. How could he possibly evade her with such a lack of finesse? Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to hasten her pace, but despite her efforts, not only did the distance not close, it only widened. Realizing she was unlikely to catch him, she called out, "Stop right there." With a series of splashes, the surface of the river shimmered as Dongfang Liren, clad in her python robe, swiftly closed the gap and stood before him, her brows furrowed in indignation. Ye Jingtang, sensing the predicament, awkwardly admitted, "I have just learned the art of lightness, and I struggle to control my speed. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness." Dongfang Liren's expression softened slightly, though she was still perturbed. However, she was not one to be easily ruffled. After casting a glance at Ye Jingtang, she managed to suppress her irritation. To be able to run so swiftly, even as a novice in lightness, speaks to your inherent talent. Yet, you must refine your skills. Speed alone is not enough. A true master of lightness can vanish from sight after but 100 steps. As it stands, if you run 10 miles, pursuers will easily track your movements. Ye Jingtang acknowledged his shortcomings with a nod, replying, I appreciate your guidance, and will certainly take heed in the future. The Eastern Wanderer initially wished to engage in a discussion about martial arts with Ye Jingtang. However, after the recent turmoil, he felt it was futile to continue. He turned to Niao and remarked, what you currently lack is exposure to the world. In the future, seek guidance from the experts of the Black Yamen and myself. A solid foundation is essential, but one must also tread the right path to achieve success. The two of them raced along the riverbank for approximately 4 or 5 li, having distanced themselves from Yuten Villa, and soon arrived at the vicinity of Bema Academy as dusk fell. Bema Academy is one of the 4 esteemed academies of Yuzhou, favored by affluent merchants and families who often contribute substantial sums to enroll their offspring and thus embellish their lineage. The eldest son of the Pei family, Pei Luo, is a student here, and according to Chun Biao, considerable funds were expended to secure his admission. The academy, situated by the riverside, accommodates students from various regions, and several small streets lie outside its gates. Have you received any formal education? Niao inquired. My family operates a security bureau, and we are relatively well off. I attended a private school for a few years, but I have never been to such a grand academy, he replied. I have read a fair amount, and I am familiar with the common literature available in the marketplace. Oh, the Eastern Wanderer had already discerned that Ye Jingtang possessed an astonishing talent for martial arts and was strikingly handsome. If he were to excel in both the literary and martial realms, he would be an extraordinary individual indeed. He inquired, how is your literary talent? My calligraphy is decent, and I can perform arithmetic, but I am otherwise quite ignorant. What a pity. In the flourishing martial culture of the Great Wei, skilled martial artists abound. Yet scholarly gentlemen are rather scarce. If you were to compose poetry and present yourself at literary gatherings, I cannot fathom how many families would eagerly seek you out as a potential son-in-law. Each individual possesses their own strengths, and as for poetry and verses, Ye Jingtang intended to casually boast, but had yet to conjure a thought when he felt a slight stir in his ears, turning his gaze towards the dimly lit alleyways. Chapter 47. The Celestial Blade. The cold moon hung like a crescent, and the small street by the river was devoid of light and warmth. Ye Jingtang furrowed his brow, peering into the murky depths of the alley, sensing something lurking in the shadows, yet unable to discern its origin. The bird perched on Dongfang Li Ren's shoulder took flight without command, soaring into the heights to scout the riverbank. Dongfang Li Ren, clad in a silver python robe, walked with hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Ye Jingtang's words. Upon noticing the disturbance, he lifted his gaze to the bird ascending into the sky. What is it doing? Ye Jingtang subtly raised his hand to shield Dongfang Li Ren, his left hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Attuned to the whispers of the night breeze and the rustling of grass, having faced numerous ambushes, Dongfang Li Ren, seeing this scene, felt a sense of foreboding. She had just engaged in a display of lightness with Ye Jingtang, abruptly departing without notifying the manor. If there were traitors lurking, tracking her movements, this fleeting moment would undoubtedly present an unparalleled opportunity. Dongfang Li Ren harbored doubts about Ye Jingtang's ability to protect her. However, as one who had never encountered real combat, facing an assassin bold enough to target a prince would surely place her at a distinct disadvantage. Her heart sinking to the depths of despair, she instinctively grasped the hilt of her sword, wishing to position herself back-to-back with Ye Jingtang until reinforcements could arrive. But then, ding! Under the silvery moonlight, a sudden flash of blade and sparks erupted without warning. Dongfang Li Ren had not sensed the impending danger when she noticed Ye Jingtang, his sword unsheathed with the speed of thunder, positioned before her brow. A blade emerged from Mars, trembling incessantly, evidently struck by an unseen projectile. The weapon hurtled towards her brow, but was deflected by the edge of the blade, careening towards a stone pillar tethered for horses, leaving a deep indentation in the white stone, a testament to its formidable force. Yet, what was even more peculiar was that throughout the ordeal, Dongfang Li Ren did not hear the slightest sound of the projectile slicing through the air. Her gaze was one of astonishment, unable to fathom what kind of weapon could be so ruthless. Nor could she comprehend how the seemingly unremarkable Ye Jingtang had managed to thwart the attack without the warning of sound. Despite the turmoil brewing within her, Dongfang Liren's years of being shielded by others instilled in her a keen awareness of the current peril. She relinquished her desire to confront the threat and took a step forward, concealing herself behind Ye Jingtang. Though Ye Jingtang appeared unassuming, his physique was deceptively robust, providing a solid barrier for the Prince of Jing. After the initial strike, the street fell into an eerie silence, as if the chaos had been but a fleeting illusion. The circling birds in the sky, despite their keen nocturnal vision, could not discern any trace of the adversary. Retreating, Dongfang Liren maintained her pace, her chest pressing against Ye Jingtang's back. After momentarily gathering her thoughts, she incredulously inquired, "Is this the heavenly harmony blade?" Just as she spoke, another spark erupted from the edge of Ye Jingtang's weapon. Dongfang Liren barely registered the movement before she found Ye Jingtang's Tianlang, who Nshu blade, shielding her from the side of her face. The blade vibrated, emitting a low hum. Cold sweat trickled down Dongfang Liren's brow as she quickly concealed herself, realizing that her words had inadvertently provided the opponent with an opportunity to strike. She held her breath, remaining silent. In the dimly lit alley, Ye Jingtang calculated the impact force of his concealed weapon and turned to face a narrow entrance some 10 paces away, his feet shifting sideways towards the edge of the street. However, the enemy's whereabouts remained shrouded in uncertainty, compelling the two to refrain from reckless movements. They could only retreat to the street's periphery, constraining their adversaries' angles of attack. Under the protective cover of Ye Jingtang, Dongfang Liren approached the exterior of a bookshop, swiftly employing a dagger to sever the copper lock before retreating within. "Hurry inside." Yet, just as Ye Jingtang was about to enter, a sense of foreboding washed over him as the long knife was drawn once more. Whoosh! This time, the sound of a projectile cutting through the air was unmistakably more forceful. Clang! In a flash, the blade met the incoming weapon, deflecting it upwards, yet it still penetrated the wooden wall, grazing Dongfang Liren's hairpin and shattering the jade ornament. With a crack, shards of jade scattered across the floor. Dongfang Liren's long hair cascaded down, her expression filled with terror as she swiftly rolled forward, seeking refuge behind the counter of the bookshop. The sound of beads rolling on the ground echoed ominously. Stealing a glance, Dongfang Liren noticed a crimson bead, shaped like a teardrop, rolling across the tiled floor of the shop. Its material was unknown, yet it was evidently the projectile that had just entered. A wave of dread washed over her as she quickly warned, "It is Blood Bodhi, the weapon of a notorious assassin who roamed the southern skies over a decade ago, having once targeted the masters of the Seven Mysteries sect." Shoo! Ye Jingtang, wielding his knife with one hand, raised his left hand to signal Dongfang Liren to remain silent. The street plunged into an oppressive silence, obscuring the enemy's location. If they were to enter the bookshop, maneuvering would be cumbersome, while their opponent could easily breach the walls, making it difficult to respond in time. Behind the bookshop lay a blue stone embankment, impervious to assault. With houses flanking either side, the only viable points of attack lay directly ahead and above. In the dead of night, Ye Jingtang remained oblivious to the fact that the adversary could launch a strike from the heights above. As long as he could defend against the frontal assault, the safety of Prince Jing would be assured. He stood resolutely at the entrance, wielding his blade. A moment later, sparks erupted anew upon the streets. With precision, Ye Jingtang deftly parried the incoming projectiles with 2 swift strokes of his sword, subsequently positioning his weapon before him, taunting the encroaching darkness. "Is this all your skill amounts to? The 6 fiends shall arrive shortly. If you wish to engage in futile efforts, I can certainly entertain you for an entire day." This was a calculated attempt to intimidate the assassin into retreat. In the realm of assassination, a single missed strike necessitates an immediate withdrawal. However, the defenses surrounding Dongfang Liren were notoriously stringent, rendering a direct attack nearly impossible. Tonight's opportunity was indeed rare. As Ye Jingtang's words hung in the air, a peculiar sound pierced through the stillness. The incessant chirping echoed above. Simultaneously, a figure began to materialize from a side alley. Cloaked in a gray robe and stooped over, the individual wore a low-brimmed hat that obscured their features, wielding a black iron crutch with one hand resting behind them, advancing at a leisurely pace. The soft thud of the crutch against the ground resonated like a drumbeat within the heart, inducing a sense of unease. A raspy voice emerged from the shadows. "What a masterful display of the Tianhe blade! Qiao Tianhe is indeed a figure of the martial world." Why do you, as his successor, serve as a lackey for the court? Dongfang Lirun recognized that Ye Jingtang was employing the Tianhe blade, her astonishment deepening. Yet there was no time for inquiries. Fearing that Ye Jingtang might be overwhelmed, she hastily reiterated the intelligence gathered within the precincts. Blood Bodhi excels in long-range attacks with hidden weapons, employing the Fulong staff for close combat, primarily targeting the upper body while defending the midline and assaulting the lower half. Before her words could fully escape, a resounding explosion echoed through the streets. The elder was not foolish enough to allow Dongfang Lirun to elucidate the intricacies of life and death before taking action. With a distance of merely 5 or 6 zhang remaining, the elder suddenly quickened his pace, his iron crutch crashing against the bluestone, shattering the ground beneath him. Ye Jingtang felt the tremors beneath his feet, as if a colossal beast with 3 legs was barreling toward him, exuding an overwhelming force akin to Mount Tai pressing down. He held his blade vertically before him, guarding the central line, resolutely locking his gaze onto the Iron Cane Elder's form, attempting to discern the opponent's movements to counteract with the Celestial Harmony blade. However, as the Iron Cane Elder advanced, his feet, shoulders, and crutch all moved in unison, giving the impression that his entire being was a weapon poised for explosion. With the Elder's mastery over the Celestial Harmony blade, Ye Jingtang found it utterly impossible to grasp his opponent's true intentions. In the blink of an eye, the Elder had crossed the 7-step boundary, his form lunging forward, the iron crutch striking out like a venomous serpent. The Elder had perceived the depth of Ye Jingtang's capabilities with the Celestial Harmony blade, which is why he had opted for close combat. With a distance of 7 steps, there was no chance for Ye Jingtang to counter in time. Conversely, the Elder was confident of delivering a fatal blow. Observing Ye Jingtang's face contorted in horror, still desperately assessing the authenticity of his strike, the Elder's eyes glinted with a cold smile, already preparing for the possibility of breaching Ye Jingtang's chest and escaping through the window. This moment of distraction proved crucial. Under the silver moonlight, the wind of the blade surged forth, akin to a celestial dragon emerging into the world, while a malevolent creature raised its head. Suddenly, the street was swept by a fierce wind. The Elder, only catching a glimpse of the commotion in the bookstore, noticed that the seemingly panicked and helpless young swordsman had transformed into a different person in an instant. In front of him, Ye Jingtang wielded the serpentine blade of the Qi dragon, eschewing any conventional means of counteraction. Instead, he unleashed a formidable thrust powered solely by his legs, executing a strike with the force of a thunderclap. This cut, masterfully unpretentious, possessed no pretense of feints or diversions. He showed no inclination for defense, relying solely on his terrifying explosive strength to target his opponent's midsection directly. The Elder found himself within 7 paces, with no opportunity to evade or maneuver. Were he an ordinary warrior, a moment's distraction would have led to his swift decimation by the blade. However, this Elder was no mere martial artist. In his prime, he had slain masters. Though age had diminished his physical prowess, his experience remained undiminished. He aimed for the heart, while Ye Jingtang pushed forward with his blade, and by all logic, the Elder should have been cleaved by the iron crutch. Yet, Ye Jingtang had no intention of severing the crutch. His speed had reached its zenith, leaving no room for alteration in his technique. After all, this maneuver was all too easily countered. The Elder, exploiting his initial advantage, needed only to thrust the crutch through Ye Jingtang's heart while simultaneously sweeping it sideways to shield his midline, thereby neutralizing this life-threatening strike. The Elder attempted precisely that. But a dull thud resonated. The Elder's forceful thrust met an unexpected resistance as the crutch, akin to a spearhead, struck Ye Jingtang's left chest, only to discover that an unseen force had thwarted his penetration, preventing the crutch from breaching the young man's ribcage by even a fraction. The two combatants' weapons were nearly equal in length, and with one failed strike, the blade had already reached his torso, leaving no chance for the Elder to counter with a precise, forceful defense. He was compelled to reposition the crutch horizontally in front of him. Yet, the force behind that strike was far greater than he had anticipated. A resounding clash echoed through the silent street as the defensive maneuver, though successful in intercepting the blade, could not withstand the sheer power imbued within it. The Elder failed to pierce Knight Jingtang's chest, and with no support from the other end of his iron crutch, he could not possibly withstand the full force of Knight Jingtang's dual-handed strike. The iron crutch was struck with such force that it collided with his body, shattering his straw hat instantaneously. The blade grazed his cheek, severing half of the elder's right ear. In but a single exchange, the elder, whose imposing presence had filled the air, was sent flying across the street, crashing into a building. Knight Jingtang, aware that the opposite side likely housed a venerable master, was determined not to allow his opponent any chance to retaliate after successfully playing the role of the unsuspecting predator. As the elder was propelled through the air, Knight Jingtang followed closely, spinning to deliver a downward strike aimed at the elder, who had yet to touch the ground. This strike was the third move he had discerned while waiting for Dongfang Liren that very afternoon. The two strikes intertwined seamlessly, devoid of any gaps, executed with such swiftness that merely perceiving them was a luxury, let alone attempting to block them. This exemplifies the ferocity of the 8 steps of the Mad Blade, where one commits entirely to offense without defense. A single successful strike can unbalance the opponent, sealing their doom. Few in the world can unleash 8 strikes in succession. Yet even fewer have ever endured all 8. Typically, a victor emerges after just one decisive blow. As the elder was sent hurtling away, his shattered hat revealed a face lined with age, his expression one of horror as he recognized the 8 steps of the Mad Blade. Realizing he had fallen into a dire predicament, he hastily raised his iron crutch to defend himself. But as the formidable strike descended, before he could collide with the building, he was struck down from midair. The cobblestones of the street shattered instantly, debris flying forth, creating a circular dent in the ground. The ensuing shockwave stirred the pages of books within the shop and tousled the hair of the Eastern wanderer. With a thud, the elderly man crashed to the ground, the force of his own energy rebounding upon him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of red. In the face of dire circumstances, the old man remained agile. He forcefully pushed off the ground, sliding backward while simultaneously raising his iron crutch to strike. Knight Jingtang stood poised, effortlessly navigating the scene, while the old man lay gravely wounded on the ground, utterly incapable of executing the 8 steps of the Mad Blade. As he fell, the elderly man desperately attempted to retaliate, driven by the certainty of his demise, seeking to exchange his life for a wound upon his adversary, determined to bite back even in death. However, what he did not anticipate was the astonishing composure of the young swordsman. Not even engaging in a trade of life for injury, the moment the old man raised his hand, the young swordsman decisively leaped backward, landing gracefully before the bookshop, sheathing his blade with a swift motion. The sound ceased abruptly. The action of sheathing the sword was executed with an elegance that was indescribably suave, leaving the old man with the unsettling sensation that he had unwittingly fallen victim to Knight Jingtang's blade, his head rolling on the ground. A glance revealed that he was missing half an ear, yet he was still alive. The elderly man, somewhat dazed, clutched at a glimmer of hope, leaping onto the rooftop across the street, adopting a defensive stance, as if facing a formidable foe, his gaze fixated on Knight Jingtang. 8 steps of the Mad Blade? Inside the bookshop, the Eastern wanderer had peeked out at the moment Knight Jingtang drew his blade, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a dashing hero. But upon seeing the assassin's face, which bore the marks of a narrow escape, it appeared he was on the verge of tears from fright. The assassin was unharmed, yet why was he striking such a gallant pose? The gaze of Dongfang Liren was inexplicably fixed. You. Knight Jingtang gripped the hilt of his knife, his cold eyes sweeping over the surrounding buildings. His voice was icy and cautious. Such rabble from the martial world would not dare to act alone. This individual is merely bait, and there must be formidable opponents lurking nearby. Rabble? Dongfang Liren's eyes glimmered with suspicion. She mused to herself. According to intelligence, Blood Bodhi is indeed a legitimate master, albeit somewhat advanced in age. Yet in this situation, she dared not interfere with Knight Jingtang and quickly concealed herself behind the counter, striving not to hinder him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the elder, having misjudged the situation, found himself grievously wounded after 2 exchanges, as if he had danced perilously close to the gates of death. Upon hearing the words spoken, he understood why this unfathomable young swordsman had deemed him unworthy and refrained from further engagement, fearing that other assassins might be lying in wait. Having traversed the martial world for decades, it was the first time he had been treated as mere cannon fodder by his adversaries, a profound humiliation. Yet his opponent was indeed inscrutable. He could barely withstand the 8 steps Mad Blade. He certainly could not risk testing whether the other would employ the dragon-slaying order, which he deemed highly probable. Noticing that Knight Jingtang had also made an error in judgment, the elder decisively called out, "Attack." He then leaped back, feigning a close-quarter collaboration with his accomplices, retreating further into the distance. Knight Jingtang maintained a vigilant demeanor, scanning the streets until the traces of the assassin had entirely vanished. Only then did he quietly exhale, contemplating. And they call this a master? Even San Yang pales in comparison. What a farce. Chapter 49. Knight Lang, taking medicine. The silvery moonlight blanketed the cobblestone streets. The tumult has subsided, leaving only a cloaked swordsman standing before the bookshop, with a circular depression not far away. The silvery moonlight blankets the cobblestone street, illuminating the solitary figure of the swordsman and the distant hollow. The sudden clash was fleeting, lasting no more than a few breaths in total. Only now, from afar, lights have begun to flicker in the academy, and several shadows emerge from the buildings to investigate. Knight Jingtang maintains a stance ready to strike, until the street falls completely silent, at which point his piercing gaze softens. Glancing down, he notices a circular hole in the fabric over his heart, revealing the gleaming pages of a book within. Shifting the dragon-elephant diagram aside, he observes that his chest is marred, the skin broken and blood oozing, accompanied by bruises. Blood Bodhi miscalculated and suffered the consequences, yet he is indeed a seasoned master of the martial world. The force behind that swift strike was undeniably formidable. The Minglong diagram absorbed the thrust, distributing the impact across his left chest, which felt akin to a powerful blow landing squarely upon him. The injury is not severe, yet it is certainly unpleasant. Dongfang Li Ren peeks out from behind the counter and approaches the entrance of the bookshop, surveying the scene. Knight Jingtang, come inside. You are injured. Knight Jingtang pats his chest and sits on the threshold, casually raising a hand. I am fine. Your Highness need not fear. The assassin has been dealt with. Who is afraid? Dongfang Li Ren seems to have forgotten the earlier moment of hiding behind Knight Jingtang, crouching beside him and tilting his head to inspect the situation. Because the jade hairpin atop her head had shattered, her flowing hair cascaded down like water. Her originally heroic visage now fully revealed the feminine charm that it possessed. She remained clad in a form-fitting python robe, yet the regal aura of a prince had dissipated, transforming her into a noble princess with fiery red lips. Noticing a tear in the chest of Ye Jingtang's robe, which revealed a bruise underneath, Dongfang Li Ren instinctively reached out to tear the garment. Ye Jingtang hurriedly restrained the collar, insisting, No, I am truly fine. Dongfang Li Ren's timidity in the face of attackers stemmed from the necessity of self-preservation as a target of assassination to avoid complicating matters for her protectors. Faced with the domineering queen, Ye Jingtang, somewhat helplessly, pulled open her collar, exposing half of her chest and shoulder, stating, It's truly nothing, just a minor injury. Upon seeing Ye Jingtang's robust chest and shoulders, Dongfang Li Ren's gaze shifted slightly, carefully inspecting the wound. How did you sustain this injury? It feels as though it was inflicted by a blunt instrument through a heart-protecting armor. Not having seen clearly, it could possibly be a unique concealed weapon. Ye Jingtang casually explained, diverting the topic. What kind of people are the Green Bandits, after all? Dongfang Li Ren sensed that the injury was suspicious, yet she did not press further. Her slender fingers pressed against Ye Jingtang's chest and ribcage to ascertain if there were any fractures. With the emperor ascending the throne as a daughter, dissenters abound within the court. It is not uncommon for assassins to infiltrate the capital, targeting loyalists and relatives of the emperor. Most assassins, akin to the Blood Bodhi, are ruthless bandits from the Green Woods, collectively referred to as Green Bandits. As for who orchestrates this from behind the scenes, and whether it is a singular force, it remains uninvestigated. Knight Shakhal felt an unusual sensation as the princess touched his chest, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloping him. Unable to push her away, he resorted to a feigned illness to inquire, could it possibly be the Peaceful Heaven sect? The Peaceful Heaven sect was merely a force in the martial world. Confined to a small hill, yearning for the imperial court to overlook them, they did not possess such formidable power. In this prince's view, the Green Bandits could only be backed by feudal lords, aristocratic families, or the northern Liang court. After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Li Ren suddenly recalled something. Scrutinizing Knight Shakhal, how did you come to possess the Heavenly Harmony Blade? Knight Shakhal, taken aback, responded, Prince Jing instructed me to learn the swordplay from Qiu Tianha. Is it so strange? You have only studied for a few days, and yet you can wield it against Blood Bodhi? If one cannot master it in 4 or 5 days, what use is the sword? Dongfang Li Ren discerned the underlying disdain in the words, his gaze turning icy. Are you implying that I am unworthy of wielding a sword? How utterly wasteful of my blade. Though Knight Shock Hall held such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. Not at all, Your Highness. Your learning is remarkably swift. Among the young swordsmen I know, you are at least among the top 2. Upon hearing this praise, a flicker of surprise crossed Dongfang Li Ren's eyes. Really? Knight Shock Hall considered his contemporaries, recalling only one, Xiao Yunli. By his estimation, Dongfang Binbin might not surpass Xiao Yunli's prowess, yet he certainly ranked among the top 2. Thus, he nodded sincerely. Why would I jest with Your Highness? As the Eastern exile received such praise from Ye Jingtang, a glimmer of joy was unmistakably evident in her eyes. Upon meticulously inspecting the skeletal muscle of Ye Jingtang's chest, he was acutely aware that it was time to follow up with an additional strike. However, he required a blade to do so. The third technique had only been contemplated that afternoon, leaving him at a loss for a combination. Eastern exile paused, sensing a discrepancy. Isn't your white cut merely a single stroke? A few days prior, while capturing a wingless owl, she had discerned a second strike. Waiting for His Highness that afternoon had grown tedious, prompting her to conceive yet another move. Are you speaking coherently? In the time it takes me to bathe and apply makeup, you casually develop such an imposing technique? Are you attempting to deceive me? Eastern exile glared, her expression conveying a multitude of unspeakable sentiments. Through observing the reactions of several masters, Ye Jingtang had concluded that he possessed a slight edge in intelligence over the average martial artist. Noticing the queen's disheartenment, he gently reassured her. The swiftness of my comprehension stems from my lifelong dedication to swordsmanship. I have amassed sufficient experience and am now reaping the rewards. Once my past accumulations are exhausted, I shall likely be akin to an ordinary individual. Eastern exile found herself at a loss for words and chose silence instead, immersing herself in introspection as she meticulously examined her injuries. Upon confirming that Ye Jingtang had neither fractures nor internal bleeding, she exhaled with relief. Lifting her hands to sweep back her cascading hair from her shoulders, Ye Jingtang initially assumed that the queen intended to tie her hair up. But a closer look revealed her hands skillfully maneuvering around the back of her head, unfastening a golden necklace and gently pulling it out from her collar. However, it appeared that the pendant had become ensnared by something, and even through her python robe, she attempted to adjust the soft trinket beneath the plump dragon. Ye Jingtang quickly averted his gaze, resolutely refusing to look askance. The Eastern wanderer maintained a composed demeanor as he retrieved a small gourd from his collar. This gourd, crafted from pure gold and no larger than the tip of a finger, revealed a crimson pill upon being twisted open. One could easily surmise that such a potion, worn around the neck by the Prince Jing, was a miraculous elixir, capable of prolonging life, perhaps even more precious than gold. Ye Jingtang quickly raised his hand, saying, "There is no need for Your Highness to go to such expense. I possess healing medicine." Yet, the Eastern wanderer, with a serious expression, grasped the vermilion pill and commanded in a tone befitting royalty, "If I instruct you to consume it, you shall comply. Can this prince do you harm? Open your mouth." Reluctant to waste the remedy, Ye Jingtang found himself at the mercy of the Eastern wanderer's insistence, who attempted to force the pill into his mouth by grasping his chin. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the pill, swallowing it whole. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, enveloping him in a warmth that was difficult to describe, though decidedly unpleasant. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The blood-body bird remained vigilant, aware of a threat lurking above, and swiftly dove into the water to evade capture. The Eastern wanderer, perplexed by the sudden absence of the bird, expressed mild surprise as he gently stroked its feathers, acknowledging its cleverness. He then rose to survey the area, awaiting the arrival of the black-clad guards. After Ye Jingtang ingested the pill, he felt an immediate warmth spreading through his chest and abdomen, alleviating the pain as if he had been immersed in hot water. However, the consequence was a wave of drowsiness. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Soon, a cacophony of sounds echoed from the riverbank. As the Eastern wanderer stepped outside, the bird seized the opportunity to escape through the rear window, clutching a cloth bag. Ye Jingtang silently exhaled. Surrendering to the fatigue, he leaned against the bookshelf, clutching his sword. Chapter 50. This young master is a potent remedy. The cold moon cast its glow upon the frigid river, while the night breeze whispered through the air. In the spring morning, the mountainside was ablaze with light, as 3,000 elite troops brandished powerful bows and crossbows, encircling the entire Uten manor in an impregnable fortress. Outside the manor's grand entrance, the chief captains of the Black Guard assembled, vigilantly stationed at various points, while countless officials and constables scoured the banks of the river, digging deep in search of the assassin's trail. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 5 steeds, halted at the manor's threshold. The Oriental man, clad in a silver python robe, stood outside the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice tinged with thinly veiled fury. What kind of mess is this? A month ago, we received news of the blood bodhi, and now it has reached the emperor's ears. After such prolonged surveillance, we have uncovered nothing. Shilong and the other captains of the Black Guard were filled with trepidation. Should the Prince of Jing encounter any misfortune today, regardless of the circumstances, their heads would be on the chopping block. At this moment, they would have gladly entered the carriage to bow in reverence to the night warrior. The prince's carriage was spacious, resembling a small abode, with a white screen shielding a bed. Ye Jingtang lay upon the couch, his outer robe removed, revealing a well-proportioned upper body, clad only in thin trousers, sleeping peacefully. A lady doctor, dressed in the fineries of a noble woman, stood by, taking his pulse and meticulously assessing his condition. The Oriental man, maintaining an air of composed authority, turned around the screen and, upon seeing Ye Jingtang's bare upper body, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. He quickly retreated behind the screen, taking a seat upon a soft couch. Earlier that afternoon, when he had sought to teach Ye Jingtang the art of swordsmanship, he had assumed the latter would be clumsy and inept. However, the realization that he had merely concealed himself behind the prowess of another, watching as they wielded the heavenly harmony blade with grace, left him feeling utterly mortified. Reflecting upon it now, he felt akin to an uneducated novice, attempting to critique the works of a revered scholar without the ability to inscribe a single character. The scholarly gentleman may not voice his thoughts, yet he has likely ridiculed her countless times in silence. The Eastern wanderer, with an expression of discontent, feels inclined to reproach Ye Jingtang for his lack of candor, having acquired skills yet withholding them from her, causing her pride to be a source of amusement for others. Nevertheless, recalling the moment when Ye Jingtang stood before her in the street, she felt an undeniable sense of security concealed behind his presence. The Eastern wanderer had only encountered assassins a few times, all of which were effortlessly diffused by the white-haired sage, preventing her from even laying eyes on the assailants. This sensation of being sheltered behind a man truly does not align with the image she wishes to project. After a brief pause, the matron who was taking his pulse rose. The Eastern wanderer inquired, "Madame Wang, how is his condition?" Madame Wang, the daughter-in-law of the esteemed physician, typically attended to the concubines and was now the accompanying physician for the Eastern wanderer. She withdrew her fingers and replied with deference, "Young master, ye possesses a remarkably robust constitution. Without the need for the Ngong pill, ye shall recover in 3 to 5 days." The Eastern wanderer discerned a hint of complaint in Madame Wang's tone regarding her overreaction, yet she paid it no mind. Is he not a martial artist? Does he not have hidden injuries or chronic ailments? Young master, Ye has practiced numerous martial arts, but his current lack of mastery has led to a somewhat chaotic flow of energy. Regular adjustments to his qi will suffice. Oh, what? The Eastern wanderer, perplexed, asked for clarification. Madame Wang hesitated momentarily, yet recognizing the imperative nature of her profession, she elucidated, at the age of 18 or 19. Brimming with youthful vigor and without a wife or concubines, prolonged restraint may lead to complications. It is advisable to engage in moderation to balance body and mind. The Eastern wanderer finally grasped the meaning, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. He is so remarkably handsome, yet has never encountered a woman? Previously unclear. But this year he surely adheres to the principles of a gentleman, avoiding the company of women. This young master possesses an overly robust physique. Should he acquire a wife, she might endure some hardships. The Eastern wanderer found this perplexing. Why? Madame Wang, aware of Prince Jing's physical constitution, would certainly be unable to withstand this night prince's vigor, hence her subtle warning. Observing that the untouched Prince Jing did not comprehend, she gently elucidated, a man's indulgence can lead to physical strain, and the same applies to women. This young master is akin to a potent stimulant should his wife be delicate. She would be unable to endure such intensity, inevitably retreating to her parental home frequently. The Eastern wanderer understood, his expression becoming rather peculiar. Then how can this be remedied? If this young master's wife is unperturbed, she may consider taking several concubines to share the burdens. If she objects, she could strengthen her own body. Yet matching this young master's physical capabilities, well, that seems quite difficult. Afterward, Madame Wang, with the assistance of her maidservants, departed from the carriage. Once the sound of footsteps had faded, The Eastern wanderer rose and stepped behind the screen, seated beside the soft couch, surveying Ye Jingtang's face and chest, contemplating silently. Is he truly that formidable? It appears to be quite unbecoming. No, it is the vigor of his robust physique that drives him with such fervor, which is unrelated to his character. The physician has advised him, so he must adhere to medical counsel and promptly seek a lady for recuperation. No, he ought to find several. How does one broach this subject with him? This would indeed lead a gentleman astray. At that moment, as Dongfang Li Run was lost in thought, a commotion arose outside the carriage. Your Highness, Lord Wang from the Jingzhou prefecture has arrived. With the blood bodhi still unaccounted for, Dongfang Li Run needed to mobilize the Imperial Guard to secure the entrances and exits of the capital. He quickly gathered his thoughts, retrieved a light blanket from the couch, and draped it over Ye Jingtang. The officials arriving from the capital reported matters to Dongfang Li Run by the riverside, awaiting his orders. Within the Yuten Mountain Villa, a beautifully carved palanquin, carried by 8 eunuchs and escorted by the Imperial Guard, glided forth. The Empress Dowager, having enjoyed a warm bath, had retired to bed but was abruptly roused in the middle of the night, resulting in her rather irritable demeanor. Clad in an exquisite phoenix gown and supported by the maid Hong Yu, the Empress Dowager ascended the palanquin, expressing her fatigue and muttering, "These rascals certainly know how to choose their days." Thankfully, Li Ren is safe and sound. Upon entering the carriage, she caught sight of a man reclining on the soft couch behind the screen, covered with a light blanket. His strikingly handsome visage, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor, was far more captivating than in the portraits. The Empress Dowager's drowsiness evaporated instantly as she quickly placed her hands gracefully on her waist, adopting the dignified posture of a noble woman. This young gentleman is asleep? Noticing the man with his eyes closed, she paused her words and approached the screen. Hong Yu followed closely behind, intending to subtly remind the Empress Dowager of the need for discretion. However, upon catching sight of the gentleman, she abandoned the thought and stealthily approached, peering curiously. Wow, this young man is truly, as she reached out, tempted to touch Ye Jingtang's arm. The Empress Dowager, slightly displeased, tapped Hong Yu's hand. What are you daydreaming about? Have you gone mad from being cooped up in the palace? This young man, could he possibly be from the Jing Wangs? More likely than not. Don't speak nonsense. Your face is too delicate. The Empress Dowager maintained a dignified elegance, her perfectly curved figure resting on a round stool, scrutinizing Ye Jingtang's appearance, perhaps to gauge the extent of his injuries, even raising her hand to lift the thin blanket. Just as her hand moved, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Dongfang Li Ren's voice. Empress Dowager, why have you come out alone? Startled, the Empress Dowager withdrew her hand and quickly stood, assuming the graceful posture befitting a motherly figure. Once Dongfang Li Ren entered, she spoke calmly. You were busy, so I took it upon myself to step outside. This must be young Master Yi. How is his condition? Dongfang Li Ren approached, shielding the Empress Dowager as they prepared to exit. There has been a disturbance outside. He risked his life to protect the carriage and sustained minor injuries. We should discuss this outside. The Empress Dowager felt herself being ushered out, a sense of helplessness stirring within, yet she could say nothing, obediently stepping beyond the screen. In the deep of night, at a certain spot along the lower reaches of the Qingjiang River, a solitary boat floated upon the shimmering surface, empty and desolate. With a splash, the sound of water erupted, and the reflection of the silver moon shattered. A figure, akin to a water spirit, emerged from the left side of the solitary boat, leaping into the small vessel. He discarded his iron crutch to the side and grasped the prepared healing ointment to tend to his severed right ear. Having traversed the rivers and lakes for a lifetime, the old man never revealed his true name, and he had nearly forgotten it himself. The people of the martial world bestowed upon him the moniker Blood Bodhi, and he had come to embrace this identity. The name Blood Bodhi, a figure of terror in the southern rivers and lakes over a decade ago, was synonymous with dread. His most notorious feat was the assassination of the master of the 7 mysterious sects of southern Tian. The number of first- and second-rate experts who perished at his hands was countless. It was only after he assassinated the governor of Chongzhou, incurring the wrath of both the imperial court and the southern martial world, that he fled to northern Liang. As a once reclusive assassin, Blood Bodhi was not in want of wealth. He roamed the world alone, free from obligations. Convincing him to re-enter the martial realm was no simple task. While the Green Bandits did not promise him the Scroll of Eternal Life, they offered 9 copies of the Roaring Dragon Scroll, any one of which could enhance one's physique and prolong life. Initially skeptical, Blood Bodhi found himself confronting the insurmountable barrier of life and death, ultimately arriving in the capital to meet the contact. The contact, who introduced himself as Yin Bugui, was likely a local of the capital. The Green Bandits had not deceived him. Yin Bugui demonstrated extraordinary physical prowess. Embodying the dragon-elephant diagram from the Roaring Dragon Scroll, Blood Bodhi, undeterred by the risks, agreed to assist the Green Bandits in assassinating the Empress's sister. Motivated by the desire to learn the dragon-elephant diagram, however, Yin Bugui could not offer compensation up front, and the timeline for acquiring this knowledge remained uncertain. Today, Blood Bodhi unexpectedly stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. He had just thrust his iron crutch into the opponent's chest, yet it failed to breach the defense. The adversary must have concealed something beneath. The material was astonishingly resilient, far beyond the capabilities of any golden or iron armor. From the young swordsman's reaction, it was evident he possessed immense confidence in the object protecting his chest, aware that no method employed could penetrate it. Blood Bodhi, having roamed the martial world for a lifetime, had heard of all manner of extraordinary weapons. The first thing that sprang to mind regarding such a seemingly insignificant, slender object that could be hidden on one's chest, impervious to even the mightiest masters of the realm, was the coveted tome of celestial knowledge he had always yearned for. If that young swordsman truly possessed the scroll of the dragon, considering the disparity between his martial prowess and youthful appearance, it was highly plausible he had also acquired the legendary youthful countenance chart, which, when practiced, could restore one's youth, making it entirely feasible to remain in the prime of life well into one's centenary. With this thought, Blood Bodhi felt a stir of intrigue in his heart as he gazed towards the direction of Yunnan City. However, recalling the young swordsman's exceedingly domineering swordsmanship and his remarkably steady demeanor, Blood Bodhi felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to regain his composure. After all, had it not been for the opponent's exceptional steadiness today, he would not only be contemplating longevity but would be preparing for a memorial ceremony by this time next year. And no one had yet burned paper offerings for him. Chapter 51. The Empress of the Great Wei. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. Sunlight filtered through the papered windows, cascading into the opulent chamber, devoid of any clamor, save for the faint scent of incense wafting from the gilded burner atop the dressing table, enhancing the tranquility of slumber. Under the influence of medication, Ye Jingtang slept profoundly, remaining oblivious to the passage of a night. Upon sensing the light, he opened his eyes only to find himself beneath a ceiling adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, momentarily believing he was nestled within a small chamber. As he sat up to survey his surroundings, he discovered he was reclined on an exquisitely crafted 8-step bed. This grand bed, fashioned from golden silk Namu wood, was draped with a soft, bright yellow blanket, affording ample space for 4 individuals without a hint of crowding. To the right of the corridor stood a vanity, adorned with a jewelry box and porcelain rouge and powder, allowing one to complete their morning routine without ever setting foot off the bed. The ostentatious nature of the bedding left little doubt as to its owner. Glancing around, Ye Jingtang initially suspected that Dongfang Binbin had taken him captive. He examined his attire, noting he was clad in a white nightgown, devoid of his usual clothing and weaponry. A pair of slippers lay on the floor, and the bruise on his chest had faded, indicating he was unscathed. Who had changed my garments? After donning the slippers and surveying the room, he opened the window, revealing that he was on the 4th floor of Mingyu Building. The view outside displayed a patchwork of city structures and the majestic imperial palace. Rarely exposed to the inner workings of the royal residence, Ye Jingtang's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he gazed out, seeking the ginkgo tree mentioned by his adoptive father. Alas, the palace was vast, teeming with greenery, making the search for a single tree quite the challenge. After an extensive search yielded no ginkgo tree, he instead caught sight of a procession of nearly 100 individuals, encircling a golden palanquin as it emerged from the rear of the Grand Taiwan Hall. Though too distant to ascertain whether the figure shrouded by beaded curtains was the reigning empress, the air of authority surrounding the palanquin suggested as much. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jingtang closed the window and began to search for the whereabouts of Prince Jing within the building. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, he discovered several rows of bookshelves in the outer room, adorned with numerous wooden boxes and small redwood plaques inscribed with titles such as Double Buddha Arms, Zhou Family Sword Manual, Embracing the Origin Technique, and Wandering Dragon Spear. A surge of excitement coursed through him, akin to encountering a line of exquisite beauties laid bare before him, as he approached the shelves to examine them. However, before he could delve into the martial arts manuals, he noticed a Zeton wooden box resting on the bottom shelf, devoid of a plaque, yet strangely familiar. As he withdrew the box and opened it, his suspicions were confirmed. Ye Jingtang glanced at the shelves housing the martial arts manuals, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. This was the designated space for Prince Jing's martial arts collection. Why would the prince choose to display these items together? Could it be that this particular object harbored some hidden mysteries, documenting a unique martial art? Convinced of his own perceptiveness, he picked up the jade artifact and began to scrutinize it with the same intensity as he would while studying the Minglong diagram, embarking on a quest for understanding. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the sun shone brightly as officials clad in various colored robes streamed out of the royal citadel. Behind the Taiji Hall, 100 palace maids surrounded a palanquin as it made its way toward Yongla Palace. The palanquin, carried by 16 individuals, was intricately adorned with carved dragons, phoenixes, and auspicious beasts draped in golden beaded curtains, exuding an air of majesty. Yet, the Empress of the Great Wei, seated within the palanquin, appeared far from solemn. Rather than maintaining an upright posture, she casually rested her left leg upon her right, leaning against the armrest with her hand propped against her cheek. Consequently, the 12 jade grasses fashioned from pearl strands swayed lazily before the imperial crown. As I approached the tranquil residence near the Xin Hall, inquiries arose from the imperial carriage. What transpired regarding the assassination of the noble one last night? An elderly eunuch, walking alongside the carriage, bowed and responded, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Jing is presently commanding the guards to seal the city and conduct a search. We have yet to ascertain any leads. The noble one has always been prudent. What prompted him to venture to the Beima Academy, thus providing the rebels with an opportunity?" According to the report from the Prince of Jing, he had accompanied the Empress Dowager to Yuten Mountain Villa for leisure, and in the evening, out of sheer boredom, he practiced lightness of body, inadvertently arriving at the Beima Academy without any escort, which allowed the rebels to strike. Blood Bodhi holds considerable notoriety in the Green Woods. The noble one is certainly no match for him. How did he manage to escape? The elderly eunuch slightly inclined his body. The prince only mentioned that a friend accompanied him, who risked his life to protect him, but no further details were provided. However, I overheard the royal physician say that a young gentleman from the capital, surnamed Yi, accompanied him and is quite handsome. A young gentleman. The Empress of Dawei fell into a brief silence before exhaling softly. This girl has truly matured. She even dares to conceal matters from me. Shall I summon the Prince of Jing into the palace? No need. The noble one was startled by the assassination yesterday. I shall visit him. Understood. The gentle sunlight poured through the windows of Mingyu Tower. Ye Jingtang stood by the window, meticulously examining the patterns within the jade, attempting to discern the profound truths of the universe embedded within, perhaps lost in contemplation. He failed to notice the approaching presence until a woman's voice suddenly pierced the serene stillness from behind. Who are you? What are you doing here? The voice was enchanting, rich in nuance, starkly contrasting with the aloof and dignified tone of the Eastern Ice Queen. Yet, the regal quality and the confidence born of long-standing authority in her voice were equally compelling. Ye Jingtang, caught off guard by the sound, swiftly turned, concealing his hands behind his back. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he cast the jade artifact out the window. Whoosh. Plop. It seemed to have plunged into the lake of the garden. Ye Jingtang, possessing a commendable composure, exhibited no change in expression, maintaining his cold and extraordinary demeanor as he lifted his gaze. At the staircase, separated by several rows of bookshelves, stood an unexpected figure, a lady clad in scarlet. She wore a long, fiery red gown, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, devoid of any patterns or embellishments. Yet, this simplicity rendered her more striking than any intricate adornment. She seemed to embody a flame that demanded attention, with everything else merely a backdrop to her brilliance. The lady's eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal clarity, reflecting the world around her, while her naturally rosy lips bore no trace of cosmetic enhancement. Her hair was simply tied back with a band, cascading down her back in a manner that was both unadorned and pure. As for her figure, the fullness above her crimson belt and the perfect curvature below created a silhouette that was simply breathtaking, leaving one to wonder what lay beneath the gown. Her presence exuded a unique allure, reminiscent of a thorny flower, captivating yet forbidding, tempting yet untouchable. Ye Jingtang, slightly perplexed, inquired, "May I ask who this young lady is?" Upon seeing his visage, the Empress of the Great Wei immediately recognized him as the young master of the night who had protected her the previous day. Upon observing that the other party did not recognize her, the Empress of the Great Wei chose not to reveal her identity. The oppressive aura she had previously exuded dissipated, transforming her into an elegant lady clad in red as she approached. "I am a court official sent to visit Prince Jing. May I ask who you are?" The Empress and Prince Jing were of similar height, yet their dispositions were strikingly different. Alone at Mingyu Tower and devoid of the imperial dragon robe, it was challenging to associate her with the ruler of an empire. Ye Jingtang, upon realizing that she was from the palace, felt a sudden clarity and introduced himself. "I am Ye Jingtang, residing near Tianlang Bridge. Yesterday, I accompanied Prince Jing outside, encountered an assassin, and after taking some medication, I fell asleep, only to awaken here." The Empress's gaze shifted to the hand Ye Jingtang had placed behind his waist. "This is Prince Jing's private library, containing confidential documents and martial arts manuals. Were you attempting to steal a glance?" Ye Jingtang revealed his empty hands, gesturing to indicate his innocence. "You misunderstand, Mississippi." His words trailed off abruptly. The Empress's eyes then fell upon the empty Zeton wood box beside him. "Oh, what do we have here?" Chapter 52. As long as one is bold. Ye Jingtang cast a glance at the vacant Zeton wood box, feeling somewhat awkward. "This box is rather special. You may inform Prince Jing of this matter, and I shall explain myself to him shortly." The Empress chose not to delve further into Ye Jingtang's earlier indiscretion and instead surveyed the bookshelf. "It seems you are quite close to Prince Jing, as you have the audacity to stay at Mingyu Tower and rummage through his personal belongings. I am but an adopted son of a merchant family, having only recently arrived in the capital at the beginning of the month. Possessing some martial skills, I have garnered the favor of Prince Jing, assisting in minor cases for the Black Yamen. Yesterday, Ye Jingtang earnestly elucidated the reasons for his presence here. However, the Empress remained indifferent to his explanation, regardless of Ye Jingtang's intentions. The mere fact that her sister allowed a man to stay at Mingyu Tower indicated a level of regard towards him that was anything but ordinary. "You possess commendable looks and youthful prowess. Your abilities are noteworthy. Are you perhaps seeking to become a prince consort by mingling with the Black Yamen?" Ye Jingtang hastily shook his head. "I am the adopted son of the Pei family from Tianlang Bridge, a family of merchants who inevitably encounter troubles. My visits to the Black Yamen are purely for the purpose of networking, seeking a sturdy tree to take shelter under. The esteemed Prince Jing, with his elevated status and remarkable appearance, is far beyond my reach. I would not dare entertain such ambitions." The Empress sensed the sincerity in Ye Jingtang's words and nodded slightly. She continued, "It is true that Prince Jing is martial in nature, yet being of royal blood. He has encountered many skilled warriors. Figures such as Lu Taiqing from Yushu Mountain and Xuanji Zhenren are among his mentors. No matter how formidable a common warrior may be, they merely appear as enforcers in the eyes of Prince Jing. If you wish to cultivate a rapport with him, it would be prudent to pursue an alternative approach." Ye Jingtang looked slightly taken aback. "Are you suggesting guidance for me, miss?" The Empress revealed a hint of a smile, crossing her arms and resting her hips on the desk, resembling a commanding executive offering counsel, though Prince Jing spends his days wielding weapons. His true expertise lies in literary talents. He is well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If you engage him in discussions of martial arts, he may have little to contribute. However, should you excel in any of the arts, be it music, chess, literature, or poetry, he would gladly converse with you for hours." In the dimly lit chamber, Ye Jingtang discerned that the young lady was of imperial lineage. He harbored a desire to inquire about the affairs of the palace. However, the nature of such questions was too delicate, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon hearing her mention poetry and verse, he seized the opportunity to engage her. "I possess a modest understanding of poetry." "Oh?" The Empress raised her gaze, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. "I must confess, I had not perceived this talent in you. Might you compose a verse for me? I would relish the chance to offer my critique. Should your work reflect genuine skill, I shall convey your sentiments to Prince Jing, claiming to have fortuitously overheard your inspired musings. If it is merely a whimsical creation, it would spare you the embarrassment before him." With a nod and a smile, Ye Jingtang fell into contemplation, his gaze drifting toward the palace beyond the window. After a brief pause, he recited, "Upon the arrival of autumn, on the 8th of September, my blossoms bloom, whilst others wither and surrender. A fragrant array ascends to the clouds above, the city adorned in a golden armor, a sight to love." This verse, though undeniably exquisite, bore an unsettling resemblance to a rebellious poem. One could ponder the implications of such lines, especially in the presence of the sovereign. Did he not fear the repercussions of uttering such words before her? Yet, the Empress, recognizing that Ye Jingtang was unaware of her true identity, maintained her composure. Did you compose this poem? What do you think of it, my lady? It is a fine poem. Pray tell. Does the gentleman harbor unfulfilled ambitions or burdensome experiences? Merely jesting. I believe this poem to resonate well with you. Resonate? The Empress of the Great Wei paused, her eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. If this poem were indeed penned for her, it would indeed be remarkably fitting. She was born a princess, destined for greatness, although endowed with remarkable talents and wisdom from a young age. Her femininity confined her to a lack of opportunity to showcase her abilities. Following her father's demise, the crown prince ascended the throne. Driven by old grievances, he sought to marry her and her sister off to the enemy state of Bailiang. In response, she orchestrated a dramatic coup, reminiscent of a tale where golden armor adorned the city, bloodshed staining the court, and she deposed her brother to claim the throne, a seat historically reserved for men. Henceforth, she was no longer shackled by anyone or any laws, transforming into the sovereign of the realm. The Empress believed that Ye Jingtang had discerned her true identity and was attempting to flatter her with poetic prowess, hoping to become her favored companion in the palace. However, upon closer inspection, she felt something amiss and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Ye Jingtang gazed out the window and sighed. "I have heard that the women within the palace are but the emperor's consorts. Yet, I surmise that our sovereign does not indulge in the company of women. A maiden as beautiful as you would languish in the depths of the palace, akin to an unrecognized scholar. However, with your eloquence and grace, I believe one day you will indeed flourish while others wither." The Empress grasped the implication behind his words. This audacious young master was captivated by her beauty and was seeking ways to entice her. With a slight arch of her brow, she scrutinized Ye Jingtang's physique and replied, "The palace is not as desolate as you suggest. If a maid falls out of favor, she may leave the palace and marry by the age of 25. I remain here not out of necessity, but because I find the men outside unworthy." Ye Jingtang, merely aiming to ignite conversation, took the opportunity to ask, "Is life in the palace truly intriguing? What else can a young lady do besides serving others? Each has their responsibilities, managing the palace gardens and the myriad flowers and plants. The imperial palace is vast, allowing for leisurely strolls in one's spare time. The areas where palace maids may wander are certainly not the core regions frequented by the emperor." Ye Jingtang gazed upon the palace and inquired, "Is that so? I see nothing but houses within, devoid of any remarkable scenery. Where do the young ladies typically roam?" The Empress raised her delicate finger, pointing towards the imperial garden at the back of the palace. "There, do you see? To the right of the Fusho Palace." Ye Jingtang looked up and noticed in the northwest corner of the imperial city, intending to nod in agreement. Yet, upon closer inspection, he observed that the area indicated by the lady was dominated by a massive tree, its trunk measuring several feet in circumference, towering over the palace. A spark of curiosity ignited within Ye Jingtang as he asked, "What a magnificent tree! What kind is it?" "It is a ginkgo tree, over 1,200 years old, planted by the beloved concubine of Emperor Wu." 1,200 years. Ye Jingtang's eyes widened in astonishment, though internally he felt a surge of joy. His adoptive father had only mentioned the ginkgo tree in his letter, omitting other details. This ginkgo tree, which concealed the image of the dragon, was likely the very one before him. Although still distant, he could at least see its location with his own eyes. Ye Jingtang silently committed the position of the ancient ginkgo to memory and began to assess the surrounding terrain. Noticing Ye Jingtang's keen interest in the ginkgo tree, the Empress asked, "Do you wish to go see it? Such an ancient tree, I must admit, it is my first time hearing of one so old. Naturally, I am curious. However, this is the imperial palace, and as a man, how could I dare to enter? Might you allow me to visit, esteemed lady?" The Empress, naturally capable, refrained from stating it outright. Instead, she remarked, "The poem just recited was commendable, yet it bore an excessive aura of menace, hinting at treason. Henceforth, refrain from such reckless utterances. I shall pretend I have not heard it. Should the lady find it inappropriate, I shall not mention it further. Please, attend to your matters. And I shall depart to explore. May fate allow us to meet again." Ye Jingtang's thoughts were entirely consumed by the ginkgo tree, and he made no attempt to detain this unforgettable lady-in-waiting. However, as she was on the verge of disappearing around the staircase, he pondered the potential benefits of knowing someone from the palace, which might aid in his quest for the Ming Long Tuesday. Thus, he spoke up. Our acquaintance, however brief, is indeed serendipitous. May I inquire your esteemed name? The Empress, gliding gracefully, cast a meaningful glance at Ye Jingtang before her figure vanished, leaving behind the words, "You who?" Ye Jingtang found the name peculiar, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, it resonated profoundly with her essence, delicate as jade, yet formidable as a tiger, not the ferocious kind, but rather the embodiment of the woman beneath the mountain is a tiger. Only after the lady's footsteps faded did Ye Jingtang approach the window to survey the scenic lake. Searching for the jade artifact he had cast aside, he noticed a maid traversing the lakeside, realizing that Mr. Jiao would surely be discovered if he ventured into the water to retrieve it. While contemplating a strategy, a maid from the royal residence suddenly rushed upstairs, clutching a robe and a sword. Ye Jingtang was taken aback that Prince Jing had not even granted him an audience, allowing him to depart without hesitation. He felt it inappropriate to insist on staying, glanced at the garden's lake, and resolved to retrieve the lost item as he made his exit. Unexpectedly, the maid did not escort him through the main entrance, but rather, stealthily and circuitously, led him through a side door used by servants, delivering him to the back street. As if shrouded in secrecy, in the grand hall of the central Black Yamen, the atmosphere was solemn. Several clerical officials tirelessly collated the reports, while the chief constable remained on standby, prepared to embark on patrols at the first sign of news. Dongfang Liren sat at the forefront of the hall, orchestrating the deployment of personnel. Following the assassination attempt the previous night, she had anticipated a summons from the Empress for reprimand, waiting for the imperial edict to arrive. However, to her surprise, no emissary from the palace appeared. Instead, a maid from the royal residence hurried into the hall and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, the sovereign has arrived." What? Dongfang Liren's composure faltered as she recalled the man concealed in her bed, and she anxiously inquired, "Is the sovereign at Mingyu Tower?" "No, she awaits you in the garden, urging you to come at once." Relieved, Dongfang Liren swiftly rose to adjust her robes. After exiting the grand hall of the Black Yamen, she softly instructed, "The maid understands." Once arrangements were made, she suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and, accompanied by her maid, gracefully traversed through Mingyu Tower to the royal garden, resplendent with blooming flowers. The royal garden was expansive, featuring a lake adjacent to Mingyu Tower, teeming with vibrant koi. Along the lakeside corridor, the Empress of the Great Wei, adorned in a crimson gown, reclined gracefully, holding a porcelain cup as she fed the fish. Several maids stood respectfully a short distance away, bowing their heads in anticipation of her commands. The Eastern Wanderer instructed her maidservants to withdraw, approaching alone. "Sister, what brings you here?" The Empress gazed at the koi in the pond, her tone imbued with affection. "You were attacked by rebels yesterday. Naturally, I came to see you. Please sit." The Eastern Wanderer hesitated briefly before taking a seat beside her. The silver robe of the plump dragon python she wore contrasted vividly with the Empress's crimson gown, evoking a sense of ice and fire. "Did you just visit me at the Mingyu Tower?" she inquired. "I noticed you were preoccupied with official matters in the Black Yamen, so I refrained from disturbing you." "Oh." The Eastern Wanderer sighed in relief. "I managed to evade any mishap last night, as the assassin has yet to be found. I assure you I will conduct a thorough investigation to capture the scoundrel." The Empress turned her head to regard her dear sister, who was guarding you last night. To fend off the blood bodhi, their skills must be considerable. The Eastern Wanderer refrained from openly scrutinizing the Empress, contemplating her reply. It was a new assistant from the Black Yamen, named Ye Jingtang, a scion of the merchant family from Tianshui Bridge. His martial prowess is commendable, and I intend to recruit him for a significant position within the Black Yamen. His vigilance is remarkable, and his loyalty is unwavering. Thus, he deserves to be entrusted with important responsibilities. The perpetrator remains at large, and should he infiltrate the palace and cause chaos, it would be difficult to explain to the court officials. I plan for Ye Jingtang to patrol the imperial city alongside the Black Yamen's experts. The Empress Dowager is timid and was startled yesterday, so he should focus on the vicinity of the Fusho Palace to ensure her a peaceful slumber. The Eastern Wanderer found it perplexing that while patrolling the palace was not particularly alarming, sending Ye Jingtang to the Empress Dowager's chambers felt akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, or rather, leading a sheep into the tiger's den. The Empress, weary of her secluded chamber, discovered that she could still find solace in sleep. This sentiment was not easily articulated. Thus, Dongfang Liren subtly remarked, "Last night, Ye Jingtang ensured my safety, though he sustained injuries. The Empress, having recently witnessed the vigorous Ye Jingtang, inquired with concern, "Is the injury severe? Shall I summon a physician?" "It is not too grave. He should be fit for his patrol duties." "I shall make arrangements shortly," replied Liren. "Indeed, the blood body is quite formidable. I shall send personnel to the imperial city, and since I dwell in the Wangfu, I feel somewhat uneasy. I will spend the next few days in the palace to accompany my sister, preventing distractions for those below." The Empress discerned her sister's desire to retreat to the palace and indulge in sweet moments with her beloved. She permitted Ye Jingtang to patrol the palace, subtly indulging his curiosity about the ancient tree without voicing any objections. "Very well. The state affairs have been quite burdensome of late. Your assistance will afford me some respite. Speaking of which, you are not a child anymore. Have you considered selecting a suitable husband recently?" Dongfang Liren straightened slightly. "Sister, why do you bring this up again? You have yet to find a companion. As your younger sister, I should defer any worthy candidates to you, rather than seize them for myself. Are you truly so bold as to utter such words?" The Empress gazed deeply at her younger sister, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. She averted her gaze toward the lake. "I merely fear you may act impulsively out of anxiety." "Sister, you worry too much. Why would I be in a hurry?" Liren followed the Empress's gaze to the fish feed scattered upon the water's surface, only to behold something extraordinary beneath the crystal-clear depths. A singular. The proud and noble countenance of Dongfang Liren froze, her eyes betraying shock and bewilderment. The Empress let out a gentle sigh. The items used within the boudoir, carelessly discarded, can be found scattered throughout the garden. I shudder to imagine how many are hidden in this abode. Could it be that the foolish Han Yu has tossed this at my doorstep? Have you lost your senses? The Eastern exile, realizing her sister's misunderstanding, hastily clarified. No, sister, please allow me to explain. This object was discarded by the Empress Dowager's orders. The Empress had witnessed Ye Jingtang obliterating evidence, and seeing her sister shift the blame onto the Dowager only deepened her frustration. Alas, you are no longer a child. It is quite natural to yearn for romantic companionship. If you have a gentleman in mind, do inform me. It is far more comforting than a cold stone. The Eastern exile, sensing her sister's disbelief and feeling an unutterable sorrow, could only meticulously recount the origins of the item, then coldly commanded, "Bring this object forth and dispose of it. Furthermore, drag Wang Qihu out and administer 20 strikes, should he ever again conceive such foolish ideas." The Empress had initially thought that her sister and Ye Jingtang had progressed to the level of intimacy requiring such implements. However, observing Li Ren's indignant and innocent reaction, she felt otherwise, and thus shook her head, saying, "Very well, Wang Qihu's intentions were also to rid the world of harm. I was merely jesting with you. Are you certain there is no one special in your heart?" The Eastern exile had no desire to engage in this conversation with her sister and quickly diverted. "No. Let us not discuss this." "Sister, you are fond of poetry. Have you recently composed any exquisite verses? Share them with me, and I shall provide my thoughts." The Empress leaned gracefully against the railing, her fingers gently caressing her fragrant brow, revealing a hint of helplessness in her expression. "Await the arrival of autumn on the 8th day of the 9th month, when my blossoms shall bloom, eclipsing 100 flowers. The fragrant aroma pierces through the clouds, enveloping the city in a golden armor. What do you think?" The Eastern wanderer, well-versed in poetry and prose, felt a weighty seriousness settle upon his brow upon hearing her verse. "Unnecessary," the Empress replied, casting a handful of fish feed into the lake. "Those in power must possess the capacity to embrace others. To restrict expression and to create a climate of fear resembling a literary inquisition only reveals one's own insecurities. I have never concerned myself with the scribbles of scholars. Sister, your insight is profound." Chapter 54. It was you who lost it. Leading the horse into the courtyard, he lifted his gaze to behold the white-feathered bird perched on the steps, surrounded by a collection of small wooden boxes filled with jerky and dried fish. "Chirp," it seemed to imply, perhaps requesting something. "Who provided you with such treats?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The bird spread its wings, gesturing towards the elder sister. Given the significant events of the previous day, it was only natural for the third lady to come and inquire after them. He ascended the steps, leaping nimbly to retrieve the concealed song of the dragon from the birdcage beneath the eaves. With Luo Ning and Jiunli absent, the solitude of his days felt rather dreary. After watering the flowers and plants that Ye Jingtang had planted for Luo Ning, he took the bird in his arms, preparing to visit the Tianshui Bridge to assure the third lady of his well-being. However, Before he could exit Dai Workshop Street, a swift horse galloped towards him, ridden by a black-clad constable who dismounted with urgency. "Young Master Ye, the Prince of Jing requests your presence." This time, instead of taking the clandestine route through the back door, the constable directly escorted him to the main street of the royal residence. Along the street stood the imperial guards, and outside the grand entrance of the palace, an air of formality prevailed, with numerous maidens in attendance. A figure adorned in a silver python robe, the enigmatic Eastern noble, stood on the steps, gazing into the distance. Ye Jingtang, spotting this from afar, swiftly dismounted and approached the imposing gates of the palace on foot, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to your highness," he declared. The noble waved a hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. With a smile, the Eastern noble welcomed Ye Jingtang, and together they entered the palace. Ye Jingtang, having noticed someone had arrived from the palace, initially suspected that Miss Yuhu had betrayed him. Before Prince Jing could inquire, he confessed his transgressions. "I must admit, I was rather indiscreet. Earlier, while wandering through Mingyu Tower, I discovered a Zetenwood box on the bookshelf, which contained." However, Ye Jingtang's explanation was abruptly interrupted as he noticed the aloof and regal Eastern noble suddenly halt, then pivot around, grasping his collar with fury in his eyes and brows furrowed in anger. The surrounding maidens quickly bowed their heads, shrinking back in trepidation. Ye Jingtang, somewhat bewildered, raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. "The item was not lost. I threw it into the lake." Suddenly, a soft thud resounded. The Eastern noble, nearly beside himself with rage, pressed Ye Jingtang against the intricately carved screen, gritting his teeth. "So it was you who discarded it?" Realizing the Eastern noble's ire was formidable, Ye Jingtang raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Yes, it was damaged?" The noble then expressed his frustration, revealing that he had just spent considerable time explaining to his sister why she had looked at him, as if to say, "How dare you deceive me?" It turned out the misunderstanding stemmed from this very incident. The Eastern departed was nearly ensnared, filled with a desire to chastise Ye Jingtang. Yet, recalling the events of the previous day when he risked his life to save her, she found herself unable to utter harsh words. After a moment of gritted teeth, she released her grip and regained the composed demeanor befitting a royal. "Why did you discard it? Was it seen by others?" "Just now, a palace maid came to pay her respects to Prince Jing and nearly stumbled upon us. I feared that this item being discovered might lead to misunderstandings about your highness in the palace. Thus I disposed of it." "Is the matter grave?" The palace maid, the Eastern departed, quickly comprehended the implication. Her sister had already encountered Ye Jingtang, which explained her earlier inquiries about her romantic interests. Judging by Ye Jingtang's demeanor, he seemed unaware of her sister's identity. The Eastern departed exhaled in relief. "It is not a significant issue. While wandering, I stumbled upon some unsavory items and discarded them into the lake, as it was unbecoming." "Did that palace maid see you?" Ye Jingtang, aware of Prince Jing's concerns, clarified. "She merely inquired about my identity. I feared the palace might misconstrue my presence at Mingyu Tower, but I have explained my background thoroughly. Your highness need not worry." Seeing this, the Eastern departed nodded, her expression returning to normal, and she inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling better?" "I am quite well now." "That is good to hear." The Eastern departed recalled the physician's advice and, after a moment's contemplation, casually asked, "You are handsome, skilled in martial arts, and possess a chivalrous heart. There must be many young ladies pursuing you?" "Indeed, quite a few. Back in Liangzhou, as early as 13 or 14. Matchmakers would come to propose, and some rather assertive young ladies of noble birth even attempted to claim me for themselves." The Eastern wanderer did not doubt the words spoken, and inquired with curiosity, "Does this mean you have many old acquaintances?" The prince jested, "I have but one beloved, who is currently absent from the capital." "Only one beloved?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern wanderer remained unperturbed, for Lady Wang had mentioned that this year, Ye Jingtang would certainly maintain his integrity and refrain from indulging in the company of women. Yet, he must engage with the fairer sex, and not just a few, lest he be overwhelmed by his desires. The Eastern wanderer hesitated slightly and delicately suggested, "Have you never considered seeking out a few more?" "What?" This statement not only bewildered Ye Jingtang but also startled Niao Niao. Ye Jingtang blinked, finding it rather difficult to endure the piercing gaze of the fiery princess. "Your highness." This, The Eastern wanderer realized that his words had led Ye Jingtang to misconstrue his intent, and fearing a misunderstanding, he hastily clarified. "It was merely a jest. I had thought you quite the libertine, yet it appears you are a man of singular devotion. Hiki, Ye Jingtang, unable to decipher the prince's meaning, found it quite challenging to respond appropriately. In the course of their casual conversation, the two traversed corridors and arrived at a pavilion by the Koi Lake. The pavilion was adorned with exquisite decor, surrounded by vibrant blooms, and draped with beaded curtains overlooking the lake. On the opposite bank, dancers in colorful attire performed gracefully to the music. Inside the pavilion, a long table was laid out with a plethora of delicacies, featuring a wide array of mountain treasures and ocean delights, numbering in the dozens, accompanied by several jars of aged wine. As the unfeeling rice-eating chicken strolled ahead of the two, it was momentarily captivated by the scene before it. Yet, mindful of the presence of outsiders, it restrained itself, merely gazing longingly without darting forward. Ye Jingtang sat upright, maintaining his composure and refraining from wandering eyes. Instead, directing a stern gaze at the overly familiar bird, Dongfang Li Run raised his wine cup slightly, offering a respectful toast. You have rendered meritorious service in safeguarding the royal presence. What reward do you seek? I have mastered the heavenly harmony blade and even employed it in battle against Qiu Tianhe yesterday, thereby establishing a form of mentorship. Understanding the implication, Dongfang Li Run responded readily. I am a man of my word. Your task has been accomplished, and I shall not place you in a difficult position. However, releasing him today is not feasible. The blood bodhi remains unaccounted for, and the capital is under strict lockdown. It would be unwise to release Qiu Tianhe from the dungeon too hastily, as it might distract the officials. In a couple of days, I will make the necessary arrangements. So you need not worry. Ye Jingtang felt reassured by the prince's promptness and continued, And what of the dragon-slaying order? Dongfang Liren blinked, adopting a serious demeanor. Initially, we agreed that you would exchange a set of sword techniques for the dragon-slaying order with me. Have I mastered the heavenly harmony blade? Ye Jingtang was taken aback, inwardly contemplating. How can one who is so clumsy and inept question me with such confidence? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, nodding instead with reluctant acceptance. I shall diligently ponder and practice the technique, ensuring that I impart the heavenly harmony blade to your highness at the earliest opportunity. After sharing a couple of drinks, Dongfang Liren suddenly recalled that Ye Jingtang was to depart, but the emperor had just summoned him to the palace for inspection. Ye Jingtang, are you anxious about attending to your family's business? Ye Jingtang, fearing that Prince Jing would leave behind matters concerning the Red Flower Pavilion, could only reply, the time has been set, albeit a bit hastily. Your highness has arrangements. Dongfang Liren sighed. The blood bodhi has yet to be resolved. And should chaos ensue within the palace, I would undoubtedly face impeachment from the ministers. I initially intended to request your assistance in standing guard at the imperial city for a couple of days. However, if you have pressing matters, it can be disregarded. Stand guard at the imperial city? I seem to have lost my urgency. To serve your highness is indeed an honor. Well, there are urgent matters at home, yet for the next couple of days, I shall be on patrol within the palace, so the timing does not conflict. Dongfang Liren nodded slightly, recalling the medical advice from Lady Wang, and felt compelled to speak up, saying delicately, the reigning monarch is a woman, with no consorts in the harem. There are not many taboos concerning men entering. While you are on patrol, should you come across a maid to your liking, you may freely express your interest to me. Your service in protecting the royal personage warrants a few attendants to assist you with tea and other duties. Ye Jingtang pondered this for a moment, sensing it was a test, and replied earnestly, Your Highness jests. Even if I required attendants for serving tea, I would not seek them within the confines of the imperial city. When did I begin patrolling the imperial city? Having consumed a few cups of wine, Dongfang Liren's cheeks took on a hint of crimson as he glanced at Ye Jingtang. Do you find it dull to drink with me and are eager to depart? Your Highness exaggerates. I merely fear that indulging too much might hinder my duties. The Eastern wanderer, upon encountering Ye Jingtang, was struck by his courteous demeanor, remaining unperturbed in the presence of enchanting beauties and fine wines, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. One could not help but ponder the nature of the woman who held his affections. The Eastern wanderer produced a waste token and tossed it to Ye Jingtang, stating that no one could predict whether the rebels would disturb the palace, and that it was prudent to act swiftly. Take this token from the king and seek out Shang Jianli. He will provide you with the necessary instructions. Ye Jingtang caught the token, rose, and bowed in farewell. Goodbye, Sister Fathead Dragon. With that, the pair departed the waterside pavilion, and the Eastern wanderer let out a deep sigh, his brow furrowed with complexity. Chapter 55. I am entering the palace. The hour had arrived. with only 2 quarters remaining until the evening bell would toll. Outside the Chaoan Gate on the eastern side of the imperial city, 10 temporarily assigned black guards, adorned with copper tokens, engaged in negotiations with the imperial guards before sequentially entering the palace gates. Ye Jingtang donned a black brocade robe, a sword at his waist, and walked among the 10 guards, while the little bird perched curiously on his shoulder. The group comprised 7 men and 3 women, all in their 30s or 40s, contrasting sharply with Ye Jingtang's youthful appearance, which made him resemble a mere apprentice. However, his notable achievements, such as capturing the wingless owl and repelling the blood bodie, earned him respect, with Shilong even treating him like a close brother, leading the way and sharing tales. There are many legends surrounding Chaoan Gate. Do you see that broken brick? In the waning years of the former dynasty, as the city of Yunnan fell, Emperor Gong of Yin fled through this very gate. He stumbled and fell severely, succumbing to his injuries within a few months. After the establishment of the great ancestor's reign, he preserved this brick as a cautionary relic for posterity, inscribed with the warning, "For a ruler's tyranny, there shall be divine retribution." Ye Jingtang ascended the outer city wall, absorbing tales of various events along the way, an emperor's self-inflicted demise, a prince's usurpation through a breached gate, and more. The imperial city was vast, with external security entrusted to the imperial guards, while internal safety was maintained by the shadowy guards. The 11 of them had entered the palace as a temporary reinforcement, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences within the royal precincts. Such tasks were not unfamiliar to the captains. With each segment traversed, pairs began to detach from the group, vanishing amid the uneven architecture. By the time they reached the corner tower of the eastern city wall, only 3 remained, standing beneath the corner tower. Ye Jingtang gazed over the inner and outer palace, inquiring, "Shall I accompany the 2 esteemed gentlemen, or remain here to keep watch?" According to the protocol of the Black Yamen, it was customary to operate in pairs for any assignment, prohibiting solitary action. Yet Ye Jingtang found himself without a companion, and Prince Jing had not designated a specific area for his patrol, rendering the arrangement somewhat problematic. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Jianli replied, "The responsibility of patrolling the imperial city is significant. We must prioritize our duties. Prince Jing has specifically summoned young Master Yi, albeit without explicit instructions, which indicates his trust in you. Young Master Yi may proceed with your own surveillance." Ye Jingtang, taken aback by the prospect of patrolling the palace alone, mused inwardly. Is this not akin to sending Sun Wukong into the peach garden? As a man, I find myself wandering alone within the palace walls, apprehensive. Lord Jing has appointed young Master Yi to this position, and we lack the authority to interfere. These matters are to be arranged at young Master Yi's discretion. However, there are certain protocols I must mention. The Yongla Palace, situated in the heart of the imperial city, serves as the sovereign's residence, guarded by the shadowy sentinels. We are strictly forbidden from entering the confines of the Yongla Palace for any reason, under penalty of death. We must convene here every hour to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The opportunity for Knight Jingtang to operate independently is rare. Upon realizing this, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "I shall patrol on my own. You 2 gentlemen may continue your tasks. We shall reconvene in an hour." With no further words exchanged, Shang Jianli and Shilong lightly touched their toes to the ground and gracefully leaped over the palace walls, vanishing into the cluster of buildings. The sound of the evening drum reverberated as the sun dipped below the mountains, and the palace gates closed in succession, ushering in an increasing tranquility within the imperial city. Outside the Chanan Hall of the Yongla Palace, a dozen maidens clad in light garments frolicked in the garden, engaged in a game of kuju. Among them, 2 striking figures stood out, the reigning Empress and Lord Jing. The Empress was not adorned in the dragon robe, but rather wore a red strapless bodice paired with a high-slit crimson skirt. As she dashed about, the graceful length of her legs was prominently displayed, her bosom enveloped by the bodice swaying with her movements. Her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones were fully revealed, glistening beads of sweat trickling down her neck, cascading into the deep valley of her décolletage, an enchanting scene that can only be described as sensuous. The attire of the Eastern figure is far more dignified, consisting of a pure white hunting outfit that leaves no part of the ankle exposed, presenting an image of gallantry that resembles a youthful emperor enjoying leisure with his beloved consort more than that of an empress. Laughter resonates within the Yongla Palace, while the Fusho Palace, located within the imperial city, remains shrouded in silence, rarely visited by anyone, with only the flickering of dim yellow palace lanterns swaying in the wind. casting mottled shadows of flowers and trees upon the walls. Fuzhou Palace, also known as the Western Palace, serves as the residence for the Empress Dowager and the Imperial Dowager, swiftly succumbing to solitude as night falls, with only a few faint lights illuminating the vast halls. In the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters, the presence of people is equally sparse. Dressed in a deep red home dress, the Empress Dowager kneels elegantly on a tea couch by the window, her left hand resting on the flowing sleeves while her right hand wields a paintbrush, meticulously sketching upon white paper. Her kneeling posture creates a strikingly voluptuous curve behind her waist, reminiscent of a masterful painter with a slender waist and ample hips. The silvery moonlight outside spills between her delicate eyes, revealing a hint of gentle amusement. The palace maid, Hong Yu, who has served her for many years, kneels beside her. With pigments such as vermilion and indigo laid out before her, occasionally presenting them to the Empress Dowager, her gaze fixed intently on the artwork, expressing mild confusion. "Your Majesty, what are you painting?" "You will know once it is finished," replies the Empress Dowager. Hong Yu, scrutinizing the image on the paper, can discern that it is likely a person, yet the figure possesses elongated eyes, vacant expressions, straight lips, and a sphere depicted upon its shoulder. Even after the painting is complete, Hong Yu remains uncertain as to whom it represents. Could this possibly be a handsome gentleman? "Ah, your perception is quite keen." The Empress Dowager exuded an air of grace and elegance, meticulously outlining the man's sword-like brows, and inquired, "How does my painting skill compare to that of Prince Jing?" Hong Yu straightened slightly, her expression peculiar. Prince Jing, having been tutored by the esteemed Master Xuanji, possessed mastery in various arts including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, exhibiting signs of surpassing his mentor. In the thriving cultural hub of the capital, he was regarded as a distinguished artist. As for the Empress Dowager, hailing from the culturally rich jianghu, she indeed possessed a modicum of skill in the arts, yet coming from a military lineage, her capabilities were merely modest. Hong Yu, reluctant to dampen the Dowager's evident enthusiasm, earnestly commented, "Prince Jing's paintings are excessively realistic, capturing the truth so vividly that they lack the essence and charm of artistry. Conversely, your paintings, though they may initially appear shrouded in mist, reveal their brilliance upon careful contemplation, akin to the ceaseless flow of clear river waters. Indeed, they reflect the elegance reminiscent of Master Xuanji, do they not?" The Empress Dowager, evidently pleased by this flattery, broke into a smile. Master Xuanji was not only the mentor of the female emperor's sisters, but also a revered sage from Yushu Mountain. Before her entrance into the palace, the Dowager had visited him, and later spent several years in the capital in his company, making him her closest confidant. Upon hearing Hong Yu's mention, the Dowager pondered for a moment and sighed. She merely indulges in her carefree life in the jianghu, seldom bothering to visit the palace. Alas, counting the days. She should be arriving soon. "Dear Empress, do not fret." The Empress Dowager meticulously sketched for a considerable time, and the figure of the man gradually took shape on the canvas. She scrutinized her work. It appeared passable, perhaps. The paper seemed a tad narrow. Or rather, the portrait was slightly misaligned, lacking centrality. The Empress Dowager blinked, pondering briefly, and reached for a paper cutter from the small table, intending to trim the painting to center the figure. Yet, before she could act, a voice echoed from outside. "Young master, you have taken a wrong turn." Chapter 56. The anxious Empress Dowager. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and the palace stood in tranquil silence. Snow-white birds hopped along the battlements of the palace walls, pausing to tilt their heads inquisitively at passers-by, their expressions clearly conveying a sense of boredom. Ye Jingtang, clad in a black brocade robe, walked along the city wall, his hand resting on his waist knife. Unbeknownst to him, he had circled the imperial city entirely, encountering the chief constable Shang Jianli and others along the way. The buildings within the palace complex were surrounded by lush flora, making it difficult to perceive the scenes between the structures. However, in the stillness of the night, sounds could be discerned. After completing a circuit of the imperial city, it was confirmed that those residing within the buildings adjacent to the city wall were the palace maids and eunuchs engaged in menial tasks. The southern city wall, facing the front of the imperial city, was bustling with personnel, while the northern wall, at the back, was sparsely populated. In the northwest corner of the imperial city lay a grand garden, presumably the imperial garden, where a few lights flickered within the nearby palaces. After meandering for quite some time, Ye Jingtang sensed no imminent danger, prompting him to lightly leap over the palace wall, landing near the Fuzhou Palace. Behind the wall was the laundry room, where numerous garments hung, predominantly women's attire, including several particularly exquisite pieces. Within the confines of the building, the sound of breathing could be faintly heard. As Ye Jingtang traversed the edifice, he assumed a guise of patrolling, boldly surveying the surroundings for any hidden sentinels. After a brief perambulation, the scenery gradually became more refined, revealing ahead a rather resplendent hall, with a millennia-old ginkgo tree standing prominently in the courtyard behind it. Scattered among the buildings were numerous palace maids, most of whom had already succumbed to slumber. Noticing the multitude of attendants, Ye Jingtang felt a twinge of trepidation. It was unwise to infiltrate without caution. Thus, he opted to observe the palace from a distance. From the vantage of the covered corridor above, he could discern the glow of lights within the hall. The left window was ajar, revealing a tapestry of flowers and foliage outside, while inside rested a tea couch adorned with a solitary candle. Upon this couch sat a noblewoman clad in a deep crimson home dress, poised and graceful as she knelt, delicately holding a brush as she rendered images upon paper. Beside her stood a maid of notable beauty, gazing longingly at her work. The noblewoman's visage exuded an enchanting charm, her age indiscernible, with an innate nobility reflected in her brows and large, sparkling apricot eyes that shimmered like twin stars in the candlelight. Though the noblewoman possessed an extraordinary allure, capable of making a young man's heart race with but a subtle bite of her lip, Ye Jingtang's purpose was far from that of a mere seducer. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the Ming Long Tu, paying little heed to her beauty. Instead, he scrutinized her attire, eager to discern the identity of this enigmatic figure and her intentions, pondering whether there might be an opportunity to traverse the hall and access the rear garden. The captivating noblewoman was clearly engrossed in her artistic endeavor, and as Ye Jingtang squinted to observe, he recognized the subject of her painting, a portrait that, by his artistic standards, was quite commendable, remarkably lifelike, save for the peculiar large bulge depicted on the shoulder. Ah, he realized. It represented the sun and moon upon her shoulder. The intent is indeed extraordinary. Why is half of it cut off? Oh, it turns out the drawing is askew. Could you not embellish it with some flowers and greenery as decoration? Knight Jingtang cast a peculiar glance, still trying to comprehend the situation when a voice arose from nearby. Young master, you have wandered into the wrong place. Turning around, a middle-aged woman emerged from behind the flower bed, her appearance unremarkable, dressed in the attire of a palace maid, with an official dagger hanging at her waist and a concealed guard's badge affixed. Knight Jingtang, patrolling with forthrightness, naturally felt no alarm and stepped out from the shadows. Inside the palace, the Empress Dowager, wielding a small knife to cut paper, heard the commotion and glanced out the window. Young Lan, what is the matter? Upon turning her head, she discovered a figure in the moonlit corridor. Peering closely, she discerned that the figure was a man clad in a black brocade robe, similarly bearing a concealed guard badge. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an austere demeanor, he clasped his hands in salute. I am Knight Jingtang, dispatched by Prince Jing to patrol the palace city. This is my first entry into the palace, and I am unfamiliar with the terrain. Knight Jingtang. Upon hearing this name, the Empress Dowager's expression shifted from surprise to a moment of daze. She glanced down at the vividly lifelike portrait of the handsome man. My heavens! The Empress Dowager secretly thought it was rather unfortunate, and promptly lifted the portrait, concealing it behind her waist. The attendant, Hong Yu, observed this and silently nodded. Acknowledging the Empress Dowager's quick response, she understood that such nonsensical drawings should not be exposed to the ridicule of outsiders. The concealed guard, Young Lan, wore a solemn expression as he scrutinized Knight Jingtang, inquiring, with the dark guards entering the palace for assistance, why are you alone instead of accompanied by another? Young Lan still wished to inquire further, but the Empress Dowager had already spoken. I am aware of him. Young Lan, you may withdraw. Understood. The night had grown late, and the Empress Dowager prepared to retire. With that, she vanished into the garden. The title Empress Dowager startled Ye Jingtang, who had not anticipated that this youthful beauty was the mother of both the Prince Jing and the Empress. It was no wonder she resided in such a grand palace. Surrounded by skilled protectors, any attempt to excavate the Minglong diagram behind the palace now seemed nearly impossible. Ye Jingtang, maintaining his composure, stood in the corridor and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Empress Dowager. I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with the surroundings, and I apologize for my intrusion. The Empress Dowager sat elegantly upon her couch, appearing dignified, yet her heart raced with anxiety. After all, she had just been imitating the handsome portrait of the Prince Jing. Should Ye Jingtang see her painting his likeness at such an hour? She would undoubtedly be perceived as a discontented and lustful Empress Dowager. Clearing her throat, she assumed a serious demeanor. Ye Jingtang, what did you observe just now? I witnessed you painting. It was quite well done, though I did not fully comprehend it. There was nothing unusual in the palace. I was patrolling the vicinity when I was called by that lady. I hope your majesty can forgive my intrusion. Seeing that Ye Jingtang displayed no signs of awkwardness, the Empress Dowager felt somewhat reassured, yet her unease lingered, for his position allowed him a clear view of what she had been painting moments ago. The Empress Dowager, unable to inquire directly, spoke with an air of gravity. My status is unique. Your unannounced intrusion tonight necessitates that you keep your observations to yourself. Should any whispers arise from the outside, I shall not show you mercy. Ye Jingtang nodded earnestly. Rest assured, your majesty. I shall act as though I have never set foot here. The Empress Dowager raised her hand slightly. You may withdraw. In the future, should you wish to patrol this area, kindly notify the palace maids in advance to avoid any abrupt entries. As you command, he replied, hastily taking his leave. Once alone, the Empress Dowager sat with composure, and when the hall outside fell into complete silence, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Retrieving a portrait from behind her waist, she cast a glance at it, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Meanwhile, Hong Yu, standing behind her, gazed longingly at the corridor. Your Majesty. That guard is the young gentleman who was in the carriage of the Jing prince yesterday, isn't he? He is remarkably handsome. Handsome, you say? What nonsense. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment before unfolding the portrait to inquire, Hong Yu, do you see any resemblance between this painting and the guard from earlier? What? Hong Yu was perplexed, yet she, being a maid serving the Empress Dowager, could not be lacking in wit. Her eyes widened in surprise as she carefully scrutinized the painting. So, the guard depicted is indeed the one you have painted. No wonder he seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he is strikingly similar. Just look at that nose, those eyes, that mouth. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Inwardly exclaiming, this is disastrous. She recognized that while Hong Yu's flattery contained an element of insincerity, it could not be entirely baseless, surely. At least a portion of her words held truth. Although she perceived her painting skills to be merely mediocre, even the somewhat foolish Hong Yu could discern a hint of resemblance. Naturally, Ye Jingtang could also recognize whose portrait was being rendered. Who else could it be but a man bearing a plump bird upon his shoulder? To paint someone's likeness under the cover of night, only to be seen doing so, would surely be a source of great embarrassment. Ye Jingtang shared a profound connection with Li Ren. Should he report this matter to her to avoid any suspicion? The Empress Dowager secretly observed her stepdaughter's romantic interest. If this information were to leak, how could she maintain her position as Empress Dowager? Given Li Ren's temperament, she would undoubtedly refrain from allowing her to venture outside the palace in the future. Should she perhaps press Ye Jingtang once more? No. If she were to be forthright with him, he might respond with something like, Your Majesty, you wouldn't wish for the matter of me painting your portrait to be known by the Jing Wang. Hong Yu chattered on for quite a while, only to notice the Empress Dowager frowning in deep thought. She raised her hand and waved gently, Your Majesty? Oh, it's nothing. Please inquire where the Jing Wang is this evening. I shall take a stroll. As you wish, Your Majesty. Chapter 57. A woman of no longer retainable age. Meanwhile, within the Yongla Palace, the lights gradually dimmed. Dongfang Liren possessed a demeanor that rivaled that of any man. Even at rest, she did not exhibit the delicate grace typically associated with young maidens. Lying steadily upon her pillow, hands neatly folded at her waist, her silver belly band embroidered with a python dragon rose high, and with her eyes closed in concentration, she exuded the commanding presence of a queen. In stark contrast, the Empress beside her was entirely different. The Empress, known for her nonchalant demeanor and carefree elegance, exhibited such traits even in her slumber. Adorned in a sheer red gown, the fabric was ethereal and translucent, revealing little beneath it. Her posture starkly contrasted with that of the nearby Prince Jing, as she lay languidly on her side. The drapery framing her voluptuous curves, reminiscent of an enchanting concubine favored by an emperor. After a period of playful antics, the Empress had succumbed to fatigue. Her eyes gently closed in slumber. However, as the night deepened into silence, Dongfang Liren, her sister, opened one eye to glance at the Empress before quietly rising. Where are you going? The Empress murmured lazily, turning slightly. I cannot sleep. I wish to take a stroll. Tomorrow there is court, and you should rest well, sister. Dongfang Liren exhaled softly in relief as she delicately donned her robe behind a screen, before hastening out of the chamber. Once Dongfang Liren departed, the Empress opened her eyes, a hint of resignation reflected in their depths. Observing her sister, it was evident that Liren had been touched by the heroics of Knight Jingtang. A royal prince, now grown, had found a favored suitor while concealing it from her. Was she afraid the Empress might interfere, or was she simply too shy to confess? After a moment of contemplation, the Empress discerned both reasons and shook her head subtly, rising in her diaphanous red gown. "Come in," she commanded. "Yes, your majesty," responded the maidservant who had been attending in the side hall, swiftly entering and bowing in anticipation of further instructions. "Assist me in changing. I wish to take a stroll." Of course. As the hour for lights out approached, the palace gradually dimmed its illumination. In the serene garden, a solitary figure accompanied by a bird wandered aimlessly along the path. The bird, weary from the all-night vigil, nestled upon the shoulder of Ye Jingtang, chirping softly, perhaps recounting tales of the earlier encounter with the enigmatic sister of ghostly symbols. Unperturbed by the meeting with the Empress Dowager, Ye Jingtang remained preoccupied with thoughts on how to acquire the coveted Ming Long Tu, and in his contemplations, he inadvertently circled the imperial garden. Upon checking the time, he realized it was necessary to rendezvous with Jiang Jianli and others at the corner tower to ensure safety. Thus, he turned back towards the northeast of the imperial city, accompanied by the bird. Yet, after traversing a few halls, he suddenly heard a faint melody drifting between the palatial structures, a haunting sound akin to the whisper of a flute, imbued with a sense of carefree wanderlust. Ye Jingtang paused, instinctively drawn to investigate this anomaly as a skilled master of the inner palace. He gracefully leaped onto the rooftops, stealthily guiding the bird along, until they arrived at the lotus pond beside a palace pavilion. The pond mirrored the moonlight and stars, with a scenic pavilion constructed nearby. Approaching the area, Ye Jingtang observed a palace lantern hanging within the pavilion, where two palace maids stood waiting outside. Inside the stone pavilion, a tall beauty adorned in a silver, plump dragon-patterned robe held a jade flute, gazing at the moonlit lotus pond while playing a melody. Her silhouette exuded an elegant grace, a blend of noble spirit and a distinctly feminine charm. The bird on Ye Jingtang's shoulder perked up, its eyes sparkling with excitement, and it swiftly flitted across the pond to alight beside the enchanting figure, opening its beak in search of a morsel. As Knight Jingtang beheld the scene, he too stepped into the corridor, gazing across the lake and offering a respectful bow. "Your Highness, Prince Jing." The Eastern Wanderer set down the jade flute, handing it to the palace maid behind her. "You may leave for now." "Yes," the maid replied, bowing slightly before departing the pavilion. Knight Jingtang, maintaining a steadfast gaze, approached the stone pavilion and glanced at the twilight sky. "The night has deepened. Why does your Highness not rest?" "I fear the blood bodhi has yet to be resolved, and am troubled by the potential unrest in the imperial city, rendering sleep elusive." The Eastern Wanderer, exuding grace and nobility, leisurely stepped out of the stone pavilion, strolling alongside Knight Jingtang by the pond, inquiring, "After patrolling for half a day, have you noticed anything unusual?" "The imperial city security is stringent. There are no signs of disturbance. There exists no place devoid of risk. It is precisely because we believe nothing will occur that unforeseen events may arise. We must remain vigilant and attentive." After casually imparting this advice, the Eastern Wanderer gestured towards the palace hall. "Do you know where we are?" Knight Jingtang surveyed the palace and shook his head. "This is my first visit to the palace. I can only discern the cardinal directions. To me, they all seem alike." "Where are we?" "This is Jiangbakung Palace. I resided here with the current sovereign during our childhood, and only after he ascended to the throne did he relocate to the royal residence." The Eastern Wanderer guided Knight Jingtang to the cluster of buildings beside the lotus pond, indicating the pavilion to the right of the main hall. "On the left is my private chamber, and on the right is that of the sovereign." Knight Jingtang surveyed the expansive courtyard, noting the abundance of flowers and the presence of wooden figures and weapon racks, reminiscent of a dwelling for martial-minded youths. Curiously, he inquired, "Does the current emperor also practice martial arts?" Royal offspring are indeed required to cultivate their physical prowess, and the emperor is no exception. However, his interest in martial arts is rather tepid. He prefers the pursuit of knowledge, came the reply. Knight Jingtang pondered this, recognizing that one destined for the throne would scarcely have the leisure to immerse themselves in martial training. Coming from the rivers and lakes, I am truly unfamiliar with the affairs of the capital, and martial arts as well. Back in Liangzhou's Honghe town, I found no avenues to pursue such skills. only to arrive in the capital and discover the extraordinary talents that abound. He recalled having heard scholars speak of countless masters within the imperial palace, along with many hidden manuals. Is it true? Dongfang Liren drew the Lihong ring-headed saber from Ye Jingtang's waist and practiced the Tianhe saber technique leisurely in the courtyard. The martial arts manuals have all been transferred to Mingyu Tower. While many are profound, the pinnacle of mastery is never found in the techniques or manuals, but in the individual. To become the best in the world, one must rely on one's own insight. Is that so? Ye Jingtang inquired further. I have heard from scholars that throughout history, masters seem to be vying for a particular diagram. Are you referring to the Minglong diagram? That artifact is not a martial arts manual, but rather a pathway to seeking immortality and enlightenment. Seeking immortality and enlightenment? Ye Jingtang expressed slight bewilderment as he gazed at the sky. Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? I am but an ordinary mortal. How could I claim to know whether such beings exist? However, the Minglong diagram is indeed no ordinary artifact. Within the palace lies a jade-bone Qilin diagram. Mastering it grants one the essence of Qilin bones. This prince has practiced for over a decade and has achieved some progress. At this point, Dongfang Liren became intrigued. Raising her fair fist, give it a try. Ye Jingtang genuinely wished to ascertain the prowess of the Minglong diagram. So he raised his fist and lightly tapped against Dongfang Liren's. The touch of the princess's hand was smooth and cool, akin to meticulously carved soft jade. To grasp it would be an exquisite sensation. Dongfang Liren felt as though her fist had merely been gently brushed against. Her valiant cheeks slightly reddening as she admonished, put some strength into it. Have you not dined? Do not mind my royal status. Oh. Ye Jingtang sensed something amiss and grew serious, his body trembling with intensity. Boom. In the moonlit courtyard, a sudden explosion reverberated. Chapter 58. The benevolent sister-in-law Ye Jingtang's steps widened, his arm muscles taut, and his black robe suddenly tightened. Boom. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, instantly bending the surrounding flora and lifting Dongfang Liren's long hair. The sound of the strike was thunderous. Ye Jingtang's gaze was sharp, drawing strength from the earth as he unleashed a powerful, forceful punch. What? Dongfang Liren, witnessing this formidable display, was taken aback, her face paling in shock. She swiftly raised the Chulong ring blade before her and retreated several steps, her eyes filled with trepidation. Even the nearby adorable bird sprang back in alarm. Ye Jingtang halted his punch, observing the once confident princess, and blinked. Do you still dare to challenge me? The Eastern exile was quite irked, believing that Ye Jingtang truly lacked any discernment. With a fierce glare, he exclaimed, You are instructed to exert yourself, and yet you prepare to strike this prince half to death? I shall remember that the Minglong diagram is indeed formidable. I seem to have forgotten that it was His Highness who was practicing it. What do you mean by that? Ye Jingtang retracted his fists, reluctantly clasping his hands in apology. It was nothing. I was indeed presumptuous. The Eastern exile was aware that Ye Jingtang regarded her as both inexperienced and playful, which left her feeling quite dissatisfied. She chose not to grant him further opportunities to test the resilience of her fists and instead resumed her practice of sword techniques. Do you wish to witness the Minglong diagram? Ye Jingtang chuckled softly, a treasure of the martial world. I naturally wish to behold it. However, it is said to be a forbidden item, one that grants dominion over the realm. If the king of Jing shows it to me, I fear. I believe in the concept of transcending to immortality, but gaining the realm is sheer nonsense. The tides of the world have never depended on a single individual or a specific martial art, but rather on the will of the people. As long as you perform well, I have no objection to letting you see it in the future. Ye Jingtang understood that it was not so straightforward and smiled in acknowledgement. I appreciate your favor, King of Jing. I must head to the corner tower to meet with Lord Shang and the others to report my safety. Would it be acceptable for Birdie to accompany your highness while I make my way there first? If the watchman fails to appear at the appointed time, others may mistakenly believe that something has gone awry. Dongfang Liren made no attempt to retain him, tossing the blade to Ye Jingtang. Alas. Ye Jingtang estimated that it would take at least a year and a half for him to master the dragon-slaying order. With a resigned nod, he sheathed his sword, offered a respectful bow, and swiftly departed from Jiangbakung Palace. As Ye Jingtang and Dongfang Liren exchanged martial skills in the courtyard, they remained oblivious to a scrutinizing gaze from atop a nearby palace pavilion. The Empress, adorned in a striking crimson gown, stood with her arms crossed, observing her younger sister and the handsome young men engaging in playful antics in the very courtyard where they had grown up together. A hint of nostalgia reflected in her eyes. In their childhood, Liren was fiercely competitive, reveling in her prowess with weapons, yet she was no match for her sister. The Empress, unreservedly teasing her, often called her a little fool. The masters under her command, out of respect for the Prince of Jing, would never dare to engage Liren in a straightforward manner, let alone indulge in playful banter. However, Ye Jingtang was different, possessing extraordinary looks and talents. He mirrored her youthful spirit, playfully teasing and frightening Liren, yet he understood her pride and knew when to yield, ensuring that she would not genuinely feel displeased. Such a man undoubtedly aligned with Liren's aesthetic sensibilities, which explained her unique regard for him, even daring to conceal this from her elder sister. After Ye Jingtang's departure, Liren gazed contemplatively in the direction he had taken, her expression revealing evident preoccupations. It was clear that she harbored feelings for Ye Jingtang, desiring to further their relationship. Yet, it appeared that he regarded her merely as a queen, showing no signs of affection and deliberately maintaining a distance. Contemplating this, the Empress furrowed her brow in silence. This indeed presents a significant dilemma. Her aloof demeanor and inability to express her emotions may compel her to pursue the one she cherishes. Yet it is likely that after 3 to 5 years of effort, she may end up with naught but unrequited feelings and a heart heavy with sorrow. The Empress pondered briefly, casting a glance in the direction where Ye Jingtang had departed, before turning to make her way towards a certain area of the imperial city. As dusk enveloped the palace, following 2 encounters, the hour had approached 10 o'clock in the evening. Ye Jingtang retraced his steps from the corner tower, hastening towards Jingfu Palace to spare Dongfang Binbin from waiting too long. Miss Yu. Ye Jingtang paused in the moonlit night, his expression one of surprise. The guards were tasked with interrogating any suspicious figures, and upon spotting the palace maid he had encountered the previous day at Mingyu Tower, who appeared to be burdened with worry, he positioned himself at the opposite end of the corridor and inquired with a tone befitting a sentinel. Who lingers here at such an hour? Miss Yu. In the corridor, the Daowei Empress, who had been waiting for an extended period, revealed a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, though her countenance remained laden with concern. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? Prince Jing commanded me to patrol the palace grounds. Might I inquire why you stand here alone? Have you encountered some trouble? Sighing, the Empress's brow furrowed with worry. It is nothing of great consequence. This afternoon, His Majesty was bathing in Kenyang Pool, and while attending to him, I inadvertently misplaced my jade pendant. A cherished heirloom passed down from my mother. Ye Jingtang frowned slightly. Then why do you not search for it? Why do you linger here? The Empress of the Great Wei delicately bit her lower lip, her demeanor exuding a captivating vulnerability that would surely leave the ministers and officials, who typically regarded her with trepidation, utterly astonished. Ye Jingtang was responsible for patrolling the palace grounds, aside from the emperor's sleeping quarters. He was permitted to traverse other areas openly, assisting the palace maids with various tasks, which fell well within the scope of his duties. This simple act was not one he would refuse. Very well, I shall accompany the young lady to search for it. Where did the jade pendant fall? He mused, deeming it a trivial matter and determined to locate the item first. Without delay, Ye Jingtang instructed Yu Hu to indicate the location of the Kenyang Pool and swiftly made his way there. Situated in the southwest of the imperial city, the Kenyang Pool was an isolated pavilion enveloped by lush greenery, surrounding a rather opulent hall. As the hour grew late and given its nature as a bathing area, it lay in serene silence, devoid of any human presence. Ye Jingtang approached the exterior of the Kenyang Pool with confidence, surveying his surroundings. Noticing the absence of eunuchs or maidservants on guard, he proceeded directly to the entrance and pushed open the grand doors. Inside, a multitude of exquisite screens stood tall, while along the edges lay sumptuous couches and golden incense burners. At the center was an indoor swimming pool, constructed entirely of white jade stone, impressively vast, with a layer of mist floating above the water's surface. To the east, a dragon-headed fountain gushed forth fresh water into the pool, presenting the appearance of a luxurious indoor hot spring. The obscuring mist made it difficult to discern the pool's depths, and the lack of light rendered the search for the jade pendant quite challenging. After a brief search along the pool's edge, Ye Jingtang, unable to spot the pendant, slipped into the water, submerging himself and holding his breath as he meticulously scoured the bottom. Chapter 59. I am doomed. Inside Gyeongbok Palace, the little bird perched upon the wooden figure, observing the plump-headed dragon sister practicing her swordplay, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, her head nodding slightly. This fellow. Why has tea arrived yet? Surely he has tea become entangled with the palace maids. Just as boredom began to set in, a palace maid hurriedly entered. Your Highness, The Emperor requests your presence at the Tianlang pool. Dongfang Liren paused, his sword momentarily halted. Has the Emperor retired for the night? I'm not certain, the maid replied. But it seems the Emperor is unable to sleep and wishes to bathe at the Tianlang pool, asking for your company. Dongfang Liren surmised that he had roused his sister from her slumber by rising in the dead of night. Without further ado, he sheathed his sword and entrusted the little bird to the maid. Take good care of her. When Ye Jingtang arrives, return her to him and let him wait here. Understood. Before long, Dongfang Liren, accompanied by the maid, traversed the corridors until they reached the Tianlang pool. Outside, 2 female attendants awaited the Empress's arrival and greeted her with a respectful bow. We pay our respects to your highness. Has the Emperor not yet arrived? The Emperor, enchanted by the beautiful moonlight, has taken a fancy to composing poetry and has asked that Prince Jing wait a moment. With a soft rustle, the belt was untied, and the silken silver robe slid from her shoulders, revealing a silver belly wrap adorned with embroidered dragons and delicate trousers. The plump-headed dragoness belly wrap was also loosened, unveiling 2 full moons within the chamber. Dongfang Liren, draped in a sheer bathrobe, approached the misty edge of the pool, cradling her ample figure with one arm, and dipped her toes into the water. With a splash, she found the water temperature quite agreeable, and with a graceful motion, she released her bathrobe and dove into the water. With a resounding splash, the dazzling sunlit pool sprawled before him, embodying the quintessential indoor swimming pool. Its shape was not merely rectangular, but rather elegantly oval, adorned with several crescent-shaped bays perfect for lounging. Ye Jingtang held his breath as he descended to the pool's depths. The dim light rendered it difficult to discern the conditions below. The bottom was embellished with pebbles, uneven and treacherous, making the search for a jade pendant quite arduous. Fortunately, after scouring nearly half the perimeter, he finally caught sight of the jade pendant nestled among the stones. A surge of joy welled within him as he surfaced to gulp a deep breath before plunging back down to retrieve it. To his dismay, the pendant was lodged in a crevice, and his fingers could scarcely penetrate the tight space. Without damaging either the pool's bottom or the pendant, he was left to gingerly maneuver it with his fingertips, attempting to coax it free. However, the pendant proved to be quite elusive, spinning in place and resisting his efforts. Ye Jingtang remained unperturbed, diligently working to dislodge the pendant. Yet, before long, he sensed something amiss, a flicker of light that aroused his suspicion. At the bottom of the shoulder-deep pool, the outside world was muffled, rendering it difficult to detect any subtle movements. This realization caused a flicker of alarm within Ye Jingtang, prompting him to glance upward through the murky water. Indeed, he discerned several glowing orbs shifting near the edge of the bath. The location where the pendant had fallen was positioned at the crescent bay, obscured from view by a white jade platform, preventing immediate detection of the light at the entrance. By the time he noticed, the luminous figures had already traversed half the distance around the pool. A wave of astonishment washed over Ye Jingtang, mingled with confusion. He had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings upon entering, noting the absence of any other individuals, and it was well past midnight, hardly an hour when one would expect visitors. Could it be the patrolling eunuchs? If discovered and expelled by the eunuchs, he certainly could not linger in the pool. Ye Jingtang pondered silently, realizing that he could only utilize his hidden strength to silently pry open the pebble and retrieve the jade pendant. He then cautiously peered over the crescent-shaped edge where he was reclining to ascertain the situation above. To his surprise, it was not the eunuchs he saw, but rather several palace maids in colorful attire, tending to a lantern behind a screen. As Ye Jingtang surfaced, he noticed a door behind the screen swing open, revealing the silhouette of a woman clad in a delicate white gauze bathrobe, ethereal and indistinct, beneath which. Oh no! However, the bathing area was surrounded by semi-transparent screens, and being submerged in water made silent escape a formidable challenge. If he were to expose himself, he would surely not be able to cleanse himself even by jumping into the Yellow River. Yet, remaining hidden and being discovered would mean certain doom. Just as Ye Jingtang contemplated his next move, he noticed a fair, jade-like foot emerge from the distance, gently swaying above the water's surface. With the aid of the light reflecting on the pool, he could see that the bare foot was remarkably pristine, with toes resembling exquisite jade. The lines of her form breathtakingly beautiful. Above the water's surface, a hazy expanse of whiteness unfolded. Could it be? Ye Jingtang realized that the woman seemed to have shed her bathrobe. At this moment, even the thought of revealing himself was fraught with trepidation. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to make a sound to alert her, a dull thud resonated, Splash. The once tranquil waters of the pool suddenly erupted in waves as the white figure plunged into the depths. Ye Jingtang was first struck by the sight of her elongated arms, followed by her strikingly handsome visage and flawless, fragrant shoulders. Although her entry into the water was poised, hardly stirring any splashes, her figure was decidedly not streamlined, creating considerable resistance at her chest. As he plunged into the water, he immediately beheld two soft, white forms parting the currents, creating ripples that danced with an almost rhythmic grace. The tumultuous waves surged forth, bringing with them an indescribable sense of oppression that struck him like a gale. This breathtaking scene left Ye Jingtang utterly stunned, frozen at the edge of the bath, his heart heavy as ash. Yet, upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, a flicker of relief washed over him. Thankfully, it was only Benben. No. That sentiment was misplaced. What was he to do now? While he might escape the death penalty, the torment of living with this threat loomed ominously over him. At that moment, he could only hope that the Prince of Jing would remain oblivious to his presence. Alas, it seemed the heavens would not grant him this wish. Dongfang Liren dove into the pool like a white fish, swimming forward a couple of strokes, and opened his eyes, preparing to glide towards the lounging area on the opposite side of the bath. However, the instant his eyes adjusted, he noticed something amiss at the crescent-shaped edge of the pool. A shadowy figure loomed. His heart raced with alarm as he scrutinized the scene, and through the dim light, he discerned a handsome face, shock etched upon its features. Gulp. Even the usually impassive Dongfang Liren could not suppress a startled cry, his disbelief fixated on Ye Jingtang, who was not far off. He instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, curling into a fetal position beneath the water, desperately shielding his most vulnerable areas with his legs. When Ye Jingtang realized that the Prince of Jing was glancing in their direction, he hastily shut his eyes and raised his hands, though no words escaped his lips. His gestures clearly conveyed, "I was wrong. I did not intend for this to happen." Upon recognizing the identity of the figure beneath the water, Dongfang Liren's face flushed crimson, a tumult of embarrassment and astonishment swirling within him. However, her calm demeanor in the face of adversity prevented her from succumbing to the typical panic of an ordinary girl. After shielding her vital areas, she suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within and swiftly lifted her head above the water. Splash! At the edge of the hot spring, several palace maidens gazed in bewilderment at the resplendent figure of the princess. Dongfang Liren's face flushed crimson as she fought to rein in her emotions and feign normalcy, commanding, "You all leave." Her voice trembled with the weight of her distress. The maidens, though puzzled, dared not inquire further. They bowed respectfully and departed the hall, their hearts brimming with confusion. Once the poolside was devoid of onlookers, Dongfang Liren's expression morphed into one of mortification and fury. She contemplated retrieving her garments from the edge of the pool, yet hesitated, fearing that her exposed form would be scrutinized. Perhaps it had already been seen. But she could not endure another glance. Dongfang Liren curled into a ball, floating in the water in an unusual posture, feeling utterly at a loss. Splash! A soft sound of water rippling emerged. A handsome male visage surfaced from the crescent-shaped water, his face marked by embarrassment, eyes shut tightly, hands raised high. As he turned away from her, Dongfang Liren ground her teeth in frustration. Observing Ye Jingtang's retreat, her internal shame and urgency slightly eased. Standing in the pool, with the water barely reaching her neck, she whispered sternly, You have quite the audacity." Ye Jingtang, bewildered, turned his back to her, attempting to explain, "I assure you, it was not intentional." How on earth could he clarify this predicament? Dongfang Liren's eyelashes fluttered as she gradually retreated toward the edge of the pool, coldly demanding, "What are you doing here?" Ye Jingtang came over to assist in locating the jade pendant. At this moment, if Miss Yu were to be summoned, Prince Jing would undoubtedly unleash his fury upon the palace maidens. Although he was in a precarious position himself, Ye Jingtang hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and explained, "I just encountered Lord Shang and the others, passing by this area when I noticed it was pitch dark, yet I heard the sound of splashing water. So I came in to investigate. To my surprise, I discovered it was a spring. I hid as soon as I saw someone approaching, and I had no inkling that His Highness would arrive unexpectedly. Wasn't His Highness practicing swordplay in jianghu?" Dongfang Liren harbored no belief in Ye Jingtang's excuse, yet she did not genuinely suspect that he was intentionally hiding here to spy on her. She had been summoned by her sister, and Ye Jingtang had no prior knowledge of it. Even if he had known, It was inconceivable that he would come to observe her bathing. If he truly harbored such voyeuristic intentions, he would not have been foolish enough to hide in the pool. Fortunately, her sister had not come. Otherwise, her sister had not come. Dongfang Yuhu, with her keen intellect. Dongfang Liren instantly deduced who orchestrated this predicament that had ensnared her. The person who could lure her here and deceive Ye Jingtang, aside from her omnipotent sister, was no one else in the palace. Had he lost his senses? How could he engage in such antics? I am your own sister. Despite realizing the reason and understanding that Ye Jingtang was also a victim, she could not let him off the hook for the inexplicable suffering she had endured. With her expression shifting, she clenched her silver teeth and coldly demanded, "What did you see just now?" Ye Jingtang had merely not looked closely, otherwise he would have seen everything. "I see nothing." The Eastern stranger, upon witnessing his refusal to acknowledge the situation, glared with a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a fool?" Ye Jingtang, feigning innocence, replied, "I truly did not mean to. I merely caught a glimpse of a silhouette and hastily closed my eyes." A silhouette? From where? Or perhaps all silhouettes? The Eastern stranger stood in the water, arms crossed, contemplating a reprimand for Ye Jingtang, yet his thoughts were so tumultuous that he struggled to articulate his words. "You." Fearing that Prince Jing would be humiliated and resort to drastic measures, Ye Jingtang cautiously ascended from the bath, simultaneously offering apologies. "I truly did not intend to, Before he could fully emerge from the pool, his speech faltered and ceased. The Eastern stranger's gaze sharpened. His arms still crossed defensively, but was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Is the Eastern stranger inside?" "Reporting to Her Highness, Prince Jing is currently bathing." Both individuals were taken aback. Ye Jingtang scanned the surroundings, seeking a place to conceal himself. However, it appeared the Empress Dowager was likely on her way to a side chamber to change, leaving no suitable hiding spots. The bath seemed spacious. Yet even the screens were semi-transparent, rendering it easy for such a large man to be discovered. Ye Jingtang gritted his teeth in frustration, contemplating a hasty escape through the window. However, the Eastern stranger quickly interjected, "No, there are hidden guards outside, and you are drenched. You will surely be discovered if you go out. Turn your head away." "Then what should I do?" The hurried footsteps of the Empress Dowager echoed, indicating her approach to the door without any intention of deterring to change. The Eastern exile found himself at a loss. Flicking his fingers lightly to extinguish several candle flames with droplets of water. In a hushed tone, he commanded, "Come down." "What?" "Quickly." "Oh." Under the scrutiny of the knight's fright, he took a deep breath and slipped back into the water to conceal himself once more. Chapter 60. The Dragon Riding the Face. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager, having been caught off guard while painting a portrait of handsome men by the knight's fright, felt a persistent unease. She instructed Hong Yu to inquire discreetly, and soon learned that Prince Jing and the Empress had yet to retire for the night, preparing instead for a bath at the Canyang pool. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager promptly made her way to the Canyang pool, only to find the prince's maid waiting outside, with no sign of the imperial entourage. Seizing the opportunity for a private encounter with Prince Jing, she hastily entered the grand hall. The hot spring was illuminated by only a few dim lanterns, casting a shadowy ambience, with the only sound being the gentle flow of the spring water. As the Empress Dowager, clad in a deep crimson gown, turned the screen, she beheld the alluring figure of the Eastern exile, gracefully floating at the center of the pool, playfully splashing the water, perhaps due to the warmth of the hot spring. His cheeks were flushed, rendering him strikingly beautiful. "Empress Dowager, what brings you here?" "I couldn't sleep tonight and heard you were here, so I came to take a look." "You need not rise." The Empress Dowager, standing at the edge of the bath, raised her hand to loosen her belt, intending to leap into the pool and join him in the hot spring. However, how could the Eastern exile acquiesce to such a notion? If the Empress Dowager were to disrobe and plunge in, it would no longer be a mere couple's bath but rather an act of profound impropriety, scandalous and morally corrupt. Seeing the Empress Dowager prepared for such an intimate encounter, the Eastern exile hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Wait." The Empress blinked her large eyes, her hand resting on her waist, appearing somewhat perplexed. "What is it?" "Well, the water is a bit hot tonight. I fear the Empress might not adapt well." "Hot, you say?" The Empress gracefully leaned forward, squatting at the edge of the pool, intending to test the water temperature with her hand. However, as she faced away from the entrance, her position was directly above the hidden figure beneath the misty water. Should she lower her head, she might inadvertently catch sight of the person lurking below. Oriental Lee's heart raced. Teetering on the brink of panic, in her desperation, she released her clasped arms and swam forward, swiftly approaching the Empress. The splashes of water echoed around them. Orientally pressed her hands against the edge of the pool, suppressing her shame and indignation, and in a calm demeanor, inquired of the Empress, "Your Majesty, unable to sleep at this late hour, do you have something on your mind?" The Empress nearly recoiled from the spray caused by Orientali's sudden movement, shifting back slightly. "I have no concerns of my own. I merely stopped by to check." Ever since you faced danger yesterday, I have been unable to put it from my thoughts. One must always be accompanied by guards in the palace." Orientali's expression remained unchanged, her silver teeth biting down discreetly. "Rest assured, they are always close at hand. Is that young Lord Ye, who protected you yesterday, still nearby?" Orientali felt as though she were treading on the very ground of that individual. "Yes, he is currently patrolling the palace." The Empress nodded slightly. Sitting sideways at the edge of the bath, playfully twirling a lock of hair by her ear. "How goes the patrol? Have you discovered anything unusual?" "No. Everything remains as usual." "That is a relief." Meanwhile, beneath the water, Ye Jingtang concealed himself against the edge of the bathing pool, unable to hear the words exchanged above the surface. In an effort to avoid further offending Prince Jing, he kept his eyes closed even at the bottom of the pool, waiting for the prince to dismiss the Empress Dowager. However, it wasn't long before he sensed the ripples approaching, and he slightly opened his eyes to observe. The imposing presence, without the slightest veil, boldly approached, crashing down upon him, pressing against the smooth jade wall of the pool. Faced with the magnificent sight so close at hand, Ye Jingtang felt a jolt of surprise, but what startled him even more was the situation at hand. In order to shield him, Prince Jing leaned over the edge of the deep pool. Ye Jingtang reclined against the wall, with the prince directly above him, naturally placing his hips in close proximity. To avoid contact, Ye Jingtang could feel the long, heavy legs stirring in the water, creating gentle waves. He turned his head away and closed his eyes, his heart pounding like a drum, constantly reminding himself to maintain his composure and resist temptation. It seemed that Prince Jing was aware of where his gaze might wander. In a moment of utter embarrassment, the prince leaned in closer, pressing his leg against Ye Jingtang's cheek, seemingly attempting to shield his eyes from sight. Realizing that he was being pressed against the side of his face, Ye Jingtang refrained from looking around, and the prince's taut leg muscles relaxed slightly. Ye Jingtang found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It seemed as though his ears brushed against a few strands of hair, forcing himself to concentrate and remain calm, waiting in silence. Yet, the duration of this waiting far exceeded his expectations. That young Master Yi, so young yet possessing such remarkable martial skills, is indeed extraordinary. I wonder what his character is like. Indeed, it is acceptable, yet one's experience in the world is rather superficial, making one susceptible to deception. At the edge of the bath, the Empress Dowager sat gracefully to the side, engaging in conversation for a considerable time. Observing that Ye Jingtang displayed no inclination to betray her, she felt a sense of relief. The Empress Dowager lowered one side of her garment, revealing her delicate shoulder and a hint of sumptuousness, wishing to join Dongfang Liren in the bath. However, as soon as this gesture was made, Dongfang Liren's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily assisted the Empress in adjusting her collar to prevent an inadvertent reveal. "Do not," she urged. The Empress Dowager, perplexed, inquired, "Why? Does mother not wish to join in the bath?" Dongfang Liren, at a loss for how to explain, felt her mind racing and swiftly diverted the topic. "No. It's just that a poem came to mind, one I believe the Empress Dowager would appreciate. Might you fetch me some paper and a brush?" The Empress Dowager, hailing from the culturally rich jianghu, had some knowledge of poetry, though her interest was not particularly fervent. Nevertheless, upon hearing Dongfang Liren's request, she felt compelled to oblige. Turning to the palace maid outside and instructing, "Hong Yu, bring me paper and brush." "Understood." Soon, the maid Hong Yu hurried in with a tray containing the necessary writing tools. The Empress Dowager assisted in grinding the ink while Dongfang Liren leaned against the edge of the bath, holding a fine brush and inscribing characters upon the white paper. To prolong the moment until her unscrupulous sister might discover her awkward predicament and extricate the Empress Dowager, Dongfang Liren wrote slowly, each stroke carefully contemplated, pausing after each line to reflect earnestly. "As autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, I witnessed the blooming of flowers amidst their demise." The Empress Dowager, initially casual in her demeanor, gradually adopts a solemn expression as she picks up the paper to savor the verses. "This poem is indeed quite ominous. Who penned it?" I have heard from the emperor that it was written by a gifted scholar. If the Empress Dowager is intrigued, she may inquire with his majesty. The Empress Dowager scrutinizes the lines on the paper with earnestness, lamenting, as the Empress Dowager, how could I inquire about the appearance of a scholar? Alas! You cherish martial skills and have the fortune to encounter a man of extraordinary prowess like Ye Jingtang. The emperor adores poetry and literature. Thus he might meet a talent who is both illustrious and ambitious. Dongfang Liren perceives that the Empress Dowager is beginning to indulge in self-pity once again. Just as she contemplates her words of consolation, she suddenly feels a gentle nudge on her calf. Surprised, Dongfang Liren instinctively thinks that Ye Jingtang might have finally abandoned his gentlemanly conduct, but soon realizes that it is not Ye Jingtang who is nudging her, but rather someone attempting to alert her. What is the warning about? Dongfang Liren ponders silently, abruptly realizing that she and the Empress Dowager have been idly conversing for quite some time. Practitioners of martial arts possess profound internal energy. Certain formidable masters skilled in breath control can thrive in water for months, and it is not uncommon for ordinary martial artists to hold their breath for a couple of hours. However, this internal practice requires training. Although Ye Jingtang appears to be highly skilled, Lady Wang mentioned his disrupted energy channels, indicating that he has not practiced such techniques. Remaining submerged for so long without breathing may have pushed him to his limits. If he is not allowed to surface, he could very well faint from suffocation. In the heart of Dongfang Liren, anxiety surged as she refrained from allowing the Empress Dowager to enter the water, a decision that felt increasingly awkward. She could not possibly expel the Empress. This wretched sister of hers, had she not noticed the Empress's arrival, or was she deliberately seeking to expose the situation, thereby causing her to lose face before the Empress? If the Empress were to witness her and Ye Jingtang indulging in a couple's bath, it would be impossible for her not to marry Ye Jingtang. She might even be granted a marriage decree by morning. Dongfang Liren suspected that her sister's continued absence was likely a calculated move to force the Empress to stumble upon her embarrassing predicament, compelling her to marry swiftly. Dongfang Liren did not shy away from the idea of marriage. However, she could not envisage concluding her maidenhood in such a mortifying manner. Moreover, Ye Jingtang had a beloved, someone who seemed genuinely infatuated. How could she possibly become the villain who usurped love through power? Chapter 61. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Dongfang Liren felt a rush of urgency as her leg brushed against Ye Jingtang's cheek, the heat emanating from his face becoming palpable, while his hand playfully patted her leg twice. If Ye Jingtang were to faint, he would undoubtedly drift away from her. She certainly could not risk drowning him by keeping him pinned down. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and gazed toward the Empress Dowager's back. In a moment of reckless impulse, Dongfang Liren raised her hand, contemplating the audacious act of rendering the Empress Dowager unconscious. Fortunately, her sister was not entirely incompetent. A commotion suddenly erupted outside. Empress Dowager, His Majesty cannot attend, having just composed several exquisite poems. We kindly request that the Empress Dowager and Your Highness proceed to Yongla Palace for an appreciation. Dongfang Liren promptly withdrew her wayward hand, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. What was the matter? Dongfang Liren replied with a bright smile. Oh, nothing at all, merely a momentary distraction. The Empress Dowager decided to leave first, instructing her maidservants to follow her away from the Canyang pool. The sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. While the maidservants who were about to assist Prince Jing in dressing were promptly dismissed, Dongfang Liren's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and white. Still unable to calm her emotions, she noticed the man she had been restraining with her legs exhibiting signs of restlessness, as if instinctively yearning to resurface. Fearing for Ye Jingtang's safety, she swiftly leaped from the bath, wrapping herself in a thin blanket, transforming herself into a cocoon figure. Desiring to assume a regal and commanding presence, she attempted to stand tall but, perhaps due to her prolonged immersion in water, found herself unsteady and opted to sit upon the concubine couch. Observing the stillness in the water, Dongfang Liren flicked her fingers and tossed out a chess piece. Plop. When there was still no sign of Ye Jingtang, she threw in another piece. Plop. Splash. Soon, Ye Jingtang emerged from the water, gasping for air. Huff. Huff. After glancing around, he spotted her seated on the concubine couch and leaped ashore. You, come here. Dongfang Liren tightly clutched the blanket. Even wrapping her toes, her face flushed with embarrassment and her brows furrowed. Ye Jingtang wiped the water from his face, striving to maintain an air of composure as he approached her. Your Highness, I assure you it was not my intention. Does it make a difference? The Eastern Liren bit her silver teeth tightly, unable to meet Ye Jingtang's gaze, and turned her head aside, peeking at this prince while bathing. and forcing me to confront the Empress Dowager. Were it not for the fact that you once saved me, I would have had you flayed alive. Ye Jingtang, feeling quite innocent, could only sincerely apologize. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Your Highness. Eastern Li Rin scrutinized Ye Jingtang for a moment, fell into a brief silence, then shifted her gaze elsewhere, her lips moving in hesitation, unsure of what to say. Noticing the droplets of water adorning the prince's face, Ye Jingtang turned to fetch a towel from the table and offered it to her. Eastern Li Rin intended to reach out and take it, but as she moved her hand, a chill swept over her chest, exposing a large expanse of skin, prompting her to clutch the thin blanket tighter. Why are you still here? Are you waiting to see me dress? Ye Jingtang gestured towards the outside. Did you not mention that there are hidden sentries outside? Can I not leave now? Eastern Li Rin found herself at a loss for words. With her presence here, the sentries would undoubtedly be on guard around the Kenyang pool. To leave unnoticed, she had to be the one to depart first. After a moment's contemplation, she stood up and, resembling a leaping zombie, hopped behind the screen to dress herself. This scene was rather amusing, yet Ye Jingtang, on the verge of being taken to the bathing room, dared not laugh, and simply turned his back, peering through the semi-transparent screen. Eastern Li Rin observed Ye Jingtang's respectful demeanor and secretly sighed in relief. You were assigned to patrol the palace. And look how it turned out. On your very first day, you sneak a peek at me bathing. Your skills are indeed impressive. Ye Jingtang, feeling the palace to be quite peculiar, could only explain helplessly it was truly an accident. From now on, I shall patrol the city walls, ensuring that such an incident never recurs. What brings His Highness here? I presume this place would be deserted at such an hour. The Eastern exile could hardly disclose that she was deceived by her unscrupulous sister. Coldly, she remarked, I have trained rigorously and now require a bath. Never mind, you need not enter the palace for patrols any longer. If you continue your reckless behavior, you might inadvertently offend the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Very well. I shall not set foot in the imperial city without your permission henceforth. As for today's events, I shall atone for my misdeeds. Agreed. From this moment on, you shall be appointed as the deputy commander of the Black Yamen, and you shall serve me dutifully. Your Highness, that is not permissible. Upon turning, he discovered a tall, resplendent beauty concealed behind a sheer screen. Although the veil rendered the view less direct than that beneath the water's surface, the lack of illumination below made her features less discernible. Ye Jingtang's expression froze, his words abruptly ceasing. Just as the Eastern exile lowered her guard, Ye Jingtang scrutinized her closely, his brows furrowing in indignation as he hastily wrapped his arms around the thin blanket, shielding himself. Well, to relieve Prince Jing of his burdens is a duty I cannot shirk. However, my skills lie solely in martial arts. I am capable of arduous tasks. Yet the responsibilities of an official are beyond my capabilities. Moreover, I have only recently arrived in the capital, and to be suddenly assigned such a high-ranking position, claiming no particular relationship with Prince Jing, would not be believed by the people of the Black Yamen. As a man of stature, I must rely on tangible achievements to walk the path of officialdom, thus earning the respect of the populace. Very well then. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your mission to accumulate merits. Should you dare to be indolent. Ye Jingtang sensed that Prince Jing was somewhat lost in thought. His words disjointed, and thus felt it inappropriate to refuse. He replied gently, that is certainly agreeable. However, I have some matters to attend to at home. Would it suffice to commence next month? Very well. As for today's transgressions, there is no need for further discourse. Let it end here. Dongfang Li Rin raised a hand to interrupt, restoring her former regal and aloof demeanor as a royal. Should you dare to divulge this matter, I shall have you sent to the palace as the Grand Eunuch. A chill ran through Ye Jingtang, and he nodded slightly. Your Highness, rest assured. I shall remain tight-lipped. Dongfang Li Rin exuded an air of authority and nobility, yet her cheeks, akin to ripe apples, betrayed her composure. In an effort to conceal any unseemly expression, she sought to continue the conversation. As you guard me, you will be perceived as my own in the eyes of the Green Bandits. They will undoubtedly attempt to harm you. Therefore, when venturing out, be vigilant of your safety. I appreciate your Highness's concern. After a prolonged moment, Dongfang Li Rin subdued the tumultuous emotions within and turned to exit. Your Highness, do you have further matters? Shall I still proceed to Jiangbakgung Palace to instruct His Highness in swordsmanship? Chapter 62. Young Master Yi, are you well? Under the silvery moonlight, within the depths of the imperial city, a woman clad in red stood silently, holding a palace lantern. The Empress withdrew a handkerchief from her sleeve and approached. Young Master Yi, are you well? Knight Jingtang was preoccupied with thoughts of big, and whether the valiant Lady Luo would take his life upon learning of his predicament, leaving him somewhat distracted. Upon spotting Yu Hu, he set aside his chaotic thoughts, took a handkerchief to wipe the moisture from his face, and retrieved the jade pendant from his sleeve. No worries, I found the pendant. I noticed someone heading towards Kenyang Pool earlier. You weren't spotted, were you? You haven't betrayed my trust. The Empress, unsure whether to deem Knight Jingtang overly chivalrous or simply foolish, felt akin to a mischievous sister-in-law deceiving her naive brother-in-law. After a brief silence, she tucked the jade pendant away. Thank you, young Master Knight. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Yet, at that moment, Knight Jingtang had no inclination for light-hearted banter with the lady. The Empress smiled, her lips curving like water, and bowed gracefully. It is truly troublesome for you. Young Master, your kindness shall not be forgotten, and I shall repay it in due time. Ah, the moon hung high above, and the palace was devoid of human presence. This unforgettable night had finally settled into a profound silence. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, the oppressive sensation from Prince Jing's plunge into the water lingered in his mind, accompanied by the faintest memory of tactile sensations. This was not mere infatuation. The impact was simply too overwhelming. Any man, faced with such a scenario, would surely find it difficult to sleep for days. Attaining tranquility only after much turmoil, something he clearly was not, suddenly thrust into this unexpected romantic entanglement. If Prince Jing were to hold him accountable, there would be no escaping it. What shall I do? The night alarm hall was in turmoil, with thoughts in disarray, as he could scarcely ponder the matter of the Minglong map. Fearing the arrival of Prince Jing, he hastened to Gyeongbok Palace for a glance, only to find a foolish palace maid dutifully cradling a bird, devoid of any sign of Prince Jing. Although he was aware that it was improbable for the prince to return, he still lingered in the courtyard, adhering to the maid's message, lost in contemplation of various martial arts. Meanwhile, within the emperor's sleeping quarters in Zhongli Palace, an odd atmosphere enveloped the space following a series of chaotic events involving the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Prince Jing. In the stillness of the night, the hall lay quiet, illuminated solely by the gentle moonlight and the flickering palace lamps. Upon the expansive dragon bed, three women of varying yet alluring physiques lay side by side on the pillows, appearing to be in slumber. After arriving at Yongla Palace, Dongfang Liren had meticulously crafted his words, preparing to unleash his ire upon the Empress. At this moment, Dongfang Liren was clad in a silver-white nightgown, wrapped snugly. Resting on the outer side of the bed, her back turned to the two, her expression betraying a hint of displeasure. Embodying a demeanor of "I am quite upset," a multitude of thoughts swirled within her. How unfortunate to be burdened with such a foolish sister. Just earlier, Ye Jingtang had exhibited commendable restraint. In such circumstances, he knew well enough to turn away and close his eyes. Yet even in refraining from looking, he had still been gazed upon. Would Ye Jingtang's beloved be angered if she were to learn of the incident between him and myself? Undoubtedly, she would be vexed. Women outside do not possess the same understanding as I do. As long as no fault lies with Yu Jing'ang, he shall not face punishment. If Yu Jing'ang is truly enamored, would he hold me accountable if he were to be scorned by his beloved due to this incident? I certainly did not wish for you to witness this. It is your own folly that led you to be deceived by your sister. It is entirely her fault for committing such a foolish act. The more Dongfang Liren pondered, the more agitated she became, and she could not help but discreetly nudge the Empress with her elbow beneath the thin blanket in a fit of frustration. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Empress Dowager, donned in a deep red nightgown, lay at the innermost part of the bed, occasionally turning over, lost in her own thoughts. Would Ye Jingtang be troubled if he discovered that I had been sketching his likeness? Even if he were not troubled, how humiliating it would be for a dignified Empress Dowager to be caught in the act of drawing a man's portrait. After an indeterminate span of silence, the Empress Dowager turned once more, casting a glance at the steadfast Empress and the sideline King Jing. Why have you two exchanged your usual sleeping postures? Was it not the case that Liren always lay so properly before? Tomorrow, there are state affairs to attend to, and the Emperor has yet to rest. As both of you remain awake, how can I find rest? The Empress Dowager, unable to sleep, propped herself up, curiosity getting the better of her. Your Majesty, the poem you received today, who penned it? The Eastern Wanderer, with keen ears, also listened intently. Though her interest did not lie with the poet, but rather with a certain individual, a young master named Ye Jingtang, from a household across the Tianshui Bridge. known for his virtuous character and exceptional abilities, worthy of great responsibility. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the chamber. The Empress Dowager's curious expression froze, her gaze darting between the Empress and Prince Jing, pondering if perhaps these sisters had developed feelings for a man. In that case, the wanderer might be out of luck. The Empress offered no explanation, turning her back on the Eastern wanderer. The latter, gritting her teeth in silence, also turned away, presenting the Empress with the back of her head. Seeing the sisters trapped in a cold war, the Empress Dowager sensed the awkwardness of the situation. Like a gentle and caring single mother, she sought to mediate. "Oh, dear sisters, why are you quarreling? Is there not a better way to communicate?" Though her words were soft, her bright eyes sparkled with the chaotic fire of gossip. Chapter 63. Inquiry and Retribution. As the sun rose and set, it was already the afternoon of the following day. The small courtyard of Shuanggui Alley had grown considerably quieter with the departure of the valiant Miss Luo and the young Yunli. Beneath the melon trellis, a hint of green shoots had begun to emerge, yet it remained unclear what they would ultimately become. The window of the chamber was shut, rendering the little bird unable to venture forth. It lay sprawled on the bed with its claws raised towards the heavens. Casting a glance at the immobile figure of Ye Jingtang, inevitably reminiscing about the sisterly figures who used to feed it, the little watermelon sister, the ample-bosomed sister, the chubby dragon sister, and the egg sister. Chirp! The little bird lifted its claws and nudged Ye Jingtang, signaling that it was time to eat. Alas, there was no response. Ye Jingtang sat cross-legged by the window, deeply engrossed in his own thoughts, attuned to the subtle changes within him. Although he could not articulate it clearly, after extensive study of the Ming Long Tu, he sensed a peculiar qi circulating within his body. This qi was distinctly different from the martial inner strength cultivated in the Dantian. It was more elusive and even seemed to be a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, as he practiced according to the guidance of the Ming Long Tu, this illusion would manifest. After numerous attempts, Ye Jingtang was certain that there was indeed an invisible and intangible energy within him. As for its effects, he had yet to perceive them. However, according to the explanations of Prince Jing, practicing the Long Xiang Tu could endow him with immense strength, likely enhancing his musculature and fortifying his physique. Coo coo coo. The sound resembled a chicken's crow, yet it was entirely out of tune. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the little bird perched on the windowsill, raising its head. No, it had no neck. It should be raising its head in his direction, cooing at him. Ye Jingtang sighed with resignation, retrieving a box of dried meat from the drawer and placing it before the little bird. To his surprise, despite having spent the entire night awake, he felt neither fatigued nor drowsy. Rather, he was invigorated. It seemed that the Ming Long Tu was indeed extraordinary. He positioned himself carefully, attempting to continue practicing the dragon-elephant diagram, but before he could fully immerse himself, he heard a series of knocks. Thud, thud. Is that a knock at the door? Thud, thud. The sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing the noise, the bird, filled with vitality, began to open the window by itself. Ye Jingtang concluded his meditation, donned his robe, and opened the courtyard door, only to find San Yang standing at the entrance, holding a food box. Dressed in her usual attire, a waist-length skirt complemented by appropriate hair accessories, she resembled a capable woman of a distinguished household. However, her makeup was slightly different. She had meticulously prepared herself before stepping out, her lips adorned with a captivating cherry-red hue that glimmered in the slanting sunlight, reminiscent of freshly picked cherries. It's already afternoon. Why are you still asleep? Where were you last night? Pei Xiangjun furrowed her brows, her gaze laced with a hint of melancholy, resembling a wronged wife confronting her husband for his late return. I was tasked with patrolling the palace city last night and didn't sleep a wink. Please, go ahead, replied Ye Jingtang. Pei Xiangjun had visited Ye Jingtang 2 nights prior, and after 2 consecutive nights of his absence, she began to worry, suspecting that he had been taken away by Prince Jing. After all, losing a skilled man to a wandering heroine of the martial world wouldn't significantly affect the Red Flower Pavilion. However, if he were to be taken by the princess, the assets of the Qinglong Hall could very well become part of Ye Jingtang's dowry. Noticing Ye Jingtang's lack of vitality, she approached him and felt his wrist for a pulse. Just after a mishap yesterday, you were summoned to patrol the palace city. Does the court intend to exploit your talents to the fullest? Is this how it works, where the capable bear the burden? Prince Jing recognizes my abilities, which is why I have been entrusted with such responsibilities. Those capable should bear more. Pei Xiangjun, observing the robust pulse of Ye Jingtang, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She entered the main room and set down the food box in her hands. Miss Ning has departed. With no one left to prepare meals, what purpose does it serve to remain here? The Pei residence is vast enough, and it hardly lacks for chopsticks. Having grown accustomed to solitude, the presence of so many women in the household is quite inconvenient. Are you afraid that the maidservants will take advantage of you? Sighing, Ye Jingtang shook his head with a light laugh. He opened the food box to reveal a carefully prepared meal along with a small pot of wine. At once, Niao Niao perked up, darting across the courtyard to alight upon the table. Pei Xiangjuan cradled Niao Niao in her arms and inquired, as Ye Jingtao savored his meal. He recounted his encounter with Shui Putu briefly, adding, I once thought highly of the master's prowess, yet in actual combat, it amounts to little. If my knife techniques were fully realized, he would fall at the first glance. Shui Putu is a seasoned rogue of the jianghu, likely in his 60s or 70s. He retreated from the world over a decade ago, and yet he can still match you. This only speaks to his enduring vigor. To this, Pei Xiangjuan cautioned, when the situation turns dire, use a gun if necessary. If the court discovers your identity, you can always abandon the Tianshui Bridge estate and establish a new base elsewhere. Money can be earned anew, but life, once lost, is irretrievable. Ye Jingtao replied with a smile, I know my limits. Should I find myself in mortal peril, I would not hesitate to reveal my techniques. How long must you oversee matters at the palace? Li Xiangzhu and the others have already set out, and the boat arranged by the family awaits at the dock, ready to depart at any moment. I have already spoken with Prince Jing. There is no need to enter the palace today. If there are no matters to attend to tomorrow, we shall set off. The two engaged in idle chatter for but a brief moment when suddenly, the sound of wheels echoed from outside the alley, accompanied by Xiuhua's voice. Ah, a humble woman pays her respects to Prince Jing. No need for formalities. Is Knight Jingeng inside? Indeed. He is with our master. A pair of opulent carriages halted outside the alley, and a tall, exquisite beauty emerged from the carriage, escorted by a white-haired matron. Dongfang Liren was still clad in her imposing dragon-patterned robe, but her hair was styled in an elegant fashion befitting a scholarly maiden, adorned with a pearl hairpin, and her lips painted in a rich crimson, exuding an air of nobility that brightened the entire dilapidated street upon her arrival. Dongfang Liren gently raised her hand, signaling Xiuhua to forego her formalities, before leading the matron into the secluded alley. Shuangguo Alley, aged and worn, bore witness to the decay of over a dozen houses along its path. Had she not come herself, she might have remained unaware of such a decrepit part of the capital. She intended to notify the Ministry of Works to renovate this street. Yet, renovation could only offer a temporary remedy. The dying street had once thrived during the previous dynasty, but post-establishment of the new regime, in order to facilitate management, various workshops had relocated to the western part of the city, causing this area to gradually decline. To revitalize this place, in her humble opinion, it would require the establishment of a specific trade here. As they conversed, a small bird flitted onto the wall, flapping its wings in greeting. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dongfang Liren's lips curled into a faint smile as she raised her arm to catch the bird, gazing toward the courtyard gate. At that moment, the gate swung open, revealing a man and a woman stepping forth. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman possessed a delicate elegance, resembling a pair of enchanting newlyweds. Dongfang Liren blinked, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Pei Xiangjuan. Your Highness, I am Pei Xiangjuan, a humble woman, she greeted respectfully. Who might this young lady be? Knight Jingeng approached with warmth. Introducing, this is the esteemed matriarch of the Pei family, known to outsiders as Pei Sin Yang. I wonder if your Highness has heard of her. Dongfang Liren, having acquainted himself with Knight Jingtang and the Pei family, was aware that the head of the family was a woman. Seeing her in person, he was pleasantly surprised. I have indeed heard of her, but I did not expect her to be so youthful and beautiful. Pei Xiangjuan curtsied. Your Highness bestows too much praise. I heard that Jingtang encountered an unfortunate incident the other day, and I came to pay a visit. Well, I shall take my leave now. Your Highness, please do enter. Dongfang Liren instructed the elderly matron with white hair to wait outside, cradling the little bird in his arms as he stepped into the courtyard. Upon noticing the flowers and plants adorning the walls, he was rather surprised. For a man of your stature, your home is quite refined. If Knight Jingeng truly lived alone, the courtyard would not possess such elegance. However, he refrained from commenting further, merely smiling as he led Dongfang Liren to the main house. The space is modest, and there is little room to rest. I hope your highness does not mind. Dongfang Liren, born into a noble lineage as the second princess, found herself reflecting on the contrast between her sister's royal quarters and the humble abode of the capable yet modest Ye Jingtang. Despite the disparity in their circumstances, she admired Ye Jingtang's demeanor, recognizing his humility and lack of ambition for fame and fortune, which marked him as a true gentleman. However, such contemplations remained unvoiced as she approached the table with an air of authority, her expression frosty as she inquired, "Ye Jingtang, how many matters have you concealed from me?" Ye Jingtang, intent on fetching hot water for tea, was taken aback by her fierce tone. What is the matter?" he replied, perplexed. Seated with poise, Dongfang Liren's striking beauty radiated a quiet power, akin to a sovereign judging the treachery of her subjects. "Confess willingly, and I may show leniency. Should you force me to uncover the truth, do not blame me for being merciless." The atmosphere shifted, prompting the nearby birds to sense the tension and cautiously retreat. Chapter 64. The most challenging gift of beauty's favor. Ye Jingtang harbored numerous secrets, and upon observing Dongfang Liren's confident and accusatory stance, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Tentatively, he began, "I grew up in Honga town of Liangzhou. My father, Pei Yuanfeng." Dongfang Liren's gaze turned icy. "That is not what I inquired about. Could it be that my question regarding the Minglong map yesterday has stirred this? As a martial artist, I often hear the storytellers weave fanciful tales, and I do possess a certain curiosity about the Minglong map. Are you still evading the issue?" The Night Terror Hall is truly at a loss this time. Apart from these two clandestine matters, what else could be held against him by the Prince of Jing? Could it possibly pertain to the affairs of the Pei family? "I am merely fulfilling my adoptive father's last wishes." With a sharp clap on the table, Dongfang Liren interrupted. Night Terror Hall was utterly bewildered as he took a seat before the table. "These are my only concerns. What more could I possibly conceal from the Prince of Jing?" Dongfang Liren inquired why Night Terror Hall would write poetry for his sister, who has a penchant for literature. Observing Night Terror Hall's innocent demeanor and his reluctance to divulge further, a flicker of irritation crossed Dongfang Liren's eyes as she turned her gaze toward the door in silence. Night Terror Hall sensed the prince's genuine displeasure and, unable to discern the underlying sentiment, spread his hands in confusion. "I truly do not understand where I went wrong. Perhaps you could enlighten me? If the fault lies with me, I shall allow His Highness to vent his frustrations upon me. Do you recall the 8th day of the 9th month in autumn? Familiar, is it not? Just the other day, at Mingyu Tower, I encountered the lady official who came to visit His Highness. During our idle chatter, we spoke of that poem, merely trivial matters." "How could the prince possibly know?" "Indeed," Dongfang Liren replied, her expression darkening. "It is rumored within the palace, and I happened to overhear. You are well versed in poetry and prose. Why have you concealed this from me?" Night Terror Hall felt somewhat unjustly accused. "I have not known His Highness for long. Just the other day at Beima Academy, when the prince inquired about poetry, I thought to showcase my abilities, but alas, I encountered the blood bodhi. As a mere martial man, I cannot be constantly flaunting my literary talents before the prince. If we do not discuss this, how am I to articulate my thoughts?" Upon reflection, Dongfang Liren realized that she had never asked him about it. How could she blame Night Terror Hall for keeping it from her? "Is this poem your creation?" "I am no scholar. I merely transcribed it from the miscellaneous writings I once perused." The Eastern Wanderer, a well-read individual since childhood, inquired with skepticism, "What miscellaneous writings? Pray, enlighten me." Night Jingtang, without much thought, fabricated an explanation. "Well, Tears of the Heroine narrates the tale of a female hero who is compelled to marry into a deep palace, only to fall from grace." As he spoke, he noticed that the Eastern fool before him had a look of indignation, the dragon emblem on his garment puffing up slightly. The previously calm gaze now revealed a hint of embarrassment and fury, akin to witnessing an indiscreet libertine. Night Jingtang paused, sensing trouble. "Your Highness, have you read this book?" The Eastern Wanderer clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate, and coldly explained, "I find it utterly distasteful." Night Jingtang, having casually mentioned a title, was taken aback to discover that Prince Jing was indeed familiar with it. Observing the prince's disdainful expression, he hastily clarified, "One must read the book to understand its content. Although Wu Shengxia's writing is somewhat intricate, it is not as lamentable as you suggest." Somewhat intricate? The Eastern Wanderer was at a loss for words. Having never read the work herself, she had only encountered a jumble of disreputable terms, and dared not contemplate the extent of its disgrace. To criticize a work that slanders the righteous and noble? The Eastern Wanderer, seeing Knight Jingtang take the matter seriously, could only laugh in exasperation. Yisu Mountain is a Taoist temple, where a Taoist maiden was abducted by a rogue, her purity tarnished, and subsequently conspired with her captor against Yisu Mountain. Knight Jingtang quickly interjected, "That is not how it is depicted in the book." This tale begins with the heroic maiden from Yisu Mountain, who descends to uphold justice. The Eastern Lyran gazes in disbelief at the charismatic young Master Yi, as he explicates the contents of an indecorous book before her. Deep within, she struggles to articulate her thoughts, fearing she might truly fall ill from the absurdity, as Wang Furen suggested. However, after a brief moment of listening, Eastern Lyran unexpectedly finds the story rather intriguing, not overly lascivious. Moments later, she suppresses her regal demeanor and furrows her brow to inquire. Ye Jingtang is rather difficult to explain. After some contemplation, she adds, "I am not yet married and lack clarity on the matter, but it seems to be a means for couples to enhance their emotional connection. The joys of love cannot be deemed as humiliation." Eastern Lyran finds this notion utterly laughable. Is that not considered humiliation? If I were to strip you bare and bind you, subjecting you to lewd humiliation, would you find joy in that? Ye Jingtang blinks. And although he does not favor such implications, it appears that he need not feel discontent. Upon seeing the expression in Eastern Lyran's eyes, he comprehends her meaning, astonishment flickering in his gaze. Ye Jingtang hastily raises a hand. "I merely aim to clarify. This topic indeed strays too far and may offend your highness. Let us cease this conversation and return to matters of importance. You mentioned that poem originates from this book? Wu Xingxia's work is notoriously infamous. If such a poem existed, I would have undoubtedly heard of it. I cannot recall the exact book. Yet this poem seems somewhat taboo. It may have been heard by chance." The Eastern Wanderer observed the Night Shock Hall, which appeared genuine, and after a brief moment of silence, instructed, "Since you reside on this street, you must assist the court. Are you not the young master of the Pei family? This street is entrusted to your management. Let the Pei family devise a means to revitalize it. Funds shall be allocated from the Jingzhou prefecture, and should you fail, you shall meet your end before me." Allowing the Pei family to act as developers for such a grand undertaking is undoubtedly a favor stemming from nepotism. The Night Shock Hall quickly bowed in acknowledgement, assuring, "Your Highness, rest assured, with the court's support, the Pei family shall not disappoint Prince Jing." Xiao Tianhe had already made the necessary arrangements. Yet the lingering scent of soft bones could not be dispelled. It required a stay of 2 days with the royal physician. Subsequently, he would take refuge in Xinghua Lane beside the Black Yamen, at which point you may come to visit. "We shall depart tomorrow." And the afternoon has already waned. The Eastern Wanderer blinked, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, but ultimately retorted coldly, "I have plenty of guards. I do not need yours." With a slight chuckle, the Eastern Wanderer contemplated briefly before rising and moving toward the door. "You shall wait here." The soft armor, composed of an unknown material, was as supple as silk, yet emanated a metallic sheen, appearing quite elastic. The Eastern Wanderer approached the table and placed the soft armor upon it. Knight Jingtang appeared slightly taken aback as he picked it up, examining it with curiosity. It was warm to the touch and exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, as if it had just been removed from one's body. How curious. No wonder the fat-headed dragon seemed a tad larger. It turned out the python robe was indeed devoid of any undergarment. Knight Jingtang couldn't help but recall the magnificent sight he had witnessed last night at the Kenyang pool, and upon setting the armor down, he felt flattered and slightly overwhelmed. "Your Highness, this is unnecessary. Such a priceless treasure should be worn by the King of Jing at all times." The Eastern Wanderer, perhaps feeling a chill in her chest, stood up with her arms crossed, exuding an air of noble composure. Knight Jingtang thought otherwise. After all, in the face of an assassination attempt, this regal queen had transformed into a timid figure. Although he found the soft armor too warm to handle, it was indeed a necessity for his safety while out in the world. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I am grateful for your Highness's kindness." Following her words, the Eastern Wanderer crossed her arms and exited. Knight Jingtang made his way to the alley's entrance to bid her farewell, only revealing a hint of resignation in his brows as the King of Jing boarded the carriage, feeling the weight of such a beautiful favor. The sound of wheels turning echoed softly. Chapter 65, The Fiery Diagram. Dong. Dong. The distant bells of the city resonated throughout Yunnan. As the palace gates opened one by one, the Empress of the Great Wei typically convened court every 5 days. However, Today there was no morning assembly. Thus the scene of civil and military officials entering the palace was absent. Only a few ministers awaited summons, lingering in the chief Feng pavilion beside the Tai Chi Hall. Outside the imperial study behind the Tai Chi Hall, eunuchs and palace maids stood quietly, while in the resplendent and spacious study, only a few incense sticks flickered gently. Dressed in a crimson home gown, the great Empress of Wei reclined elegantly against the imperial concubine couch. A stack of memorials resting on a small table beside her as she meticulously reviewed them with a golden pen in hand. Not far away, seated at a writing desk, the Eastern Wanderer, clad in a python robe, sat upright, engrossed in a book. The cover of the tome was ancient and dignified, its contents rather subtle, yet adorned with numerous illustrations elucidating various postures. A hint of peculiarity flickered in the Eastern Wanderer's brow. Upon encountering an illustrated page, she swiftly turned past it. The imperial study was enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the faint rustle of turning pages. After the Empress had reviewed several memorials, she noticed the unusual frequency with which the Eastern Wanderer flipped through her book and gently inquired, "What are you reading, dear sister?" The Eastern Wanderer, having been intrigued by a conversation with Ye Jingtang, found herself drawn to this well-known compilation of tales, seeking to discover whether it was solely focused on matters of the heart. However, after perusing it for an entire night, she found it indeed centered on romantic entanglements. Yet the illustrations were exceedingly explicit, depicting even intimate encounters in vivid detail, presenting bizarre and unconventional forms of dalliance that nearly shattered her worldview. Nonetheless, the realism of this compilation was compelling enough to keep her captivated that early morning. Noticing her sister's suspicion, the Eastern Wanderer nonchalantly closed the book, stating, "It's merely some trivial matters organized by the subordinates, nothing of significance." The Empress, having ascended to her esteemed position through cunning, was not so easily deceived. Having grown up alongside her sister, she could discern the subtle discrepancies in the Eastern Wanderer's demeanor, understanding that the contents of the book were far from mere trifles. Yet, in the presence of her beloved sister, the Empress chose to be indulgent, turning to her with a soft inquiry, "Are you still upset with me?" Upon hearing her sister lay bare the circumstances, Dongfang Liren's expression turned displeased. "Are you aware of this? I have known Ye Jingtang for merely a few days. I merely admire his talent and wish to employ him. Yet, what transpired? Without any regard for my intentions, you deceived both him and me into the Tianlang pool, resulting in my predicament. Is this what an elder sister ought to do?" The Empress rested her chin on her hand, her gaze filled with intrigue. "Simply wishing to employ him?" Dongfang Liren replied earnestly, "Ye Jingtang is my protector, and I indeed appreciate him and remember his kindness. However, does this qualify him to be my consort? What of the blackguards? This is a matter of lifelong significance. I am still contemplating whether to engage with Ye Jingtang. Yet you have recklessly exacerbated the situation, bringing it to this extent." The Empress raised her hand slightly, halting her sister's words. "Very well. Let us regard it as an impulsive act on my part, intruding upon your personal affairs. You may ponder this matter at your leisure. I shall not interfere. Ye Jingtang possesses exceptional talent in martial arts, and whether you hold him in esteem or not, do not cast him aside, lest you inadvertently cultivate a threat akin to the likes of the Ping Tian sect leader." Dongfang Liren appeared somewhat taken aback. "Does Ye Jingtang possess the potential to rival Shui Baidin?" The Empress blinked. "It seems that I have indeed acted too hastily. You are quite unfamiliar with Ye Jingtang. Do you not comprehend? From the punch he delivered to you that day at Jianghu Palace, I discerned a glimpse of his capabilities, purely innate talent, devoid of any training. Is that so?" The Empress set down her document, lifted her teacup, and took a sip, her eyes reflecting resignation. "Very well. Engaging in this discourse with you is rather taxing. Perhaps you should return to your studies." "Where to?" "Paying respects to the Empress Dowager. In the northwest corner of the imperial city lies the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters. The summer sun casts a warm glow, and the cicadas chirp incessantly. The palace maids, with little to occupy their time, often take refuge in the corridors for brief respites. The Empress Dowager, accustomed to a life of late nights and leisurely mornings, remains within her chambers at this hour. Her late rising is not due to lingering slumber, but rather a consequence of the solitude and restlessness that accompany her life in the secluded palace. Within the silent grandeur of the hall, a maid named Hong Yu leans against a pillar, idly perusing a book of miscellaneous tales. The sleeping quarters are meticulously arranged, adorned with a recent painting by the Empress Dowager herself, depicting a lone figure bearing a plump chicken, reminiscent of a vendor at the market. The Empress Dowager, clad in a diaphanous nightgown, sits gracefully upon her opulent phoenix bed. Her posture is poised, head held high, body straight, lips gently closed, tongue resting against the roof of her mouth, and her eyes softly veiled beneath lowered lids, with hands resting naturally upon her lap. This meditative pose exudes a tranquility far more refined than the haphazard musings of the night, imbuing the already enchanting Empress Dowager with an ethereal presence. Born into the esteemed military family of the Qin clan from Jianghu, the Empress Dowager was trained in martial arts during her youth and was favored by her mother, who introduced her to one of the two saints, the venerable Taiching, for further instruction. Alas, Taiching deemed her too tethered by worldly desires to pursue a monastic life. Shortly after departing from Yushu Mountain, she was chosen by the court to become the Empress of the Great Wei. On her journey to the capital, the late emperor had already passed, and in a bid to solidify imperial power and win over the gentry of Jianghu, the crown prince conferred upon her the title of Empress Dowager. Despite her having never met the late emperor, not long after, the Qin family played a crucial role during the empress's usurpation of the throne, leading to her being honored as the empress mother. It can be said that while the emperors may flow like water, she remains a steadfast pillar of the nation. This experience is profoundly lamentable. The Empress Dowager, adopting a mindset of seeking liberation through an early demise, had long since relegated thoughts of longevity and wellness to the recesses of her mind. However, a few years prior, out of sheer ennui, she instructed a palace maid to construct a swing beneath the ginkgo tree in the rear garden. It was then that Hongyu unexpectedly unearthed a rusted iron box buried beneath the tiles, assuming it to be a relic of longing from a bygone concubine. She opened it only to discover a piece of golden paper inside. Having encountered the jade bone Qilin chart within the palace, she immediately recognized it as the golden phoenix rising from the flames from the Minglong chart. As for who buried it beneath the ginkgo tree, that remains a mystery. The rising from the flames legend claims that upon mastering it, one can achieve self-healing from injuries and the rebirth of severed limbs. As long as one is not struck down in a single blow, invincibility is assured. In the world of wanderers, few are without hidden scars. And for many who endure physical impairments, a whole body holds greater value than immortality itself. Thus, the significance of this chart is evident. Upon acquiring this artifact, the Empress Dowager was naturally elated, visiting the ginkgo tree daily to offer prayers of gratitude for the serendipity it brought to her less than happy existence. Yet, her fortune seemed to dwindle thereafter. Since obtaining the rising from the flames, she had not encountered a single stroke of good luck. She practiced the chart for many years, feeling she had mastered it, yet she could not comprehend the practical application of this seemingly formidable secret. The chart purportedly enables self-healing and limb regeneration, but the prerequisite is, of course, to be injured, having been raised in opulence and further pampered within the palace. Even the maids were concerned that the bed might be too hard and cause her discomfort in sleep. How could she possibly incur any injuries? In her quest to ascertain the authenticity of the secret technique, she had clandestinely employed a small knife to make a shallow cut on her arm. The wound healed remarkably swiftly, yet the pain was undeniably excruciating, leading Hongyu to believe that she was contemplating self-harm. Consequently, both the Empress and Prince Jing rushed to express their concern for her well-being. Upon reflection, the sole purpose of this Minglong too might ultimately be to ensure that, a century hence, she is bequeathed a robust and healthy corpse. It is highly likely that she would endure within the confines of the imperial palace, free from illness or calamity, until she reaches the limits of her lifespan, perhaps outliving the 120 years of the officials in Fengguan City. Alas, as she contemplated the protracted yet predictably finite solitude of her years, the Empress Mother opened her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Having been caught gazing at this painting the other day, she pondered whether she had been misunderstood. Though it was a trivial matter, easily forgotten by most, the tedium of her existence rendered such minor disturbances memorable for an extended period. Just as her thoughts wandered, footsteps abruptly echoed from outside the chamber, and a figure strode in with heavy steps, radiating anger. The Empress Mother lifted her gaze and observed a person clad in a dragon robe. Initially, she considered feigning sleep on the phoenix bed, but quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. In a flurry, she leapt from the bed, barefoot, and rushed to the wall to retrieve the painting. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" The Eastern figure entered the chamber only to find the Empress Mother, disheveled and in her nightgown, on her toes attempting to reach the artwork hanging on the wall. However, the painting was positioned too high for her to grasp the hanging cord, leaving her awkwardly frozen beside the wall. The Empress Mother wore an expression of embarrassment, unwilling to turn her head. With a soft patter of footsteps, Dongfang Liren approached and gently assisted the Empress Dowager in removing the painting from its place, taking it into her hands for a brief appraisal. The vexation she had felt earlier in her sister's presence diminished significantly in that moment. What on earth is this painting? It bears a striking resemblance to my sister's work. The Empress Dowager's lovely visage flushed with embarrassment. Unable to meet Dongfang Liren's gaze, she softly remarked, "Well, I was merely indulging in some idle sketching." "Ah, you discern that?" Dongfang Liren replied, determined not to dampen the Empress Dowager's enthusiasm for her art. She surveyed the painting with a discerning eye, offering her praise. Though it may be a spontaneous creation born of leisure, it undeniably exudes the essence of a master. The portrayal of the struggles of the common folk is vividly rendered upon the canvas. The Empress Dowager paused in surprise, glancing at her own masterpiece before stealing a look at Dongfang Liren's approving expression. Her initial relief gradually transformed into a sentiment of grievance and melancholy. "Liren, this painting is an imitation of that one in your study," the handsome young man accompanied by a large bird. Dongfang Liren's appreciative demeanor faltered momentarily as she examined the painting more closely. Does this even matter? Aside from the presence of a person and a bird, the composition, ambience, and skill are but tangentially related. If Ye Jingtang truly resembled this, then after witnessing her bathing the day before, she surely would not have emerged from the sunlit pool in a state of composure. However, noticing the Empress Dowager's pursed lips and her impending despondency, Dongfang Liren quickly responded with a slight nod. "Indeed, I discerned that. When I was painting that piece." The night-wandering scholar had just arrived in the capital, with merely 2 taels of silver in his pocket, making even the simplest meal a challenge. My initial intention was to depict the struggles of common folk trying to make a living in the bustling city, yet regrettably, the style of my painting was too lofty and detached, failing to resonate with the ordinary people. I could not capture the essence I sought. However, Your Majesty's painting is indeed exquisite, perfectly attuned to the theme, marvelous. The Empress is not naive. She possesses self-awareness and can discern when flattery is at play. Yet, amidst such praises, there must be a kernel of truth, mustn't there? The Empress, taken aback by the compliment, leaned closer for a better look. Is that so? Can you recognize who it is? The Eastern wanderer wished to offer further praise, but found himself at a loss for words. Managing only a smile, appreciating artwork requires a certain level of discernment. Everyone possesses their unique perspective. I recognized it at first glance. The Empress, somewhat skeptical, replied, If the person depicted in the painting were to see it, do you think he would recognize himself? I believe not. The Eastern wanderer, reluctant to dampen the spirits of the Empress, who had long endured the isolation of the inner palace, pondered for a moment before adding, he is merely a martial man. How could he comprehend the profound meaning behind Your Majesty's artwork? Yet, upon closer inspection, he might still discern it. The Empress mused briefly before responding with a smile. I still find your paintings enchanting. I have always wished to learn, yet I cannot grasp the essence. Why not summon that guard to stand outside, allowing me to practice my painting skills? The Eastern Liren seldom witnessed the Empress Dowager's interest in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and thus did not refuse her. The Empress Dowager, charmed and in high spirits, was not in a hurry, perhaps apprehensive of potential embarrassment, so she took the Eastern Liren by the arm and strolled towards the garden. Very well, she declared. I have recently developed a fascination for painting. Stand still while I create a few portraits of beautiful women. Your insights would be invaluable. The notion of portraits of beautiful women left the Eastern Liren uncertain whether the Empress Dowager could distinguish between genders in her artwork. Nevertheless, experiencing the superiority of being a formidable presence here was far preferable to feeling withdrawn before her sister or Ye Jingtang, and thus she did not decline. Chapter 66. Departure. As midsummer approached, the weather grew increasingly warm. Shortly after the morning bell tolled, the blazing sun ascended the window, and the once silent courtyard was enlivened by the sound of cicadas. Jilu, Jilu, they chirped. On the windowsill rested 2 miscellaneous books and a small wooden donkey, carelessly purchased as a toy. Ye Jingtang stood beside the wardrobe, facing a bronze mirror previously used by Luo Ning, meticulously adjusting his black nobleman's robe. Having been away for such a long time, he was concerned about the courtyard's potential neglect. Just yesterday, he had specifically instructed the old bodyguard Yang Chao to come by in a few days to water the plants and tidy up. After ensuring the courtyard was well maintained, Ye Jingtang led his horse away from Shuanggui Alley and rode swiftly to Tianshui Bridge, several streets away. Having been in the capital for 2 weeks, the 12 bodyguards he had brought from Liangzhou were now settled in. Their families, with the assistance of the Pei family, had begun to establish side businesses. The youngest, Little Six, had even, with the matchmaking efforts of Chun Biao, secured a position as the future son-in-law of the grain shop's owner. Concerning the trivial matters of familial life, Ye Jingtang appeared notably concerned. He deliberately halted in front of the Zhenyuan escort agency. Pulling Xiao Liuzi aside to impart his earnest admonition, it is the mark of a true man to maintain a respectable faade outwardly while nurturing one's family internally. Should you continue to lack ambition and delay the young lady's prospects, I shall break your legs. Rest assured, young master, once old Yang departs, I shall undoubtedly assume the role of head escort, Xiao Liuzi replied confidently. Hey, you scoundrel. Before he could finish his sentence, the old escort Yang Zhao emerged brandishing a blade, causing Xiao Liuzi to turn and flee in terror. In the grand residence of the Pei family, within the confines of a boudoir, the sound of cicadas filled the air. Pei Xiangjuan sat poised before her vanity, having just bathed, adorned only in a pale yellow undergarment, delicately applying color to her cherry-red lips with a slender brush. Pei Xiangjuan possessed an exceptional aptitude for martial arts. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a closed-door disciple by Pei Tsong, destined to inherit the leadership of the Honghua Tower. To this day, she remained at the tail end of her master's teachings, failing to achieve notable acclaim in the martial world, primarily due to her physical limitations. This is not to say that Pei Xiangjuan was frail. Rather, the Pei family's Bawang Gun, a premier external martial art, is characterized by its grand and forceful techniques, ill-suited for a woman's practice. A tall and graceful beauty like Dongfang Liren, whose stature rivals that of a man and possesses a harmonious physique, might achieve some success in wielding the spear. However, Pei Xiangjuan was not so fortunate. Her mother, renowned for her elegance and grace as a prominent lady in Jiazhou, passed on her genes, resulting in Pei Xiangjuan's modest height. Though raised with abundant nourishment and trained in martial arts, her physique had become distinctly curvaceous, characterized by a full and ample figure with a broad and elevated bust line. Such a physique on a woman can be described as a natural beauty. However, wielding a firearm is undeniably awkward. To master it to an extraordinary level is a challenge far greater than that faced by ordinary individuals. The maid, Xiuha, stood behind, assisting Pei Xiangjuan in arranging her hair. She cast a sidelong glance at the ample bosom that greatly surpassed her own, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Mistress, have you given any thought to what Madame mentioned? What matter? Indeed, one should not let the good fortune flow to outsiders. The young master is remarkably handsome, and the mistress possesses an innate beauty. They are simply a match made in heaven. What good fortune? Am I truly plump? Hee. The mistress is slim where she ought to be, and ample where she should be. Should she shed her garments, the young master would surely be captivated. Pei Xiangjuan scoffed lightly. Just then, a maid rushed in to announce the arrival of Ye Jingtang. She swiftly composed herself, donned a delicate spring garment, and stepped out of the Pei residence. Upon seeing Ye Jingtang waiting at the door, Pei Xiangjuan smiled warmly. Jingtang, let us go. Ye Jingtang assessed Sen Yang with a discerning gaze. Though he found her makeup enchanting, he betrayed no unusual reaction. He lifted the carriage curtain, ushering Sen Yang and Xiuha inside before taking his place outside the carriage, wielding the whip and calling, Giddy up. The carriage rumbled along, making its way toward the riverside dock. On the eastern side of Yunnan City, in the town of Guangzhou, a little over 10 miles away, a bustling courtyard was alive with activity. Disguised as an ordinary old man, the fugitive blood bodie, having been pursued by the authorities for days, rested on a reclining chair in the sun, a purple clay teapot in hand, eyes shut in contemplation. With a gentle breeze caressing the air, 2 figures descended into the courtyard, both adorned in the attire of wandering knights, their heads crowned with bamboo hats, one wielding a spear, the other unarmed. The spear-bearing knight approached the blood bodie, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I am Lu Ruan. Young master, Yin has sent us to this location, ready to heed your commands. The other introduced himself. I am Chun Ming, known as heart-piercing Han Chun Ming, and this is 7-foot spear Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, tall and slender, expressed admiration. It is remarkable that, despite your years away from the realm of Dawei, you still recognize my name. Blood Bodhi, leaning on his staff, rose with a hint of a smile on his face. However, this smile was not one of appreciation for the rising talents. Following his last encounter with the Night Fright Hall, Blood Bodhi had uncovered clues regarding the Minglong map. Altering his intentions from assisting the Green Bandits in their perilous assassination of the Crown Prince to devising a means to retrieve the Minglong map from the Night Fright Hall, as they were considerably easier to handle than the Crown Prince. As a top-tier assassin, the method of eliminating the Crown Prince would be entirely orchestrated by Blood Bodhi, while the employer would be responsible for providing information and manpower. Through this advantageous arrangement, Blood Bodhi recently discovered the identity of Night Fright Hall's operative, the adopted son of the Pei family from Tianshui Bridge in the capital, who may have learned martial arts at the Black Office and shares ambiguous ties with the Crown Prince. The Pei family had arranged for a vessel to conduct business in Shiwang Town, and the operative from Night Fright Hall would accompany them. As the son of a merchant, venturing alone without the protection of the Black Cliff's masters, this presented an opportune moment for an assault. However, he alone would not suffice against Night Fright Hall. To avoid a futile endeavor, Blood Bodhi, under the guise of assassinating the Crown Prince, requested his employer to procure 2 accomplices. Chun Ming and Lu Ruan are notorious bandits in the realm, renowned for their ruthless tactics, amassing wealth through murder and smuggling. Both possess exceptional martial skills, capable of exchanging blows with Ye Jingtang. When united, they believe they can overcome Ye Jingtang's extraordinary swordsmanship. However, after the encounter, Chun Ming harbors intentions of monopolizing the Minglong map and secretly plans to eliminate his 2 companions to silence them effortlessly. Blood Bodhi contemplates quietly, ensuring that his preparations are flawless, and his heart begins to stir with ambition. He rises, leaning on his iron crutch, and steps out of the carriage. Let us depart. Meanwhile, downstream on the Qingjiang River, a passenger vessel weaves its way along the meandering waters, its deck teeming with merchants and travelers from all corners of the world. In the second-floor cabin, the wife of the leader of the dominant sect, Pingtian Jiao, stands by the window overlooking the river, dressed in azure, cradling a small watermelon. Her naturally enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes gaze into the overcast sky, lost in thought. The source of the Qingjiang River lies within the northern Liang territory at Tianlang Lake, flowing southward through the vast lands of Wei until it reaches the sea near the southern city of Guangqing. Luo Ning, having departed from the capital, has been drifting down the river for 4 or 5 days towards Tiannan. Though the journey spans merely a few days, the experience of returning home by boat starkly contrasts with residing in Shuanggui Alley. Standing at the window, Luo Ning gazes blankly at the riverbank, while the beautiful maiden beside her languidly reclines on the couch, sighing. How can you remain in the capital alone? How can Shenyang rest easy? Isn't there brother Jingtang? It is precisely because of him that I find myself in a state of unease. Luo Ning is utterly incapable of withstanding that shameless little thief. She does not wish for the day when Ye Jingtang might take her in hand, or worse, stack them together. Such treacherous thoughts she dares not even entertain, let alone voice. Instead, she offers a comforting remark. Zhi Yunli turns over on the couch, propping her face on her hands, her delicate feet swaying gracefully in the air. We are originally from Nanxiao Mountain. Do you truly wish to remain in the capital for a lifetime? Zhi Yunli has no such intentions. She glances toward her teacher's wife and expresses, I find it regrettable. Brother Jingtang is so formidable, serving the court. What if he were to rise to prominence and turn against us in the future? We must devise a plan to bring Brother Jingtang back to the mountain. Luo Ning sighs, the Great Wei is flourishing. How simple is it to discuss the restoration of our nation? Ye Jingtang aspires to the court. Would he ever join us in rebellion? How do you propose we entice him? Zhi Yunli ponders earnestly for a moment, her large eyes blinking in sudden inspiration. Brother Jingtang is still unmarried. Why don't we try the allure of beauty? Luo Ning's ethereal visage turns cold, and she scolds in irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your teacher's wife. Zhi Yunli is left perplexed. Oh, teacher's wife, what are you thinking? There are plenty of young and beautiful maidens in the Pingtian sect. How could this matter possibly require your personal involvement? Moreover, even if you are the most beautiful woman in the martial world, you are still older than Brother Jingtang. Would he truly fall for your charms? Luo Ning takes a deep breath, feeling as if a small melon has turned into a large one. She glances around, seeking a ruler. Amidst the tumult of the situation, Zhi Yunli, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, I was wrong. I merely spoke without thinking. Please do not take it to heart, mistress. Luo Ning, gritting her silver teeth, restrained her ire until Yunli had fled through the door. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards the distant north, the direction of Yunnan City, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Chapter 67. The little tale, a thunderous roar echoed as the sky darkened, the wind gathered clouds, and the atmosphere grew heavy with impending rain. A gentle patter of raindrops fell upon the expansive river, where, at the horizon, a few vessels appeared and vanished like phantoms. The towns along the riverbanks gradually twinkled with the flickering lights of evening. Ye Jingtang, clad in a black robe of exquisite water cloud brocade, with a sword hanging at his waist and an oiled paper umbrella in hand, stood at the bow of the ship. Behind him, the cargo hold brimmed with fabrics, tea leaves, porcelain, and various other goods, all covered with an oilcloth, while two disciples of the Red Flower Pavilion secured the ropes. Having departed from Jianghu dock 2 days prior, the vessel had been navigating the Qingjiang River day and night, with the destination of Shiwang Town on the Yunzhou border expected to be reached by dawn. Although Sanyang was also aboard, she remained in her cabin with Xiuhe, as the ship carried 6 disciples disguised as laborers. As the female leader, she needed to maintain an air of authority, and it would have been inappropriate for her to flaunt her allure and engage in frivolous chatter. The river route from the capital to Shiwang Town is a major artery for trade, bustling with vessels and patrolled by naval ships, typically ensuring safety. However, after 2 days of observation, Ye Jingtang sensed something amiss. Standing at the bow, he peered into the distance and noticed a small merchant vessel trailing about 2 miles behind. Indistinguishable in markings, he inquired, "Li Jian, whose vessel is that following us? Do you recognize him?" The young lad, Li Jian, who is fastening a tarpaulin beside the cargo pile, is the grandson of the incense master, Li Sanwen. If we were to consider lineage, he would be a junior brother to Ye Jingtang. Wearing a bamboo hat, Li Jian approached, peering closely. Unable to see clearly, he darted into the cabin and returned with a copper tube, which he opened and held up to his eyes. It bears the flag of Zhang, something I have not encountered before, likely a small merchant dealing in sundries. Ye Jingtang, upon seeing the copper telescope, was momentarily taken aback. He examined the lenses closely. "You possess such an item?" Li Jian, noticing Ye Jingtang's surprise, beamed with pride. "Brother Jingtang, you have never seen this, have you? This contraption is known as a telescope, which has recently gained popularity in the northern Liang region." Although Ye Jingtang was no stranger to telescopes, this was indeed the first he had encountered in this world. He lifted the telescope to observe the rear, spotting a small cargo ship laden with miscellaneous goods, where a hat-wearing man armed with a long spear was sheltering under a rain tarp. The ship seemed suspicious. It had set sail 2 days prior and was now trailing closely behind, neither too far nor too near. Based on previous experiences escorting goods, it was highly likely they were surveying the area, preparing to seize an opportunity to ambush the convoy. Li Jian, concluding his observations, stowed the telescope and gestured to his fellow disciples aboard the ship. "Furthermore, that small vessel carries at most 3 to 5 individuals. Our leader is aboard, and in Shiwang Town, there are 2 grandmasters, 11 hall masters, and over 100 incense masters awaiting. I truly do not believe that anyone in the martial world would dare to rob the headquarters of the Red Flower Hall." Ye Jingtang pondered this and chuckled, shaking his head. "Old habits die hard. It appears I have been overly cautious. However, caution breeds longevity. The ship behind remains vigilant, prepared to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of unusual activity. Rest assured, Brother Jingtang, I possess a modicum of cunning." After issuing his instructions, Ye Jingtang exchanged shifts with the disciples of the Red Flower Pavilion and proceeded to the rear of the merchant vessel. As a cargo ship, the living conditions are far from luxurious. The cabin at the stern contains merely 4 rooms, with the rest of the crew relegated to the quarters beneath the deck. Upon entering the aft cabin, Ye Jingtang discerned faint sounds emanating from within, the incessant chattering of birds and the melodic hum of a woman. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he approached the door of Sanyang, scrutinizing the scene. Even the captain's quarters were modest in size, pristine and unadorned, furnished only with a simple cot and a table with chairs. The window, positioned at the rear of the ship, offered a view of the surroundings, but beyond that, there was nothing remarkable. Sanyang, clad in a delicate summer dress that revealed a hint of her alabaster arm, sat before a bronze mirror, meticulously applying her makeup. Her once bright apricot eyes, now accentuated with careful strokes, appeared more spirited, while her alluring lips, typically of vibrant red, had dulled to a softer hue. Her visage remained unchanged, yet bore a seriousness that rendered her somewhat formidable, evoking a semblance of the esteemed King Jing, though lacking the imposing stature of Dongfang Binbin. "Sinyang, why have you adorned yourself thus?" Yi Xiaoyi inquired. Xiaohe promptly rose to fetch a chair and pour tea. "Is it pleasing?" Ye Jingtang seated himself, scrutinizing her exquisite features. "Sanyang is beautiful regardless of her makeup, yet this particular look, I find it somewhat fierce." With a huff, Pei Xiangjuan picked up a mirror to examine herself. One's appearance is paramount when meeting the various leaders. How can one command the scene without a hint of grace and authority? Knight Jingtang suddenly understood. With little to occupy her on the ship, Pei Xiangjuan, perhaps inspired, rose and approached Knight Jingtang from behind, loosening his black hairband to let his long hair cascade down. "Allow me to embellish you a bit." Xiaohe, intrigued by this endeavor, hurried over, exclaiming, "Let me assist." Knight Jingtang had always favored a clean and simple appearance, indifferent to adornment. Seeing the enthusiasm of the two women, he made no objections, sitting upright on the stool as Sanyang and Xiaohe set to work. Pei Xiangjuan, wielding an eyebrow pencil, drew closer to meticulously shape his brows. Knight Jingtang sat composed, initially devoid of any impure thoughts, yet as Sanyang leaned in, her crimson lips mere inches away, he could distinctly feel the warmth of her breath against his cheek. At first, his gaze was clear, but gradually, an unsettling awareness crept in. He attempted to lean back. However, he found himself against the delicate form of Xiaohe, realizing that to lean back would mean resting against her bosom. Caught in this dilemma, he could only maintain a steadfast gaze, focusing on the curious bird-like figure beside him. Pei Xiangjuan noticed Knight Jingtang's shy reaction, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She said nothing, merely raising her left hand to shield the bulging fabric of her attire with her flowing sleeves, ensuring Knight Jingtang felt at ease. After a flurry of activity, the two women finally completed their task. Knight Jingtang extricated himself from the dual sandwiching of the seductive figures, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. He picked up a bronze mirror to assess his appearance adorned with a jade crown, his brows sharp as blades. In his solemn demeanor, he possessed an innate allure tinged with a hint of wickedness, resembling a psychopathic young master, one who was equally captivating to both men and women. Knight Jingtang found it hard to articulate. Xiaohe gazed at him with eager eyes, scratching his head. Young master seems less appealing than before. Yet he remains remarkably handsome. Pei Xiangjun, feeling incapable of enhancing a man's visage, remarked with a hint of reluctance, "His foundation is too good. Further embellishment would only be superfluous, so perhaps it's best to refrain." As they conversed, Pei Xiangjun's gaze shifted to the window. Outside, a torrential rain had commenced, and darkness enveloped the sky. The murky river could only reveal a few distant boat lights flickering in the vastness, with no other signs of movement. Observing this, Knight Jingtang, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, approached the window to scan the river's surface behind the merchant ship. However, the heavy rain had stirred the waters, rendering the environment too tumultuous to discern anything. "What is it? The sound of water seems off." Pei Xiangjun, having spent many years in the Pei family and frequently traversed the waters, noted with greater navigation experience than Knight Jingtang's land-based escorting. Just a moment ago, something passed 10 zhang off the starboard side of the vessel. It was neither a river dolphin nor an innocent creature, but rather someone from the underworld stealthily approaching, with his hand still on the hilt. Knight Jingtang's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the river. Shall I go down and investigate? He realized that if someone were lurking at the window, a skilled individual would have already fled, wary of alarming their quarry. There were numerous water ghosts skilled in thievery along the clear river, likely drawn to their vessel's size, hoping to catch a free ride. It would be prudent not to engage, merely to remain vigilant throughout the night. Knight Jingtang initially intended to remain indoors, vigilantly guarding Sanyang throughout the night. However, upon reflection, he realized that while Sanyang appeared as gentle and delicate as Lin Daiyu, she was indeed capable of uprooting willows. In the event that a thief were to board the vessel, it would likely be Sanyang who would protect him. Chapter 68. A convergence of winds and clouds. The sound of rain pattered softly outside, and as dawn gradually broke, the cacophony of voices erupted from the outside, resembling the bustling noise of a marketplace. "Do not dawdle. Hurry, hurry." Knight Jingtang opened his eyes and pushed aside the window at the stern of the boat. His gaze fell upon a large cargo-laden vessel, where several stewards from merchant families were directing porters to secure the goods. as the wind had blown the tarpaulin open during the night. Peering out, he noticed that the merchant ship had already docked, with the right side revealing the wharf and embankment, bustling with people despite the rain. Cargo-laden carts and ox-drawn vehicles nearly obstructed the thoroughfare, while behind the wharf lay a large town. Looking out over the river, the scene was even more magnificent. A light rain fell along the riverbank, where countless sails converged. Masts and sails obscured the entire view, rendering the river scenery invisible despite being on the water. A cursory glance would reveal no fewer than 1,000 vessels of various sizes moored along the shore. Given such vibrant activity, Ye Jingtang was not surprised. After all, this was the Golden River estuary, with Shiwang Town right on the banks. The Great Wei Dynasty boasted numerous rivers, including 3 major waterways leading to the sea: the Daliang River, the Qing River, and the Wu River. Throughout various dynasties, in pursuit of facilitating maritime transport, extensive irrigation works were undertaken, gradually leading to the creation of the Golden River Canal and the Wu West Canal, effectively linking the 3 rivers. One could sail from his hometown, Honghe Town, directly to the estuary of Jianghu at the opposite end of the Great Wei territory. At the confluence of 2 grand canals lies the estuary of the Golden River, a place that travelers from all directions must inevitably pass through. Although merely a small town, its scale and vibrancy rival those of any major city. In the eyes of the wandering folk, this location serves as the gateway to the capital. The annual meeting of the Red Flower Pavilion is hosted here, not only because it was at this very spot that various shipping alliances convened to establish the pavilion, but also due to the overwhelming flow of people arriving from both the north and south, making it difficult for the pavilion's master to attract undue attention. Having reached their destination without incident, the weight of anxiety that hung over Ye Jingtang has finally lifted. As he scans the river, he does not spot the small cargo ship bearing the Zhang flag, likely having arrived at its destination and unloaded elsewhere. Setting aside his thoughts, Ye Jingtang tidies his robe and steps out of his chamber, where he finds Li Jian and others conversing with the dock manager about the loading and unloading of goods. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, San Yang has prepared herself. Adorned in a deep purple gown, her hair elegantly styled, exuding the aura of a shrewd and capable innkeeper. In stark contrast, Niao Niao still lingers in bed. Sprawled across the windowsill, a handkerchief draped over her midriff, her slumbering form hardly a sight to behold. Last night, she and Ye Jingtang had taken turns keeping watch, and he refrained from waking her. After freshening up at the stern of the boat, he donned his bamboo hat, retrieved an oiled paper umbrella, and together with Pei Xiangjun, they made their way to the town. Shiwang Town is bustling with activity, teeming with no fewer than 100,000